The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who is watching as we jump on in for the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship for the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, joined by Alex Goldschmidt. And Alex, we saw qualifying and the drivers are now onto the grid as we get ready to get underway for the second round of the season.
Yes, the home of British motorsport started hosting Formula One races, the first ever to host a World Championship race back in 1950, just over 3.66 miles of pure British nirvana and a lot of folklore beside it as well. Obviously, we have to say a very, very big welcome to all our viewers on all the respective streams, and that must also include our viewers on Amazon Fire and Roku. And also, we have breaking news to announce. We have teamed up with ESTV, Esports TV, one of the premier esports television covering stations. So we welcome those viewers as well. And the grid looks really enticing as they're now on the formation lap, Yusuf, ahead of 12 hours of racing here at Silverstone.
Yeah, as you mentioned, welcome to everyone from the likes of Amazon Fire, Roku and ESTV. Also to those tuning in on the GTR 24H
all
radio
teams,
station
please stop
as
moving.
well.
Please go to the right side on the track, all of you, and stop moving.
Because we've already got drama unfolding straight away from qualifying with our current championship leaders, the number 10 of Pinsum Drillers Esports, unable to have a valid lap set in Q2, which means they're going to be starting
now
all
the
the way down
safety
the
car is
order.
ready.
And it's a
Please
perfect chance
don't move before you hear your car number.
To close in that gap.
Number 18
standings
would be the first car.
Yeah, so now race control is stating to the field which cars in what respective order.
Please stop moving if you haven't heard your car number. Number 80 should be the only car moving.
They won at Indianapolis despite having been sent to Narnia, as we saw, like literally flipping 5 times and even over the barrier.
Then number 117.
The drivers really now have a very different proposition here at at Silverstone. It's a completely different circuit. We know it's going to be a tough test for everybody, and the weather could play a factor. The weather could come in, and it could be heavy for the majority of this race, and the teams have to adapt to this. If they've made the ultimate compromise, they've sacrificed a bit of pace in the dry for pace in the wet, that could be a very, very good strategy call. But it's all dependent on who gets the jump on the rest of the field going into turn one, Yusuf.
Yeah, and of course what we generally tend to see is there'll be a nice big space between each single of the classes. In the hypercar class, it is just going to be that Omicron sim racing at the front of the field. But in the LMP2 class, we've got the 117 Vargas sim racing. They won last time out in Indianapolis, and they're going to be looking to show the same kind of dominant performance that they did 1 month ago, with the Fair Racing team lining up in second ahead of the 95 of the DEAC Hackers.
Yep, safety car now bringing through into Copse Corn. We will be starting from the international pit straight. Omicron Sim Racing here, Yusuf, have got a big point to prove. They had a DNF last time out. They still got points on the board because they actually, I think it was with about 2 hours to go. Thomas Garcia is going to be the driver that really is going to put the winds up the sails of Pinsim Drillers Esports. Behind the wheel of that car, we've got Martin Hemmingsen starting as opposed to Henry Sinnick, who did last time out. And we know that between Sinnick and Hemmingsen, they are a power combination with this crew. And they might be starting all the way down in, effectively, what is P25, but expect for them not to be outside of the top 10 for very long.
I think the most frustrating thing for them is going to be to work their way through the field. One good thing, though, for them is the fact that, as we mentioned, each of the classes will kind of be separated. There'll be about 10 seconds gap between each of the classes when they do get onto their rolling start. But between the GTE and the GT3 classes, we probably won't be seeing that because of the absolutely fantastic lap that came through from Unison Sim Racing, and actually the 41 of Mugen Sim Racing as well, getting themselves right into that GTE field. So as a result, the GTE and the GT3 field will most likely be starting all as one group of cars.
They will be. I mean, you look at the fact that there are cars that are outside of position. I mean, you've got the likes of DSR Nightmare in LMP2, followed by E-Team Britain in the 777 and the 68, respectively. They're out of position. Obviously, E-Team Brit have got a very, very busy schedule this season. They've got a revised lineup. Stuart Ross French is not in the car this month. However, Bradley Brockies, who actually did come down with COVID-19, tested positive. He's now recovered. He's back behind the wheel, and Matt Webb will be starting that car off in 27th position overall, but around 10th place in LMP2. And you can just see that everyone's just biding their time. They're waiting for that opportunity. You can see that there is a gap between the classes now, and this, Yusuf, will bring a different dynamic to the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, as now things look to be starting to get up to some kind of real and now you can see the movements are happening, because look, Pinsim Drillers Esports having to wait for the rest of the field to go past, and some drivers will have to because what race control are telling them is which order they are going in, and they're going to bring them onto the starting grid ahead of the race start here at Silverstone.
And I was actually just seeing as well the number 10 of Pinsim's Drillers actually kind of flying up through the field, trying to get into second, because I think they thought that regardless of one of their laps being deleted, they would still be starting at the back, but only at the back of the hypercar class. And now I think is kind of dawning on them somewhat that they have to start from the very back of the field. The most important thing, though, for Martin Hemmingsen is just to keep it clean. Whatever he does, don't get any damage on that McLaren Senna in the opening few laps.
So we'll have a look at the actual overall grid here at the FilmVolt Limited 12 Hours of Silverstone. So it is Omicron Sim Racing in the number 80 hypercar, with Thomas Garcia behind the wheel starting on pole position. P2, it's the LMP2 class winner from last time out, Vargas Sim Racing in the 117. That's got Marcel Sinsik behind the wheel. Max Scholten will start for the number 334 Fair Racing team in P3 and second in LMP2. Then it's the Deke Hackers number 95 car that has got Roland Zux behind the wheel. Juices Motorsport, the number 15, starts in P5, and they have turned lower just behind the wheel of that one. The 007 ProSim LMP2 will start from 7th overall ahead of David Kalosai in the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 car. Abstineo Force Polonia start in 10th position, and that is the 999 with Jeff Klose behind the wheel. Then you'll have the likes of Musto GD Esports
need to be
in
position
the number
27,
54
68
BMW. That has got Daniele Primavera behind the wheel of that one in the 54. Then it is the number 51 WOSR iZone Performance GTE Porsche. That starts P15 with Jorge San Andres behind the wheel of that one. DIS Sim Racing Lab in the number 45 GTE entry starts P14. And then you'll then have Volante Racing, the number 67 car. So the car that finished down in 12th position, I believe, last time out in Indianapolis, Yusuf, whereas the sister car
41,
all the way down
go
the order,
to the end
right
of the
towards
field,
the round at P23.
Now.
So that completes the top 15. I'll leave the rest of the field to your good self, Yusuf.
Yeah, so 16th, you've got the 717 coming through. That is the GT3 car and your GT3 Championship leader of Unison Sim Racing, and that will be started off by Nikolai Bersukov. P17 will be the number 41 again, another GT3 car of Mugen Sim Racing coming through. That'd be Adam Sarej. P18 will be the 177. That's heading back up into the GTE class of ID Sim Sport, and behind the wheel of the 177, just trying to see, as they aren't currently in order, it's a Magnus Berggren. P19 will be the number 13 of Danish Racing League. They actually qualified on pole last time out at, I should say, in Indianapolis for that GT3 class. And then P20 is the 404 Glam Racing car. We actually got to speak to them in a short interview last night. Lee Russell is at the wheel of the Glam Racing car. P21 is the number 27 of Simulator Esports, followed by the 188 in 22nd. That's Teleforeningen. Always a mouthful. And then kind of the surprise is in 23rd and at 24th, you've got the 66 and the 46. 66 being Volante Racing, followed by DIS SR Lab. But surprising to see Volante Racing so far down the order. They were able to put in a very quick time of a 56.7 in the second session of qualifying, which would have seen them pretty much third, really. But that first session lap, not good at all. A 2-minute 6.4. So clearly unable to really get any running in that first qualifying session.
Yeah, I completely agree there. I think, you know, it's very difficult when you know that there's going to be some pace. I was having a very, very good discussion about with John and Peter from GTR24H, part of the management team here, about the weather last night. And there is cloud overhead. There is a possibility of 20 to 30% increase.
Behind,
there is an 80% chance of rain at around 3 p.m. here at Silverstone, Yusuf. So we know when the rain falls here at Silverstone, it can be, as I said last night, skating
17 on position,
and the drivers,
17 on position,
if the teams have made the right setup. I've had a message from Nick Newcomb, by the way, from Juices Motorsport. He said, break a leg. And I said, well, you too. It's just really, really interesting. And now you can actually see that everyone's now moving into the respective positions. And it's quite funny how you see an absolute train of GT3, GTE, and LMP2 cars ahead of Pin Sim Drillers Esports in the number 10. But then you also have to look at the sister car in LMP2. They had a 1 minute 49.721 second lap time in the daytime qualifying session. They actually start P28 behind the other two LMP cars of the DSR Nightmare crew in the 777. That's got Matthias Pedersen behind the wheel, and Matt Webb will start for E-Team Brit in the number 68. Then going from there, Pescara ADG, another big surprise as well. They didn't set a lap time in Q2, but they are starting in P30 behind the number 53 Musto GT Esports BMW M8 GTE. So they've got some work to do. You've then got the number 23 in 32nd, the One Move Esports car, the number 26 with the Nyon All French crew there. They're starting ahead of Satellite Racing, the 128 GTE. And you've got the number 63 behind them. That's Viaducton in 35th, and then you've also got a few. So looks like we've got 34 cars on the grid. We were due to have 37, and one of the biggest names I've noticed, where on earth is the 959 GTE car? They didn't set a qualifying lap time at all, and they were put at stone dead last in P37. They won at Indianapolis. So Pescara now, the all-Italian crew, the ADG C8 Corvette, that has a real opportunity of going for the victory here at Silverstone. This is where we said about this in the preview show. The championship can change at any given moment. It's now going to start to unfold in GTE here, Yusuf.
Yeah, three big names outside of where we would expect to see them. First off, our hypercar championship leaders of Pinsim Drillers starting down in 25th. Then we've got the LMP2 car, the number 17 of Pinsim Drillers, who in my books are the second quickest team in that LMP2 class. Yes, they didn't finish second in Indianapolis because they had issues, but they were running in second for quite a long period of time, and they're starting down in 28th place. They're going to have work to do. And then, of course, the 959 of HM Engineering in that GT class. And we've talked about how competitive that GTE field is. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what HM Engineering can pull out, because yes, for Pinsim Drillers in the McLaren Centre in the prototypes of the LMP2, they're going to be flying up the field through those GT cars. We'll have to keep an eye and see how they work their way up the order, and once they have got through, see how far back they are off their respective class leaders. But for HM Engineering, it's not as bad because they are literally right in that field from the get-go. It's a last to first challenge, but unlike with the hypercar and the LMP2s, it's not a last to first plus a 30-second gap that they need to find at the very start. And I just want to bring something else up. You can see on the track, it's noticeably got a little bit darker than it was about 5 minutes ago. We know that there's rain on the way, and I think we're starting to see that cloud cover starting to shape up.
Yeah, that's very much the case. I think just like Spa-Francorchamps, the Nordschleife, they all have their microclimates. So does Silverstone, the good old British weather. And of course, being early February, it's it's going to be below 10 degrees. And in many respects here, Yusuf, that's going to be rather interesting how the teams deal with the fact that the colder conditions, whilst they're warm, they're having, they're coming through COPs again, whilst obviously the order is being reshuffled again, because the drivers have to be in the correct positions. Otherwise, race control will not let the race go green. You can now see the drivers weaving from side to side. And what they're doing is laterally putting in the heat into the carcass of the tyre, especially the sidewalls, which will be put through so much sideways lateral momentum changes through like Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. One of the fastest parts on the circuit. You've got high intensity braking zones. As a result of that, that's going to heat up the wheel rim, which then directly will affect the temperature of the braking systems on these cars. And when you consider the fact that with a lot of these cars, a lot of aero, the McLaren Senna GTR, a 4-litre twin-turbo V8 pushing over 800 PS of horsepower, and it's carrying, when it's at its optimum, 1,000 kilos of downforce. That car, round here at Silverstone, if Thomas Garcia gets an absolutely lightning start, he will pull away from Vargas Sim Racing and blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how much of a gap Vargas Sim Racing will leave to the hypercar class, because it is just the one car of the hypercar class of Omicron Sim Racing. So I'm not expecting too much of a gap between hypercar and LMP2.
Green.
And we've got the green flag, so we will be racing here, Alex, and caught me out a little bit off guard, and straight away it looks like the number 2 in the LMP2 class of Max Scholten has a little looks down into Abbey, but he's going to have to slot in behind him. Marcel Cinchek will be able to hold on to the lead of the LMP2 class for now.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick look, and looks like Roland Zux has got up the inside. Now that was a nice move going through into Village as they go into the loop, and now they'll come through Aintree. So this, and already Thomas Garcia has got at least a 10-car lead over Marcel Cinchek from Vargas Sim Racing. Max Scholten, Roland Zux now back down, is showing in third position. Turn lower from Juices Motorsport rounds out the top four, the top 5 overall, but fourth in LMP2 as they filter their way through. And you can just see how hard they are pushing already as they're now going down the national pit straight and heading into Copse Corner. And the amount of commitment from Thomas Garcia going through Copse was absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, you talked about that 1,000 kilos of a downforce that can come through. Thomas Garcia knows that this is his chance to check out, to pull away, and he is giving it absolutely everything. We're also seeing, I think that is David Kolaksai on the back of the 007 Pro Sim car right on the tail as they make their way out of Chapel onto the Hangar Straight and could potentially have a look down towards Stowe Corner. He'll move the car to the inside, but he's not going to be able to have the confidence on the brakes this early on to look for a move and slots him behind.
Yeah, just had a brief. I just saw a brief onboard from Roland Zux there, just trying to close on Max Scholten. But yeah, David Kalasai right in the slipstream of the 007 Pro Sim Racing car, the Danish crew. So that's going to be rather interesting. So in many respects here, the times coming in, Daniele Primavera has a comfortable lead over Jordi San Andres and then over 51 crew. That is the WOSR iZone performance car. And that now is about 10 seconds. And it seems like that there was a slight incident between...
Oh, we've got a bit of a battle further down, actually, through Club Corner onto the start-finish straight. That's Eros Masquili and the Pescara AED, Eros Masquili and the Pescara ADG and Bart Slobodzian in the 66 Volante racing car. And Eros Masquili managed to find a way through.
Yeah, that's very much the case. And it's just one of those things where it's going to be rather interesting in finding what is going on with that at the moment. And this, also I think I've just heard about an incident between a couple of cars at the moment. Some of the drivers now really trying to get their way through, and Viaducton going for a move, and they're actually trying to defend at the same time from Magnus Berggren while passing Adam Sarej, or pardon me, they pass the 177. Adam Sarej follows through in the McLaren 720S. So Viaducton and the 41, and the 41 is of Mugen Sim Racing, climbing up the field slowly but surely. Yeah, very much the case. So the drivers now really started, and already Thomas Garcia hitting the 145 fours, and he's doing an absolutely brilliant job at the moment, Youssef. This is going to be rather interesting, but now I'm just going to keep an eye on where is the number 10 of Pin Sim Drillers Esports, Martin Hemmingson. He's up into P9. That's correct. We knew the speed was there. He's been running in the 148.6s, but the reason for that is that he's had all this traffic to deal with. Jeff Closer had a moment. He tried to follow Martin Hemmingson through on the B32 racing car, but he had his nose completely chopped off into Farmer Corner. So Jeff Close will lose a position to Felipe Barreto in the 57 car, and he's right on the tail of the said 57 car. They make their way on to the Wellington straight, but yeah, as you mentioned, Martin Hemmingson absolutely flying. He's 14 seconds off the back of Thomas Garcia, and he is not going to be giving Thomas Garcia any moment to breathe at all. No, Thomas Garcia definitely not having his cake and eat it. Even though we are sort of getting into the first sort of real moments of this race, Yusuf, and that's where things can be rather undecided as to who's going to be where and at what particular point.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye as well on David Kolaksai in the Mugen Sim Racing car, still close to the back of the Pro Sim car, 007. Not quite sure who's at the wheel, and you can see in the back of your shot Martin Hemmingsen closing in at a rate of knots.
Yeah, very much the case. And now this is where it just can't really, you can't put anything between them at the moment. And this is where the drivers really are starting to earn their penance in some respects, as Daniele Primavera is running rather quickly in the lead of GTE at the moment. Hemmingsen has got past Felipe Barreto in the number 57 Ramada Motorsports car. That's the all Portuguese crew. So that's where the drivers now can really do their level best to try and push forward. But he's got the number 51 of WOSR iSport. Yeah, it's just one of those things where you can't sort of see how these drivers can move forward in that sort of respect there.
I'm riding on board with Jeff Closer, and he is looking left, right, inside, outside, over and under, trying to find any way past the B32 racing car, and he's going to have a go around the outside of Brooklyn. Surely not. Has to slot in behind B32 for now. Gives a little bit of a love tap, and that might just let him squeeze up the inside of Luffield. Would be a bit of a push and pass, but he makes it work, and I don't think he will mind how he got through, just that he is through and now has a bit of clear air to work with.
Yeah, that's always the way where with the, having that sort of clear air really does help, because if you're behind another vehicle, the aerodynamics will be sort of reduced, let's say. It's very much if you're in the air wake of a car behind you, so it's where the drivers can really, really push like crazy. They'll be able to fuel save as well. Some of the drivers will do that down certain parts, down the hangar and Wellington Straight. But you have that aero imbalance. If that car's not got any of its assists on, that could be a really, really key moment. A car could have a wobble going into the braking zone, say for instance Stowe, maybe into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. There's so many different permutations of aerodynamic inefficiency that the teams are having to combat. And when the rain is set to come, the aerodynamics will basically go out of the window, and it's about pure mechanical traction for these teams and drivers.
Yep, and then it all comes down to who's got the better setup for the car, and it's something that I'm very used to commentating on and talking about when I talk about Sprint Series in F1. The fact, that's a spin from Michael Bernberg in the 166. He lost the back end coming out of Cobb's corner for ID SimSport, so he's going to drop down the order, and it will actually release via Ducton, who are running right on the back of the ID SimSport car.
And that is just a few moments into the race, and it's very much the case there, Yusuf, where drivers cannot really afford to make early mistakes, but there's still quite a lot of this race still to go. You can make one mistake now, it won't cost you as badly as what might do, like say, a 2 to 3 hours before the conclusion of the race itself.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. Also keeping an eye on Martin Hemmingsen still. He's just over 14 seconds behind Thomas Garcia. He's now up into P5. So just Roland Zirks, Max Scholten and Marcel Chinchik to overtake. And then there won't be any cars between himself and his fellow hypercar class rival.
Yeah. And one of the things is that Thomas Garcia has started to get towards backmarker traffic, and he's now coming through onto the start-finish line here at the Wing Complex. It's one of the Porsches he's just got past. That looks to be a DIS car that he's just got past. He's gone flying into Abbey. The car nearly drifts to the left-hand side. He kept it absolutely pinned, did Thomas Garcia. He's definitely got that fire well and truly stoked. And I don't think, the way that at the moment Martin Hemmingsen in the second of the two hypercars. We've got no Scuderia.
Oh, I think we're going to have a move actually. Timotej Andonovski looking for a way through on B32 Racing. He's going to do it down into Abbey as well. He got a fantastic run out of Club Corner, and that one was for position. So Timotej Andonovski, one of the drivers who wasn't able, or I should say one of the teams that had to start towards the back of the grid, working their way up the order, and Timotej Andonovski now into that LMP2 field.
Yeah, just with Marcel Sinsik at the moment from Varga Sim Racing, having got past the 166 ID SimSport Porsche. He comes flying through into Kops. He's got a very comfortable lead over the 334 of Max Scholten from Fair Racing Team, the Dutch crew. And he's now absolute full commitment from Marcel Sinsik going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chappell. Absolutely planted it. He did very much a textbook. And to be honest with you here, Yusuf, he's not that far behind the number 80 of Omicron Sim Racing of Thomas Garcia. Garcia's got away, but not as much as maybe a lot of people might have expected. But Hemmingson is now closing on Max Scholten, and so we could see, and I'm looking at the lap times, Hemmingson's absolutely blitzing at the moment. His last lap was a 1:45.3 dead. That's incredible pace, and that puts him to 1.7 seconds a lap concurrently slower at this particular moment than Thomas Garcia, who has got the fastest lap in hypercar at the minute, a 1:44.370. So Martin Hemmingson has cranked the volume, in the words of Spinal Tap, up to number 11 in that number 10 PinSim Drillers Esports hypercar at the moment.
Well, he's actually just got past Max Scholten and say his new personal best of the race of 45.0, so he's gone 2 seconds quicker than Thomas Garcia now. Thomas Garcia still has the fastest lap of the race of a 44.3, but he just does not seem to have the consistency to keep up with that pace. And Martin Hemmingson, remember how we talked about that gap being 14 seconds? Well, it's 10.5 seconds now. And I also have some good news for any Mugen sim racing fans out there, because David Kolaksai has been able to find a way through on the 007, yes, the 007 Pro Sim car, and is now up into P5 in the LMP2 class.
I'm not at all surprised. Excuse me, our little dog here just had a little bit of a moment as people just walked past the window. Bless him. So we've got an official GTR 24H mascot, my dog, at the minute, so bless him. But yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting how these drivers really are pushing like crazy. You can just see now that's Marcel Sinsik now making his way through traffic. He's just got past the number 63 car on that particular moment in time, and that was, I believe, that was the Viaduct. That's the bright orange Corvette that he's just got past, the number 63. So Viaductin, I believe, and they had a retirement last time out at Indianapolis. So they've really got to start working hard, and the way that Sinsik is just absolutely dealing with this traffic, and just watch out, because he's absolutely threading the eye of the needle. He's just got past one of the Ferraris a little bit further down the order, and now Martin Hemmingson, you can now see he's got Sinsik in sight. Now this is the sign that Hemmingson needed to go for it. He thought, well, if I can get up to the LMP2 leader, that's incredible pace. I did say that we wouldn't expect it to be too long before Martin Hemmingson was going to close on Marcel Sinsik from Varga Sim Racing, as now Sinsik trying to get past the 717 of Unison Racing, going through the twisty stuff here, and he's got the 404 of Glam Racing not too far behind, and that's both the GT3 cars. Also, Pescara ADG, in the meantime, is now in that train as Hemmingson absolutely floors it and flies his way past the McLaren 720S GT3 going into, and that was through Woodcote and Luffield, and then into Kops. He's absolutely fully committed. And then I've also just seen that the 334 of Fair Racing Team's Max Scholten trying to make his way through on backmarker traffic. And this is now really, I thought it was going to be probably within the first 45 minutes. That's within the first half an hour that we are already going through marker traffic as a repeat of Indianapolis there.
Yeah, and I was riding on board with Martin Hemmingsen when he cut through the field on the old start-finish straight, and now look at that, he is on to the back of Marcel Ginchik, and up ahead you can see Thomas Garcia making his way through Club Corner. But as you mentioned, we are at that half an hour point, so we're going to be heading into a short commercial break, and when we're back, I have a feeling Martin Hemmingsen is going to be very close to our hypercar leader of Thomas Garcia. Don't go anywhere.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. I'm still Yusuf Bin Sahel, still joined by Alex Goldschmidt. And Alex, when we left, Martin Hemmingsen was about 8 seconds behind Thomas Garcia. And now, well, he is 1.1 seconds behind. We thought he'd need maybe an hour, but he's done it in half an hour, right up to the back of not just, his class leader, but this is the overall race leader as well.
Oh my goodness. We knew that it was going to be quick, and I said if Hemmingsen or Cynic was going to be put in that car, what was going to happen? They were going to fly. You could put Jerome Creekall. He probably wouldn't have been able to have got that, but Jerome, we know, is consistent in the number 10. But yeah, you put someone like Hemmingsen, who showed blistering pace in the nightfall at Indianapolis last time out. We saw that in spades at Indy between him and Cynic, that they were literally the Demolition Man team in the hypercar class, and once again they've managed to get that done. I'm absolutely astounded, Yusuf, if I'm completely honest, buddy.
It's almost like a cleaning product advert. Do you need this grime destroyed? Well, in this case, is there a large gap between two cars that you want destroyed? We'll use our new product, Henry Cynic / Martin Hemmingsen. Your gap will be destroyed in a matter of minutes.
No, bang, and the gap is gone. Sorry, it just really needed, drivers like that to try and go for it. And it's just absolutely ridiculous how quick that car has been. And yeah, it's. I think if that's anything to go by, Yusuf, I think the writing could be on the wall.
We thought the same, though, at Indianapolis, but then we saw pin sim drillers, you know, sometimes we say they're so far ahead that they could have a little tea party. Well, in Indianapolis cases, they were so far ahead that they took a trip to Narnia, returned, and then caught back up to Omicron Sim Racing, overtook Omicron. Omicron then spun a lap later trying to keep up, and Omicron ended up finishing third. So the question now is, when do pin simmer drillers pull the pin? When do they decide, okay, we've had enough of sitting behind Omicron, we're now just going to, you know, pass? Or do we see something like in Indianapolis where, you know, they didn't really push too hard, they just wanted to slowly build up a gap, not push the tires, not push the car at all? Is this the point where pin sim drillers say, okay, we back off for now?
I don't think they're going to back off. They want to extend that gap. You know, pit stop windows. It's going to be rather interesting how the likes of PinSim, Omicron, how they're going to react. What is their strategy? We don't know that, because the teams will never give everything away in their arsenal, because if they do so, they give a golden opportunity for those teams to go, maybe it could be the case that these drivers want to show their possibility of a huge, you know, the way that things are going, you know, Garcia is I cannot believe how quickly they've made this gap up. It's just ridiculous, Yusuf. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
And you can see Garcia's pushing. I'm still riding on board with Martin Hemmingsen, and you can see Garcia's back end just stepping out ever so slightly on the exit of Copse corner. And I'm scared, you know, I can see that there are other drivers within a second of each other. ProSim still within a second of David Colaxai, Matt Webb within a tenth of B32 Racing. But I just have a feeling, I have an inkling of a feeling that the second I look away, Thomas Garcia is going to get overtaken by Martin Hemmingsen. So I am staying on board with Martin Hemmingsen. You hear that, Pinson Drillers? I'm not leaving your car until you get past the number 80 of Omicron Sim Racing. But, I mean, we talk about how quickly Pinson Drillers have closed this up, and now we'll just see when they want to pull the trigger. Something else I'm kind of interested on seeing while I'm riding on board with Martin Hemmingsen is the different approach into corners, because what I think I'm noticing is Thomas Garcia trying to take a much wider entry, and you can see Martin Hemmingsen taking a much tighter approach into the corners, and just having confidence in the car's ability to just power out.
Yeah, that's very much the case. I think in some respects you're going to have it where there are drivers that are going to be consistent, Yusuf, and just go for that sort of like metronomic rate. But then you've got drivers like Hemmingsen. They will not want to stand still. They will want to keep pushing, keep moving forward. You know, they'll nail every apex. They'll put the power down as early as possibly can to get those rear tyres to grip on that car. And especially that helps with trying to get the aero up to its maximum potential on that McLaren Senna GTR. And, you know, it's a track-focused vehicle. It is not a road-going car by any sense of the imagination. You know, the amount of development that McLaren have done into that car just shows how much of an animal it is. And, you know, they've got respective, you know, every car gets developed. And one of the good things is that by the pure blistering speed of Cynic and Hemmingsen at Pinsim Drillers Esports, they have really been able to master that McLaren rather early in this season. And just by Hemmingsen's pace, by getting to Garcia within half an hour, having started all the way down, I cannot believe I'm saying this again, from P28 on the grid to fly up to nearly first. That's impressive. I think that's alien-esque. That car has been flying to Narnia. It's not been sent. It's been flying to Narnia. That thing should have wings coming out of its side skirts.
Here's a move. He's going to go down the inside, down into the loop. And Thomas Garcia, when the traffic approached, Martin Hemmingsen was ready to pounce. And just like that, bang, the gap is gone. And then bang, the lead is gone as well.
Well, massive moment for the that is the WOSR car. It's flipped, it's rolled. Oh my goodness me, that was drama for the number 51 WOSR car that was coming into, I believe that was Stowe Corner, and the car went off into the barriers down the straightaway. That was a lucky escape.
I didn't quite catch that one, Alex, so you're going to have to break it down, not just for myself, but maybe for some of our radio listeners as well.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, the WOSR car was coming through. It was coming down the Hangar Straight, and literally the car went sideways, left-hand, into the left-hand barrier. It then pinball ricocheted over the other side of the circuit, hit the barriers again. It then rolled twice and did a 720, and they are still running. That was a hefty hit for WOSR iZone Performance. That has cost them some time and also cost them on their strategy, because that now really does not give them an opportunity to breathe. And in many respects, that was Jordi San Andres that was behind the wheel of that car. So I'm not too sure if there was a moment for that vehicle. However, they're still running P3 in their class at the moment, so a very lucky escape in this early stage of the race.
Well, it was bizarre, isn't it? Because when you looked at it, it was almost as if Jordi San Andres just turned to the left. What I did notice was that there wasn't an LMP2 car lapping him, so I just wondered maybe there was a rather big netcode issue. So when the LMP2 car moved across the track, 100 meters up the road, maybe there was an issue and it turned across Jordi San Andres. That's a possible idea. Either that or there was, there isn't anything else to explain unless his steering wheel disconnected momentarily.
Who knows on that front? Only the team will know, but the good thing is he now comes through onto the Hangar Straight, coming down out of the corner, and is now this time around completely comes into his own. Nice braking on the outside of the corner, turns it in neatly through into Stowe. The back end starting to slide, but Jordi San Andres actually keeping a hold of that, and then through into Club before the next double right. And you can just see that car has got, I think, probably a little bit of superficial wounding there, Yusuf, but it's still going along strong at the minute.
Yeah, and that is very good news for WOSR, because they look like a big shunt into the Armco on the Hangar Straight. So thankfully they're still able to go, and even if it is a little bit of damage, they can hopefully get that fixed in the pits without costing them too much time. I'm riding on board right now with Adam Sereja in the 41 GT3 car, and that is Mugen Sim Racing, as they look to close in onto Thibaut Malbrun in the 26, only half a second behind, and actually almost had a bit of a moment with an LMP2 car as they try to pull out of the slipstream on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, so I can't believe it though. Martin Hemmingson just absolutely, he's like the cat that's got the Cheshire cream.
It's 4 seconds.
I cannot believe that.
He's going almost 3 seconds a lap quicker than Thomas Garcia. That is absolutely incredible. David Kolexai also not too far behind Toan Loa in the LMP2 car, and that is, I'm just checking, that is the 22 on the 15, Mugen Sim Racing closing down the Deuces Motorsport Club car.
Yeah, so that in many respects does not, it's one of those things that they're now having to try and sort things out and just keep themselves moving forward in any way, shape that they can. I'm speechless with what's transpired so far, Yusuf. I really am. I think, you look at it. Also, there's been quite a few moves up the order in the LMP2 class. And one of the things is that Matthias Pedersen from DSR Nightmare and Matt Webb for E-Team Brit are on the same lap as the leaders. They are moving up the class quite considerably, and they're running concurrently on pace as well at the moment. So that's where they are making inroads. Max Spooner admitted to me for E-Team Brit that they want to try and go for a top 6 in the class, and Matt Webb was one of their standout performers last time out at Indianapolis.
Yeah, and actually when we speak about the fastest drivers in the LMP2 class, of course, Marcel Chinchik in the 117 Varga Sim Racing car, but then also the number 17 of Pin Sim driller Timotej Andonovski currently up at 2P7, and as you mentioned, Felipe Barreto in that 57 car setting a 1:47.6, matching the pace of Marcel Chinchik. So they're really flying up the order, and now Felipe Barreto, he's actually he's only a few tenths behind Jeff Closer, and he could potentially have a look on this lap.
He could very much do so. And it's one of those things that the drivers can really sort of try and do what they can, and just to close up gaps, even if it's in increments, Yusuf, that's where all the gains can be made. Because if someone reacts and knows that they've got to make a pit stop, they've got to try and hustle that car as much as possible. And here at Silverstone, it's easy to do it, but it's a lot more difficult when you have backmarker traffic to contend with.
Something else I've just spotted by riding on board with Felipe Barreto, and I noticed this from Martin Hemmingsen as well, and I'm going to assume Marcel Chinchik's doing this, is the different lines that you can take in Luffield. I think we talked about it as he has a massive moment through Copse corner. Up ahead, Jeff Closer has to run wide through Copse, as both prototype cars have moments. But we talked about the different lines that you can take through Luffield and not lose too much time by taking those different lines. What we're seeing from the likes of Felipe Barreto and Martin Hemmingsen is they take these much tighter lines all the way through Luffield. They don't let the car out wide and then try to point and squirt it back out. They hold it tight, and they have faith in the amount of downforce and grip that these prototype cars have available to them.
Yeah, the prototype cars, obviously we have both the Eureka 07 and then the Ligier JSP7, two very different machines in their own right, both under 950 kilos, both running the Gibson 4.2 litre V8. So the power to weight ratio is pretty good, but the aerodynamics on that car, that is literally a single seater with a roof on it, a bit like the Audi R18 Ultra when the new LMP1 regulations came back in 2011. So yeah, I mean, these cars are like absolute rocket ships. I still remember when LMP2 was open cockpit.
That is going a while back, and Felipe Barreto, he's sticking with Jeff Closer, but every time the back markers come up, he seems to drop a little bit further behind. Marcel Chinchik, only 10 seconds behind Thomas Garcia in the hypercar class. He's doing a fantastic job, and to be honest, right now, you can see a world where Marcel Chinchik actually finishes ahead of Thomas Garcia by the end of the stint. Yeah.
So onto lap, we're on sort of around about 20 or so laps completed, and just the pace that Martin Hemmingsen, again, he's not holding back at all. He is just wanting to extend that gap.
Oh yeah.
So, just to really get the opportunity to keep that pit stop going, that pit stop window opportunity going, and giving himself the chance of having that gap. So if he needs to hand over to Henry Sinek, he can make that as quickly as possible and not costing.
Oh, here comes Adam Serrej. He's gone down the inside of it. Thibaut Malbrun into the corner, but he'll run wide, and Thibaut Malbrun will reclaim the position, currently battling for P3 in the GT3 class.
Yeah, GT3 as always ultra competitive at this particular moment in time, and if I'm honest with you, I'm not at all surprised that you got the likes of 717 Unison Racing with Nikolai Beruzkov, Lee Russell doing a great job. Obviously, Callum Wilson, you spoke to last night, he said that they're hoping to have a good race this time around. We knew that they were in the wars last time, amongst others, and then Thibaut Malbrun in the number 26 One Move Esports car, doing a good job in P3 in that class at the moment. They're about 2 to 3 laps off of the leaders, but that battle is starting to intensify, and I can see that there could probably be a few more fireworks in GT3, let alone what's happening in the 3 other classes.
Yeah. Also keeping an eye up ahead, Timotej Andonovski now within a second of the Pro Sim car, running about a second a lap quicker. having just put in a 49.5 last time around. Not one of the quickest on tracks, but with the traffic and the likes, it does make it difficult. Giuseppe De Fuoco also has closed in to Luca Furlich. This is for P4 in the GTE class as they make their way down the Hanger Straight. Giuseppe De Fuoco, he has a little look to the inside of Stowe, but he's too far back to really have a lunge.
Yeah, I think it's about, if you're a car length and a half behind, you've got a possibility of if you've got that window of opportunity.
Ooh, Giuseppe De Fuoco just hit one of the LMP2 cars. That might be a penalty coming the way of Musto. To be honest, I can't fault him too much because the LMP2 car came in front of him, moved across and braked a little bit early because of the 67 Glam Race, or pardon me, not the 67 Glam Racing, the 67 Volante racing car, and as a result Giuseppe De Fuoco kind of had nowhere to go but to tap the rear end. So I'm interested to see how the stewards will deem that one.
Yeah, that's going to be... That's a 50-50, really. I think at the end of the day, that's why we have race control in prominence on that front, because at the end of the day, we are just commentators. We can give our own personal opinions, but sometimes it's always best to leave it to them, and we just look at it from a neutral perspective. But yeah, sometimes with this backmarker traffic, you know, Musto could possibly have a penalty coming. We are awaiting from race control to make an expedient decision on that. Yeah,
now keeping an eye on Timotej Andonovski, 8 tenths behind a Prosim, and again you can see Andonovski taking a tighter line than the Prosim car, and I do think that is, at least in the LMP2 and the hypercar class, the way to go through Luffield, just by holding it tighter, or at least you know, some of the front runners are able to make it work, to the likes of Andonovski, Felipe Barreto and Martin Hemmingsen.
Yeah, very much the case. I mean, Woodcote and Luffield, you know, you can get as tight to the barriers as humanly possible, but sometimes that doesn't always work out to your favour. And there are times when I've seen, like, literally people be like that close to the barrier at Luffield. It's just ridiculous how much speed you can rack up coming out of Woodcote, and when you're pushing down the throttle going into Luffield, you've then got to set yourself up for Copse Corner. And Copse, we know, is pretty much taken. You're going in there at full throttle, you're lifting off, you're not braking going into Copse. So it is the ultimate test of commitment, as well as having to go through Abbey and Farm Curve off of the international pit straight.
Yeah, exactly so, and let's see when we can be finding a move to take Timotej Andonovski up one extra position. Currently Prosim running in 5th place in the LMP2 class. It's a good showing from them so far. Last time out they were able to secure P6 back at Indianapolis, so going one place better at the moment.
Yes, definitely. And this is where the real sort of chapters start to unfold in this story here on the FilmVolt 12-hour of Silverstone. A big thank you to, once again, all our viewers watching with us at the moment on ESTV. Also Amazon Fire and Roku today, as well as those listening on the official GTR 24H audio podcast that we've got running live at the moment, and as well as the live timing. You can actually head to the website, click on there. You can also click on the Spotter's Guide as well, so head to gtr24h.org for all those relevant links.
gtr24h.org, where you can find all of your information. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the timing towers, as I have a couple of technical difficulties on my end, Alex, so you're going to have to take this one for the time being.
Right, well, it looks like the pit stop phases have started. Andonovski has now pitted, and that's at the end of lap number 22. So Andonovski now pitting, but still at the moment, that means, well, one of the big things is that at the end of the day, this is where the drivers now, you know, depending on how much fuel they've put in the car, have some drivers and teams decided to go for a very, very short first stint. You know, that's around 45 minutes of the race completed so far, and there are some drivers that are going to extend that stint further. You know, some might have brimmed the tank, decided, right, we're going to stick with this driver for the first 2 stints. There's a minimum allocated driver time allowed per driver. And it's also about managing the tyres. Are you going to double stint the tyres? Have the tyres not degraded badly enough for you to have the opportunity to run for a second stint and still be very, very much competitive all the way through that second stint? And that's rather important there, Yusuf, isn't it?
Yeah, and we talk about the strategy aspect that you can be bringing into the race, double stinting your tyres, and sometimes not even putting in that full tank of fuel just because you do want to double stint. And there's so many different aspects that you can bring it in to play. And with the rain expected as well, you're going to have to be bringing that aspect through to your strategy as well. When do you expect the rain to be coming in? When do you expect to be switching over tyres? Because you don't want to have to pay up for a set of dry tyres 10-15 minutes before it's time to put on the wets.
And even if the rainfall still starts to come in and the drivers are on hot, like basically the temperatures on the slick tyres are rather hot, and it's just one of those things where I think I've just heard that Giuseppe Fuoco is now going to the pits.
Yeah, he's on the back of Felipe Barreto. Not of Felipe Barreto. I believe he is on the rear end of one of the Volante racing cars. I think that's the 67.
Yeah, that is the case, and he's not. Yeah, he's like literally just right on the back bumper of the 67. It's been a lot cleaner, I must admit, here for the 67 that's got Luca Furlich behind the wheel at the moment, and De Fuoco has taken the position away. So that's a good move there by the number 53. That puts them fourth in the GTE class, which is still being led by Daniele Primavera. In the number 54 sister BMW. So that's really good to see. From there, behind Furlich, you've got Eros Masculi in the number 7 Pescara ADG car. They're now up into quite a considerable higher position.
Got a move in the LMP2 class as Jeff Closer moves to the inside to defend from ProSim, who have closed in the gap massively. Timotej Andonovski is a further second back, and now ProSim will look down the inside, but they get their nose absolutely shut. Heading down into a club corner. Three-way battle for what is P6 in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, so that just goes to show how competitive this field is. They are not holding off. They're not holding back. I did say this, Yusuf, that it was going to be a case that they were going to try and do what they could in order to move forward and try and push that envelope. And some drivers are able to do it, some drivers having to bide their time and maybe try and undercut in the first set of pit stops here at Silverstone for the 12 hours here on the EEWC.
Yeah, Timotej Andonovski just got a really good run. He's going to move down to the inside, heading into a Brooklands corner, and he will be able to get the job done as well as up ahead. That is Jeff Closer losing the back end. He's going to spin around on the exit of Brooklands and lose 2 positions in one go, which means that Timotej Andonovski moves up into 6th place.
Well, that just goes to show another mistake happening within the first hour of this race. And to be completely honest with you, Yusuf, I'm not surprised. These drivers are under pressure from all angles, and it's not just battling for position in their own class. They're having to watch out for what is happening with the drivers that are lapping them. And that's where you're going to find that some drivers will really revel under that pressure, and some drivers will be caught unawares.
And it's not even just thinking about that as well, but your own strategy. You're constantly being given information by your race engineers about what you need to call, which tyre you're putting too much wear on, how much fuel you need to save, when you need to lift, lifting codes, when you can start to be that little bit more aggressive. There's so much information that's coming in, which just makes this such a different kettle of fish to, the likes of qualifying, where it's, all right, head on out, bang in 2 laps, come back in, we'll put more fuel in, and you can go back out and bang out a few more laps.
Yeah, it looks like there's there were 3 investigations that were currently ongoing. 2 have only been processed, but no further action taken by race control. So we may find out very, very soon what is happening regarding any further penalties that might be coming. But to be completely honest with you, within the first hour so far, Yusuf, there haven't been that many incidents that have incurred penalties for teams out there at the minute.
Yeah, not too many penalties at all, and we did see that one with one of the Musto cars. It was the second Musto car of the 54, or pardon me, of the 53, because the 54 was leading the class, which was onto one of the lapping LMP2 cars, which we're still waiting for a verdict on, I believe, unless it was one of the two where no action has been taken. So we'll see whether there are any penalties to come, but, you know, as you mentioned, this first hour, it's seen its fair share of battling. We've seen some great moves coming through in all classes. We've seen that fantastic charge from Martin Hemmingsen, but no penalties have come through as of yet. And on that note, we are at the 1 hour point, so we're going to be heading into a short commercial break, and when we're back, we'll be bringing you another half an hour of uninterrupted action from the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. Now, while you were in the break and unaware, I was apparently doing a Bee Gees impression. And while that was happening, Jeff Closer was not doing a Staying Alive impression because he actually spun while trying to defend from Felipe Barreto. And now he's run a little bit wide as well. So is there a bit of damage on that car, or is it just a case of the tyres being slightly worn?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there was massive dramas. We had two of the LMP2 cars going side by side, and one of them, I think, actually has spun out, if memory serves me correctly there, Yusuf. Was that the number 999, was it, I think, possibly? Couldn't really make out to be...
It was the 999 of Jeff Closer that had that spin, and has another moment as well, heading down into Beckett. So Jeff Closer really struggling at the moment.
Yeah, it's not been a great run for them at the minute, and in many respects that's how difficult it can be from what has happened. So that's a big drama for somebody else again, but that's in the first hour and a half. I mean, we'll now take you through what is actually happening, a rundown of what the running orders are respectively in the classes. So Martin Hemmingsen from PinSim Drillers Esports leads the hypercar class by over 22 seconds ahead of Omicron Sim Racing's Thomas Garcia. We saw that the number 10 started from P28 and within half an hour had gotten up to the back bumper of Thomas Garcia. Marcel Sinsik from Vargas Sim Racing, number 117 LMP2 class car, still leads the way and has around about a 33-second gap over the number 15. That is Juice's Motorsport Club's turn lower. With Max Scholten from the Fair Racing team, Dutch entry in the 334, rounding out the top three. It was about 10 seconds ahead of the number 22 of Mugen Sim Racing's David Kalosai. Then we go to GTE. It's still very much up front and centre for the number 54 of Musto GD Esports, Daniele Primavera in the number 54 BMW M8 GTE, and is around about 10 seconds ahead of the number 45 DIS SR Lab in second position. Also, we had that massive moment for Jordi San Andres in the number 51 WOSR iZone Performance Porsche 911 GTE that hit the barriers, having exited stage left and coming out of Aintree and going onto the hangar straight heading towards Stowe Corner. So they're still running in P3. GT3, it is now being still led by the winners from Indianapolis a month ago, the number 717 of Nikolai Beruzkov in the 717 Unison racing car. They've got the 404 of the Glam Racing Aston Martin of Lee Russell, with Morten Egersen from the Danish Racing Crew in the number 13, rounding out the top three.
Yeah, seeing a lot of progress, and good to see as well Jordi San Andres not having any damage on that 51 iZone Performance, WOSR iZone Performance car, and he's actually slowly closing in. I was going to say he's been closing in onto the P2 man, which is DIS, but DIS have actually just jumped on into the pits for their first pit stop of the race.
Yep, so now we're coming into that time here, Yusuf, where the pit stops are going to be ultra crucial. It's also going to depend on how quickly the teams do react to all the other opportunistic undercuts and overcuts that we may have here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours. A big warm welcome once again to our viewers on Amazon Fire, Roku, and of course Esports TV. So a big thank you to you all, and also for those watching on the relevant streams on YouTube, on Facebook, a big thank you to you all for joining in for what is the second round out of 6 out of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship.
Yeah, and round 2 has already kicked off with a bang. We've seen some fantastic moves, some fantastic climbs up the order, not least from Martin Hemmingsen, but also from the number 17 of Timotej Andonovski, who has moved up into P6 in the LMP2 class. And now we're seeing Matthias Pedersen right on the heels of Jeff Closer in that 999 car that we saw not too long ago, spinning through turn... Actually, I think it was spinning through turn 2. And here comes Matthias Pedersen. Has a little look down the inside, but we'll have to back out of it.
Yeah, sometimes it's not worth putting the move up the inside, because then what can then happen is that really puts you on the back bumper there, Yusuf, because going into a move and then deciding to back out of it, the driver will have definitely thought of thinking, well, hang on a second, I need to really sort of think this through, and you've got a split second to react. So the driver will, if they decide to go for the gap, they could have done a Danny Rick and licked the stamp and sent it. However, that was a very good idea to just sort of like bide their time, wait for the opportunity to present itself, and then if they were a bit closer, could have got the move, could have got it done without any contact.
Yeah, and with endurance racing, you've got a lot of time to bide your time. You don't need to send it straight away. You're not Martin Hemmingsen, and you don't need to climb up the field in an instant. And I'm sure Matthias Pedersen is well aware And for now, he's just slotting in behind. He knows that he's a quicker driver, and he can see the mistakes that's being made by the Abstinio Force Polonia car. And he's just looking at one way, looking at the other, just waiting for, as you mentioned, Alex, that mistake to come through.
Yeah, that is very much the case, and the drivers will need to be on their A game with that. They've got to have their eyeballs on Storks, Yusuf, because one wrong move, it can cause absolute bedlam for the team, especially when they have to...
Speaking of a wrong move, Matthias Pedersen just made a mistake into Maggots and Beckett and finds himself now 3.8 seconds behind Jeff Closer.
That's how quickly, when you're going through the fastest part of the circuit, Yusuf, it is not easy. These drivers are going to be battling away tooth and nail, and they've got to, as I said, they've got to have their A game about them. They've got to make sure that they manage to conserve the tyres, manage the fuel regulation that they've got to mandate throughout the 12 hours. And if someone's slightly off, like that mistake there for Pedersen, that can make all the difference for the strategy calls, because the teams will have to adapt it on the fly. And if the rain comes, that's going to be another different proposition altogether.
Yeah, we not want to be in the position of the race of any team's race engineers or strategists once that rain does start to come down. There's going to be a lot of decisions that need to be made, not least just from the engineers, but from the drivers as well, to give in that accurate information of when they want to switch over tyres, you know, having that good idea of how the track is evolving and knowing when those slick tyres will no longer be usable in the wet conditions.
Well, I think someone's going to possibly have, if you've got these sort of sense of feel like Jenson Button had back in, say, for instance, the 2011 Canadian Grand Prix, prime example of that. That's where it can make all the difference. If they know when that level is, to really, really change from slicks to wet tyres, that's going to make all the difference.
Yeah, and we could be seeing drivers, you know, gaining in excess of a minute, really, if they get the strategy absolutely right versus someone who gets the strategy wrong and pits at the wrong time for a new set of slicks only to pit a few laps later. But we'll have to wait for that when the rain does come down. For now, though, it seems like things have brightened up just a little bit here in Silverstone. And we are seeing Matthias Pedersen closing back in onto Jeff Closer, now 1.5 seconds behind, having, I think he's gained about 2 seconds on this lap.
Yeah, also interestingly enough that David Kalasai is not too far behind turn lower, but then also Roland Zux in the number 95 car is also trying to close, and that is a battle for position. That is effectively for third place in LMP2. So that is seeing them covered by around about 8 seconds or so there, Yusuf. So these drivers are pushing like absolutely crazy, and they're going to try and do their utmost. And looking at the lap times, Kalasai running on the 149.4s. You've then got Turn Lower having a 151.8. That's a bit of a difficult lap there for the number 15. Roland Zux is running in the 147s on his last lap around the circuit here at Silverstone. So the picture is being painted, but no one is really giving us an indication, apart from obviously the storming performance from Martin Hemmingson. I think
Matthias Pedersen and Jeff Close are battling at the moment. They've just come out of Luffield side by side. Through Woodcote they go, with Matthias Pedersen on the inside now down into Cops Corner, but again he just can't quite get alongside Jeff Closer, and the Abstinio Force Polonia car will hold on to the position.
Yeah, that's pretty good there, to be honest with you. And just to try and keep a hold of position is very difficult in its own right. It's also about how you manage the car. You know, is it feeling 100% set in its ways? Is there something that's causing an imbalance? Is there something that you don't know quite what's going on? But then it's down to that driver communicating it with the team, saying, look guys, I've got a slight bit of a problem. Are we on the wrong compound? Do we need to put more fuel in the car to help lower the centre of gravity down to ensure that we have the optimum traction on the asphalt here at Silverstone? Is that going to make the difference? Is that going to gain us that extra tenth, 2 tenths, 3 tenths that we need to make our strategy work? And it will be down to the driver to relay that to the team, and the team will constantly be on the radio just making sure they're going to say, they'll be spotting for them as well, like who's up ahead. Have they got backmarker traffic? Is that going to cause an aero imbalance? Is that going to make the car feel a little bit more skittish when you're literally going full throttle down the Hangar Straight or the Wellington Straight into Stowe or into Brooklands respectively? You don't know how that is going to pan out for that driver, and that can make all the difference. The team that
here comes David Kolaksai up the inside into Stowe of a turn lower. This is the battle for P3 that you were talking about, Alex. And Tone Lower is not going to let this one go. He has looked to try to defend it, but David Kolaksai just too quick and up into P3. And now he can try to hunt down Max Scholten in second place.
Yeah, but you've got to watch out for Roland Zooks there. Roland Zooks is not that far behind. He's closed, whilst those two were battling over P3 in class, with Kolaksai making the move on Lower. What that has allowed is Roland Zooks. Okay, look at the lap times. 148.5 for Kolaksai, 150.1 for Turn Lower, a 147.9 for Roland Zooks. Zooks is coming rather quickly, and the thing is that he could have that opportunity where he's going to have that chance to get that move done, and Turn Lower could fall another position in, I think, probably the next few moments of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be coming through, and you'd presume it'd be happening in the next couple of laps. Roland Zooks already within a second of Turn Lower, who has dropped to 1.5 seconds behind David Kolaksai. Make that 2 seconds now. Turn Lower really seeming to struggle. I just wonder if he's just got maybe a bit too much tyre wear and is unable to just keep that car on the track as much as he would like, and unable to find the grip that he would like. Matthias Pedersen still on the back of Jeff Closer, but we're going to be keeping an eye on this battle as down into Mags. That would be an audacious place for Roland Zooks to find a move.
But it can be done. It can be done if you've got full confidence, full self-belief in yourself and the vehicle that you're piloting at the moment, and you know that is going to be the case. But then Roland Zooks loses an absolute handful of time. He dropped, what was it? He was nearly half a second up in Sector 1. Sector 2, he dropped close to 4 tenths. He had
contact with one of, I think it was the ID SimSport GTE car, and even if I think that ID SimSport car then had a spin coming out of Beckett, so there might be a bit of an investigation there. Roland Zooks maybe not playing it cleanly.
Yeah, so that was, with the ID SimSport car. The GT pit stops are now starting to get underway, and the first to blink in GTE is the number 66 Volante car. That is of Bud Solopstrian in the pits from P4. That now promotes Via Ducton in the number 63 up to that position. But one of the things that I'm noticing here, Yusuf, is that it is a Musto GDE Sports 1-2. Daniele Primavera in the 54 leading ahead of Giuseppe De Fuoco in the 53 by just over 21.5 seconds. So that's a good sign. Obviously, we do know that last time out, one of the Musto cars had a race to forget last time out at Indianapolis, but they are the BMWs, they are looming and they are wanting to have that opportunity. But also, we have to keep an eye on the number 7 Pescara ADG. Eros Masciuli behind the wheel is running in the 2-minute 1.5s at the minute concurrently. A best lap from the Italian crew so far, a 1:59.960, and Masciuli is only 19.5 seconds behind Giuseppe De Fuoco.
But look at Roland Zooks. He's actually alongside. Oh, there's more contact between the two of them. Roland Zooks goes sideways, and I know you said that we, as commentators, sometimes we see the incident, but that was all on Turn Lower, who, well, he got boxed in. I think Roland Zooks played that really smartly. He boxed in. Roland Zooks boxed in Turn Lower behind a back marker, and Turn Lower just came across Roland Zooks as if he wasn't there.
Yeah, that's the thing, because even with these cars, you're still going to have minimal peripheral vision, especially when you're looking in the mirrors. You're trying to gauge where the opponent is, the teams in the teams in your ear with the radio transmissions, like saying he's to your left, he's to your right. Like, like 1 second back, or he's half a car length alongside you. They're giving them detailed information. And once again, Roland Zux is back at turn lower. He's not giving up at all. This is an absolutely brilliant fight, and this is for P4 in class. But what this has allowed is the number 22 of David Kalasai from Mugen Sim Racing is now up the road to the tune of nearly 7.5 seconds.
Yeah, he's closing on Max Scholten as well, only a second behind, so we might be having a battle for P2 in the LMP2 class. And there we go, Roland Zux down the inside on exit, and again, boxed in is tone lower, and Roland Zux plays it beautifully once again. He gets the exit, and once again, turn lower has absolutely nowhere to go. Deuces drop a position.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it is the junior team, as Nick Newcomb admitted to me in an interview earlier on this week, which you can find on our dedicated YouTube channel. He said it was a case of bringing back the junior team, trying to and he said that with the drivers.
We'll just hold on to that thought, because Max Scholten is under pressure. David Kolaczai looking around the outside into Stowe corner, won't be able to find a way through. But this battle is really starting to heat up now, Alex.
Yeah, light the tyres and stoke the fires, as they say. This is brilliant. I mean, Kalasai from Mugen Sim Racing, they have done a fantastic job. I mean, Kalasai has been like an absolute soldier. He's just got on with the job at hand, and being just less than 0.2 of a second, he's getting closer and closer as time goes by. And I think that Max Scholten now feels the pressure, and as they say, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen, or in this case, it's an LMP2 prototype.
Yep. And absolutely fantastic stuff from David Kolaczai. Also, Timotej Andonovski in the number 17 is close up to turn lower, and Roland Zux, courtesy of their battling. Roland Zux now 11.5 seconds behind David Kolaczai. Remember, he was pretty much on the back, so this battling between David Kolaczai, between Roland Zux and turn lower has cost him, in excess of 8 seconds. And Timotej Andonovski, I'm sure, will be looking for a way through and up to P4 in just a few minutes' time, really.
Yeah, I've just noticed that Daniele Primavera has now pitted. Also has the number 63 Viaducton car. So Giuseppe De Fuoco in the number 53 Musto car now leads the way ahead of Pescara ADG's number 7 Corvette C8R of Eros Masciuli. And the good thing is that De Fuoco seems to be on the longest strat call in comparison with Primavera. So that's going to be rather interesting. How quick De Fuoco can wind up that BMW's running in the low 2 minutes on that last lap, and in comparison with Masciuli was just under 6/10 slower on that last lap, and De Fuoco did a 32.6 in sector 1, Masciuli a 33.1. So 32.6 versus 33.1. That's a half-second gain for the leading car in GTE at the moment, and he's up by over 0.5 in sector 2. So Giuseppe De Fuoco keeping that lead at around 16 seconds at the moment, with Masciuli trying to respond.
Yeah, Masciuli trying to keep that gap down, but it's increasing. It's now 19 seconds. It's fluctuating a lot around that 19-second mark as both of your GTE class leaders dive on into the pit. So this should relinquish Daniele Primavera back into the lead of the GTE field.
Mm-hmm. And with that, possibly with the thing is look at the gap between Primavera and the number 45 DIS SR Lab car. That's currently in second position, and that's about 2.25 seconds behind. So with the way things are going, Masciuli. Now the thing is that Primavera now jumps back into the lead. And at the moment, DIS SR Lab now go back up into second position. Masciuli and De Fuoco now in the pits. This is going to give the number 51 WOSR Porsche of San Andres into there. And De Fuoco's left the pit lane ahead of Masciuli. So that means that Masciuli will end up behind the number 67 Volante car of Luca Frlich. And that has now been confirmed, so it's all a change in GTE at this particular moment in time, Yusuf?
Yeah, things are changing. We know how close that GTE field is. Giuseppe De Foco and Eros Masquili out of the pits. Daniela Primavera and DIS doing an absolutely fantastic job right now in command of that GTE field. Of course, DIS able to finish third in the opening race, and if things ended as they are currently, DIS would be leading the GTE championships. You know, our alumni from GT3 having won the GT3 championship last season.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But also, the thing is that Turn Lower is now behind the number 17 of Pinsam Jewelers Esports, Andonovski. So Turn Lower is dropping a little bit. He was about half a second behind. He's just over a second behind the number 17 LMP2 car. So I think, again, this is going to be another learning experience for Deuce's Motorsport Club. They were in the wars last time out at Indy again, but to still at the moment be in that kind of position in sixth place after, close to an hour and a half of racing. But just keep your eyes on the Matt Webb.
Oh, that's a big incident. David Kolexai just ran into the back of, I'm not quite sure who that was, but that was a bit of a shunt heading into Copse Corner, and David Kolexai just didn't quite get the closing speed right.
Well, that just goes to show that one mistake can turn everything all asunder. Here at the FilmVolt Limited 12 Hours of Silverstone, here live and uninterrupted with Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf Bin Suhail for us. We will have Neil Heatley and also Ewan O'Leary joining the commentary team a bit later on in this race. But so far, Matt Webb is on an absolute charge at the moment. The number 68, the starting driver for the E-Team Brit crew running in the Oreca 07. And we talked about them quite a bit last time out at Indianapolis, and we also mentioned them in the preview show. But for them to make the switch from hypercar to LMP2, I think was an inspired choice for their first full assault this year.
Yeah, a good decision. They're doing a good job as well at the moment. And 717 of Nikolai Bersukov leading that GT3 class, and Unison Racing just look in absolute control. We talked about how good they looked last time out in Indianapolis, and they've carried that form to Silverstone, and they're showing that no matter what track they're at, they're going to be able to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we have to keep an eye on Mugen Racing. Hungary's Adam Sareja is behind the wheel of that McLaren, and he's only 6 seconds behind. But keep your eyes on the number 404 of Glam Racing's Lee Russell, who's taken the opening stint. We saw that Callum Wilson took the opening stint back at Indianapolis last time out and really put the car into a prime position before dramas befell the crew. A few penalties thrown the 404's way, but also with the pit stops, it's going to be a case of we had the moments for, like, say, Zol Pribek, not Zol Pribek, it was Volta Polezny for the GTE Juice's car last time out. And looks like there is an investigation being underway at Race Control. We just had a notification that car number 57 has had contact. Yeah, has had contact with the number 32 of B32 Racing before completing an overtake. So that looks to be investigated. I would hazard a guess that there is a possible penalty coming for the number 57 there. And that is the Ramada Motorsports car.
Yeah, so not the incident that I saw in IndyCars, but another one that has happened off screen. And we'll have to wait and see what the steward's verdict is on the incident. But for now, we are 1.5 hours into the race, and with that, we're going to be heading into a new commercial break. So, ladies and gents, stay tuned. We'll be back for more action from the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone momentarily.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
So welcome back to the continuing coverage of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone here on GTR 24H. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. I'll be joined briefly once again by Yusuf bin Suhail. And at the moment, the pit stop phases are going through. Max Scholten in the 334 from Fair Racing Team. Roland Zooks in the 95, also in the pits, and also the number 17 LMP. And that is the Drillers Esports car. So effectively, Hemmingson now has a comfortable lead of around about 38 or so seconds ahead of Omicron Sim Racing's Thomas Garcia. More drivers as now Marcel Sinsik from the Varga Sim Racing 117 LMP2 class leader now pits, and reliably I was informed that it seems that the LMP2 cars are going on around about 21 laps per tank of fuel, so they are burning it up quite considerably. Jeroen Kwikkel now takes the helm of the number 17 Drillers Esports car, so this is going to now promote quite a few drivers up the respective order. So at the moment that is still happening. David Kalasai has now set a personal best in sector number 1 with a 28.982. So Sinsik in the pits, and drivers now really doing their level best. And leaders at the moment in the respective classes, Marcel Sinsik still leads in LMP2. GTE, it is Daniele Primavera from MD Musto Esports. I'm just getting myself tongue-tied a bit there, unfortunately. GT3, it is now still the number 717 of Nikolai Beruskov at the moment, and they are doing a fantastic job. Winners back at Indianapolis, but keep your eyes on the number 41 McLaren 650S GT3 of Mugen Sim Racing, which currently has Hungary's Adam Serej behind the wheel. Then it is the 404 of Glam Racing's Lee Russell, rounding out the top 3 as Felipe Barreto in the number 57 Ramada Motorsports car has now come into the pits. That has changed a little bit of the order. Pim van Ark steps in the 334 Fair Racing team entry from the Netherlands. And now that means that a lot of drivers trying to change things over. And Yusuf, the pit stop phase is now really into full swing here at Silverstone.
Yeah, we're starting to see all of the pit stops coming in, and I think we've now seen pretty much everyone pit from every class. We're just waiting, I think it's just for Marcel Chinchik and Max Scholten to head on in. Yeah,
they have done so. And Gilly Thoman has now taken the wheel from Marcel Chinchik, and they still lead the LMP2 class. They've got a 26.3 second advantage over the 007 of ProSim, and yeah. So now Pim van Ark takes the wheel of the number 334. There are more pit stops happening. The number 57 has now come into... it looks like Alexandre Palmgarter has now taken the wheel. The 766, the Dream Team car, has now come into the pits as well. So a lot of... and it looks like the 777, the DSR Nightmare car, has now just been able to get into the pits. Callum Hambley has now taken the wheel of the 999, and that is the Abstineo Force Polonia car. So very much the case, Yusuf, that the pit stop phase is really sort of starting to show things through and going back. So it's Michael Ciccolini that now gets behind the wheel of the Dream Team car in the 766. So that means that just looking at where things are in the respective classes, Matt Webb still in P10 for Team Brit, and is making some good runs, but is around about 12 seconds behind Alexandre Palmgarter.
Yeah, I'm also taking a look at Giuseppe De Foco as in the back shot of Luca Furlich. There was a car that had spun, and I think Ron White that was heading through Abbey, if I'm not mistaken. But Giuseppe De Foco is only a second off right now. Who is he behind? Jordi San Andres in the WOSR iZone Performance car. So we might be seeing a battle coming through in the GT3 class shortly. Nikolai Berzakov in the 717, still about 6 seconds ahead of Mugen Sim Racing. To be fair, that gap's not really changed in the last 10 minutes or so.
No, also the number 27 of Competizione Vicar, the Italian crew in the GT3 category. They've just had a bit of a spin with Alvaro Incausti. They're down in 33rd position. Every single car at the moment is still running so far, Yusuf. So at the moment, we have got a 100% strike rate for every single competitor. B32 Racing now pits this time around. So 21 litres of fuel per 21 laps per tank of fuel. That's quite a lot of fuel being burnt up, isn't it?
Yeah, Musto actually, just to interject with a point, Musto have found a way through in WOSR. WOSR looking to actually come back into Club Corner. I know I'm bringing this to you a little bit delayed, I do apologise, but Jordi San Andres does not want to give this one away without a fight.
No, not at all. Every driver worth their salt will battle away until there's no get up or go or motivation to stay in that battle. And these drivers know that. I mean, it's just crazy how you look at what are the drivers thinking? How are they approaching? How are they building up? Are they taking a couple of laps? Have they got a really good pace in comparison with the car in front? Are they 0.3 of a second quicker? Are they half a second quicker? It's all dependent on the compound tyre that they've used. Have they switched on to a new one that they can switch on a little bit quicker and really get that pace up to speed rather quickly there? And that can make all the difference between making that overtake or not. Have they short fueled in this second stint? Who knows? It's anyone's guess.
Yeah, anyone's a guess at all, and I mean, there's no way even for drivers outside of the team to have the idea. Yeah, you can look at their kind of data, see the lap times they're putting in, but it's really hard to determine I think the only thing you can really tell is whether a team is double stinting or not, because you'll see whether they're starting to put in quick lap times. And when I look at my timing screen, I see a lot of green sector 1s and sector 2s after everyone put in their bits of switch. Tends to mean that they're all on a fresh set of tyres.
Yeah, that's always the case. I think the teams are wanting to get up to speed rather quickly, and what that then means is that if you go through these tyre sets rather aggressively, you're going to have an idea of how you can compensate your strategy. If you've got heavier fuel load, that's going to affect the deg on the tyres as well. How hard you're pushing through the corners. Are you really grabbing, are you really ringing the scruff of the neck of this car to absolutely 110% and trying to push as hard as possible? But in an endurance race, you can do that only to a certain point. There may be a case of if it's a short fuel stop, they're going to have to look at, are they going to have to lift and coast? Where are the prime opportunities around the circuit? Going through Copse, you're lifting off. Going through Abbey, you're lifting off. Going into, you might actually get the car to, rather than completely use the brakes. It seems like we've also now got a real good battle, because Jerome Kvikel in the PinSim Drillers Esports number 17 is closing on Juices Motorsport's very own Turn Lower.
Yeah, and back markers coming into play once again. We saw Turn Lower getting boxed in, which is what, effectively cost him that position when he tried to keep... it was Roland Zux behind, but Roland able to get through. And Roland, I'm not sure if actually he's currently third or second in the LMP2 class, and whether he was able to find a way past Max Scholten.
Yeah, Max Scholten handed over to Pim van Ark, so I think the 334 might have jumped them in the pits. That could be very much another part of the strategy call that drivers and teams really need to sort of have their A game worked out on. And I'm just looking at the gaps. Roland Zux is running a little bit quicker than Pim van Ark, and has gone 0.9 of a second quicker in sector 2, and that's on a very quick part of the circuit. And to have that amount of, the gap's now down to around 3.6 seconds between what is 4th and 5th in the LMP2 class, and it's really, really changing hand over fist, and Jerome Kvikel is just trying to close up on Turn Lower. So these fights are not done yet. Pim van Ark has now got a 5.1 second advantage ahead of Roland Zux, but Turn Lower and Jerome Kvikel absolutely trying to battle away once again for what is 7th overall on the road, but P5 in LMP2.
Yeah, they've been keeping this battle going for quite a while, and don't forget this is, trying to close in, and we'll see if there is a move. Jerome Kvikel has been doing a good job, taking on over for Timotej Andonovski in that 17 PinSim Drillers car. Remember, they started towards the back of the field like their PinSim Drillers counterparts in the hypercar class. They've done a good job to work their way up the field so far.
Yeah, they definitely have. Just looking back at where they started in terms of qualifying, P28 for PinSim Drillers Esports in the number 17 LMP2 car. They're now up 20 positions to P8 and closing down on P7 overall, but P5 in class. Let's turn our attention back to the top tier class hypercar. Martin Hemmingsen has been absolutely romping away with it at the moment. A 46.5 second advantage ahead of Thomas Garcia from Omicron Sim Racing. I think really having that amount of gap, that is going to give them quite easily a pit stop in hand right about now, because Hemmingsen, he can just literally pull away. He was, Yusuf, nearly half a second quicker on their last lap. And Garcia is starting to respond a little bit. In the last sector, he actually took a second out of Hemmingsen. But we know what Hemmingsen in sector 1 was well over 2/10 quicker. A 28.667, Garcia 28.899, Hemmingsen 46.6 through sector 2. And you know what the funny thing is that you can have the fastest lap of the race, But if you're not the fastest out there, you're going to have a major problem if you can't, you can literally be fast out of the gates like we saw with Garcia. He set that within the first 10 minutes of the race. And now that Hemmingsen, once they get Cynic in the car, that could be game over very early on in this race in hypercar class.
Yeah, and don't forget, there are points that go over to fastest laps of the race, and we are expecting rain to be coming down later on today. I mean, so if you want to get that faster lap in, you need to get it done in the next hour or so. Otherwise, it's going to be practically impossible to improve upon your time.
Very true. 100% there, because all these little points over the year make so much of a bigger impression in terms of the championship permutations, and that will help. That will help Omicron Sim Racing and also Thomas Garcia to have a bit of confidence. Their confidence was blown 6 feet under come Indianapolis, having to retire 2 hours before the end of the race. And Thomas Garcia, he's the first one out there. But it now comes down to his teammates. His teammates have to watch themselves this time because they got caught out, let's not forget. You had Josef Suto, amongst others, as well as the rest of the team. So these drivers now have to really keep an eye on what they're doing. Patrick Silvasi also came under the wrath of the officials last time, so those two really have to watch it. But now, again, we are seeing a battle for position, and this is for P7. This is the 007 Pro Sim car with the number 57 car of Ramada Motorsports.
Oh, but just hold that thought, because Jerome Quico trying to squeeze past turn lower, and he's found a minuscule gap on the runner down in towards turn 1, and he's been able to pull off the move as well, as there's some crazy desing happening to, I think that is on, I'm not sure, I think that's the 999 of Callum Hambley.
Yeah, the 999 there, that's from Abstineo Force Polonia. So they're going to have and that was on the main start finish straights as well. So it's just really a case of how these drivers, and when you look at it, turn lower is still trying to close on Jerome Quico. Obviously, having lost that position to the PinSim Drillers esports car, there is time to be made up here. And if someone gets caught up in traffic, we are seeing that with the Pro Sim battle with Alexander Palmgarter from the number 57 of Ramada Motorsports. You can see that they are pushing like crazy, and this, I must give credit where credit is due. Some of the back markers are getting out of the way. They are using great spatial awareness, and one of the biggest things that they don't want to have happen to them is to be called up for race control and then get a penalty.
Yeah, precisely so. And Alexander Palmgarter closing in slowly but surely. And we'll have to wait and see when that battle will reach its climax. But for now, Ramada Motorsports just sitting behind, and we'll just wait for that opportunity. This is the battle for P7 in the LMP2 class, which is currently being held by the 007 of Pro Sim. So that's always nice to see.
And also quite topical that the 007 refers to good old James Bond as well.
Oh, of course.
And hopefully people aren't feeling too shaken, not stirred at this particular moment in time. Sorry, I had to get the puns in there. But, of course, what are you going to do? It's a home round. And, I think, also looking at the likes of Morten Egerson that you actually spoke to a little bit earlier on. The number 13 doing a very, very good job in GT3 at the minute. They're currently running in P5. Behind the One Move esports car that is Thibaut Malbrun in the number 26 car at the moment, and Egerson actually closing at the moment. He's about 9/10 of a second behind the number 26 Ferrari.
Yeah, doing a good job is Morten Egerson, and last time around pretty much matching Thibaut Malbrun's lap, and they're only 6 seconds down from Lee Russell. We're talking about the top 6 in GT3, or pardon me, the top 5 in GT3 being separated by less than 15 seconds, so it's still super close in the GT class.
Yeah, so we're getting close to, I think, ever closer to 2 hours being completed here for the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone presented via GTR 24H. So at the moment, again, Hemmingson is just absolutely flying away with this. The gap now over 49 seconds. But Garcia has started to respond now, Yusuf. He's up to the last lap for the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing McLaren Senna GTR was a 1 minute 46.0. Julia Toman for Vargas Sim Racing, they have a gap of nearly a minute back to number 22 of Mugen Sim Racing's David Kalosai, with Pim Van Ark for the number 334 Fair Racing team, who have pretty much fairly been getting on with the job at hand. Daniele Primavera still leads for Musto GD Esports in the GTE class ahead of the number 45 DIS SR Lab Porsche, with Giuseppe De Fuoco in the sister BMW M8 GTE of Musto GD Esports still rounding out the top three. And still, Unison Racing absolutely doing a fantastic job with Nikolai Boruskov still leading in the 717. And it is getting closer between the top three, I've been reliably informed. Whoa, hold the phone. Lee Russell on a charge. He is literally pretty much with the number 41 of Mugen Sim Racing's Adam Serej from Hungary.
Yeah, right on his tail is Adam Serej. Is Lee Russell, and that is a glam from Musto. That is the Musto car, the 53, I believe, right on the back of Lee Russell, who is currently 1.9 seconds behind Adam Serej, unless my timings are mistaken.
Yeah, I think in some respects now that is the GTE leader looking to lap the third place car in GT3. And going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, Primavera waiting and biding time to get through, and looks to have done so as Palmgartner really trying his hand to get up close and personal. This is just really, really getting intense now here, Yusuf, because the drivers are still pushing like absolutely crazy right now.
Yeah, and as we talked about, they're on fresh tyres. They can use these tyres to push to try to close in. Alexander Palmgarter just a tenth behind, right on the back of the Pro Sim car, as Ramada Motorsports look to climb further and further up the order. And let's see if they can gain one extra spot. Battle for P7 in the LMP2 class. As Ramada Motorsport runs a little bit wide, doesn't cost them too much time. It means that they can get well out of the way of one of the McLaren GT3 cars.
Yeah, again, it's negotiation of backmarker traffic. We said about this before at Indianapolis. It's coming to the fore here, and it's just like seeing how these cars are responding, Yusuf, to obviously the backmarker traffic up ahead. Obviously, who they're contesting with at that particular moment in time. It is still open season, and these drivers are going to be still pushing like crazy. I cannot believe still that there is close to just over 10 hours of racing remaining here, and no one's giving up. No one's holding back either. No one's sandbagging. That's the biggest thing. And, fastest laps in the respective classes so far is Garcia for Omicron Sim Racing in Hypercar. It was Marcel Sinsik earlier on for the 117 of Vargas Sim Racing in LMP2. GTE, of course, is the class leader. Primavera in the 54 Musto car. And then, actually, the fastest lap of the race is for the number 20 in GT3, is the car in what is now effectively fourth position at the moment, Thibault Malbrun, with a 1:59.778. And the biggest thing there, though, Yusuf, is that is the only car in GT3, from what I've seen, that has gone sub 2 minutes around here at Silverstone.
Yeah, it's a very impressive lap in the GT class to get under 2 minutes. Of course, most drivers have their, in the GTE and GT... in the GTE class, most drivers have their fast lap under the 2 minutes, but in the GT3 class, it is just a Thibault Malbrun with that 1:59.7. Other drivers have got close, you've got the 2 minute .3 from Adam Serej and Lee Russell, but I think it's just showing, again, as always, how close the GT classes are, and we'll see whether Thibaut Malbrunn can close in onto Lee Russell, currently 5.7 seconds behind. He lost a tenth on the last lap, and Lee Russell in turn lost a few tenths to Adam Suraj.
Yeah, it's still all to play for. Still plenty of action still to come here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. Round 2 out of 6 for the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. In a month's time, we will head to the 12 Hours of Sebring. So we'll be stateside once again. We'll be heading back to what will be the Florida coast, an iconic circuit in its own right, but still here at Silverstone, still much to be decided. And Yusuf, I mean, there's quite a few dynamics. I think I've been keeping an eye on B32 Racing and the number 32 LMP2 car. They're trying to close in on the 766 Dream Team, the Danish entry, which has got Michael Ciccolini still behind the wheel of that car. And he's got Alan Hansen alongside in the lineup for this time around. So, there is... I'm looking at also the battle for what is 4th position. It's covered by just over around about 5.5 to 6 seconds between Roland Zux and the 95. Jerome Kriekel in the 17 and turn lower, still keeping his hand in the number 15 Juices Motorsport car. So a lot of drivers still really pushing like crazy, and I don't think they're gonna give a damn about keeping mechanical sympathy in the forefront of their minds. What they're wanting to do is get better lap times and get up close and personal with the opposition and make the move that could decide the race well and truly for them.
Yeah, and I think it's also really good news for turn lower in that number 15, the Deuces Motorsport Club car, because they seem to be really struggling at the end of the kind of first 2 hours, or sorry, I should say at the end of 1.5 hours. But since they made their last pit stop, they've got back on pace. They're no longer losing time to the likes of Jerome Kriekel and Roland Zux. So whatever issues they were having seemingly have been well and truly resolved.
Yes, very much the case, as the drivers still continuing their way around the circuit here. 3.66 miles here at Silverstone. And just going to check. Right, okay. It's we've seen that the car number 57 actually got a drive-through penalty on that issue earlier on. That was the Ramada Motorsports car that got a drive-through. And also car 32 has been sort of pinged by race control reference not giving space by two times for, and that was on the number 68. There's been a bit of it seems like some drivers are trying to keep themselves in the front by possibly having any issue, maybe sort of like I think E-Team Brit are being kept a close eye on as well, on the way that they're actually looking to do overtakes around the circuit here. So race control keeping their wits about them. They've got their eyeballs and all the data they need on stalks right now.
Yep. And B32 will need to be a little bit careful, just keeping an eye on any gaps around towards the back of the GTE class. Magnus Bergelin is closing in onto Jesper Pedersen in the 166, and I believe that is an all-out ID SimSport battle going on.
Yeah, we spoke with Mark. I spoke with Marcus Steyer last night, didn't I, from the 177 crew? So
yes,
their return back to GTR 24H, and they're hoping that there is, and we're actually now hearing reports that there is an issue. A possibility for a lag issue for the Astoneo Force Polonia crew, I've just heard as well. So lag spikes very much prevalent in sim racing, and we have seen it before where that happened in there, and it looks like I think they have just swapped their driver, so that could possibly cause that could probably help with regards to that issue. So yeah, it just shows that in sim racing there are more than just there's hardware failures, there's software failures, a lag spike on the internet connection that can really change things around quite significantly for any driver.
And we actually saw what happened to the 999 of the Astoneo Force Polonia car. It was happening through Club Corner. We saw them run wide, and then the car went through the barrier, disappeared for about 5 seconds before returning to the track in a rather destroyed state. And now that they've switched drivers, it seems that those lag issues have been sorted out. So whoever was at the wheel of the 999 car before, hopefully can get that sorted before their next stint.
Yeah, that would have been in the 999. That would have been, I think that was Callum, I think that was. I'm trying to remember his surname, to be completely honest with you, off the top of my head, because we do try and keep an eye on, because thank you very much to Ewan O'Leary, who's actually doing some spotting for us at the moment, Callum Hambley, who was behind the wheel of the 999 car.
Yep.
And yeah, it looks like, Yusuf, that we are going to be going to a brief commercial break very shortly.
Yeah, we will be. We've got, just a reminder to those viewing, make sure to stay tuned, because Alexander Poundgaard's still right on the back of the ProSim car, and Jerome Queekle now within a second of Roland Zux in the battle for P4 in the LMP2 field.
Yeah.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone here for the second round of the EEWC for 2021. We've had a bit of a change in the commentary booth. It's now me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Neil Heatley for the next couple of hours at least in this race. Still got a very long way to go. 10 hours remaining. 2 hours have gone. And it's been a very good race so far. We've got Martin Hemmingsen in the lead for Hypercars, Vargas Sim Racing leading in LMP2, Musto in GTE and Unison Racing in GT3, which has been my favourite category to watch over the last few moments. I have to say it's been pretty much non-stop action down there, but I think, Neil, we're not too far away actually from some LMP2 pit stops here. Obviously they pit quite often really, and even though we're only 2 hours into the race, it looks like they're about to head down pit lane for their possible third pit stop of this race already.
Yes, the LMP2's at least around here at Silverstone Pit every 45 minutes or so. The first pit stop was after approximately 55 minutes, which would make sense because we had the three warm-up laps as well. And then their next set of stops was about an hour and 20. And yes, because of that, and it was then an hour and 20, so therefore 2 hours and 5, which makes it just about now. And they're tending to be doing somewhere about 21 or 22 laps per stint. And because LMP2 is pretty much a spec class, all the fuel tanks are the same size, and they all drink fuel at the same rate. But what I found fairly interesting is even as soon as the first pit stop, the 334 Fair Racing Team car pitted a lap earlier than pretty much everyone else, and 007 pit and the B32 both pitted 1 lap later. And at least last time out as well, that B32 and the 007 continued with that trend of going a little bit longer. They managed to actually stay out 3 laps longer than the rest of the LMP2 fields last time round. So it just appears that the 32 and the 007 both have some sort of fuel saving and perhaps a little trick in the background that's causing them to just be able to go a lap more in each stint.
Yeah, they're both going pretty well at the moment. ProSim are in 7th place in class, about a third of a lap behind the car in front, Deuce's Motorsport Club. Actually at the front, I was trying to find a bit of a battle here between Jeroen Kweekel and Roland Zooks, which looks like it's going on at the moment. We've got a load of different battles, actually. ProSim involved with Ramada Motorsport as well. That's one to watch. But coming down towards Stowe right now, Jeroen Kweekel trying to make a bit of a move around the outside here for Drillers Esports, the number 17, right round the outside. This is for 4th place on Roland Zooks, and he's not giving it up that easily, is Zooks. Side by side going into final chicane as well. Good battle this going on at the moment. If Zooks can hold it here, he's going to get the inside for the final couple of corners, but in the end Kweekel was just able to use a more flowing line around the outside and finally take 4th position away. They started quite a long way down the order, did this number 17 team. They had that penalty in qualifying, let's not forget, which added seconds to their lap time. It's put them a long way down, but they're creeping back up the order again, and while they're a long way behind Varga, they're not too far from being lapped actually, even though we're only 2 hours in, but they are making a very good fist of this recovery. They're now up into 4th place.
Is 4th place in class for that number 17 Drillers Esports car. You can see in the column on the left hand side, well you did a few seconds ago, they're about 17 seconds behind P3 in class, so still quite a bit of time to find before they can get up into those podium positions.
Yeah, there is indeed, but still plenty of time to do it. As we said a moment ago, 10 hours remaining in the race. While we were on the break there, we had another penalty come in for car 53. That's the Musto GD Esports car, not the one leading in GTE, but they are in second. That's Giuseppe De Fuoco driving at the moment. Apparently, they hit the number 95 car from behind and spun it out. So that's the Diak Hackers number 95. Roland Zooks, we were just watching a moment ago, got spun out by the Musto car. Apparently, I didn't see that one, but they've been given a drive-through penalty, I believe, for that, although I didn't quite see the severity of the penalty. They have been given one, and with the closeness of GTE, that is going to cost them, at the very least, a position to Volante and probably Pescara as well, because they're hot on their heels right now.
Yes, indeed they are. Those two cars hot on their heels, and that number 67 Volante car looks to be under attack at the same, from both the 7 Pescara ADG car. Erasmus Scully currently driving that one, but they've got to be careful because not that far behind is the number 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab car as well.
Yeah, and they're doing very well at the moment, considering they have moved up category this season. Obviously, GT3 champions from last season, and moving up from or for this season, ProSim are now trying to defend in LMP2, but that battle's just going to stay single file for the moment. DISSR Lab, though, because of the fact that HM Engineering are not here this week, this month for the 12 Hours of Silverstone, they obviously came in leading the championship, but they're not going to come out of this race leading the championship because they're not here, so they're going to fall down. Pescara are not having the greatest race they've ever had. They're down in 5th position, I think that is, for for GTE. Yes, it is. They're not that far ahead of DISSR Lab, so at the moment Pescara would leave here as championship leaders, I think, just about, but obviously the 53 team are going to be moving up, so are the 54, so it's all up in the air in GTE. The fact that the championship leaders have not attended this particular race has really thrown a spanner in the works for everybody.
Yes, of course, and we were talking about this yesterday, is that the fact that in endurance racing you've only got 6 races to make up points, and just missing one race could then therefore have an adverse effect at the end of the season. But as you were saying, just as we came back from the last commercial break, the LMP2s all making their pit stops. Indeed, David Kaloksai and Alexander Palmgarten as well, and I believe that Matt Webb in the number 68 Team eBrit car is also going to make his way into the pits in the next lap or so. If you go to timing.gtr24h.org, you can see all the timing. You can see that rough, and you can also see this on the tower at the side. Actually, when a car flashes blue, that means they are in the pit lane at some point. So that gives you a good indication of when people are in the pits, and I believe you can see this on the stream as well. If it flashes green, that means they've at least requested the pit stop, so you've got a little bit of a warning, if you like. Right, they've got their next pit stop primed and they're going to be coming in the next couple of laps, as Jiri Toman has just started flashing green on the timing screen. Of course, the driver of the 117 Vargas Sim Racing car and the current leader in LMP2.
Yes, he is indeed, and this is on schedule. Lap 65 completed right now, and Toon Lauer has also got the green flashing light at the moment, so he's going to be in soon. Looks like about 22 laps actually. They're stretching it a bit further on this particular stint, although as he said, we're still quite a few laps away from guys like ProSim and B32 making a pit stop, because they're going for the alternate strategy with just running it a little bit longer. But yes, a lot of blue flashing and a lot of green flashing at the front of the field at the moment in LMP2, and GTE before long we will see some more pit stops. Around 32 laps for them on a particular stint, so in the next 5 laps 64 will be in
80
Ooh.
in 10 seconds.
As we are coming to a code 80 now in 10 seconds or so. When it comes to code 80, you get a 10-second warning, and then you have to be down into 80 kilometers an hour and on the pit limiter as soon as the code 80, as soon as that timer hits 0, essentially. I think it's generally just called a code 80, but of course it can it's essentially the pit speed limit for that circuit. So code 80, is a well-known phrase in terms of endurance racing nowadays.
Coming back to green flag in 10 seconds.
Coming back to green in 10 more seconds. But yes, code 80 is a known term in endurance racing, so it's just easier to use that rather than code 60 or code 100.
2, 1, green flag.
There we go, green flag back in the air here at Silverstone. Vargas Sim Racing and Juices Motorsport Club, by the way, were able to get into the pit lane, and they will get, sorry, that's Diak Hackers, were able to get in the pit lane there, and are going to gain a bit of time, because obviously when we're not under code 80 you can go quite fast, and under code 80 it's only 80 kilometers an hour, or as you said, the pit speed limit for this particular circuit. So that's really going to hurt everybody around them. Varga had quite a big lead before this particular thing fell into their lap, but now it's going to be an even bigger lead for them, because they're actually going to gain time in this pit stop cycle, as well as their existing lead that they already have, because they've been the fastest car in this field so far.
And that code 80 was for the number 95 car, which, if we can find them again, the DEAC Hackers car, currently driven by Roland Six, because a span lost the rear wing somewhere out in the circuit, and generally having the rear wing is not very helpful for stability of the car. That's just my experience, though.
Well, yeah, it's not exactly, it's not great, and I feel like I jinxed it. I think it was practice where I said it's very unlikely we'll ever see a code 80 again in the EEWC, so that's my fault. I apologise to Diak Hackers and everybody actually for jinxing that, but never mind. It won't be the last thing we jinx here this weekend, I don't expect. Got a bit of a free car battle going on right now. I think it's for 6th place in LMP2. ProSim, Ramada and interestingly the Deuces Motorsport Club, who were also able to gain a little bit of time because of the fact they were in the pit lane there under that code 80, so they will have gained a little bit, not massive, but they will have gained some time down the inside of Ramada Motorsport. Going to get the slipstream as well of ProSim to even help them along, but the new tyres that they've got on right now are going to help them massively. I think they're going for a bit of a different strategy to everybody else here though, I have to be honest. Tone Lauer is out there still, and this is his 4th stint now in that car, which is a little bit more than everybody else has been doing. We've seen some quite short stints. Marcel Chinzik got out of his car, and Timo Andonovski also got out after only an hour and a half, and that's a very short stint compared to what I was expecting at the very least.
Generally, when it comes to endurance racing, you only ever, especially in sim racing endurance racing, you only ever really want to change your driver at the same time when you're changing tyres, just mainly because the time loss is so much less, because it takes so much longer to change the tyres at the same time. So because they were only in for an hour and a half, as you said, that probably indicates that those LMP2 cars are just double stinting their tyres, which means for the drivers that are still in the car and happening from the beginning of the race, probably expecting them to go until the next pit stop and then swap out for their next driver.
Yeah, I would agree, although I would have still expected them to maybe do 3 hours and do 2 double stints in a single stint, but clearly keeping the drivers a little bit fresher at this stage is a priority. So that's what most of the drivers have decided to do, although guys like Thunlauer have been in there since the start, and I'm sure there are more examples of people who have been in their car from the start. Roland Zooks is another one, but he might get out now after that particular incident. I don't know if they've left the pit lane yet. I'm just waiting for live timing to tell me whether they've had a driver change or not. But yeah, let's have a look now. Let's not actually. Yes, maybe we will be able to. They're actually still in the pit lane. I'll just exiting the pit lane now, and it's Martin Mughali who's got into that car. I'm not surprised, because when you have an incident like that, you're likely not to be in the best frame of mind, and that often results in some not great driving. So I think it was a sensible choice for those guys down at the number 95 team to get their driver out, and for them to just make sure that Dukes can recover and go again in the next particular stint.
And having the timing as well, almost the entirety of the GTE field is lighting up, and the same goes for the LMP2. So seeing pretty much all of the GTEs and pretty much all of the GT2s coming in at least the next couple of laps. And indeed, in terms of the LMP2s, who is in the pits at the moment is at least the 57, the 777, the 68s, the 95 and the 999 are all in the pits in the LMP2 class. And indeed, Jordi San Andres comes into the pits from 2nd place in the GTE class in that number 51 WSR car.
Yeah, indeed. So the GTE pit stops have been kicked off. The GT3 pit stops are kicking off, and Volante Racing also. There's so many colours going on our time is at the moment. It's quite crazy. But this is what kind of happens every 2 hours. We see the LMP2 pit stops and the GT pit stops. They come at the same time because of the way it works out. If you keep doing 45 minutes in an LMP2, you're eventually going to find yourself on the hour, and GTs often stay on the hour all of the time. That's why they're converging at this point, and that's why things are going a little bit crazy, and it's a little bit hard to know where to look. So in GT3, One Move Esport, the number 26, kicked off the pit stop cycle, and now we're fully within it. Unison Racing and Glam Racing in there, Aston Martin were able to go a little bit longer than Mugen Sim Racing, so Adam Sereg has been into the pit lane, and he's back out again. So we'll see now whether he's able to get ahead of Nikolai Bezarukov in that Unison Racing car. So that will be, we'll have to wait another couple of minutes to find that out. But in GTE, there are some teams who haven't made their pit stop yet. Pescara and DASSR Lab are two of those teams, and they're now fighting, heading towards Cops. These two are likely championship leaders as we leave Silverstone, so they're going to be very, very motivated to get past and beat each other.
Yes, battling not only for position but also for those precious championship points as well. We're using the standard FIA point system for the top 10. You get an extra point for pole position and you get an extra point for finishing the race. So 27 points available on any given weekend here in the EEWC. But yes, as you said, those two cars are fighting for position at the moment, and whoever comes on top is most likely going to be the leaders of the championship.
Yeah, unless they both have a disaster, and then we've got somebody else completely different in the front of the standings, like the 53, who are not that far adrift, it has to be said. They're only 6 points behind Pescara and 3 behind DISSR Lab. So if they end up winning the race, then they're going to be championship leaders. Whatever happens, though, it's going to be super close heading into Sebring, although you would expect that after only 2 rounds. It's not going to get massive, these gaps, but GTE is looking so topsy-turvy, and it's part of the BOP as well. We've got so many different cars in contention. BMW with the Mustang for most of this, and Jordi Salandres in the Porsche has been pushing them quite hard. We've got Pescara in the Corvette as well. This is all going to even out over the season. It's going to make it very, very close as well.
Yes, of course, and that's what you really want in endurance racing. Having a look in the GTEs, Lee Russell in that 404, sorry, it's GT3s, Lee Russell in that 404 Glam racing car is also in the pits. Same goes for the Danish Racing League, number 13 car of Sebastian Hove. Well, those two cars were 3rd and 4th in class respectively before the beginning of this pit stop cycle. And the 717 Unison Racing, the leaders in the GT3s, have called for their pit stop, and the same goes for the 166 ID SimSport car. They're in GTE, currently driven by Jasper Pedersen, also currently calling for their pit stop.
Glam Racing were in the garage there for some reason, or the garage. They were, I don't know why, but for some reason their name was faded out, and they were in the garage for about 30 seconds, I want to say. I don't know if that might have even been a mistake, but yeah, that was a strange moment, and they've lost quite a bit of time. They've dropped behind One Movie Sport and Danish Racing League, two cars which were battling a few moments ago, but Glam Racing, having been in the fight for the lead in GT3, are now going to drop much further down because of that small mistake. Unison Racing then into the pit lane, and we'll see now where Adam Sereg is going to be in relation to them. Also got some of the GTEs in, but this is the big fight now in GT3. That McLaren being in a little bit sooner than the rest of them, staying out a little bit, or staying out for a little bit of a shorter stint there. We'll see if this is going to pay off for them now.
Yes, and that's something that you're really looking, maybe, always looking at the overcut or the undercut, depending on where everyone else, well, depending on where your rivals are on track as it stands, because that undercut can be very, very helpful, especially if you're all expecting to change tyres at the next pit stop. Just having a couple of laps on those fast laps on those incredibly fresh tyres may just be able to jump you above the car in front after the pit stop cycle is completed.
That's exactly what Mugen Sim Racing have just done, so they're now into the lead of this race. Unison Racing now behind. Now, was there a driver swap for Unison Racing, I wonder? No, Nikolai Besrikov is still in that car. Thibaut Malbron is now in 3rd place with the demise of the Glam Racing car, dropping a bit further down. So the front three are separated by about 15 seconds. It's quite crazy the way GT3 has been so close, but Mugen Sim Racing haven't had to drop to the back of the field for this particular start. They were started dead last, I do believe, but now they're back up to the field they will belong.
Yes, running further back up the field, as you said, where they have definitely shown pace over the practice and qualifying sessions, as car 95 appears to have just received a penalty for hitting car number 15 before completing an overtaking manoeuvre. Car 95 being the DEAC hackers car, and 15 being that Juice's Motorsport LMP2. Both of them in LMP2, so action between those two cars in class.
I don't think that was where Roland Zooks lost his rear wing, because surely that would be somebody else hitting him rather than the other way round. So I think there's still a little bit more to unravel in race control. I know they are working hard at processing all of these incidents, and there are quite a lot of requests. If you've seen the sheet, and I'm sure you have if you're a driver or a team manager or something like that, you will have seen the sheet with all the requests. We only talk about the ones that are actually come down to a penalty. We don't even inform you guys of the ones that are no further action, because we don't really need to. It's exactly that. There's no more action needed about it, and there's nothing else to really say about it either. So we don't tend to mention it, but there are quite a lot of incidents to go through. By the way, as well, if you're a driver watching the stream right now, maybe you've just got out of your car from the first couple of hours in the race. If you'd like an interview, we'd love to hear from you. You can pop yourself in the green room, and we'll bring you up probably in the next half an hour or hour, or we'll or as soon as we can, and we'll have an interview with some of you, get a real feel for what these guys are dealing with out there, because while we can watch the race and talk about what's going on, and we'd like to think we do know what's going on most of the time, but we're not in the car we're not driving ourselves, so it's always good to get a view from a driver's eye view, really, rather than a spectator's view on what's actually happening out there.
Yes, we do like to think we know what's going on. That's not necessarily a guarantee, though. It's not necessarily a guarantee at any moment in time. Let's put it that way. But having a look, Mika Hakkinen in the treble 9 car is now in the pits. That's obviously, of course, Polonia car. Whom else is in the pits? There was a flash there. Essentially, quite a few of the GT cars. Got 4 of them. Sebastian Hove in the 13, and Lee Russell in the 404 Glam Racing car. Both of them being GT3s, and Marcus Steyer and Nigold as well in the 2 ID SimSport racing cars, the 177 and the 166 respectively.
Yeah, I'm afraid ID SimSport, have not been having the greatest race, and they didn't have the greatest race in Indianapolis either. The 166 did pick up 10th place, but they did struggle just a little bit, and they needed issues for those around them to actually get that particular position. I believe they've moved down from LMP2 last season. In the prototype, they've moved down to the competitive GTE category. Not that LMP2 isn't competitive, but it's a different kind of competition, certainly, and that's what they're dealing with right now. Interestingly, in GTE, they are going quite a long way on these particular stints, as David Koloksai is stopped out there on the circuit, 4th place overall, 2nd place in LMP2, and I'm not entirely sure why. Looks like he's got going again, but he will have lost time, and Yuri Toman leading this category is not actually that far away from lapping them. There are only 4 cars on the lead lap, and we are barely 2.5 hours into this race. Another phenomenal performance from Varga already.
Yes, as you were saying, that very interesting battle going to and from. As you said, that number 117 car not too far away, as Martin Hemmingsen has gone green on the timings, which means that he's on an in laps where the hypercars are also coming in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, they are indeed. About 1 hour and 15 just under for them, it looks like. So what does that make it? About a 38 lap stint. Once again, I didn't actually see the first pit stops, but it looks like 38 laps. So that's completely on schedule then for those guys, which is good news, because it means they've not got any damage or any of that. So they've kept it clean, and we'll have to keep watching in the next 38 laps, because that's when they'll be coming in next, you would imagine. Meanwhile, out there on the circuit in GTE, we have the flashing light for Daniele Primavera. The leader in GTE is now coming in at the end of lap 67, so another 34 lap stint for for him. DASSR Lab have just overtaken Eros Mashuli for second position, so they're starting to move up the order, but I'd imagine they're also going to be in at the end of this lap. It's just interesting to note that the two Volante cars have pitted after about 31 laps, 30 laps. They weren't able to go very long on these stints at all, and I just wonder if that is an Aston Martin thing, whether they have to run their stints a little bit shorter because of the way that car is, maybe.
Yes, of course. We were talking about this as well yesterday. Balance of performance always tries and helps the cars be roughly equal over the course of a season, but of course that does mean they have their own strengths and weaknesses, and perhaps that Aston Martin just drinks a little bit more fuel than the rest of the cars.
Yeah, apologies for that, by the way. DASSR Lab just had a huge slide through Bucklands, and I'm almost surprised that they hung on to it, whoever's driving that car, but they managed to. I thought there was going to be a spin and quite a big crash, actually, because there was about 3 cars behind them as well, so that could have been a big moment, but disaster averted for the DASSR Lab team. Obviously, we don't know who's driving that car because they're in the same location. We reiterate from what we were talking about a few moments or in previous few sessions, and that's just the way they run things. One of those teams like B32 and just ProSim do the same, as well as Viaducton as well. Yes, DASSR Lab, we don't know who's driving, but we do know that they've just been hit from behind by one of the McLaren GT3s. Think they're going to be in the pit lane. No, they're staying out again here along with Pescara. Musto are in from the lead of GTE, but we've crossed over another half an hour of racing here, Neil, so it's time to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few moments' time with the rest of the FilmVolt's 12 hours of Silverstone. Don't go anywhere.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, where pit stops are in full swing at the moment. Pescara and Musto have requested their in-laps, and the GTE leader Musto car has been into the pit lane. Viaducton likewise, they're in the pit lane right now as well. But by far the most interesting thing that's going on out there on the circuit, Neil, is the GTE lead, which has really hotted up in the last few moments. Unison Racing have closed up to Mugen Sim Racing, and now we have this McLaren versus Aston Martin fight going on for P23 overall, but much more importantly, the overall lead in GT3.
Yes, that overall lead in GT3. Of course, the GT3s differ ever so slightly from the GTEs, mainly in the addition of ABS, but also if I remember correctly, I think it's ABS is kind of the main in terms of driver aids. But anyway, as you were saying, that battle between Nikolai Bezrikov in the 717 Unison racing car trying to chase down the number 41 Mugen.
They are indeed, and I'm a little bit surprised by that actually, because the way the Mugen Sim Racing car have flown through the field so far in the first 2.5 hours, I was expecting them to continue and then just go away from the rest of the field, but Unison Racing not allowing that to happen whatsoever. They are kind of leaving everybody else behind in doing so. The closest car is Thibaut Malbrun at the moment, driving the one movie sport car, and he's becoming increasingly distant to those guys, it has to be said. Glam Racing exiting the pit lane again here. So they've made a couple of pit stops in the last few moments. They're only supposed to have made 2 by now, but they've had 4. So I'm afraid they've had to make a couple of extra pit stops along the way, which is a real shame for Glam Racing, because they look to have the pace at one point here today, but obviously staying out of the pit lane is half of how you win an endurance race as well. You want to spend as little time in there as entirely possible.
Yes, and yesterday during qualifying, it looked like the 404 car was tracking to be 3rd or 4th in terms of time. Their qualifying pace looked quite good, and also their race pace in practice on Thursday also looked very good as well. So yeah, it's been a shame that they've had so many problems so far in the opening couple of hours of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas Garcia for the number 80 has been into the pit lane. So has Giuseppe Di Fuoco now for the number 53 Musto GD Esports team. He's now out of the pit lane behind Volante Racing, which was expected a little bit, but Volante are probably going to end up making an extra pit stop in this race the way they're going with their particular cycle. Also out there on the circuit at the moment, obviously we've got this GT3 battle still continuing on, but we'll watch that here in a moment's time. One thing I will mention as well, though, just before we get to an interview that we're going to have in a second, Jose Berengauer for the World of Sim Racing R-Zone Performance car, now down in P30 overall. They must have had a long pit stop, an issue somewhere. We know they had that big spin and a hit on the wall going down towards Stowe a couple of hours ago now, but they've completely dropped off the face of the earth almost in the last few moments, and they're down now in the very lower parts of the top 10. Real shame for them.
Yes, as you were saying, a real shame for them going down lower parts of the top 10. Of course, there are still a few points to gain being that lower part of the top 10, but it certainly is not where they wanted to be, and certainly not where they were tracking to be.
Yeah, they were looking on course for a podium maybe in this particular race. Came 5th in Indianapolis. It doesn't look like they're going to get to the heights of that particular race again here today. So that's a real shame. But they'll have opportunities to do better in the future, I am sure, and even an opportunity to recover in the rest of this race. Meanwhile, while everything's going off on the circuit, and we'll update you, everyone, on the state of the race here in a few moments' time, or after we've done a little interview. We're having one right now. We've got, actually, I need to bring him in first, so let me just do that, and then we'll talk to one of our drivers out there who is... There we go. Just moving into the channel now. Gabor Hevesi of the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing LMP2, currently running 2nd place in class. Welcome to the booth, Gabor. It's good to have you along. How are things feeling in the car? Obviously, you've got David Coloxai in there right now. How is he feeling in the car? What's the feedback from him? And how pleased are you with the first 2.5 hours of this race from your perspective?
The last stint was very difficult because we have some diffuser damage. So we expected some drop from the speed and also the cornering speed. But luckily our driver, Alexei, didn't feel it, so we won't repair in the pit. But we still lost 20 seconds. It's gonna hurt in the end. We are planning a driver swap at the end of the stint. So and the weather are gonna be tricky. Our drivers are afraid of a little bit.
Well, yeah, I can see why, I suppose, at this point. Now, LMP2 is one of those interesting classes with regards to how you can do strategy. I mean, obviously you're not going to reveal everything that you plan to do throughout this race, but what's the view on double stinting tyres, triple stinting, quadruple stinting, if you really want to be crazy, or I consider that crazy as well. Maybe that's the normal thing to do. What's the kind of normal practice with the particular tyres? Is it double stinting, triple stinting, or or maybe changing tyres every stint? What's going on with that?
Imagine or not, believe or not, sorry, we don't double stinting the tires because we found spamming softs is a better tactics, because double stinting mediums was too slow for us a bit. So soft spam till the end, and we're gonna see one team doing the double stinting mediums around us. As we could see, Drillers does the same tactics as we, and also the Fair Racing team.
Yeah, obviously, I think you've all probably got the same idea at this point, because you will have been doing your practice, I suppose. Leading the race at the moment is Varga Sumat Racing, and they've got a very long way in the lead already. They're coming up to lap you at this point. They're about 90 seconds in the lead. What can you do about those guys? They just look incredibly quick. So what can you do about them?
To be honest, they are, I think, another category. We lost like half a minute at the latest code 80 section. So that 1 minute lead doesn't seem so bad for us, but now I don't know what to expect. Maybe the rain can trick the things. I don't know. For the season, we are planning to catch them at Sebring or Le Mans if we can, but Sebring can be our closest one. I don't know. They are in another category, so we are focusing on claiming P2.
Yeah, it's they do seem incredibly quick at the moment. And finally, on a more personal level for you, when are you going to be getting in the car? What's the plan with that?
I'm gonna be the finishing driver, so around 9 o'clock at European Central Time.
All right,
possibly a train.
Well, yeah, that's definitely in the dark. So enjoy your stint a little bit later on, and good luck to all of you guys for the rest of this race. Thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thank you, Let.
There we go, Gabriel Hevesy, of the Mugen Sim Racing to number 22 team. It's second place for those guys at the moment, just ahead of Fair Racing team by about 10 seconds, I would say. Driller's not too far behind, neither are Juices. It's a good fight going on for second, but as Gabriel mentioned there, it's a bit of a Varga Sim Racing class at the front of the field. They're almost in a league of their own.
Is they are doing a very, very good job as it stands. And speaking of good jobs, having a look at that leaders, the number 10 Driller Motorsports car, and there's been a driver change there. Hemmingson is out, and now it's Henry Sinekin.
Yeah, indeed. So we've seen that pit stop now, and that will be another long stint for those guys. Then we'll see what's going to go on with that, and what's the driver's stint, whether Thomas Garcia is going to get out any time soon for his hypercar as well. We'll just have to wait, obviously, for that one. DASSR Lab are still leading in GTE, and it's telling me at the moment that they've made 2 pit stops. I just wonder if they're doing something a little bit on the strategy here, because they weren't in the lead before those random cycle of pit stops, and now suddenly they are. So they're somehow leading at this point, and well, that's going to be very, very interesting now, because they've decided maybe, surely they're not triple stinting tyres and going 3 hours on a set, 3 hours 30 on a set of tyres. It would be absolutely outrageous, but they're leading at the moment somehow, and well, I guess we've got to find the rest of the race to try and find out how they've managed to get the lead right now and if they're able to hold on or not.
Well, of course, Silverstone is a fairly, I wouldn't say abrasive circuit, but it wears the tyres just mainly because of the pure number of very high-speed corners around the circuit. So trying to treble stint on a set of GT tyres is a very, should we put it, bold strategy.
Yeah, it really is. So he's going to be holding on, whoever that is. Once again, DASSR Lab don't... well, it's not their fault that they don't tell us who's driving. But because it'd be a lot of effort for them, but they're all in the same place, so we can't know. Meanwhile, in P4 in GTE, we have a bit of a battle on at the moment. Pescara versus Musto going on. Let's see who's driving those respective cars. Eros Mashuli versus Giuseppe Di Fuoco. Those two have been in since the start, so they're going to be quite accustomed to the strategies that they're on, and whatever they're intending to do with this race now. Pescara, obviously second place last week in Indianapolis. The 54 team didn't do quite as well with Giuseppe Di Fuoco. Sorry, I was 53 behind. Giuseppe Di Fuoco from fourth place in Indianapolis, I do believe. So yeah, it was a decent race last time out. Looking for an even better one right now, and looking to try and get through and get into fourth place as it stands.
Yes, getting to fourth place, and that will bring, well, shall we say effectively 13 points, 12 for the position and 1 for finishing the race as well. But yes, those 13 points will be very, very valuable to them. And that number 80 Omicron sim racing car, Thomas Garcia, is in that, and I think he's still in that car from the beginning of the race. I don't think he's actually been out of that car yet.
I would agree. I don't think he's been out of that car either. So that's a good effort from him so far. Long stint at this point. If you've never tried to drive for this long at a time, then you don't really appreciate just how difficult it is. And it's no mean feat driving at this pace for this long. Approaching 3 hours distance in this race now, which is a quarter of the way through the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone, as you well know. So yeah, lots of time still to go, and a lot of driving for his teammates. Maybe Joseph Frederick Suto is going to be driving, or maybe Patrick Scuvassi, who has also been driving quite a lot this weekend. It's Joseph Frederick Suto who's there at the moment, just kind of monitoring Thomas Garcia. You always kind of need some kind of race engineer or someone along those lines to kind of accompany you through these races. You don't often want to be left out there on your own with completely no idea what's happening in the race.
Yes, and still having a look. Well, now we're having a look at Eros Machile, the one who's trying to defend from that number 53 Musto GD Intersports. Cars are coming through the S's of Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Even though I have a map and I've written it down, I still don't know which one is Maggots, which one is Beckett's and which one is Chapel. I mean, there's like 5 corners in this complex. Why are 2 of them unnamed? I mean, why? Anyway, the number 7 Pescara ATG car trying to hold off that number 53 as it stands, and only about half a second separating the two of them.
Yeah, it is a bit confusing, isn't it, really? So I'll just stick to Maggots and Beckett's, really, and just kind of clump the whole 4 corners together as one kind of name. But yeah, it's a little bit confusing, a little bit sketchy for these GT cars as well, actually, going through there. Not much aero downforce on these cars as the prototypes have, much more mechanical grip, which means they're actually faster in some areas than the prototypes are, particularly through tight little chicanes that we do have on this circuit. as Prosin go down the inside of Pescara there. That's not obviously for position, it's prototype versus GT, but either way, Julia's let the prototype through there, and there is an art to that, being a GT driver, being efficient, letting the prototypes through at the right moment is part of being a GT3 driver. We often say that the onus is on the prototype drivers to get through safely, and it is, but there's a good way to be a GT driver and not lose time, and there's also a wrong way to go about it as well.
Yes, there are many wrong ways to go about it, and to be honest, in the eyes of a LMP2 driver, when they're coming up to a GT car, no matter what the GT car does, it's always wrong, sometimes. But yes, generally the idea in endurance racing is that the slower car stays on the racing line. It's the job of the faster car to actually make its way round the slower car. And that just makes it a lot more predictable for everyone out there on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. That does help things out quite a lot. And predictability, exactly what you just said there. Predictability is the aim of the game. That's what you're aiming for. And if you can't do that, then you're going to be in trouble, and you're probably going to be hit at some point in the race, to be quite honest. Meanwhile, the LMP2s are in the pit stops again. It seems like 2 minutes ago since they've been in for the first time, but they're in again here. Another 45 minutes has passed. Another 21 laps has gone through, and Juicy's Motorsport Club have been in. João Barbosa gets into that car now for Toon Lauer. Vargas Sim Racing have got the in-lap flashing at the moment, so have B32, as Drillers Esport have also been into the pit lane here. It says they're exiting the pit lane on this particular lap. Don't know if that's quite correct, but it could be at this point. João Barbosa driving the LMP2 today. It says that they were well, he's a normal GTE driver, and that's where he's accustomed to being. However, the number 74 Juice's Motorsport Club aren't able to be here today. They simply haven't got the numbers. They simply haven't got the drivers. They're all busy doing something else. It's clearly apart from João Barbosa, who has found the time to step in to the 15 car and help those guys out today. And there aren't many better people to have to step in and help you out today.
No, Joe's been a member of Juice's Motorsport for a number of years now. He's a very good, very experienced driver as well, and also incredibly consistent driver as well. And that's really what you want in endurance racing, like we've been talking for quite a few times now, is that consistency is really what is needed in endurance racing. And he's currently 5th place in class as it stands. Indeed, Luca Gray, Toyn Lauer, Craig Hyde, Nick Newcomb and João Barbosa being the 5 drivers scheduled for, or at least signed up for that car. Not necessarily, all 5 will not necessarily drive today.
Number 67 Volante racing car, Luka Furlich, has just had a huge moment there, and he was very nearly collected by a number of cars. He was spun around at Woodcut there, which is a flat out corner in all of the cars that are here, so that has got to be an incident with somebody else. But the way his car span around, and it just happened to find itself on the absolute apex, on the exit of that corner, but on exactly the racing line, which is a very sketchy moment for them. But they've just about kept things going, and everybody managed to avoid them. That is a really unnerving moment for them, though, and they've lost a lot of time now. Considering they're pitting a little bit more often than everybody else, that's really not what they needed. They needed a very clean race so that they can try and make up the pit stop that they're going to have to make, but incidents like that are not going to help them.
Yeah, I think the only piece of machinery that Woodcock is not flat out in is maybe motorbikes in the wet. But apart from that, it's pretty much flat out in everything else. And as you said, that's been causing them to lose a lot of time. Indeed, they've fallen back behind Aerosmith Chile and Giuseppe De Fuoco in the 7 and the 53 car respectively. So that promotes the battle between the 7 and the 53 up into 3rd place. And in fact, it also makes it a 3-way battle for that 3rd place position.
It could be for 2nd here as well at the moment. DISSR Lab, I'm convinced, are on older tyres than everybody else at this point, because they are dropping like a stone. Giordano Valeriano has now taken the lead of this race for the number 54 Musto GT Sports car. Apologies for missing that one for a moment, but it can't have been a very difficult pass for him, because he's miles out in the lead now, unless there's been some kind of pit stop involved, which I'm not sure there has been. Either way, it says that Valeriano is leaving the pit lane flame right now, so who knows. Pescara, either way, though, are catching up to the number 45 very, very quickly. And there you can see in the background, there's an ID Simsport car in between them, and there's another Musto car coming up on them as well. So we're about to have a big battle for P2, and I don't think there's much that the driver of the 45 can do about this now.
Yes, not much they can do about it now. And having a look, a lot of the LMP2 cars are in the pits now. Varga Racing 117 in from the lead of the LMP2 class. Yuri Toleman still driving that. João Barbosa is leaving the pits as well. Excuse me, yes, this is exactly what we're saying. 45 minutes roughly per stint. Who else? It looks like the Pinva Mark and in the 334 Fair Racing team. Alexandra Pongat in the 57 Romana Motorsports and Martin Murgley in the 95 DAC Hackers car have all requested their pit stops as well. And another car in the pits is Henry Sinek in the number 10 Drillers eSport car from the overall lead of the race in the hypercars.
Yeah, it's all going on at the moment, and you can, if you're watching the timing screen at home, by the way, which you can at timing.gtr24h.org, then it's a bit of a multicoloured strobe lighting effect going on. There's so many people coming in and out of the pit lane. We're watching the battle, though, for P2 here in GTE. It's very, very close between the 45, the 7 and the 53 cars, and they're actually coming up on Unison Racing, second place in GT3 at the moment. Weren't able to get through on Adam Serrej in the end, but that battle is not over by any means. Tibor Malbron is not too far behind, neither is the Danish Racing League car of Sebastian Hove. Callum Wilson for Glam Racing a little bit further back now, but it looks like we've still got 4 cars in very good contention in GT3, which is very encouraging indeed.
Yes, very encouraging indeed in terms of the GT3s there. And also the number 54 car is coming in from lead of the GTEs now. Currently driven, well, it's of course the sister car of Giuseppe Di Fuoco. It is currently Giordano Valeriano currently driving that one. I think that's also been a driver swap, if memory serves me correctly, from the 54.
Daniele Primavera did start that car. I think they changed their last
so it has been a driver swap indeed for that 54 car.
Yeah, about 2 hours of driving for Primavera, and Valeriano's been in there for a short time now. I'd say half an hour maybe, or whenever they made their last pit stop, I think. But yeah, all Italian team, of course, and we know Primavera from the GTR 24H Sprint Series was up towards the front and won quite a few races in that 12-race calendar last year. Yeah, very good driver indeed. Fabio Liuzzi is the other driver, by the way, in that 3-car team, and they've got 5 drivers in the 53, which seems a little bit strange to me. I don't know why you wouldn't have 4 and 4, but they've gone for 5 and 3. Clearly, that's not going to be a problem for the 12-hour races, although for the 24, I would say that 3 drivers is a little bit on the limit in terms of tiredness and staying up throughout the night.
I've done quite a few endurance races. Some cars have only done it with 2 drivers actually, so that is also quite fun. But there's been a driver swap in the 117 Vargas Sim Racing car. The leaders of the LMP2 is now Marcel Chisnik in that car, taking over from Yuri Toleman, who's driven that car from the beginning of the race.
Well, I think Chinsik started actually, and then Toman got in, and then Chinsik's back in again, I think. That's very close between Pescara and DISSR Lab. Now Musto Racing are going to try and get involved here as well. Just had a look up the inside through Brooklyn's there did Mashuli, and I don't think the 45 team were really expecting that, and so almost a bit of a surprise. Mashuli bounced across the curb, had to make a bit of a save, but not the kind of incident you need to be getting involved in at this stage in the race. There's still 9 hours to go. You want to keep your nose clean, really. So Mashuli in the end did see sense and backs out of it, but that could have been a lot worse for both of those cars.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Luckily, it's not an incredibly high-speed part of the circuit, so there wouldn't be much major damage from any incident that happens there. But yes, it could have been much worse. And look at these 3 cars, nose to tail essentially now. You've got to be careful. Look at that clock. It's almost reaching 3 hours, which means we might be approaching some GT pit stops soon.
Yeah, indeed. About 32 laps they're doing on their even 34 for Musto, so we could be a little while away so far, but anywhere from lap 90 onwards, it wouldn't be a surprise to see the GTEs back into the pit lane, and that'll be in about 20 minutes' time, considering the lap times they're doing at the moment. So they are stretching this quite a long way. They're going more than an hour, and I think the amount of traffic that we have, when the prototypes do end up overtaking you, I think you're able to just lift off going into some of the corners and just save a little bit of fuel, but they're certainly not doing bang on an hour. It's certainly, hour and 5 here, maybe an hour and 10 there, so that's going to put them in a good situation. And if there's just enough fuel saving that's going on, they might be able to make 10 pit stops in this race rather than 11, which is what we're normally seeing from the GTEs.
Yes, and that extra pit stop could, be a factor towards the very end of the race, but the thing is, we won't be able to tell until the last 30 minutes, which is slightly annoying.
Well, it's also the kind of the draw of an endurance race. Not a lot might happen for a few hours, but it's all going to come together right at the end, and so you just can't really stop watching, because the race-winning moment might be any time from the start to the finish, and you've just got to watch the whole 12 hours and find out when that is indeed going to be. We'll see, though. Got an interesting battle, though. That's the main thing, and it's very entertaining indeed. It is letting Giordano Valeriano get very much up the road right now. He's got about 45 seconds, I believe, over those who are behind him. 46 seconds at last count that I saw. So Valeriano is going really fast, but also these guys behind are battling quite a lot, which is halting them a little bit and letting Valeriano get away.
Yes, letting Valeriano get away as it stands, but as we're reaching the quarter point of this race, we're going to be taking a few words from our sponsors, but don't go anywhere.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Podemos sobat dulu kan?
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
welcome back everybody to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. 9 hours to go at the moment. We're a quarter of the way through the race, but there's been no end to the battling so far. Pretty much in a true fashion of our luck, the battle completely exploded as soon as we went to an ad break. You might have just seen the precursor to it before you went to the advertisements, that we were just showing to you. The number 45 car got overtaken by both the Pescara and the Musto cars, so they're now down to 4th place in the GTE category. There was an LMP2 involved, there was a car bouncing across the curbs. It was crazy going on there, Neil.
Yes, again, I apologise for introducing the commercial break at exactly the wrong time. Just before it went full screen, you could maybe see about half a second of someone launching themselves over the sausage curb at the club chicane. That I'll take responsibility for that one. But yes, and what you can see on screen as well at the moment is a at least the radio from the number 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab car as well. So anything they say is then broadcast, which sometimes that can be a good idea. But as you said, yes, Giuseppe De Fuoco in the 53 Musto GTE sports car, currently in the middle of that battle now between the 7 and the 45.
Yeah, we put a bit of a warning on that one, because if you hear something that might not be quite fit for broadcast, then we do apologise, but it's totally live, so we can't really do anything about it, because it's exactly what they're saying right now, and we can't really do anything about that, I'm afraid. But yeah, from time to time emotions can run high, and yeah, you might say something that might not quite be fit for broadcast, I'm afraid, so I will put that warning out there just in case something does indeed happen like that. But there won't obviously be constant talking out there. You've got to let your driver concentrate, of course, but no, it would be very interesting to hear the communication that's going on between the car and the team. But one interesting thing we were talking about during the break there, talking about the pit strategy that they might be employing. We know that the 45 guys like to employ a little bit of strategy from time to time, but is it possible they are going for the triple stint at this point? I thought that was completely out of the question at the start of the day, but maybe they think it is the right call.
Anything can be possible. I mean, yes. It might not end in a good result, but anything is possible. But yes, you can see the gap between these three cars now, about 1.5 seconds separating the three cars, as you've got LMP2 traffic siding their way through this battle as well. And you know, that's going to be something that you're always careful of when you're driving a faster class. For example, the LMP2s here, is that try not impede the GT traffic too much, because you could be ruining one of their races as well.
Yeah, absolutely. In GT3, by the way, we've got the in-lap flashing now for Mugen Sim Racing. They came in quite early in the cycle, and this is actually quite before I was expecting them to be in, but are they going to stay out? Yes, they are. So keep an eye on those guys. They'll be in the next few laps, but it's still very close in GT3. You can see that Aston Martin in the background, and that is the car trailing at the moment. 2 or 3 seconds, it looks like, from what I can see. So still a very interesting battle going on, but another pit stop cycle coming up, as we keep mentioning, in both GT and GT3. So we've just got to watch out for the next strategy play that these guys are going to take on.
Indeed, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the strategy is, and something that you're talking about just before our last commercial break is about fuel saving, and you know how to make it, how to perhaps make a car last a couple of laps longer. There was a very interesting conversation that I listened to last weekend at Daytona 24 Hours, and it was about Scott Dixon. Scott Dixon is well known as one of the best drivers in the world for fuel saving. And essentially, he said the difference between sprint racing and fuel saving is that essentially all you do is smoothing out every single input into the car. And by smoothing out every single input, you can then stretch the fuel mileage so much more than you could if you're just driving at 100% the entire time with very rapidly changing, jagged inputs. So that's something that I found that is very, very interesting. He did say, you know, that's something that you've got to learn, essentially, because always when you're driving, the instinct is to just drive 100% and just mash the throttle, mash the brake, turn in almost as sharply as possible, if you like. But if you really want to fuel save, you cannot do anything like that. You've got to be incredibly gentle with the car.
Yeah, that is a very interesting point, actually. It's not something I considered, obviously, or the only thing that I've really considered is the way you use your throttle has just got to change. You've got to lift off going into the corners, might have to short shift a little bit to save a few millilitres here and there of fuel. But yeah, that's a very interesting thing. I guess when you do keep things smooth like that, you can keep your momentum up a little bit, so you don't need to quite accelerate so hard, and it's not quite as hard on the car. So, and I bet that's quite a good way to preserve components as well, if that's something you have to worry about. Yeah, just smoothing everything out is a good idea.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying. That's how, by doing that, that's how you can maintain the same amount of speed, but by using less fuel. And it could be as simple as things as, for example, no longer trail braking into corners. Just making sure you only ever touch the throttle or the brake at any one time is also very good for fuel consumption as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a few tips there for everybody. I certainly didn't know that, and not that I've ever been in a situation where I've had to fuel save massively. But yeah, it's a very interesting discussion, actually. We may see a bit of fuel saving as well towards the end of this race. We're talking about the kind of difference between making 10 stops in this race and making 11 if you're a GT car. If it could be difficult at the end of the race, and you might have to fuel save a little. If you're going for just 10 stops, then you might have to fuel save right towards the end.
Yeah, fuel saving that final stint in particular is not really something you want to do. If you can fuel save, you want to do it in the middle part of the race most ideally, because at the beginning part of the race you're more likely to be very close to rivals, and you want to try and push them as hard as possible. You want to try and gain as much time as possible. At the end, essentially you want to do the same, especially if you're trying to close down someone in the final hour, or indeed trying to stay ahead of someone in the final hour. So really at that point you also want to be at 100%. So really, if you want to fuel save and extend those stints a little bit, doing it in the middle of the race is the best opportunity for doing that.
I guess as well there could be some rain, and that might make it a bit easier to fuel save in this particular race, because you're using a bit less throttle when you're in the rain. Meanwhile, in GTE, things are still kicking off here. Giuseppe Di Fuoco and Eros Masciuli are getting very close indeed. They've been battling pretty much the entire stint so far over second place, kind of leaving DASSR Lab behind, but this is a great battle right now. We've seen Fuoco make a few lunges, few probing moves, but nothing decisive just yet.
Not yet, indeed, and Di Fuoco there is perhaps just biding his time, just analysing Masciuli's driving style a little bit and seeing, right, where is my car stronger on the circuit, where is Masciuli and that number 7 car, where are they a little bit slower, are they more vulnerable in one of these slower corners, are they vulnerable in one of the big braking zones?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all the things that you've got to calculate. A load of traffic as well just going through here at the moment. That's Unison Racing just up in front. Hypercars coming through. LMP2's coming through as well. All 4 classes in one shot very briefly there. That's, I believe, Omicron from the Hypercar team. Bit of GT3 traffic, a bit of GT3 lappery going on there, and it's just not fallen quite right for Di Fuoco there. Had to go around the outside through Maggots, which is not really what you want to be doing, but Unison Racing now in front of Pescara and Musto on the circuit. They're going to both try and get them through here into Stowe right now. See whether they can, but no, not quite. We're seeing right now the gap between GT3 and GTE in pace is not very big, so it's quite difficult to get through on them sometimes.
Yes, it can be very difficult, and really across here at Silverstone, it's maybe only about 1.5 or 2 seconds a lap difference. So in order for GTEs to overtake and indeed lap GT3s, there's always got to be a little bit of cooperation between the two classes.
Yeah, absolutely. Cooperation is very, very important, and it comes back to what we were mentioning earlier on. Being predictable, being helpful is actually is quicker than being a little bit annoying and trying to get in the way of prototypes in in other GTEs. There's a big defence there from Mashuli. Round the outside for Diffwoko. That was very aggressive in the end, and Mashuli sliding his way through the turn 3, but straight up the inside goes Diffwoko through turn number 4, and now he's finally through. Mashuli did his very best there to try and stay in front for as long as possible, but in the end he was living on borrowed time a little bit. Now he's down into third, but he's not giving up just yet. Diffwoko defends into Brooklands and holds on to the place for the moment.
Yeah, the way that Diffwoko actually made that move was very interesting. Essentially, he essentially just dove it up the inside of turn 4, the left-handed hairpin on the loop, and did that by almost faking out Mashuli a little bit, because he moved to the right as if he was just going to follow him, and as soon as pretty much just before the braking zone happened, he suddenly dove to the left-hand side, to the inside of that corner, went up the inside and made that move stick. It was a very good overtaking move there, just almost faking out Mashuli a little bit.
Yeah, you had to, at that point though, it was coming, and I think for Mashuli, and for both of them actually, it was probably more sensible to let him go. Battling at that point is very costly in terms of your time, so I think Mashuli made the right call there. Just let Diffwoko go. You might get him back later on, but it's sensible for both of you just to fall into line and let the Musto car go through at that point, I think.
Indeed it is. It's really about, essentially, in this central part of the race as well, it's all about picking your battles at this point as well, and that's exactly what you were saying, just perhaps saying.
Yeah, I agree. Picking your battles is very important. In the GT category, it's not over yet in terms of the battling. P number 4 is now where the battles are coming from. DAS SR Lab are holding on at this point. They're on older tyres than everyone else, we believe, because of the way they're losing time compared to everybody else. They're falling through the field, it has to be said. Luka Furlich, who was dropping down a little bit earlier on because of a crash, or at least a spin, a bit of contact. We didn't quite see what happened, but he was in trouble at Woodcote and nearly got collected by a fair few cars. Recovering again now and onto the back of the 45 car as we got one of the prototypes trying to go through. Number 45 going a little bit wide, and now Volante and Luka Furlich really going to fancy his chances getting through on this Porsche.
Yes, really fancy the chances getting through on this Porsche. As you were saying, that DIS SR Sim Racing Lab car is under a lot of pressure from that 67. And again, just having a look at traffic coming through, faster traffic of course, coming through, and just weaving their way through this GT battle. So we've got, as I believe, we've also got the radio up from the number 45 yet again, the car that's trying to, well, stay in 4th position.
Doing quite well with it at the moment. Volante just caught one of the McLaren GT3s at the wrong point there, and quite a bit of time. Prototypes coming through as well. Very busy part of the track at the moment is the hangar straight, and that's where they find themselves right now. A couple more prototypes in the background as well. That was the LMP2 leader who just went through, and there's a couple more behind. I believe they're up towards the front actually. I think that might be Coloxai and maybe Carlos Basto of Ramada, maybe Sandro Ballesteros, all in that kind of portion of the racetrack, and it's making things very tricky. Number 67, by the way, didn't even score any points for their position at Indianapolis. They came 11th, but got the point for completing the race at the very least. However, they find themselves dead last in the championship with only 1 point after that race, and so they're going to aim to redeem themselves here today. The top 5 would do exactly that, I think.
Yes, top 5 looking to do exactly that, and really, as we were saying, a 6-race championship, you can probably afford one bad race throughout the championship, but if you have a second one, well, you're really not going to have that much hope at winning your respective championship. Having a look at Luka Furlich now, that number 67 car, the one trying to chase down that number 45 car, and that gap appears to have gone up ever so slightly in the last lap or so. Last time when they came around Woodcote, it was only about half a second between the two of them, but that gap's now gone up to a full second.
Yeah, just a bit of ebb and flow in traffic. I'm sure that the number 45 are going to have similar treatment soon, and they're going to lose a lot of time, bringing the Aston Martin right up to the back of the Porsche once again. But that's just the way things go. The ebb and flow of traffic just changing these battles with every lap, with 4 different classes out here today and 33 cars, all of which are still on the race circuit, by the way. All of those started out of the 37 entries that we have. 33 started the race, and they're all still here, which is good to see. Certainly, Martin Hemmingson is Henry Sinnick is. That was a bit of kind of habit saying Martin Hemmingson's still leading, but no, it's Henry Sinnick at this point. Drillers Esports are leading either way, and it's the best part of a lap right now to Thomas Garcia, with over 3 hours gone now. So they are putting in a decent performance at the moment, Omicron, but they do need issues for drillers, and it's hard to see those kind of issues coming at the moment.
Oh, pardon me, you just throwing across to me as soon as I started yawning. Fantastic, I'll try and not do that next time. But yes, that sport car, as you said, doing very well. It's just as I believe when the hypercars just dove into the pits, unless my eyes deceive me on the timing column. Indeed, it was the leaders, that number 10 Drillers Esport car, and essentially all of the LMP2 cars are in at the moment as well. Chisnik in 117, Varga, Adanovsky in 17 Drillers, Gonzalez in the 334 Fair Racing team, Barbosa in the 15 Juices Motorsport car, Basta in the 57 Ramada Motorsport car, and Matthias Pedersen in the 777 DSR Nightmare. All those LMP2 cars in the pits as it stands. And in terms of GTEs, we're looking at a big raft of pit stops there as well. Not only GTEs but GT3s as well.
Yeah, it's that time again. We've had another 20 odd laps for LMP2, so expect those guys, they are on schedule, should I say. That was very close. Drillers Esports trying to get through on Volante Racing there with the Fair Racing team. I think they're just following them through. I think that's actually the battle for third in that class, and it is indeed Chris Gonzalez versus Timothej Andonovsky. So that's a big battle going on in the LMP2 category, trying to make their way through GT traffic at the same time. Very, very interesting battle actually going on as they go through Magnus and Beckett's now.
Yes, going through the S's section, and 2 battles for position, 2 battles I was going to say both for the podium, but no, that's not quite true. I mean, 2 battles for position, both nose to tail, all trying to overtake each other, and that the classes overtaking each other, and it's always good to see battles continue after traffic has been passed. And just having a look down the Hangar Straight as well, it's a massive gaggle of cars. I think there's about 10 cars on the Hangar Straight at the same time at the moment.
Yeah, they really are clumping together for whatever reason. There's a big clump of traffic going through into Club Corner right now. I'll try to get a look at that, but that is the battle for P4 and GTE, also involved in that train. So is Unison Racing, the leaders of GT3, taking it out a little bit longer here at the moment. One Move and Mugen have both been into the pit lane, by the way, and both had driver changes as well. Donat Diesner is in for Mugen, and Ludovic Darqui is now in for One Move Esport. Just waiting for Nikolai Betrikov now from Unison Racing, and we will have completed another round of GT3 stops. But in LMP2, it is not too far away from a round of stops either. Drillers versus Fair Racing team at the moment for the podium.
Yes, 17 versus 334 as it stands, and the gap between the two of them about 1.1 seconds as they're coming along the old start finish straight now. The drivers at 334 being Paul Holt, Tony Janssen, Pimva Mark, Max Scholten and Chris Gonzalez. We've already seen Pimva Mark in that car, and we're now seeing Gonzalez taking over it now and trying to chase down Adanovsky in that number 17 as they're coming into the S's one more time.
They are indeed. It looks like the Fair Racing team cars just dropped back a little bit from where it was before, really, because it was a lot closer before this particular that last gaggle of traffic, and now it's not quite so close anymore. So Andonovsky may have just been held up slightly, and then they've had to then there's a bit of an extending of the gap once again. Meanwhile, in GTE, Volante have been in again. It was on the completion of lap 92, about 31 laps for them again. But with the rivals doing about 30 34 laps or so at the best. They're going to be losing quite a lot of laps in the end. If they're losing 3 or 4 laps every single stint to their rivals, then they might end up making an extra pit stop in this race, which is going to cause them huge problems with their actual race result.
Well, 3 or 4 laps per stint would actually make it about 2 extra pit stops, wouldn't it? If memory serves me correctly, I think my rough maths would actually make it 2 extra pit stops over the course of 12 hours. But yes, Adanovsky and Gonzalez making their way down the Wellington Straight towards Luffield and Brooklands, or I should say Brooklands and Luffield, because they come in that order. Going underneath one of the many spectator bridges around Silverstone as well. And I must say that spectator bridge over Wellington Straight is a fantastic place to watch the cars come racing underneath you.
Quite scary, but it is a good place. You get very close but just feel like it's going to fall down all the time when these cars go.
It's always the same with pedestrian bridges over racetracks. Yes. You feel this little tinge of fear for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, it's quite scary, but no, it is entertaining all the same. Good overtaking opportunity down there into Brooklands, of course, and a few of those guys using the Wellington Straight to do just that. Just looking up and down the field right now for maybe the next battle and where it's going to come from. Not seeing too many, just some small gaps that are out there. 1 second here, 2 seconds there, that kind of thing. But in GTE, I'm a little bit surprised because Giordano Valeriano is leading by a good 40 seconds at the moment, might even be more than that at this point. I'll just have a look, 47 seconds to his teammate. I'm a little bit surprised by that, really, because I thought GTE was going to be a little bit closer. I wonder if it's all going to close up again when this race comes to a conclusion, when the strategies figure themselves out. But that is certainly a big lead to be having with 3.5 hours gone nearly.
Oh, that was just having a look at a replay a few seconds ago. It was a massive lock-up by, I believe it was Adanovsky actually, coming into turn 3, as Sebastian Hove, I believe, has made a move on the 26 One Move eSport car as well, coming down to Brooklands.
Looks like that is the case indeed, and he has, so up into 3rd place there, Sebastian Hove, and I'm not sure if that's if he's on the same pit stop strategy, if he's made a stop in this cycle or not. But if he has, then that's great news for Danish Sim Racing, Danish Racing League, should I say. But if not, then not quite so good news. But I'd like to see them do well here today and get up there in the order. Just going to check where they finished in Indianapolis. 2nd place in the end. Weren't able to quite chase down Unison Racing, but still they've shown that they do have the pace, and there they are again in 3rd position in their Ferrari, just ahead of One Move. So that's a good move for Sebastian Hove, and he's up onto the provisional podium spots because of the demise of Glam Racing. That spot is now really up for grabs with those 2 Ferraris.
Would you say that Sebastian Hove made one move up the inside of the 26 car?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, great.
There we go. That was a horrific pun.
I enjoyed that.
Anyway, thank you. As indeed Sebastian Hove now, P3's got 20 seconds to try and chase down that number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car.
No, I did enjoy that. That was quite good, to be fair. Either way, one of the Aston Martins is coming out of the pit lane. I think that might actually be Glam Racing. Is it? Hard to tell. But it says that Unison Racing are on their in-lap at the moment. So we'll see if that is true, and if they do indeed come into the pit lane at the end of this one, or if it's been lying to us at the moment, the live timing. Sticking it to the right hand side, so indeed they are into the pit lane. Nikolai Bezrukov comes in then for Unison Racing, and we'll see now if there's a driver change. Nearly 3.5 hours in that car. I wouldn't expect him to go more than 4.5 hours. That really is a 9-man stint at this stage, so I am fully expecting him to get out of that car now.
That means 50 seconds. It means he could perhaps just come back out in front of the Mugen Sim Racing team car. But if they're going to do driver swap in the tyres as well, that 50 seconds is not going to come out back out in front.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll wait and see what the situation is with that. Although Mugen did make a driver swap in that last stop as well. Donat Diesner is now into that car for Alam Serej, the Hungarian driver. Third place in Indianapolis were Mugen, and it is the same top three at the moment as it was in Indy, but not quite in the same order. Unison Racing are leading where they were in Indianapolis, but Mugen Sim Racer in second instead of third, which is where they came last month. But down the pit lane goes Mugen Sim Racing. They're straight through, and no competition really. Unison Racing still in their pit box, and they could be in trouble. They could be down into fourth place here if they're not especially careful. Sebastian Hove is coming around the final corner right now, and he could actually get up into second place right now. We'll see. Out of the pit lane comes Unison Racing, and are they going to be in second place when they leave or not? I believe they just about are. Yes, they do retain second place, but it's a lot closer than I was expecting.
Yes, continuing to retain second place, but that gap, well, it's gone way down from where it was before. Sebastian Hove has managed to get away ever so slightly from that one move car ever since that move a couple of laps ago. That gap is now up to 1.8, sometimes even 2 seconds as they come around the circuit. So it appears that number 13 car has a good amount of pace in it, but as you said, that number 13 car now trying to chase down the 717.
Yeah, absolutely. That's next up. Alexander Zakirov has got into that car, by the way, for Nikolai Bezrikov. So a bit of chopping and changing in terms of the drivers for those guys. In LMP2, João Barbosa has been into the pit lane, and we've got a lot of flashing on the screen right now. I think pit stops are coming up sooner rather than later, because as we mentioned, we've had another 20 laps or so, and I'm fully expecting a bit of a pit stop in the next few moments for some of these guys. Let's see what the closest battles are, really. Andonovsky versus Chris Gonzalez is about 5-10 seconds at the moment, I would say. Carlos Basto is now out in front of João Barbosa, although I believe he has to make a stop, so that battle isn't quite legitimate in terms of where they're going to be at the end. However, they are still close together on the circuit, and LMP2 has been quite reliable so far today, actually, in the battling. If you want to battle, then often you just got to look there, and there has been more for pretty much the entire race so far.
And you're saying that the LMP2s have been fairly reliable, and something else that is reliable is, of course, all of our sponsors who can give you some great products, and we'll have some words from them in just a couple of seconds.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Neil Heatley here for the next half an hour or so. We've had a very interesting race so far, homing in on 4 hours gone already, which is quite remarkable. Big welcome to everybody who was joining us from all around the world and all the different platforms as well. YouTube, Facebook and all the social medias we're streaming on. Also Amazon Fire, Roku and ESTV as well. About 3 million sites we're streaming on. There's a lot. So welcome to you all. You're all very welcome, and I hope that you're enjoying the show so far. Had some more incidents coming in from race control. One more to report for you. Car number 57 has hit the ProSim 007 before overtaking, and so that's obviously not allowed. So I do believe that they have received a drive-through penalty for that. I'm not entirely sure what severity the penalty is, but I think it is a drive-through, as most of these are. So Ramada Motorsport in the wars a little bit, I'm afraid, here, and getting a drive-through penalty for an incident.
Yes, and of course that is exactly what you don't want in an endurance race, is to be in one of these incidents. But yes, we are now, 3.5 hours into the race, and that means another round of LMP2 pit stops.
Yeah, another one. In case you were bored of them yet, I hope you weren't, because we've got another load of them. Ramada have just, or were in the pit lane while we were on the ad break there. So they've sorted themselves out now, and they're back out there onto the circuit again. Just trying to work out who might come in next, really, because I feel like this stint's going on forever in LMP2, but maybe it's just because I've missed a few pit stops here and there. Mika Hakimi, for the 999 car is into the pit lane at the moment, and those guys have sorted out their particular issues that they had a few moments ago with their connection being not very stable at all, and actually a danger to other people. They've sorted that out now, though, with Hakimi driving, and also we've had some driver changes up towards the front. Christopher Kienek is in for Mugen Sim Racing, and so David Koloksai has been driving, unless I've missed that driver change. David Koloksai was driving for a fair while there, but Kienek now is into that car for what I believe is, not confirmed, but I do believe that it's an all-Hungarian team, that particular one.
Yes, that has been a driver swap at the most recent pit stop for that LMP2 car, and that would make sense, because that would mean it would be 4 stints in the car, and then changing driver after 4 stints, and that would make sense.
Yeah, it would indeed. That all falls into place. They're not really near anyone in terms of a battle right now, but Chris Gonzalez kind of is. You saw Andonovski, or I saw Andonovski go through the bottom of shot there for Drillers, just about less than 10 seconds up the road, I would say, at this point. I'm just going to get an actual reading on that gap. It's just growing out, actually, closer to 5, so a bit closer than I initially thought, but they found themselves a little bit of free track space as at Varga Sim Racing are into the pit lane. Marcel Chinsick making his pit stop, which is completely on schedule as well at the end of lap 111. Another 22-ish lap stint for those guys, and so they're in the Varga Sim Racing class. They are still leading, of course, as Chris Gonzalez also comes in, albeit he is already a lap down compared to Varga.
Number 54 car's in the pits as well, the Musto GT Esports car, and that, to me at least, is unscheduled.
That does indeed seem to me as well, actually, if that is indeed correct, although I can't see them in the pit lane at the moment, but maybe I'm being a bit blind here, but I can't see them in there, although there is So we'll have a look into that one and see. But that would seem a little bit off schedule, or would it? Maybe 33 laps per stint. Maybe that is okay. But seemingly on a half an hour, that is a bit weird. Maybe they're doing 3 hours and 10 minutes on a stint, and they are just stretching this quite far. But that does seem a little bit weird to see a GT car in on a half hour.
Matthias Pedersen in the 777 DSR Nightmare car, and Martin Moore-Wrigley in the 95 DEAC Hackers car, both of those being LMP2, so they are both in the pits as well. As it stands, same goes for Gonzalez in the 334 Racing Team car as well. So a big, as we said, 45 minutes, that means a raft of LMP pit stops. That appears to be continuing, as Thomas Garcia is now flashing green in the timing column, which means he's at least requested his next pit stop in that number 80 Omicron Sim Racing car.
Yeah, he has indeed, second place overall at the moment in that hypercar. Not quite a lap down yet, which is a little bit surprising. Thought Garcia was going to get caught. Maybe that sounds a bit rude, but I was expecting him to get lapped by this point, but they haven't been so far. So hanging on in there for the moment, and you never know, as something could befall drillers like what happened in Indianapolis once again, but it's difficult for them at this particular point. The gap's about, I'd say, 90 seconds between the two of them, and holding station as well, really. So, yeah, Garcia's putting in a pretty good performance for the moment, and we'll just see over a race distance, really, where they are, because I know that Garcia and Patrick Skilvassi are the faster two from their team, and maybe the Joseph Frederick Suto is not quite as quick as those guys, which was kind of obvious too as at Indianapolis when he had to battle for the lead, actually, with a few hours to go.
As the 717 and the 41 are beginning to close as well for the GT3 lead.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling up to find that at the moment. Here they are once again, and we're absolutely right. Yusuf has pulled that one out of the bag from. He's telling us where to look, basically, because
yes,
we're not looking at what we should be, basically. But no, we've got a great battle going on in GT3 at the moment. In terms of third place, Danish Racing League and Sebastian Hovich really pulling away from Ludovic Darquis, which is surprising me a little bit, but. This is going to be great now between the McLaren and the Aston Martin. These two teams are just so well matched, Unison Racing and Mugensen Racing, that they're bound to be like this for the entire race. We're nearly 4 hours in now, and it is still this close.
It is still this close between the two cars as they're making their way through the loop. And of course, they've always got to be mindful of LMP2 and hypercar traffic that might come through, but also GTEs as well. There really is hypercar and LMP2 that they are looking for as they're coming down the Wellington Street towards Brooklands.
Here we go then, Unison Racing on the outside line there with Alexander Zakirov, trying to go around the outside through Brooklands, which would have given him the inside through Luffield, but it's an awfully long corner to be making your way around the outside. Maybe you can get a bit of traction off of Luffield and through Woodcote into Copse now. Is there going to be a little bit of a late move? He's in the slipstream nicely. That McLaren punching a hole in the air for the bigger Aston Martin in behind, but holding on for now is the Mugensen Racing car. This is a battle that is going to continue though, and it's going to be shaped by traffic. Just look at the LMP2 behind. That's the Juices car, I believe, the number 15 with Charles Barbosa driving it. Is it? Yes, it is indeed. So he doesn't want to lose much time, but these guys don't want to lose time either. So that's when they begin to come into conflict, these two classes.
Indeed, you're saying punching a big hole in the air, but at least it's not as big a hole as the 240km/h country mansion that I call the Bentley Continental GT3. As they're making their way down towards Stowe and eventually to the club chicane, can that 717 make a move onto the 41?
Yeah, it's not quite as big as the BMW M8 either, by the way. I'm sure you've all seen. I'm sure you all know what I'm on about, but yes, it is. It's a fairly sleek car, actually, the McLaren. It's not quite as sleek as the new 720S, but the older generation that we got on show here from Mugen is still a pretty sleek car and pretty slippery in a straight line as well. But the Aston Martin has just seemingly got a bit more raw power right now. Really gave it a good go into Brooklands last time, into Copse as well, did Zakirov. and now there's going to be a lot of defending for Donat Diesner in the lead with that Mugen Sim Racing car coming out of the loop right now, and it's a good run for the Aston Martin. Just look at the way he's almost pushing Diesner through Aintree. Now is the inside line going to be open for him? Maybe. There's a little bit of a jink to the right. He goes back in, and there's a late defence as well from Diesner. Very tight on the inside line goes Zakirov. Can he maybe keep this stick through into Luffield as well? Yes, he can indeed. He gets the sweeping line on the entry to this corner, the long hairpin, and now Alexander Zakirov does indeed take the lead for Unison Racing in GT3. Mugen Racing demoted to P2 with that battle there, but I'm sure they will be back again later to continue this fight.
Yeah, no doubt that number 41 car has enough speed to make it back to the rear wing of that 717 car, and as you said, you're in a very nice move just directly up the inside of Brooklands. Managed to make the move done, managed to get completely overtake before even getting into the turn-in point for Luffield.
Yeah, that was quite impressive, really, to come from behind like that on the narrow angle that he was. I know that he was going to struggle to get round the outside through Brooklands on the last lap, and you might be wondering why I gave Diesner a bit more of a chance of hanging around the outside, but the amount of the tight line that the Aston Martin had to take into Brooklands really meant that it was just very, very close for Diesner, and he might have been able to actually hang it around there, but he couldn't in the end, and he's had to stick behind for now. These guys quite early on in their stint, by the way, about 20 laps away, I think. Yeah, it could be that... sorry, I'm getting a bit distracted. It could be that this battle is going to continue on for quite a long time, and obviously it's going to and fro a little bit with the different strategies that are actually happening.
You see that with the gap that they've got at the moment, that really hasn't increased at all. It's still about the half second mark, which is very unlike the moves that we've seen before, and pretty much for the entirety of the 4 hours of the race so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just have to watch it really and carry on keeping an eye on it, seeing what's going to develop there. Meanwhile, in GTE, Pescara are now leading the race. I don't know if they've been into the pit lane yet, though. If they've made a bit of a strategy call, then they might well be in the lead legitimately right now, but they are in front of Giordano Valeriano, taking this stint very long. I think it is still possible for them to be out there on the same actual race, the same actual stint right now, and he really could be in he really could be in the lead legitimately right now. So we'll just have to wait for these next few moments. If he starts staying out another 5 laps or so, then we know that he's been in the pits and he's making a bit of a strategy call.
Yes, making a strategy call. Strategy is almost as crucial a part of racing as actually just being consistent and the speed. But Adanovsky is now catching down the 3-4 car. It's going to be Drillers versus Fair Racing Team.
It is indeed. Andonovsky was actually in front or that Driller's car was in front as they went into the pits on the last occasion, but obviously there's been a bit of a change around again. Chris Gonzalez has gained a bit of time in the pit stops, and so he's back up into 3rd place and doing quite well at the moment. He's going to have to really work hard to hold on from Andonovsky though at the moment. Andonovsky did gain 3 tenths on the last particular lap, or 2 laps ago. He gained no, that was 3 tenths. That was last lap, excuse me. So it's slowly bringing this gap down, and when they get to the line again, we'll know whether it's closed even more possibly. But a bit of traffic through Maggots and Beckett's for Chris Gonzalez. That's really going to close this gap, because that's the worst place to catch a slower car.
Yes, one of the absolute worst places to catch it. Of course, there are many bad places, generally every circuit, but that is one of the worst here at Silverstone. That number 17 car is James Juba, Junitai and Bogdanov being the 3 drivers currently. And of course Timothy Adanovsky, the driver that's currently driving it. So we've got 4 drivers signed up to that number 17 car, and again they're still chasing down that 3-3-4 car. The gap was about 2 seconds a couple of laps ago, and that's now down to 1.
Yeah, indeed. So Andonovsky's been brought over from the Hypercar team, by the way, and I think I don't really know why, but that certainly is the case. It's probably going to stay the same for the season as well. Maybe they're just rotating their drivers a little bit because they're running a little bit low on numbers this weekend, and they need to distribute their resources. Distribute their drivers and resources accordingly. They've also got your own Kwiku, of course, who's not actually part of the 3-driver lineup on the entry list for the championship, but it's Andonovski and Kwiku only so far. James Zuber has been driving this weekend as well. He was driving in qualifying last night. So about 3 drivers at the very least for LMP2 for drillers, and then they've got Hemmingson and Cynic monitoring things over in the Hypercar class. So I think they will have everything covered nicely.
Yes, they will have everything covered nicely, as you said. And again, as you said, just redistributing their resources, because of course not everyone will be available on every weekend. So just levelling out the playing field, making sure that the cars have enough drivers to be able to finish the respective races. And yes, this battle looks to be very, very good between these 2 LMP2 cars, as also in the split screen it looks like that may well be the number 80 hypercar as well.
Yeah, indeed. There's a good bit of indecision there from Chris Gonzalez, actually, trying to go down the inside of one of the GT3 McLarens, the 720S there. Good cutback for Andonovski to slip his way through as well, gains more time. And so now Gonzalez and Andonovski are going to be fighting. Before you know it, ID SimSport are now in front of them in the Porsche. It's just constant traffic out there at the moment. 33 cars. You might think that it's not too many. It's quite a lot, but it's not the most we've ever seen out there on the circuit. We have more cars at Le Mans, for example, but it's just extremely busy out there on the circuit, and there is GT traffic almost everywhere on pretty much every single lap. If you're a prototype driver, you're overtaking a slower car.
Yes, and that's something that you've really got to be careful of, especially at this point in the race. You've always got to keep your eyes ahead for where the next GT car is. Perhaps you have a little map in the corner, perhaps you'll have a little scrolling bar, if you like, as well. Perhaps you might have relative timing, just to make sure that you keep an eye on where that next GT car is.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll have people from the team telling you, informing you about that, as well as a Ferrari in between them at the moment, briefly. But another overtake going on there. I believe that's Unison Racing up in front as well. One of the Aston Martins, anyway, although it might not be Unison. We'll see. It doesn't really matter to these guys, though. Straight around the outside, and that was very, very smooth from Andonovski indeed. Just slipping his way through on that Aston Martin at the same time as Gonzalez, making sure he didn't lose any time. That allows him to latch onto the slipstream down the hanger straight, which is just going to drag him along and get him a little bit closer to the 334 in the hopes that he might be able to make an overtake very soon.
Indeed, that slipstream reducing the air resistance against your car, which means you can accelerate faster and reach a faster top speed compared to the car in front. And that's going to be very, very helpful for Andonovski as he tries to make a move on Gonzalez in that 334.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very close between the two of them at the moment. But where is this move going to come? Is it going to come at all? We'll find out. It could be in traffic here with one going one way. If Gonzalez chooses one way, then Andonovski might find himself going the other in the hope that Gonzalez has chosen the wrong option, especially if he begins to struggle to get onto the podium right now and get through on the Dutch Fair Racing Team car. So out onto the Wellington Straight then. There is an Aston Martin, I believe GTE from Volante up in front of them right now, so maybe Andonovski will be able to use that in the hopes that he will be able to get through on this particular lap. It's been a decent drive from Andonovski so far here today. They started out quite far down the order because of that penalty we mentioned. He got in qualifying 1 added to his lap time, and so he's started, I believe he started outside the top 10, which is quite remarkable. But he's done a lot of the heavy lifting and a lot of the overtaking in this race, dragging that team up towards the front positions, and they're looking at him possibly right now.
Yes, and that gap between Andonovski and Gonzalez still continuing to reduce. It's now down to half a second between the two of them as they're making their way down the hanger straight and really coming into Stowe. It is a very high speed point of the circuit, but the braking point for Stowe really isn't that long.
No, and that's often puts an end to a lot of challenges for an actual overtake in this one. Very close going through there. That's a squeeze from the Ferrari going into the club chicane, but very well done in the end from Andonovski to get through on the traffic once again. So out onto the main straight they go again here. Fair Racing Team versus Drillers Esports. I believe the car they just overtook was Sebastian Hove in the... no, it wasn't actually. It was another one of the Ferrari GT3 cars. I believe it was a GT3 anyway. But it could have been a GTE car, never know, but that is definitely Mugen Sim Racing just out there right now, and the Unisim Racing in the foreground as well. So I think it was Sebastian Hope they just overtook there. It doesn't matter to these LMP2s though, but that does give an illustration to us at least how close GT3 is at the moment. The LMP2s can catch them all in the space of a lap, which shows that they are about 10-15 seconds, if that, apart at the moment, first to third.
Yes, not much gap at all between that first to third battle, as you were saying. And just having a look at Andonovski, once it gets close, at least by my reckoning, it might not have to be correct, but as soon as it gets close to the 334 car, it appears the rear end tends to break away just a little bit.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was certainly breaking away there when he tried to throw the inside into Maggots and Beckett's. It was very, very close between the two of them, but now Gonzalez is going to have to probably defend into Stowe. He keeps it to the left-hand side as we look at it. Andonovski pulls it to the outside now. Is he going to be able to hold it a long way? No, he is not. Going to try and maybe get the run into the final chicane, see if he can get any kind of move through there. Gonzalez goes defensive once again. Andonovski switches back to the inside. That's a fantastic manoeuvre from Andonovski. Bit of a spin and a tap from there, a slide and a tap, should I say. Andonovski is through though. Gonzalez, nothing he could have really done about that, and the Macedonian driver now makes his way through and is going to go off up the road, you have to expect.
Yeah, Andonovski there was should we say, controllably out of control coming down towards the club chicane there. As you said, there was a big lurid slide coming into the chicane and a little bit of contact between the two of them on the in fact it was almost full opposite lock trying to save that car going down to the coming into the club chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. So a great fight, but Andonovski, he just went wide through Brooklands. Was that orchestrated to let him through? Did the team tell him that might not be quite within the rule? They might get a penalty for that, so have they just self-served it in a way and let Gonzalez back through? I didn't personally see anything wrong with that move down at the chicane, but it looked like he just gifted that position back again.
One thing that I might think is that if the 334 car had not been there, would Andonovski have actually saved that car? Or did the contact with the 334 car actually save him? And just as a result, due to that, he actually gained that position as well. So I think it probably could well have been out of consciousness, or perhaps getting a penalty in the future. They decided just to give that place back.
Yeah, I think they were playing it on the safe side there ever so slightly, just so that they didn't risk even getting a penalty there. Yeah, interesting move, because if I was driving there on my own and nobody was telling me anything, I think I would have kept that position if I was Andonovski, but I thought it was a great move actually, switching it, faking it one side, going into the other, made a great move in my opinion, but he's decided to give it back. Very sporting from him, it has to be said, and all the guys down at Drillers, very sporting from them, but they're going to have to do all of the hard work again, maybe use some traffic, but he didn't even really need traffic to make that move last time. He just went for it, he just sent it, and it did pay off in a position somewhat, so maybe he will be able to do it once again.
Yes, he's done it once. All he needs to do is do it again. I mean, it only took him, 20-25 minutes to make the move the first time?
Yeah, it has been a while. I'll have a look now, actually, for how it's been a good 12 minutes now since we started watching, and he's started before then as well. So, concerning for Andonovski. He might be losing time as well, maybe losing sight on P2 ever so slightly. The gap's not massive between P2 and P3. I'm just going to have a quick look to see what the gap is. 17 seconds from Kiernak to Gonzalez. So he's not losing too much time right now, Andonovski. He's not letting Mugen get too far up the road by doing this, but he's certainly not being helped in his charge to try and get as many positions as possible.
Yes, particularly about where he meets the traffic. At least the last time round through the S's, he met the 51 car at possibly the worst possible moment, just before the last right-hander through the S's. And again, on his last time round Stowe as well, he also met GT traffic as well, and it's really not helpful for his quest to try and chase down that 3-4 car. Once again, you can see that in the relative timing. What was about 0.8 of a second before is now going up to 2.5.
Yeah, just one piece of traffic and the game can completely change. We've seen that so many times already, and we'll no doubt see it again, I'm very sure about that. Either way, they've got to keep safe in the knowledge that the Fair Racing team is going to be getting the same treatment at some point. They did actually get quite unlucky when Andonovski was really catching. Gonzalez caught someone in the S section and lost about 2 seconds in a very similar fashion to what Andonovski just experienced there. So it just ebbs and flows throughout the race. In the end, it works out about the same. You might feel like you get particularly lucky one race or you're particularly unlucky another, but in the end, all of the drivers, all of the teams do tend to keep a very similar kind of look within the traffic overall in the race.
And the car behind Andonovski at the moment is the Juices Motorsport number 15, currently driven by Joao Barbosa, but he's 39 seconds back, so not really a threat for the number 17 Drillers eSport car as it stands. But again, that gap towards Gonzalez may well be has indeed been cut down almost in half due to traffic that the 334 car met through the S's this time round.
Yeah, indeed. Seeing a lot of support for the Fair Racing team in the YouTube chat at the moment, by the way. It's from their drivers, it must be a bit, but there's a lot of people behind Chris Gonzalez at the moment. Seeing Max Scholten, Paul Holt in there for Fair Racing team, cheering on their driver, of course. I've seen Joao Barbosa was there earlier, cheering on the Juices guys. Eric Schmeider there now as well, who is a regular at Juices Motorsport Club. So yeah, lots of drivers cheering on their team while they're not driving, of course, and I guess they're cheering on their team while they're driving for them as well, but in a different way. As this battle continues, there is a bit of a moment for Chris Gonzalez. He loses a bit of time. Andonovski doesn't exactly gain from it though. Got a huge slide out of the loop that time, and he's going to have to do all of that hard work again, really. That was a prime opportunity for him to really get onto the back of Gonzalez, but he just ruined it almost with a big slide running onto the Wellington Straight.
Yes, a big lurid slide coming out of entry onto the Wellington Straight. It's certainly something that won't make the tyres happy.
No, they're going to be getting a bit warm, and that's exactly what you want to avoid, because they're modelled very well on R-Factor 2. If you do get them outside of the temperature window, then you're in big trouble, and you don't want to be doing that, especially. Going through Maggots and Beckett's once again then, as Chris Gonzalez and Timothée Andonovski continue to battle. Oh, it's a big moment. Oh, and a big spin for Andonovski. Good save to force it into only a half spin, but that's the kind of stack up we can see in traffic, and there you go. Drillers ending up on the wrong side of that one. Don't really think that was anybody's fault, but Timothée Andonovski just going for a small half spin and losing about 5 seconds in that little incident.
Yes, it's almost like Andonovski was caught out by the speed that he came up on the, now slow 334 car, because 334 car was stuck behind some traffic. It's almost like he was surprised by the closing speed between himself and the 334.
And by the way, everybody can blame that on Nick Newcomb, because literally moments before he said, "It's a pretty clean race, this," and then Andonovski just goes for a spin. Not that was dirty driving or anything from Andonovski, but it's just a bit of an incident there that we haven't really seen. So I would agree with Nick, but just maybe poor timing on the point. Not that he could have known. Either way, we're about 4 hours through this race now, and 1/3 distance has been completed. We're going to take a quick commercial break now, and when we come back, there will be 8 hours remaining of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, a warm welcome back to the continuing coverage. We're now into the second third of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone at GTR 24H. Alex Goldschmidt now joining Neil Heatley in the commentary box. A warm welcome to all our viewers from Roku, Amazon Fire, and also Esports TV. Neil, it's been a rather enthralling one so far, and obviously Nick Newcomb put a bit of a curse on somebody else, didn't he?
Yes, and we can blame Nick for everything that happens for at least the next 30 minutes, I think, due to what he said. I think we can do that. But yes, it has been a very intriguing race, and we've still got some very, very close battles on track, despite us racing for 4 hours. For example, Sebastian Hove in that number 13 car within a second of the number 41 battling for P2 in the GT3s.
Yeah, that's Donat Diesner in the number 41 Mugen sim racing car. We're now actually riding on board with Sebastian Hove in the number 13 as they're coming down the straightaway. Now, this is down towards Stowe Corner, right in the slipstream. The Ferrari jinks to the right-hand side and gets the move done, powers past, and right behind them looks to be one of the Volante cars, it's either the 66 or the 67, and there's an LMP2 trying to get through as they now head through Vale into Club Corner. The LMP1 manages to get its way through, but what a move from Sebastian Hove there.
Yes, a very, very good move there from the driver of the number 13 car, using a little bit of the traffic to his advantage.
Very much the case. So just briefly on the screen, there is also the number, that's the 9th placed LMP2 car. That looks to be the 95. That's still got Martin Mergley behind the wheel of the Deek Hackers LMP2 car. And at the moment, those wondering what is going on up and down the order at the moment, Henry Sinnick from PinSim Drillers Esports still leads the hypercar class by an I think he's in another county at the moment. I think he's gone from Northamptonshire to Buckinghamshire, even though those counties are quite close together here at Silverstone, as Patrick Silvazzi in the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing hypercar rounds out the top 2 in that class. Still Varga Sim Racing in the 117. Marcel Sinsic behind the wheel once again, with Christopher Klanek behind the wheel of the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 car, further lap behind. And then the Fair Racing team of 334 with Chris Gonzalez behind the wheel. Then it is a Musto GD Esports 1-2 in GTE with Giordano Valeriano in the lead of that class by just over 22.9 seconds ahead of the sister BMW M8 of Giuseppe De Fuoco in the number 53, with the number 67 Aston Martin of Valente Racing's Luca Verlich rounding out the top 3 in GTE, and still in the lead of the GT3 class, having completed 113 laps so far. It is the Unison Racing 717 crew in the Aston Martin with Alexander Zakirov behind the wheel. Sebastian Hove now having got past number 13 Danish Racing League Ferrari, past number 41 Mugen McLaren 620S of Donat Diesner, and with the leaders now already on lap number 131. It is really very much a case, Neil, that still the drivers are pushing well into the afternoon's action. And just by those wondering, if you do want to find out where the live timing, it's timing.gtr24.org. You can also go to the official website and look at the weather. And I've just had a look at the weather itself. In around about 3 hours' time, Neil, we've got a nigh on 60% chance of rain, which then increases within the next 6 hours to 62%. And in 9 hours, that's going to be after the race, we look to have rain in about 3 hours' time, and that could really change the complete dynamic of the FilmVolt 12 hours here at Silverstone.
Yes, that rain is going to just throw another spanner in the works of all these teams, and of course it's going to be dark at that point as well, which means that visibility is going to be severely reduced in the later parts of this race.
So, plenty of action still to go, as looks like there's a great battle now. I think that is between Martin Mergley closing on the 007 Pro Sim car. Now this is 4th position in the class. They were just under a quarter of a second between each other as they get past one of the McLarens, and that is very much the case. I've just been informed that the number 41 Mugen has been in to the pits. So Donat Diesner was the most recent driver to change in that car. Obviously, it's still a very good effort, but Zakirov and the crews at Unison Racing here, Neil, have just been absolutely on form. But hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, because Martin Mergley closing. That's going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. They've just negotiated Cops Corner, and Mergley was on the back bumper of the number 007 Pro Sim car as they come out and they are now heading their way down the Hangar Straight, heading towards Stowe Corner. That's a really, really feisty little battle, as you mentioned, about things being rather close, because Donat Diesner and Sebastian Hove are back at it again in GT3.
Yeah, back at it once again, and to be honest, this might be a battle that we're going to be seeing continue for quite a while. But yes, that number 13 car still trying to hold on to that position.
Yeah, and now we've just had Donna Prodan from the number 66 Volante Racing now pull it into the pits after 115 laps. And as I say that, Christopher Klanick in the number 22 LMP Mugen Sim Racing car now in the pits after, well, has just exited the pits. And Sandro Ballesteros from E-Team Brit now goes into the pits after they have completed 125 laps. Matt Webb started for the team. Sandro Ballesteros, we've still yet to see, I think Bradley Brockies and Max Spooner yet to get behind the wheel. But looks like what E-Team Brit have decided to do is they drop a position behind B32 Racing, the number 32. They're trying to get their quick drivers in there, and Matt Webb last time out at Indianapolis really showed what that Eureka 07 was quite clearly capable of. They did have, dramas in that race. They had a moment, Sandro Ballesteros at the minute, it was a quite clean changeover between him and Matt Webb after the first couple of sessions. And yeah, they've had a better run. They were hoping for a top 6. I don't think that's quite out of the realms of possibility, wouldn't you say, Neil?
No, that top 6, well, it certainly looks like they are certainly in contention to at least reach that goal, as you were saying. But yes, you're going to need to push on a little bit further in order to get that, because that top 6, well, you can't really get that top 6 until you're in that 6th position. So you're going to have to push on a little bit and try and close down some of that time and catch the 2 cars ahead.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the times between Zakharov and Hove in the top 2 in GT3 at the moment. And the gap now is around about 12.7 seconds between the pair. Both teams have done 2 pit stops as of this particular moment in time. But Donat Diesner now, the Mugen Sim Racing 41 McLaren 650S has now completed 3 pit stops. So the 3 in front have only completed 2. That gives them an opportunity. But closing on Donat Diesner is the 177 of ID Sim Sports. Marcus Ster, they are in completely different classes. Ster running in GTE, Diesner in GT3. But, Marcus Ster spoke to me last night post-qualifying. They're hoping for the rain to be a bit of an equaliser today, and they could get their wish.
Yes, that rain is often said to be the ultimate equaliser, because you've always got to make sure that you're on the right tire at the right time. And another thing about the rain is how have these teams exactly set up their cars? Have they geared it more towards a dry setup, or have they got an almost changeable setup in that car as well?
Yeah, looks like things are really intensifying again between Deke Hackers in the number 95 with Martin Mergeli behind the wheel, and the 777. I believe that is, that's it's all changing hand over fist. It was actually the ProSim car in the 007. They were about half a second adrift. They had swapped positions, but the 007 seems to have dropped off a little bit off the boil. They've lost about 0.7 of a second in that lap alone, and they're both on the same lap. So there has been a change in the weather here, Neil, that it looks like effectively that the weather could be coming in round about towards the last 3 hours at around about 9 o'clock. That could be rather interesting, and the drivers then, they've now got an opportunity to push these cars as hard as humanly possible. We talked about the fastest lap point as well. It's all changed because in some of the classes, because I've noticed that the 717 Unison Racing crew in that Aston Martin have become one of multiple drivers that have set the fastest lap time, as Donat Diesner is... hang on a second. Mika Hakimi from Abstineo Force Polonia is in the pits from LMP2, and Sebastian Hove, the leader in GT3, I think has just pitted. And Sebastian Hove, he was in second position behind Alexander Sakharov. So these pit stops, the cycle's now coming around again.
Yes, these cycles coming around us again, as you said. The LMP2 is the one where it comes round most often, because there's only about 45 minutes or so between pit stops for them, and then it goes for the about an hour for the GTs and about an hour and 20 for the hypercars. But yes, now having Luca Ferlich, if I can just see that, he's currently third place in the GTs. He's about 5.5 seconds ahead of that number 7 Pescara ATG car of Michael Francesconi as it stands.
Yeah, very much the case. But now Andonovski from Drillers Esports is closing on Chris Gonzalez. He's absolutely wound that thing up. And Andonovski is just really, really closing. He gained about 0.7 of a second on the previous lap. The gap now just under 6.5 of a second. I think the pin has been pulled out of the grenade from Drillers Esports, and it's been thrown in the general direction of Fair Racing Team. That means explosions out on track here, Neil.
Been thrown in the general direction. I quite like that one. As Sebastian Hope has now got out of that number 13 car and is now been replaced by Matthias Blum. So yes, that car after the pit stop phase is now down in 4th position in class, but only a couple of seconds behind the number 41 Newton.
And it looks like Andonovski has made the move on Gonzalez, now up into P2 in the LMP2 class. It was only a matter of time before the number 17 LMP2 Pinsim Drillers Esports car would make the move past Fair Racing Team in what is the runner-up step on the rostrum. Still plenty of this race to go, still plenty of chapters to be written here in the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Some of the cars absolutely flying their way through Abbey into Farm Cove and then into Village, and now Fair Racing Team, I apparently have been informed, have now pitted. So this is going to be rather interesting. And out of all the teams, there's now DSR Nightmare Neil are now in the pits after 130 laps. That'll be a few pit stops on there, but some of the teams such as Joao Barbosa from Juices Motorsport in the number 15, currently running in what is effectively P6 in LMP2. ProSim in the 007, they've had 5 pit stops. Christopher Planet's team, Chip 22 Mugen Sim Racing, they've also had 5 pit stops, but it just seems like Varga Sim Racing, who are a lap ahead of Andonovski from Drillers Esports, they comfortably are leading after close to 4.5 hours of this race.
Yes, comfortably leading after 4.5 hours of this race, as you said, but something going back to sort of like the midfield, if you like, of the LMP2s, because there are a few strategy variations now, particularly in how many laps the LMP2 cars can do in a stint. At this point now that we've reached sort of the middle third of this race, it's all very wishy-washy. You can't really tell what the true position of each of those LMP2 cars are in the middle of that field.
Yeah, so it looks like Ramada Motorsport in number 57 has got Carlos Bastos behind the wheel and is being closed in on by Joao Barbosa. So they are looking rather racy. Barbosa's got that gap to just under a second. He's gained a couple of seconds in the last lap. So Barbosa definitely on a charge. So that's going to be an interesting battle. That is going to be for 5th place in LMP2. And Barbosa really trying to close in. And they have got back marker traffic, which looks like to be it's the 50, I've just seen the 51 WOSR car being passed by the 999 LMP2 car of Abstineo Force Bologna, and that was, he made the move through going before Abbey and literally chanced it as the E-Team Brit car of now that's Brady Brockies, who was out due to testing positive for COVID-19 at the first round at the 12 hours at Indianapolis. Brady Brockies now giving us an idea of what he is capable of, and Brockies at the moment running in the 1 minute 50.5s. He's taken over from Sandro Ballesteros, who was the second driver after Matt Webb in that car. And there are many changes still to happen, as Ludovic Darqui now I think has just ended up taking over the 26-1 Move Esport car, and is currently second in GT3. That could give an opportunity to Donat Diesner, if at all possible, to retake that second position. And let's not forget the Mugen Sim Racing, Neil, last time out had the double downshift problem with about an hour or so to go that really put paid to what could have been a good victory, and that has given Unison Racing, the 717, the real motivation and the confidence to come into Silverstone at the top of their game.
Yeah, double downshift is the bane of all sim racers' existences. Because if you get a double downshift, it's got a very, very high likelihood of just blowing the engine, and as you said, that is what happened last time out at Indianapolis. Raul Barbosa, though, in that number 15 car, is only about a half a second behind the car in front and closing in at a rapid rate of knots. Barbosa currently trying to chase down Tony Janssen, who's now in that 334 Fair Racing Team car.
Yep, so drivers now getting an opportunity to flex their muscles here at the 3.66 mile circuit here at Silverstone, the home of British motorsport, as I'm just keeping my eyes on other possible battles, and there are some. I think looking at Matthias Blom is about 2 seconds behind Donat Diesner at this particular moment in time, so there's still a lot of these pit strategies that need to sort of unfold before we get a true representation here, Neil, of who is going to be leading.
Yeah, at this point in endurance race, you don't really know what the true representation is really until about half an hour before the end of the race. So we just have to wait and see how all of these strategies play out. The number 41, Donat Diesner, trying to hold back Matthias Blum in that number 13 Danish Racing League car, only about half a second separating the two of them now as they're making their way onto the old start-finish straight.
Yeah, out through Woodcote and Luffield. Some of the other cars just behind making their way through. Just not too far from the BRDC clubhouse here at Silverstone as they fly their way through into Copse Corner. As the 177 ID car, the Porsche 911, makes its way through Copse Corner. That's got Michael Stehr still behind the wheel of the 911 GTE Porsche. And he has a bit of a moment going through Maggots, of all places, because you're lifting and coasting as you go into Maggots, then you're hard on the brakes going through into Beckett through the second part of it, and then you're accelerating through Chapel, and that's where a lot of drivers can make up the time. But if you cause a bit of a problem for yourself, and it looks like Matthias Blum is going for the move on Donat Diesner right now.
Yes, going for that move. The question is, can he make it stick? And coming out onto the start-finish straight, it appears this time the answer is no, but he's looking very, very threatening for that number 41 car.
Yeah, so Donat Diesner coming under pressure. Zolt Prubek was the standout driver from the team last time out at Indianapolis before that incident happened in the last hour or so of the race. Drivers still keeping themselves going. It looks like... just noticed that Matthias Pedersen, the DSR Nightmare LMP2 car, the number 777, is still very much in the pits, from what I understand. But yeah, I think that's a really good, intense battle that's happening between Donat Diesner and Matthias Blum. And I think just Matthias Blum will keep on winding that up as there's an LMP2 car that threaded the eye of the needle going through just after the straightaway, and that would have been going into Brooklands, and then goes around the outside of Diesner, coming out of Brooklands into Woodfield and Woodcote and Luffield, and it's just really a case of what might have happened there.
Yes, it is a case of what if, and often in endurance races, often in sprint races, you only have one chance, and you often ask that what if question, but luckily for endurance racing, you've got 12 hours to answer that what if question, and the number 13 car certainly wants to...
So...
Is the next biggest chance for that number 13 car is going to be coming down into Stowe Corner and then into Club Chicane. He's not close enough coming down into Stowe, and it would probably arguably say not close enough coming down to the Club Chicane as well.
Yeah, very much the case. We've got to just sort of keep our eyes peeled. What is happening? So these drivers really being tested right now is just coming up to 4:30 Central European time on the continuing coverage of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. Neil, are there any dark horses that you spot with your keen eye in this field in respective classes?
That is a very good question, and one that I don't particularly want to answer until the very end of the race, so I know that my answer is going to be correct. But at least in terms of the LMP2, I'd say that number 15 Juice's Motorsport car has a good chance of vaulting a couple of positions up into the podium. In terms of GTEs, in terms of the GTEs, it's fairly difficult to say at the moment. So I think who we see in the top three is most likely going to be the top three at the end of the race, but there's someone that you have to look at there. I'd definitely say the number 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab car. And in terms of GT3s, it is a very good question. I think that Danish Racing League car can go even higher in terms of the standings.
Well, it looks like Jose Berengoya in the WOSR iZone Performance number 51 Porsche in the GTE class is trying to close he's basically closing up, I think, to Markus Stehr in the 177 ID SimSport car. So we saw the WOSR car in the trenches a bit earlier on, and in all honesty here, Neil, that car could have been at the sharp end of GTE had it not had that problem, and that was down on the hangar straight.
Yes, had it not. That's again what we're speaking about, what if questions. And really, in terms of what if questions, they tend to be on the positive side as opposed to the negative side. And as you said, what if they didn't have that incident on the hangar straight? How much higher would they be? That's going to be something that's going to be playing on their minds for a while.
And I think it's also going to be playing on a lot of our minds as well here in the commentary box. And to be honest with you, I'm not at all surprised with the weather shifting and changing. It always does here at Silverstone. You never have a real true idea of what could possibly happen, but if the weather does shift, there is a chance that could throw the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours, because they've got to react, and when you have a split second to react, you can make the right mistake, you can make the right choice, or you can make the wrong mistake, and then one's going to profit, the other one's sort of like going to start falling down the order like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, particularly in the qualifying session, the night qualifying session. We had sometimes a GT car lost it and had a half spin. It was maybe broadside on the racing line. Then approaching prototype only had a split second to actually decide, what do I do? Do I anticipate that the GT car is going to lock its brakes? Do I anticipate the GT car is going to continue rolling backwards? Is it suddenly going to gain traction and go forwards again? And you really do not have that much time to answer these questions, and a few times last night we saw the prototype make the wrong decision.
Yeah, very much the case, and it's still all to play for here today at Silverstone. There are still so many unanswered questions, so many new chapters to be written, but at the moment Henry Sinnock still leads overall and in the hypercar class by a lap in what has been another standout performance. We did see that they have now gained a lap on the number 80 of Omicron Sim Racing's Patrick Silvasi after a mammoth first few stints from Thomas Garcia, who basically put it on pole after the fact that drillers ended up starting right down the order, and I could not believe it that they went, myself and Yusuf could not believe our eyes when they went, thanks to Martin Hemmingson, from P25 to P1 within the space of the first 45 minutes, and they are just comfortably expanding that gap.
Yes, they are continuing to expand that gap as the ProSim 007 is having a battle with Ramada. Well, had a battle with Ramada, because Ramada is now past the 007 car.
Yeah, so that is a good turn of pace for one of the other LMP2s, so the 007 ProSim car. getting deeper and deeper into the trenches. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a brief ad break. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone with Alex Goldschmidt and Neil Heatley here on GTR 24H. And we've seen quite a few things, and it looks like there's a lot of action happening out on the circuit as Donat Diesner has found himself behind the number 13 Racing League car in GT3 of Matthias Blom. So that is a change for the last step on the rostrum, Neil. That was quite a decisive move because Matthias Blom was rather rapid getting past.
Yes, he was very, very fast getting past that number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. And indeed, it appears that number 13 is starting to pull out that gap ever so slightly, traffic permitting, of course. That gap is still only about half a second until coming across the start-finish line.
Yeah, they've got one of the LMP2s just behind them, closing up quickly, going through Abbey into Village, Abbey Farm Curve and then into Village. And you can, as we just briefly have just seen an onboard, as Diesner's having to absolutely go to the left-hand side. That is the 8th placed LMP2 car at the moment, which I think that is that could be Mergley, I think, in the Deke Hackers car.
This is 85, yeah.
There, so he's just gotten past. But the good thing is that from one of the good things now that Diesner doesn't have to worry about the pressure. He can just go about what he needs to do to try and close that gap to Matthias Blom. And who knows what might happen in the next few moments or so, because we've got another 25 minutes of the hour remaining. It just really shows how committed these drivers are, and they are still not giving up there. And the mechanical sympathy side of things here at GTR 24, it seems to be thrown out of the window from a great height.
Lucas now can now just focus on the race. He's not under trouble. He's not under pressure from behind. He's got 59 seconds back to the 26-1 move car, so he can just focus on trying to chase down, or at least try and keep up with that number 13 car.
Yeah. So I mean, in that sort of respect, it's going to be a case that he's got a lot of time between himself and Ludovic Darcuy in the number 26-1 move esports car. They need to sort of get a bit more points on the board ahead of Sebring in just a month's time, as the Apostineo Force Polonia car now gets past Diesner and then has number 13 of Matthias Blom in their sights, and Matthias Blom is trying to, now that he's got a bit of air in front of him, try and close up on Alexander Sakharov from Unison Racing, the 717. And also, in many respects here, there are changes in the gaps between certain drivers, and Patrick Lucas in the Dick Hackers car is about 3.8 seconds behind Steven Salsgaard in the 777 DSR Nightmare car. That is for position in LMP2. And then also James Juba in the number 17 from PinSim Drillers Esports, currently third in LMP2, and is starting to close. Well, actually, he's just taken that's over 2.5 seconds out of Christopher Klanick in the 22 Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 car. James Juba, I've commentated on him before. When he's on form, he is rather rapid.
Yes, he is very, very fast when he is on form, and you're incredibly correct. But that gap between Lucas and the DEC Hackers car and the car ahead, the 777 car, is now only, well, I was going to say only 1.8 seconds, but no, that's suddenly gone back up to 3. So, fantastic. I was about to say that's going to be closing. No, it's gone back up to what it was before. Fantastic.
Yeah, but it looks like that Patrick Lucas has actually made a couple of mistakes. He just keeps on having a bit of sideways action happening around the circuit here, and that has caused him to lose quite a bit of time. He's now about 4.8 seconds behind Steven Salsgaard at this particular moment in time. So Patrick Lucas's misfortune was a bit of a breathing space for Steven Salsgaard there in the 777 DSR Nightmare car that is currently running in P7 in LMP2 at the moment.
Yes, running P7, as you said, in that LMP2 class, trying to hold on to that position as it stands to try and run away from the 95 DEAC Hackers car, and having a look in terms of the hypercars, at least it is still that number 10 in the lead by a lap plus over number 80 Omicron Sim Racing car. Henry Sinek in the 10, and it's Patrick Silvassi in the number 80. In the LMP2s, yes, it is 1.8 seconds between the 7th and 8th as it stands. And having a look in the LMP2 class, that is the closest battle as it stands. James Juba and the number is trying to chase down the number 22 car. 6.5 seconds separate them for that battle for second.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the gap between Steven Salsgaard and Patrick Lucas. Lucas has again closed up. The gap is, I think, approximately around about 1.5 seconds, and he was just under a 10th quicker in Sector 1 was Lucas, then also was a little bit quicker in... He's taken a full second out of Salsgaard in that second sector. Yeah. So Lucas has made a bit of amends here. He dropped to about 4.6 seconds behind. He's now 1.5 seconds behind. So I think that Salsgaard's going to feel the heat on his rear bumper imminently.
Yeah, that gap is yo-yoing. Part of it is, starting to not make mistakes on the part of Lucas, but part of it will be traffic, because, as always, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and at this point it seems to be taking away time from the 777.
Yes, indeed it is. They still have plenty of opportunities to get past for position, as I think I spotted a little bit of a wiggle, courtesy as the Pescara ADG car nearly gets a tag coming out of Vale, and that was one of the LMP2 cars behind the wheel of the number 7 Pescara ADG car. Just having a look at the moment, because that car was very, very lucky indeed. Yeah, that just goes to show that if an LMP2 is closing up and you're a GTE, you've got to watch your backside just in case someone comes up at a high rate of knots. And that car has just actually got past the pairing of Diesner and Blom, who are currently third and second respectively, out on track here at the minute.
Yes, and having a look at Lucas now, that gap is all the way down to about half a second now. That treble 7 car is just getting bigger and bigger in the windscreen of the number 95 DAC Hackers car as they're making their way down towards the club chicane. I don't think he's close enough to make a move. Well, you are always close enough to make a move. It's just the result, what happens, may be very, very different. From half a second back, I think that might just be a little bit too much to lunge into the club chicane with.
Yes, because 7/10 of a second is not enough for lunge range. If it was like 3/10,
yeah, that's fine.
It'd be perfectly on. Do the Danny Rick, lick the stamp and send it. But 7/10, I think, if you're going to do it, you're going to basically be doing it from downtown. And what can happen is you could really outbrake yourself and cause not just dramas for yourself, but also the driver in front, and then also have the incurring wrath of race control.
Yes, the wrath of race control is something that you never ever want to feel. As that number 95 and the 777 are both making their way down towards Luffield now, and still, again, traffic caused Lucas in that number 95 car a little bit of strife coming through turn 4, in particular the left-handed hairpin of the loop. He had to go all the way around the outside of the GT traffic and lost a little bit of time. Yeah, looks like we are getting some well, I've just noticed, I've just seen that Alvaro Inchausti in the number 27 Competizione Vicar car has now actually officially DNF'd, according to the timing, down in the 33rd position, as now Donat Diesner is coming across traffic up ahead, I think, in some respects, I think we're due imminently a possible set of cycling pit stops in around the next 15 or 20 minutes here, Neil, for the LMP2s, because they'll be running anywhere between 21 to 23 laps on a full tank of fuel here at Silverstone. So they are burning fuel like it's no tomorrow. Yes, roughly every 45 minutes are the pit stops for the LMP2. So because of that, and because of the different strategies, some cars going a little bit less in a stint, some cars going a little bit more in a stint, that means you've probably almost always got an LMP2 car in the pits at some point. But yes, but having a look still at that GT3 battle for P2 between the 13 and the 41, that 41 car, the moving sim racing car, certainly has not fallen off the back of the 13. That gap is still 0.8 of a second. Well, to be honest with you, credit where credit is due to Donat Diesner for keeping Matthias Blom very, very honest indeed. And Diesner on the first sector alone took over nearly 3.5 of a second out of Matthias Blom, but Blom has actually called it back in the last sector, and the Pescara ADG car is still closing, and that is being piloted. They're currently P2 in GTE. That is Michael Francesconi behind the wheel, and is about 40.5 seconds off of Giuseppe De Forecourt in the Masto GD Esports 53 BMW that is leading the way, and is by about 47 seconds ahead of the sister BMW M8 of the number 54 of Fabio Liuzzi. So very much things heating up. And obviously with HM Engineering, the 959 not here this month, that gives, as you were saying earlier on, Neil, pole position to the number 7 Pescara ATG Corvette C8R to take possibly the standings lead after this round here at Silverstone. Diesner is now under attack from what I believe is a Lapin car. I think it may well be one of the GTE cars directly behind him, actually. But yes, this is something that we were talking about earlier, is that the fact that the time difference around the lap here at Silverstone between GT3s and GTEs is only 1.5. It's only 2 seconds. It really is not that much at all. So for the GTEs to overtake the GT3s and lap them, there always needs to be a little bit of cooperation between the two cars there. Yeah, very much the case, because the car behind Diesner is
the number 7 Pescara ADG car. And I think they were just trying to keep out of the way, because now Patrick Silvasi has just got past as, that was a shortcut and a half through maggots from Donat Diesner, because he had to take avoiding action as Patrick Silvasi from Omicron Sim Racing was closing up fast going through Copse Corner, and now Silvasi has managed to get past all that traffic. But look behind Michael Francesconi. I think, is that Fabio Liuzzi just behind in the car, or is that actually the GTE leader? We'll have to find out as they make their way through Vale and into Club Corner, as Diesner still keeping within striking distance. He's about 1.1 seconds after that off-track excursion. It cost him about 3 to 3.5 tenths behind Matthias Blom, who is now about... I must be completely honest here, Neil. Matthias Blom is now 31 seconds behind of Alexander Sakirov from the number 717 Unison Racing. And I have just had it confirmed that is Fabio Liuzzi behind Michael Francesconi. The battle for second in GTE really, really heating up right now.
Yeah, roughly half a second separating the two of them as they're coming down towards Luffield, and you've got GT traffic ahead, so it really shouldn't be that much of a problem for the Pescara car.
Oh, Liuzzi looking for a sniff up the inside, going past Francesconi. They're now going to come out of that corner. The cars are line astern, and it looks like Francesconi is holding on for dear life. They're coming out of Woodcote and Luffield, so if Liuzzi gets a good run into Copse, he sticks his nose out just to give Francesconi a nose to say, look, I'm here, and they can see what's happening. Nearly a tussle going through the exit of Copse Corner. They're going side by side through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, but Francesconi pulls ahead for the moment. Wow, that was definitely hearts in the mouth for both drivers. I think they're both thinking Mamma Mia right about now.
But yes, almost going side by side through the S's there. The thing is, that can only ever really go badly, going side by side through the S's.
Yeah, but it looks like the move is happening now. Looks like Liuzzi's going to get the run going through into Abbey. Or hasn't. I'm just waiting as the LMP2's trying to make their way through at the moment. And it is an all-Italian top three in the GTE class, with Giuseppe De Fuoco still leading in the number 53 Musto GD Esports car. As again, Liuzzi run on the back bumper. They're coming down into Abbey, and Liuzzi trying to look towards the inside of Francesconi. And they literally are line astern going through farm and into village. Now, I didn't see, I saw that, Liuzzi was trying to go through towards the inside of farm and then into village, but then Francesconi is just able to park that Corvette where he needs to, as they're now going to come through Aintree and go down the Wellington Straight with Fabio Liuzzi in the 54 BMW M8 in hot pursuit. And it looks like they've got one of the LMP2 cars just coming through. I think that might be the Juices Motorsport number 15 as they now make their way through into Brooklands.
Yes, and the DIS Sim Racing Lab car has been given a penalty for pushing the 334 Fair Racing Team car out, as the 334 was lapping the 46. So that's going to be a penalty for the 46 Sim Racing Lab car. But look at this, Liuzzi and the Pescara car still nose to tail.
Francesconi not giving up at all, and we're fast approaching about another 10 minutes before we complete another hour here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. And I hate to say this, but that Corvette seems really, really well planted. It's mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, and then the BMW's got all the weight at the front end. So what Liuzzi's able to do is to use that braking opportunity, because once he hits the anchors, that car will end up getting nose heavy, dig the car in, as now they go onto the hangar straight. They've got one of the LMP2 cars, and in the meantime they caught up with Donat Diesner, so Diesner is still around he's about 1.3 seconds adrift. They've got the fourth placed LMP2 car. That's the Fair Racing Team of Tommy Janssen behind the wheel, who's just got past, as now once again Liuzzi trying to go side by side with Francesconi. These two are giving us one hell of a show as they now come through into the next set of right-handers. absolutely enthralling battle. This is for P2 in GT as they come out of Vale and head into Abbey Corner.
And the fact that they've been overtaken so many times by faster traffic and they're still nose to tail like this is absolutely extraordinary as they're coming through turns 1, 2 and down towards the loop again. Can Liuzzi make a move?
Yeah, he's got past him. Francesconi has lost second position in the class. It was only a matter of time because Liuzzi was putting the pressure on, and that really it might have been a possible push to pass. There might have been the slightest amount of touching. They do say that rubbing is racing, but motorsport is meant to be non-contact. That's going to be a close one for race control. And now what this has done is that Liuzzi has actually been unlocked because Francesconi was literally the cork in that bottle, and now Liuzzi up the inside of Donat Diesner, going through Woodcote and Luffield to now try and get a lap on him, and that has just happened as they've got one of the other teams just behind. But that was very, very close between Francesconi and Liuzzi, as it now becomes once again a Musto GD Esports 1-2 in GTE.
Yes, and they'll be wanting to protect that 1-2 for a nice, perhaps orchestrate a nice finish at the end for their profiles on social media. But yes, a 1-2 is certainly something that they can brag about if they can hold on to it for the next 7 hours.
And we have said that can depend on what is going on. And it looks like, there we go, it looks like Giuseppe De Fuoco is now in the pits from the lead. So a really good job by both Musto cars. Both of them were in the trenches last time out, but Giuseppe De Fuoco has done a really good job. He's steered that BMW well and true and has not really put a foot wrong, whereas Fabio Liuzzi could come under the wrath of the stewards. We talked about that incurring sense of foreboding doom for drivers and teams, Neil, and I think we both got a gut feeling that could be a possibility for the number 54 car.
Yeah, that could well be a possibility for number 54 car, as you said. But Michael Francesconi, well, you say that the top three within GTEs are now, I made that within about 5 seconds of each other just before they made the pit stop, or at least before the pit stop phase began, I should say, rather, because the car that was in third place, that number 7 car, is now in the pit lane.
Yeah, and now taking over in the number 53 car from Giuseppe De Fuoco is Marco Mazzetti. So we'll now get out of the pits and start to chase the 2 in front down. And then they've got the number 67 of Paul Lana in the highest placed Volante car. The 66 is currently a couple of positions behind in 6th place with a Porsche in the middle. That is the DIS SR Lab number 45. So still plenty of racing still to come here, but I think really I'm just waiting and seeing what happens a bit further up the field. Fastest laps at the moment in the respective classes. Hypercar, it is the number 80 of Omicron Sim Racing with the 1:44.371. The 1:17 Vargas Sim Racing LMP2 car leading the charge for fastest lap, a 1:44.867. In GTE, that now has gone to the number 45 DIS SR Lab Porsche with a 1:58.132. And Unison Racing in the 717 Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT3, a 1:59.539. But along with them, quite a few other drivers have made it. So the number 13 of Danish Racing League have also put it into the 1:59s as well. Ludovic Darcouy from that car from One Move Esports now in with a 1:59.778. The 177 car in particular, that was the ID SimSport Porsche in GTE's was running in the 1:59.8 in its early part of it. So yeah, I think and it looks like at the moment that ProSim are closing up once again to the 777 of DSR Nightmare, and that is with still Steven Salzgar behind the wheel. They're now coming through in towards, they've just exited Luffield, and now they're heading down into Copse Corner, and the 007 is right on the heels of the 777, and this is going through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. The gap looks to be around about a second and a half between the pair as they both fly their way through this ultra-fast complex. And I think will actually make that just under 0.8 of a second. They now make their way onto the Hangar Straight, heading down towards Stowe Corner. And Neil, in the first sector alone, Salsgaard lost out by nearly 2 seconds in that first sector alone. ProSim's on a charge.
Yeah, big time loss in the first sector alone. You've got to remember, that's only from the start-finish line down towards Luffield. It really isn't that long of a sector at all. It really is only turns 1, 2, and then the loop. But you can just see the DSR Nightmare car starting to pull out a little bit again now that they've got away from some traffic as they're coming along the start-finish straight, and yes, coming back down into that 1, 2, 3, 4 complex again.
And it looks like Patrick Silvasi in the Omicron Sim Racing number 80 hypercar has pitted. Looks like Mika Hakimi in the 999 has also pitted, as well as we are fast approaching, coming up to 5 p.m. Central European time, 4 p.m. UK time here. And in many respects, this is going to be rather interesting because we're back with the 007 of ProSim. They are closing on the 777 of DSR Nightmare, Stephen Salsgaard. And Salsgaard's starting to struggle, I see, going through some of the corners as they now exit their way through Woodcote and into Luffield. And now that ProSim car, again, was quicker by over 1.5 tenths in Sector 2, 1 tenth and a bit in Sector 3, through Copse Corner once again. And at the moment, I don't think ProSim are close enough. They're about 6 tenths adrift, having come out of Copse Corner. And you can just see a little bit of different lines between those cars, as it's going to be really interesting how, as you just want to find out how things are going to change between ProSim and DSR Nightmare, as the gap now is just under half a second.
Yes, and what you were saying about that 777 car, that rear end seems incredibly lively at this point of the race. I was just having a look as it was coming through, I'm just trying to remember, actually coming onto the start-finish line, through the second fast right-hander onto the start-finish line, and there was a snap of oversteer from that 777 car, so it seems to be a very, very unstable car as it stands.
You would have, obviously that could be down to tyre degradation, it could be down to the centre of gravity on the vehicle. The setup is also a bit of a compromise. Obviously with the weather now looking to potentially be that case where maybe towards the last 2 or 3 hours of this race that they may have made that bit of compromise, and they're praying to the weather gods upstairs to see if something really can materialise to bring it into their favour here, Neil.
Yes, trying to bring it into their favour and trying to just get a little bit faster and trying to maximise their speed out on track. To say that, the 334 is now into the pits, pitting from third place in the LMP2. Tony Jansen currently in that car, and the DIS Sim Racing Lab car, the P4 in GTEs, is in a little bit of a no man's land at the moment, about 14 seconds either side to the cars ahead and behind.
Yeah, it looks like also the 777 of Stephen Salsgaard has exited stage right to go into the pit lane, thereby denying us of what would have been an absolutely brilliant battle between them and the 007 of ProSim Racing. We're just not that far from the top of the hour here on the continuing coverage of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, round 2 of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. So at the moment, your leaders in the classes: Henry Cynic from ProSim Drillers Esports still leads in hypercar. Marcel Sinsic in the 117 from Vargas Sim Racing continues to dominate proceedings in LMP2. Fabio Liuzzi in the number 54 Musto GD Esports car holds a 1-2 lead, along with Marco Massetti in the sister 53 BMW leading in GTE. And at the moment, it is still the all-Russian crew of the 717 of Unison Racing with Alexander Sakharov behind the wheel. The number 13 of Danish Racing Leagues, Matthias Blom, and also Donat Diesner in the number 41 from Mugen Sim Racing. With that in mind, let's head to a commercial break. We'll be back in just a few moments' time.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone for round 2 of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. A big welcome once again to all our viewers at Amazon Fire, Roku, and also our new platform that we're broadcasting on, esports television. My name is Alex Goldschmidt, and returning back to the commentary box is Yusuf bin Suhail. At the moment, at the top of the hour here at Silverstone, Henry Sinnick still leading in the hypercar class for Pinsim Drillers Esports in the number 10. Marcel Sinsik in the number 117, leading in LMP2. And then GTE is Fabio Liuzzi, and it seems like there could be a possibility of a Musto Malay because Marco Massetti is closing in on the number 54 car, leading GTE at the moment. GT3, the number 717, Alexander Sakharov, Unison Racing, Aston Martin still leading. But Yusuf, we saw that bit of a contretemps, so to speak, between the number 7 car, that is the Pescara ADG car, and obviously Fabio Liuzzi really giving as good as he could get. And even with back marker traffic, we were very much impressed on how it got very clean, but then things nearly went a bit of a dust up there between the pair of them, wasn't there?
Yeah, and I think the Musto car just outbraked themselves ever so slightly. Either that or they just braked at the same point, but Pescara braked a bit earlier than usual, and Musto just gave a little tap on the rear, and it was enough to make the Pescara car of... it wasn't Eros Masquili. I think it was Michael Francesconi at the time, just run, that extra 10, 15 meters wider through Village, which just let the Musto car slot through. So he got past. There hasn't been any words from the stewards, so we will assume that it was a clean move unless we hear otherwise. And now Musto 1-2, and Marco Massetti is flying. He's running about a second a lap quicker than Fabio Liuzzi as well, so we can really expect that Musto dust up or that Musto Malay to come through.
Yeah, a Malay at Musto, that is incoming. And looking at the lap times, Massetti did a one right. We just had an information from race control that number 404, the Glam Racing GT3 Aston Martin, currently running P29 overall, and looks to be running in around about 5th place. That's got Henrik Kohler behind the wheel of that car. They've noticed that they have made an unsafe release when entering the circuit, so that could be from a possible pit stop there, and that will definitely incur something in the midst of a drive-through penalty there from race control. Again, not the best of luck for that team. They were running in the top 3 earlier on in this race, but we could see the likes of Callum Wilson getting behind the wheel and possibly getting that car back into the top 3 in the latter stages, Yusuf. But with, we're now into hour number 5 of this 12-hour race. There's still quite a lot, as looks like Sincic has pitted again from the lead in LMP2 in the Vargas Sim Racing 117.
Yeah, and it's now Daniel Wisner at the helm of the 117 Vargas Sim Racing car. Also, James Huber has pitted. Now, he came out about 11 to 12 seconds behind Christopher Kianik. That was about 4 minutes ago, just when we had gone into ad break. Now that we're back, 4 minutes later, James Huber is under 7 seconds behind Christopher Kianik. They are on different strategies, so Christopher was able to stretch out that gap after he had pitted, about 20 minutes before James Huber. But now James Huber has got some fresh tyres on the car. He is really closing in. We're talking about over a second a lap. We could be in for a good old battle, maybe around the same time as the good old Musto dust up. But right as I say that, Fabio Liuzzi has matched Marco Massetti's time.
Yes, indeed. And in the leading car, there has been a change of driver. Jan Wojnicka is now behind the wheel of the leading hypercar in the Pinsim Drillers esports car. Was Henry Sinnock at one point, but now Jan Wojnicka now gets an opportunity to stretch the legs of the McLaren Senna GTR, a 4-litre V8 turbocharged engine producing 800 PS and around about 1,000 kilos of downforce. This car is an absolute beast, isn't it, Yusuf? I mean, just looking at the aero on that thing, I mean, if Adrian Newey had designed that car, we'd all be singing his praises right now.
Yeah, that is very true. To be honest, I think if Adrian Newey designs any car, we end up singing his praise no matter what happens. And if the car doesn't do well, then there must be something else that is the issue. But maybe Adrian Newey had some input on that design. Who knows?
Yeah, it could have. Yeah, who knows? McLaren might have just. Considering the fact he used to work for McLaren in the Formula One team when the likes of Kimi Raikkonen, Juan Pablo Montoya, Mika Hakkinen, David Coulthard worked at that team. I still remember when Raikkonen was still pushing for a victory, and then the left front suspension collapsed because the car was so fragile. The tyre literally came off the rim, exploded, and then sent Kimi into the gravel. So you can just see that the cars that Adrian Newey designs are very, very balletic in their appearance, but also in how they perform. But then you see, like back in those days in the early 2000s when Formula One was really, really on song, V10, V12 engines. Oh, yeah. 18,000 RPM, literally screaming the houses down like they would have done here around about a decade and a half ago here at Silverstone. But now, you're seeing these cars. I mean, just looking at the way that the number 10 Pinsim Drillers esports car is coming through Maggots and then into Beckett's and then through into Chapel, that car is so low to the ground. I'm not at all surprised that if we do see sparks fly from the rear diffuser, that is absolutely Herculean, that car. And Wozniacki at the moment is running in the 146.5s, and that is 1.6 seconds quicker on that last lap. That was lap number 164, ahead of Patrick Silvasi from Omicron Sim Racing. So we thought that Omicron Sim Racing would have a point to prove, but then Drillers Esports just went and ripped up the playbook, and I think they threw all the pages in the shredder and said, 3 wide. Oh my goodness, Jan Wozniacki has got no fear. Wozniacki got no fear going through Vale, and that car, it looks like it's on the limit of adhesion. I've just seen it go through Abbey and Farm Curve, and then take the right-hander at Village before going through into the loop. The car was nigh on, looking like it was going to break rear-end traction, and the car just hooked up and took off.
Yeah, I feel like every time anyone gets behind the wheel of the Pinson Drillers number 10, they just look in an absolutely different class. James Zuber still pushing 4.2 seconds behind it. Christopher Kianik right now, last time around, able to take over a second, and that's with a bit of a moment through Beckett's where he caught up with one of the GT cars right at the wrong moment, and I think that cost him about half a second, but now the gap is just under 4 seconds, actually 3.5 seconds. So James Zuber is pushing in. Within a few laps, we can definitely see a bit of a battle for P2.
Yeah, James Juba doing his absolute best. He's now coming through. That is Cop's Corner. I'm now going to go on board with him, if I can. Well, he's actually flashing to the Aston Martin just up ahead. So James Juba absolutely flying. As one that looks like one of the Volante cars has just gone off, coming out of Maggots and onto Beckett's. I think that might have been one of the Volante cars. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye, as literally Juba just hooked that LMP2 car up through Maggots, and someone else decided to go grass tracking. And obviously with the realism of this platform here, if you get a lot of grass in that front air dam, that is going to push the engine temperatures up, and that's also going to dirty your tyres. And that is not really good for any mechanical operation in this car, particularly the cooling and the engine systems on the car. We talked about this at Indianapolis, didn't we, Yusuf? We talked about mechanical sympathy. We talked about it in the preview show. Again, there are some drivers that are just absolutely able to nail those apexes, including James Juba, when he is closing and he's about to pass Donat Diesner up the inside, just literally from nowhere. And he's got in his sights the number 22 of Christopher Klanek in the Mugen Esports car, that's sim racing car just up ahead. And to be honest with you, that is just an absolutely sterling performance. Once again, Juba has taken 1.2 seconds out of the number 22 on that last lap alone. And he's just literally, I'm just seeing that Klanek has just actually responded as the ProSim 007 goes into the pits after 159 laps. So, Klanek will feel the heat under the collar from Juba, who's got that gap down to around 2.5 seconds, and that gap is closing more predominantly here.
Yep. Under 3 seconds now. Also just being informed as well that Andy Kurtzen in that number 45 DIS SR Lab car now 2 seconds behind Paul Arguslan in the 67 Volante Racing. He took 2 seconds out of Paul on the last lap, and well, I think we're going to be having a bit of a battle for P3 in the GTE class as well as P2 in the LMP2 class. So we'll try our best to keep our eye on both battles. We might even have to go into a bit of a split screen, much to our producer's delight.
Yes, our producers here at GTR24, when they can have the opportunity of having multi-screens up, it's always a joy, not just for us, but also for you all watching at home. A big thank you to everyone tuning in so far on the relevant streaming platforms that we are on. So far as I've just seen that DISSR Lab here, Yusuf, on the last lap, they took about 2 seconds out of the number 67 Volante car. That Porsche is really firing on all 6 cylinders in that flat 6 3.8 litre turbocharged boxer engine.
I'm riding on board with Andy Kurtzen, and you can see that Paul Arguslan really struggling, understeering into every corner, completely missed the apex through Brooklands, and now, well, DIS are so close that they're going to be getting a tow as well right now from Paul Lunn, as they make their way on the old start-finish straight and into Cop's Corner. The gap is now under a second.
Well, would you believe it? They're now going through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, and it looks like Jan Wojcicki splitting the pair of them. Oh, he went up the inside of Lahn there, going through into Maggots. That was definitely threading the eye of the needle, but Wojcicki had the complete confidence to throw caution to the wind, and now a lot of LMP2 cars are closing on the Pescara number 7 ADG car of Eros Mascioli, and they are some of them are trying to really go for it. And I've just seen, look, James Juba now is with Christopher Klanik. They're coming down the hangar straight away, I believe, or is he? Well, James Stewart is still about he's quite close. He's about 2.3 seconds. So he's got a couple of LMP2 cars to get out of the way. I think one of them is the ProSim car. The other one might be, I think that is, let me just have a look. That is the 999 Abstineo Force Polonia car, who are currently running, and that's got Mika Hakimi, currently running in 14th place and in the penultimate position in LMP2 at the moment. So you can just see how hard these guys are driving, as now Juba trying to get up the inside of ProSim, gets past the number 007 as Donat Diesner still is trying to keep away or just keep going. But James Juba is the driver that's really on a mission right now and can't really afford to let this opportunity go, as Likegaard in the 777 is closing on ProSim. So whilst James Juba was trying to get past them, the gap between DSR Nightmare and ProSim has closed to absolutely nothing. And now here, Yusuf, the gap between Juba and Klanik now just under 1.7 seconds. That gap is being truncated by the number 17 from Pinsim Drillers Esports.
Yeah, it's dropping at a rather alarming rate. Last time around, it was only 2/10 gained by James Zuba, but I think he struggled to get through traffic. And you can see in the corner of your shot, you know, James Zuba in the center, and then Christopher Kianik just popping in and out every now and then. But you can be certain that he's not popping in and out of James Zuba's line of sight. He's keeping his eyes firmly on that LMP2 car up ahead and using it as a bit of extra motivation to close in. This is, of course, the battle for second place in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it looks like Klanik actually responded, but Juba's been caught up in a little bit of back market traffic. He's got past one of the Volante cars, and now that gap is going to come down. And it's gone to under a second. They've just come out of Vale and they're now heading through into Abbey Corner. So James Juba really getting the wriggle on now, trying to get through as they both literally push the limits of adhesion. Going into the right at Abbey, into the left at Farm Curve, now into the right at Village before the next left-hander that puts them onto the loop, and then into Aintree before going down the Wellington Straight. And one of the key points here, ladies and gentlemen, is to just keep an eye, because they've got the WOSR number 51 Porsche GTE car just up ahead as they're now going to go into Brooklands, and that gap has gone down to 6/10. Juba now right in the toe of Klanik. The battle for P2 well and truly on, as we are just over 17 minutes into what has been a fantastic 17 minutes into this particular hour. And Yusuf, it is not going away, as now Juba going through Cox Corner on the back bumper of Klanik. The move could come, and I think it will be after the Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel complex.
Very likely that the move will be happening into Stowe Corner, but it will all come down to whether James Zuba can get the run through Beckett. He's much closer to the apex. He'll be able to open up that steering just a tiny bit earlier, and he tucks in right behind the prototype car all the way up the hangar straight. Is he close enough? He'll move it to the inside, late on the brakes. You can see the front end just dipping down as he slams on the brakes, and James Zuba moves up into second place.
Absolutely fantastic work there by James Juba. Just literally decimated the gap and just kept us all guessing. But up the inside of Stowe Corner, a clean move that puts Pinsim Drillers Esports in the number 17 LMP2 car up into second position, which now keeps them a lap behind the ongoing dominant force in LMP2 in the EEWC for 2021. That is the 117 Varga Sim Racing car with Daniel Vizner behind behind the wheel. But also, I've just spotted that between, you remember that battle that we had between Matthias Blom and Donat Diesner, Yusuf?
Yes.
That started to accelerate again, I believe, because the gap between them is about 1.2 seconds. Diesner trying to close on Matthias Blom, and this could be rather tasty, I think, in terms of just having that. You know, we're getting all these appetizers, but we're just waiting for the real main course, and then obviously towards the end we're going to get the lovely dessert. You know, depending on your preference, whether it's pudding, ice cream, cheesecake, whatever, it doesn't really matter. We're getting all kinds of different flavours of racing here at GTR 24H. It's been an enthralling display so far, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, not devoid of action in the slightest. Still got battles occurring, Pro Sim and the 777, which is currently being piloted by Kyle Lukagor, separated by less than a second as well. And I think in every single class, with the exception, I mean, I say every single class we have seen battles, and right now that's still the case at the top of both of the GT classes. Of course, now Pinsim Drillers are currently being piloted by Jan Woznica, and the 17 Drillers esports car piloted by, the Vargas Sim Racing 117 piloted by Daniel Wisner. They've checked out, they're a lap ahead of P2, but everywhere else we're seeing fantastic battles.
Yes, indeed. So the top we can only do the top two here in Hypercar at the moment, because it is Jan Woznica from Pinsim Drillers Esports that continues to lead, a lap ahead of Patrick Silvasi in the number 80 McLaren. Matthias Blom spins it! Matthias Blom spins it coming out of Maggots, and Donat Diesner pounced like a rat up a drain pipe and got past. I think that was just a bit too much overcommitment. He did a massive 360, did Matthias Blom, and that has given Donat Diesner the opportunity he needed as an LMP2 car. Now splits the pair of them, but that was quite a mistake from Matthias Blom in the number 13 Danish Racing League Ferrari 488 GT3. He's now on the back foot once again, but Donat Diesner placed the car exactly where he needed to, and it was just one mistake, and the number 13 did a 360 out of Maggots. That's not where you want that to happen, and I'm sure that Matthias Blom will be feeling a bit nervous after that one, and he'll have to commit a little bit less into that corner to keep the pace and keep going along with Donat Diesner. So that's a change in GT3 for what is now second position, and that goes to Donat Diesner after a massive spin for Matthias Blom there.
I actually think for Matthias Blom, after making that mistake, he's going to be able to see Donat Diesner up ahead, and I think that's going to fuel him. I think that's going to make him actually push that a little bit harder to try to get past Donat Diesner as quickly as possible and not let the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car pull away. They're currently separated by less than a second, and let's see whether Matthias Blom can stick to the rear end of that McLaren 720S.
Yeah, so as we go on board, I think now with Matthias Blom, he's right in the train tracks of Donat Diesner, and they're now coming out of Luffield and then going into Woodcote. But Diesner in that McLaren, as an LMP2, literally spears between the pair of them. Matthias Blom looking to go one way, then the other, goes back into the slipstream, going through Cops Corner. We're now having a ding-ding, seconds out, round two sort of escapade, but this time it's Donat Diesner in front of Matthias Blom. Matthias Blom just keeps it nice and calm, making no mistakes here, takes less curb, going through Maggots now into Beckett's before they then exit through Chapel Curve. And in this particular occasion, the Ferrari will now have the momentum and the slipstream going down the hangar straight towards the right-hander at Stoke Corner.
Also update in the LMP2 class, James Zuber has made his way past Christopher Kianek and now has himself a 2-second lead and is still pulling out a gap. I believe he overtook him on the previous lap, so apologies for missing that. But Matthias Blom sticking with Donat Diesner as they start a new lap.
Yeah, so Donat Diesner keeping ahead at the moment in second position in GT3 as Paul Liner now pits in the number 67 Volante racing car from fourth in GTE after what has been 152 laps. The current leaders, Pinsim Drillers Esports, have completed, they're now on lap number 174 of this race, just over 3.66 miles here at Silverstone. A fantastic affair so far as the leader splits his way between. That was Woznica going between Blom and Diesner, and that was going down through into looks to be Brooklands, I believe. So very good awareness there. Jan Woznica as all. Diesner goes a bit deep into Brooklands, now into Woodcote and then into Luffield. This is going to give Matthias Blom the absolute good run that he needs, but he's got the Juices Motorsport LMP2 car just behind. And and that was a very, very quick move there. Luca Gray now behind the wheel of that car. That's the junior team at Juices Motorsport, and he gets through. There's also the Apollonia Sport, the Force Polonia car of Mika Hakimi, I believe, has just also got past them. And then there's another LMP2 car trying to get through in the meantime. And what that is giving is Diesner has now got a sizable advantage. And that gap was about half a second. It's now jumped up to nearly a second and a half. So Matthias Blom, through all those LMP2 cars coming through, has lost a bit of time. But through the longer straights, the McLaren seems to have a bit of a deficit in the Ferrari in the straight line speed aspect.
Yeah, the McLaren struggling to stick with Donat Diesner, but of course Donat Diesner was running quicker than Matthias Blom. He was closing back up to him, so not totally surprising that he's able to pull away. Let's see if Matthias Blom can find that extra little something just to be able to close back into Donat Diesner. The gap now 1.5 seconds. Also looking further up the order, Kyle Lukagor now 1.3 seconds behind Prosim. Christopher Kianek 4.9 seconds behind James Huber, who has absolutely checked out. And right as I say that, the gap is now 10 seconds. I wonder if Christopher Kianek has actually made a mistake. No, never mind. He's just dived on into the pits.
So it looks like Luca Gray is also pitted in the number 15 Juices Motorsport car. That is effectively third and fifth in LMP2. So we're about to hit the halfway point in this hour of racing here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone for the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Round 2 out of 6, which concludes in late October with the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the season finale. We've got Sebring next month and a whole host of fantastic other events, which includes also a one-off special with the Nürburgring Nordschleife 24 Hours. If you remember last year's extravaganza, well, I think 2021 could be even better. You can head to all the relevant information on gtr24h.org for all the live timing. You can even find the local weather reports as well for the circuit itself. And in many respects, the weather at the minute, Yusuf, I'm just having a look on the official our official website, but at the moment it's currently 14 degrees Celsius. There's a northeasterly wind of around 3.3 meters per second, humidity of 88%, and the rain is currently at 0 millimeters. But in about, there's been a massive change on the weather front. Give it 3 hours, the predicted probability of rain is going to be 150%. And the
150%.
That's going to bring the rain from on a biblical proportion. But I think at the end of the day,
I hope you built Noah's Ark somewhere.
Has anyone got the Animals 2x2, Murad?
Don't worry, we've got Musto 2x2 in the GTE class.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we've had a report that the local B&Q and DIY stores are running out of 2x4s in a minute. So yeah, I think we'll let that one lie, shall we?
Well, I'm looking out of my window right now, and I could show you a camera of this because I live about 2 hours from Silverstone. It is absolutely pouring. My garden is flooded. It is literally flooded with rain. I mean, it has to be a couple of centimeters. Pardon? Can I turn the camera? Okay. Two seconds, ladies and gentlemen. You will get to see. My camera may turn off. Hi, camera. I don't know if you can see, but you can see a little bit. I might have to get my camera out on my phone. No, the camera turned off. Ladies and gentlemen, we've lost visual. Houston, we have a problem.
Well,
Well, the good thing is that is actually I'm about an hour and a half away from where Yusuf lives. In the southeast, and it is raining here. There is I'm going to just now turn back on myself, and hopefully I've got the camera position correct there for our producer Peter. Rain for the next hour. The precipitation is actually heavy. It's heavy. It is coming down. So we're getting the instant barrage, I think, to be honest.
I think now you can see the flooding. I think the flooding is now visual.
I can see that from here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, literally the tarmac outside, the grass is completely saturated here where I live. And in many respects, I mean, I'm just keeping an eye as we sort of digressed to giving you actual live weather
footage.
Yes, exactly, from our own respective domiciles here in the United Kingdom, for myself and Yusuf. Matthias Blom goes up the inside of Donat Diesner. You were nearly calling it there, pretty much, but he tries to get up the inside of Donat Diesner. Diesner gets back at him and retakes the position, and that was going through into the loop after coming out of Village. So Matthias Blom went up the inside through the right-hander at Farm Curve, and they're going nearly side by side into the very next corner. That's going to be brave for Matthias Blom if he's going to try and put it on the inside. That's through into Brooklands. Has the Ferrari got past? Not yet. The McLaren gets back past, and trying to go past him will be... the thing was, I think Matthias Blom...
And that's DIS joining the party as well here.
Sorry?
And that is the DIS, the GTE car that's coming to lap them, and it might cause some changes in the potential battle.
Yeah, exactly. But Matthias Blom, who I'm just on board with at the moment, he's actually got the DIS car just behind him at the moment. As they now go through, that's through Copse Corner. Oh, the DIS car gets really close to Matthias Blom. Blom has to run a little bit wide coming out of Maggots, but as a result of that, that's lost him ground to Donat Diesner, who now will exit out of Beckett's lane through. Well, he's exited out of there, and I think in many respects, Donat Diesner, I think just might have just counted his chickens rather well there, Yusuf. That was a brilliant bit of display from both Matthias Blom and also Donat Diesner to have really good spatial awareness, but then it was the DIS car that decided to become piggy in the middle and spoil the party. But this is allowing Matthias Blom to close back on Donat Diesner right now.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Donat Diesner to get back up past after that mistake that we saw before, where he had, as you described it, a 360 to come through. So let's see if Donat Diesner can now try to pull back ahead of Matthias Blom without making any potential mistakes.
Yeah, he's still ahead as through into Abbey. Donat Diesner literally hangs on by the skin of his teeth. Let alone the back of his racing, his simulated racing overalls here in GTR 24H. It's now the DIS car trying to get past Diesner. This is going to allow Matthias Blom to close. The DIS car has yet to get past Donat Diesner as they come out of Aintree, now down the Wellington Straight down into Brooklands. As the DIS car just waiting to look and make that move up the inside, goes up the inside of Donat Diesner. Matthias Blom does not go late braking into Brooklands there, but keeps on the tail of Donat Diesner. This is the battle for P2 and GT3 as they come out of Woodcote and Luffield. Diesner still has the advantage in the McLaren and that Ferrari. Matthias Blom is trying everything in the playbook to try and get past Donat Diesner there, and he hasn't been able to capitalise at this particular moment in time.
No, he hasn't. I also saw an incident further down the order involving, I think it was the 46 DIS car and one of the Volante cars as well, I think. So interesting to see that one unfold as, yeah, Donat Diesner holding on to the position.
Yeah, very much the case. I've just seen that the number 188 GT3 car of Teleforingen is in the pits at the moment. Bradley Brockies from E-Team Brit now in the pits. And also Saul Sanchez is in the pits. That's in the WOSR iZone Performance on this particular moment in time. So realistically, there are many drivers really trying to do their level best, but Matthias Blom has got past Donat Diesner and has retaken second position in GT3.
Yeah, back up to P3 goes Matthias Blom. P2. Donat Diesner down to P3. Of course, still leading the way is Alexander Zakharov. He's 49 seconds up the road from this battle. Don't count out, I almost said for a second, don't count out Saul Sanchez, but he's 7 seconds behind, but of course he is in the GTE class. Always confuses me. I always see a GT car behind another GT car and I think it must be a battle. And then I realise that no, one is in the GTE class. And then I get very sad.
It always happens, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a brief commercial break here on GTR 24H.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to continuing coverage of the GTR 24H FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf Bin Suhal back with you once again for the next 23 minutes or so. As we're deep into this race, we've got just over 6 hours and 20 minutes of this race still to go. Round 2 of the 6-round calendar with Sebring, the 12 Hours of Sebring, taking place in around 4 weeks' time at the fantastic Florida-based circuit. But Yusuf, just looking back, obviously Jan Wojcicki still leading in hypercar for Pinsim Drillers Esports. We saw that great overtake from James Juba on the 334 of Tommy Janssen for second place in LMP2, but that's being led by Vargas Sim Racing's Daniel Vizner. Then we've also got Fabio Liuzzi still leading in the number 54 Musto GD Esports car, ahead of the sister car of the number 53.
We've also got our battle again happening between, in the GT3 classes of Donat Diesner just tried to go around the outside of the loop. He couldn't quite make it work, but these two have been switching places for the last 10 minutes and it's going to continue as well. Ferrari versus McLaren in the GT3 battle. Matthias Blom versus Donat Diesner.
So they're really chancing their luck. The pair of them, they go through into Luffield and then into Woodcote, just past the BRDC clubhouse, which still remains at that site to this very day. And you can see just how hard they are pushing, all the while trying to get one up on each other, and the gap between them is 4.5 tenths of a second at this particular moment in time, as they both have completed 157 laps.
Yeah, our leading team, Jan Woznicka, in that number 10 Pinson Drillers Esports car, has completed 181 laps onto lap 182. Only 4 laps actually ahead of Daniel Wisner, who has completed 177 laps in the lead of the hypercar class. Vargas Racing leading the way as per usual, and will be looking to take home a full bag of points.
Yeah, that's always the case. It is about scoring as many points as humanly possible. And one of the biggest things is that when they have to have that opportunity, these drivers are really going to go absolutely hammer and tongs. We are still waiting for that fateful bit of doom so effectively that's all fine. I mean, these drivers are going to really push like crazy, and they can only go from there, can't they?
Yeah, precisely so. And we've just seen as well that the number 334 of Tony Janssen has pitted is now Max Scholten at the wheel of the Fair Racing team. And what that means that we're going to be seeing James Zuber pit, and indeed we do. So James Zuber is into the pits now. I'm very interested to see where James Zuber will feed out relative to Christopher Kianek, because don't forget, he pitted from being about 5 seconds ahead, and Christopher Kianek was on those better tyres. But meanwhile, we've still got a battle between our McLaren and Ferrari side by side into Brooklands and Luffield right now, Alex.
Yes, indeed. As Blom and Diesner side by side. Diesner pushing towards the outside of the Ferrari, and he gets past in an LMP2. That was brilliantly done by Donat Diesner there, as now Matthias Blom has got the headlights ablaze and is waiting to get that opportunity to roar his way back past, but Donat Diesner served him well and truly there. That was brilliantly done. Diesner just literally planted the McLaren, knew he had the confidence in the car, just powered round the corner, and then it looked like Matthias Blom was standing still in that Ferrari, let alone moving forward.
Yeah, when you're on the inside of the Luffield, it always feels like you're going so much slower on the nearest or on the closer radius of the corner. And you can see the Musto car in the background flashing its lights, just trying to alert the GT3 drivers. Hey, I'm coming through. I know you guys want to battle. Do you mind if you battle after I get past you? Which I think every single lap car will want to say. Matthias Blom having a little think about a move down into Club corner, but won't be able to do so. And it will be Donat Diesner back up into P2, and he can now start to try and extend a gap. So Timotej Andonovski has actually come out of the pits 2 seconds ahead of Christopher Kianek in that battle for second place in the LMP2 class. So great stuff from Pinson's Drillers. So they're leading the hypercar class, and they're running second in the LMP2 class.
Well, there's been an absolute tussle towards the bottom of LMP2, courtesy of Mika Hakimi and Kim Pedersen, both in the respectively the 999 Astana Force Polonia, and Hakimi actually did the business. He got round Kim Pedersen and the DSR Dream Team 766, and now has extended the gap to around about 8.5 tenths of a second. An absolutely brilliant job. I think that was the name that it got you a bit tongue-tied. You thought it was a Finnish surname or something like that, wasn't it, if memory serves me correctly, Yusuf?
Yeah, it was. We had Oshin clarifying how to pronounce Finnish names. You have to elongate the first syllable and then do everything else really quick. So it's Hakimi, or yeah. I think it's. I'm exaggerating.
It's sort of like Raikkonen, that kind of pronunciation.
Exactly.
And this comes from someone who speaks 3 different languages, unfortunately. My bad on that one. But yeah, I think.
Why are you apologising for speaking multiple languages?
Well, then. Well, the thing is that then at least if I say something to somebody that I work with, they can't understand what the hell I'm speaking about. Well, I did find that a bit to the contrary this morning before we went live on air, thanks to John Peter at GTR24H. We all speak, I think quite a few of us were speaking German, which was And yeah,
I was not there for this. I can confirm that.
Yes. I think you were having breakfast at the time, but that was completely understandable. And Ewan O'Leary pipes up in our chat here, and he goes, "Yeah, English people are meant to ignore other languages." Yeah, that's very, very true. That's very, very true. But it's getting rather close between Diesner and Blom once again. But they are being lapped at the moment, and just behind them, it's the 50. I think that is the 54 car, possibly of Fabio Liuzzi, that's trying to go up the inside of Matthias Blom, going through into Abbey, and Matthias Blom keeps it planted around the outside, and Liuzzi just gives him a flash of the lights as if to say, right, you're a slower car. Oh, they banged door panels. Oh, that was not what they wanted, and there's an LMP2 car just trying to get their way through. That was the 007 Prosim car, and then it's closing on the 54 of Liuzzi, and that was, I think in many respects, that has now given a lot of clear air for Donat Diesner to play with here in the McLaren 650S.
Yeah, the rules when it comes to lapping, if you are the driver being lapped, is you don't have to let the car behind through, but you must not defend the position. And that's what the stewards will have to decide if they have to investigate that incident between the Musto car and the number 13 of Matthias Blom's Danish Racing League car, as we actually just see Donat Diesner running wide on Kops, and maybe trying to get onto the power a bit earlier to stretch out a gap to Donat Diesner. But now he's going to have to let it through, I put in quotation marks, the Musto car.
Yeah, very much the case. And now Donat Diesner, I think, is being closed in on by Fabio Liuzzi, and that is going down the straightaway towards, I think that is Stoke Corner there. And now, Liuzzi going to the right-hand side of the number 41 McLaren from Mugen Sim Racing. And still, there's just under 14. Oh, Diesner nearly went into the back end of Liuzzi. And I think he might have just outbraked himself there. That was rather clumsy, I think, from Diesner, because that has now allowed Matthias Blom, who is now just over, what is it? That's not... And it looks like the thing is that with that, Matthias Blom is about 0.6 of a second behind Donat Diesner. So Diesner lost about half of the distance he had between himself and the number 13 Ferrari on that slight inadvertent exchange, which saw him nearly tag the back left of Fabio Liuzzi in the number 54 BMW M8 GTE.
Yeah, you can see from Matthias Blom's perspective that Donat Diesner is still well within his sights, and actually Matthias Blom under a second behind right now. Just looking at other gaps, Marco Massetti 21 seconds behind the number 54 of Fabio Liuzzi, still an Italian 1, 2, 3 in the GTE class. None of them actually driving Italian cars though.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that one, because at the end of the day, they've decided we've got BMW and we've got General Motors involved there. But, at the end of the day, the BMW M8 GT in its own right was a true powerhouse. It's still being used in IMSA with Team RLL, Lanigan Racing, who obviously, if people did watch the official Rolex 24 at Daytona, Bruno Spengler and Kevin Estre came together before even the green flag flew at the circuit ahead of 24 hours of racing. But the M8 in its own right is still a pretty quick car in its own right. But Matthias Blom is now very much up close and personal with Donat Diesner. This battle for second position in GT3 has yet to get sort of like be pacified in any respect, because now Matthias Blom is looking as best as he can to try and steal one up the inside.
Yeah, and Donat Diesner right now is having to defend for his life's worth, and we know that Matthias Blom is quick. He's closing in as well, but I just can't help but feel that we just keep seeing Donat Diesner running a little bit wide on corner exit. It just seems that he's struggling with that front end tire grip. We've seen it through Cops, we've seen it through Maggots and Beckers, we see it through Stowe. And Matthias Blom just seems to be able to hold slightly tighter lines around these corners.
Yeah, very much the case. Just seen that the E-Team Brit car, the number 68 in LMP2, looks to have Matt Webb now coming out of the pit lane after they have completed so far 177 laps. And that is currently 5 off of the leaders in that class. Still the 117 Varga Sim Racing LMP2, piloted by Daniel Wisner. So yeah, I think also there's another car in the pits in a minute. Well, Daniel Wisner, as I say that, has now pitted from the lead of LMP2, has a lap in head of Andonovski from the number 17 Pinsim Drillers Esports. But Matthias Blom still looking rather racing, still keeping pace with Donat Diesner in this intensifying battle. The gap now down to half a second. And what's more here, Yusuf, is that Matthias Blom last time was half a second quicker than Donat Diesner on the previous lap, as there's an LMP trying to make their way through.
Yeah, just over 6 hours remaining. We've almost reached the halfway point of the race, and we can still see Matthias Blom firmly behind Donat Diesner in this battle for second place in the GT3 class. They're about a minute behind Alexander Zakharov, who is leading the GT3 class.
Yes, indeed. Still plenty of time left to go in this race, and it looks like, yep, Fabio Liuzzi in the GTE class lead now pits in the number 54 Musto GD Esports car. That is going to give the lead to Marco Massetti in the sister BMW, the number 53, and Jan Woznica in the Senna GTR hypercar from Drillers Esports now pits on lap number 188. And is there going to be, I'm just keeping an eye on whether there is going to be a change in the 54 car, because Fabio Liuzzi so far has been doing a really good job keeping it nice and consistent, making his way through back market traffic nice and neatly, and no one really getting in the 54's way. So this is where it's all dependent on how long these pit stops take. Are they going to do a driver change? Is Liuzzi going to relinquish control of that car and put someone in there that's going to give every other driver a lot of run for their money? This is going to give Eros Masciuli in the Pescara ADG number 7 car an opportunity possibly to get past in the pit stop phase, and that gap is rather dwindling rather quickly. I think Fabio Liuzzi staying in that car for Musto GD Esports, and he might just come out ahead of Eros Masciuli in the battle for second position for GTE at this particular moment in time.
They're just going to jump on board with the Eros Masciuli. And I think you can see for about 4 seconds up the road is Fabio Liuzzi in his BMW, making his way into Brooklands. Yeah, you can see just up ahead of Eros Masciuli. So Eros not able to jump ahead after the pit stop, so he's just going to have to focus on this third place position that he's built up for himself. DIS a further 33 seconds down. Remember, DIS finished the opening race at Indianapolis in third place. I mean, they said that it was something that they felt very lucky to have gotten, especially with the incidents that happened to the likes of Musto and Volante. But here at Silverstone, it's been pure pace that has brought them up to fourth position.
Yes, indeed. And now Woznica has now changed out of the car, and now Henry Sinnick now retakes the wheel of the number 10 Pinsim Drillers Esports car, as Matthias Blom trying to get up the inside of the number 67 Volante car, which has got Orland just behind the wheel. And there's two LMP2 cars, one going to the right, one going to the left, down into what is, I think that is down the Wellington Straight into Brooklands, and one of them I think might be, I'm not too sure, I was trying to keep an eye on which car that was, as now Henry Sinnick winding up that car, that McLaren Senna GTR hypercar, still keeping the lead. There's still a lap ahead, but at the moment that was a pretty good pit stop there for Pinsim Drillers Esports there, Yusuf, but they still hold a lap lead, and then it's dependent on when Patrick Silvasi decides to pit. at any given moment. But we're about to hit the top of the hour once again to actually hit exactly 6 hours on the clock. Still to go. It's been rather enthralling so far.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, I'm still very jealous of the weather at Silverstone, because I'm looking at the track and I see sunshine, it all looks pretty nice, and then I look outside of my window and it's pouring down with rain. So, maybe I think I need to move to Silverstone somewhat. We'll have to see. Might be something for the future, but 4 hours until a definite rain, 2 hours until possible rain to come through. Actually, Alex, I made a bet with my brother earlier on today. Have you ever seen the show How I Met Your Mother?
Yes.
Do you remember the kind of bets that they make in How I Met Your Mother?
Oh no. Okay, go on, lay it on us, go on.
Yeah. So, for those of you who don't know what happens in How I Met Your Mother, there's this thing called a slap bet. So whoever wins gets to slap the other person across the face. So I made with my brother, so I said, I looked at the weather, it's going to snow later today. And my brother looks outside, he's like, but look, there's sun, it's not going to snow today. So, long story short, we made a bet. I reckon it's going to snow before midnight, and he doesn't think it will. So one of us is going to get slapped extremely hard across the face by the end of the night.
So someone's going to have a residual red mark on either the left or right hand side of their face this evening. Oh, that's a first. But an interesting bet nonetheless. And what's the probability of snow happening where you are at the moment?
Well, that's the thing. I then looked Silverstone. It showed like it was going to rain and it would be sub-zero by 11. Where I am, it's only going to get sub-zero by about 1 a.m. So things aren't looking good right now.
Oh, and there has been a penalty for the number 67 Volante car, and it didn't respect there was no respect shown to the 188 GT3 car of Ted Follingen, with Gert Nielsen now behind the wheel, entering the track from the pits. So, that's not a good thing whatsoever. And again, the 67 Volante car is currently running. That would have been possibly I would have thought from pit exit, so that would have been rejoining onto the track out of the International Wing Complex. So, yeah, the 67, that could put possibly Paul Larnett behind, but still obviously in the number 66 sister Aston Martin. So again, the 66 seems to be keeping its nose out of trouble, whereas the 67 seems to get that proverbial slap on the wrist.
Yeah, and Volante, we remember they were definitely involved in a lot of incidents at Indianapolis. To be fair to them, they've been involved in a lot less here at Silverstone. I think this is the only incident or incident report that I've seen from the race stewards where they have been involved in something and been at fault.
Yeah, it looks like it was turn 3. So obviously coming out of the exit, so that would have been possibly going into Village, because that is turn 3 on the circuit, as we're using the international pit straight rather than the national pit straight, because if it was turn 3, that would be Beckett's. Yeah, that's going to be, I think they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit after that one, because they are currently running, they're actually running P5 in GTE, and that would put them...
I was just going to say, would turn 3 be Beckett's, or would it still be Maggott's? Because isn't technically Maggott's 2 corners?
Well, it is and it isn't. There's this sort of like 50-50. I'm just calling it as I see it, and normally turn 3, if you've got a corner name, that's what you're associated with. So for me, it would be, I think, I probably would think it would be when you're going out of Maggott's and into Beckett, so it's sort of like that halfway house, if you will. But for the benefit of the doubt for the viewers at home, and also for the listeners on the official radio podcast feed that we've got going via our website, I'm going to call it Beckett's. It's like on that...
Every time I go and look at the Spa-Francorchamps track map, and I look at the last part of the sector where you come out of Pouhon, that's all good. But then it's like the next 4 corners, nobody actually knows the names. They don't know which one's Campus, which one's Stavelo, and which one's like Paul Frere and Old Lady. And you look at different track maps and like labels them all differently.
Yeah, I mean, Campus is the right-hander before Stavelo.
Okay.
Paul Frere is after Stavelo. I think.
So then it's a Fania chicane before numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. There's quite a lot of differentiations on that front as well. But you know, Spa, an iconic track, just over 7 kilometres in its own right. But yeah, I think just sort of like going back to the racing itself, there's a lot of drivers really picking up the pace, and it looks like Andonovski in the Endurance Esports car, number 17. Has done a good lap last time around, a 1 minute 47.492. That was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Daniel Vishner in the 1:17 from Varga Sim Racing. Battles seem to be stretching out a little bit now. I can now see that Donald Diesner is ahead of Matthias Blom, and that is by about a second and a half. And Henry Sinek in the Pinsim Drillers Esports car still leading the way on what is now lap 193. It's just going to be rather interesting over the next hour or so, as we are fast approaching the halfway point here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, here live and uninterrupted on GTR 24H for the second round of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing Championship. We're going to go to a brief commercial break, and after that we'll be right back with the action uninterrupted.
Stewards decision. Car 53 to 30 seconds, stop and go. Incident decision. Incident involving car number 95 and car number 15 on lap 37 in or near turn 13. Steward's decision. Car 9.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to continuing coverage. We've now passed the halfway mark of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone here on GTR 24H. Alex Goldschmidt now joined by Ewan O'Leary in the commentary box.
Steward's decision is already
and just to be completely honest here, Ewan, halfway through the race. There is still quite a lot still to go, and I don't think the race has peaked quite yet, has it?
Well, no, I find that it's always the way that these races, they get more exciting as they go along, and so we're getting towards that climax now, or we're closer to the end than we are to the start, I guess, with us crossing over the halfway mark in and around about now. So yeah, I think the main action is still to come, but we're having a lot of action right now as well. Second place in GT3 is a battle that's kind of going on at the moment. Mugen versus Danish Racing League. Matthias Blom is just falling away a little bit at the moment, but he is still there or thereabouts. And interestingly, in that class, Alexander Zakharov, while we've been watching those battles so much for P2, we've seen that Alexander Zakharov has really walked away from everybody else. He's now a minute in front, and that's a really big lead to be having at this point.
Yeah, a warm welcome once again back to all our viewers on the YouTube channel for GTR24H. Also, Facebook Live, our friends over at Amazon Fire, RockU, and also Esports TV. And at the top of the hour, after now completing halfway out of this race, the current leaders are overall in the hypercar classes. The race round one victors from Indianapolis. Pinsim Drillers Esports with Henry Sinnick back behind the wheel, completing 195 laps thus far, ahead of Patrick Silvasi from Omicron Sim Racing, the number 80. Daniel Vizner leads still after 191 laps completed by the leading LMP2 class car in 117, ahead of Andonovsky from Drillers Esports in 17, and Christopher Klanik in number 22. From Mugen Sim Racing. GTE, it is still the number 54 of Fabio Liuzzi from Musto GD Esports that leads after 173 laps completed, whilst Eros Masciuli from the Pescara ADG number 7 Corvette C8R is in pit lane, and that will give the Musto GD Esports 1-2 a quick revival as the 53 of Giuseppe De Foco continues to pilot the sister BMW M8 GTE. GT3, as Ewan was just alluding to, Alexander Zakharov is well over a minute ahead of Donat Diesner in the number 41. So that's Unison Racing in the 717, Mugen Sim Racing in the 41, with Matthias Blom in the number 13, Danish Racing League. Ferrari 488 is about 1.7 seconds behind Diesner. So Ewan, obviously that foreboding rain, I think, is waiting to hit the circuit, and it looks like race control has just basically said that there was no respect given by the number 67 Volante GTE Aston Martin, having been overtaken by the overall leader Henry Sinnick in the number 10 Senna GTR, and it looks like Patrick Silvasi has now pulled into the pit lane.
That's the second penalty in very quick succession actually for the 67, so not a particularly good stint at the moment for Paul August Land. So yeah, that's really bad news at this point to get two penalties in a matter of 10 minutes, I'm afraid. Busy portion of the track going on in turn 4 at the moment. Mugen Sim Racing involved in this battle for GT3 that is continuing on. A lot of traffic. One Move Esports, the number 26, has just lapped themselves from this position. It's a shame to see that they're not actually in this fight legitimately, because at one point in the race I thought they would be, but unfortunately they've lost a lap, and they're actually nearly 3 minutes down, I guess, in time on the leader, Alexander Zakharov. We've still got that battle for second going on, and interestingly, One Move are battling with Glam Racing themselves as well. That gap is not too big either, so GT3 full of action at the moment, but they're all going to be looking up towards the skies in the next few moments, because the rain really is starting to loom large in the thoughts of everybody, I think, and it's probably going to rain in the dark as well, which is possibly the worst thing to experience as an actual driver. I saw when I was monitoring the forecast a little bit earlier on, the rain just kept getting pushed back and back and back. I thought at one point it was just never going to come, it was just going to keep getting pushed back, but recently in the last few hours the time slot for 7 o'clock rain has stayed very, very similar for the last 3 hours or so, and it's actually been moved forward to 6 o'clock local time, which is in just under an hour's time. So anything from that onwards, I think we're really in trouble if you don't like the wet weather conditions.
Very much the case, and I've just seen that Patrick Silvasi has now handed over to Josef Frederick Suto in the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing car. Luca Gray has also exited the pits, and I did see the number 63 Viaductin car, the bright orange, fluorescent orange, and I think that thing's glow in the dark. Right, there's been another driver coming to the pits, that is Donat Diesner from what is second position. That's going to give Matthias Blom the opportunity to now capitalise and get back up into second place. So it will be a case that Matthias Blom will now have to push like crazy. Donat Diesner has now dropped down into third position as Jordi San Andres in the number 51 WOSR iZone Performance Porsche 911 GTE splits the pair of them at this particular moment in time. And you said about the weather, I think there are more cars coming in. I think I've just seen another McLaren just head into the pit lane. But you say about the weather, here at Silverstone, I think I mentioned this a couple of times during this broadcast already, Ewan, but also in the preview show last night. When it rains, it is like an ice rink here at Silverstone, isn't it?
Yeah, for some reason, it does seem to be particularly treacherous. I can't really put my finger on quite why, but it's certainly very, very difficult. I find that when you in the wet weather conditions anyway, prototypes tend to struggle because they haven't got that much mechanical grip. A lot of aero on those cars, which makes them fantastic in high-speed corners like Maggots and Beckett's, and it's fantastic actually to drive around Silverstone. You really would like a prototype, but in the wet weather conditions, it's not quite so nice. You need that mechanical grip, and that's why we've seen in the past, not quite here at Silverstone, but races like Petit Le Mans, the GT cars actually winning really, really wet races because they're just so much better on mechanical grip. They can actually be faster than the prototypes in some situations. I can't see that quite happening here at a wide open circuit like Silverstone, but it has happened in the past, and if that rain does indeed come, then the GT cars I think are going to be a lot more comfortable with it than the prototypes are going to be.
Yeah, and it's always about having problems with regards to it. And I've just had obviously we do get messages.
Sorry, big spin from One Move Esports trying to go down the inside of Glam Racing, and they've both gone for a massive spin at turn one, and they're both across the racetrack at the moment. One Move are going to be able to get going quicker and get going again in actually take the position because of that, but goodness me, that was a massive, and they're both very lucky to keep that out the wall as well. That was a huge moment.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to, I've just seen those three dreaded letters behind by the side of the 995 car of Deke Hackers. I remember you saying that their rear wing decided to come off, didn't it, at some point, whether it was through contact or through a moment that the number 95 LMP2 car had. As Matt Webb from E-Team Brit now pits, he's now coming down pit lane at the moment. So a good solid run from the Dunsfold-based crew, headed up by team manager Max Spooner. So Matt Webb comes into the pits. But yeah, Lucas is definitely, well, according to part of the timing that I'm seeing on my screen, he's showing as a DNF, but that's a massive moment going into Abbey. Those drivers really now, that's halfway through the race, and any mistake now, you can really, if you're gunning for a podium or you're gunning for a victory, you can pretty much forget it, can't you, unless the rain equalises things.
Yeah, even then I think you can pretty much forget it with the competitiveness of these classes. It's going to be very hard to recover from those kind of moments. I believe that might be a retirement, unfortunately, for Deke Hackers. It is the second time they've lost their rear wing in this race. Earlier on, they were running up inside the top five, having a great race, but unfortunately a bit of an incident for Roland Zux at the end of his stint about 3 hours into the race meant that they dropped back a long way, repairing that front wing and getting a new rear kind of assembly onto that car. I don't know what the suspension kind of damage was as well. That could have been a factor in their long pit stop, but I'm afraid they're about to have a longer stop in the pit lane because this could be a 6-hour stop to the end of the race. This might be the end of the road for those guys, and they will become the second car to retire from this race. We have already had a retirement from the number 27 Simulator Esports car. Alvaro and Chelsea was driving at the time, and they haven't completed any laps for a good 90 minutes, I want to say, maybe even more than that, I'm afraid. Yeah, they're out, and I think that Diak Hackers might be joining them as well.
Yeah, that was the number 27 GT3 car. Only had completed 114 laps, and Diak Hackers have completed 190 laps, whereas Henry Sinnick in the number 10 Pinsim Jewelers Esports car out and now. It looks like there is a car coming out of the pits. Is that if that is the number 95? I'm just wondering how did he actually signal to race control that they were coming back onto the server? If there has been an issue. I mean, they have now shown back up. If they haven't done it correctly, that's a 3-lap penalty for that car.
Yeah, there could well be a 3-lap penalty coming their way if they've forgotten to do it in the heat of battle, as you might be able to expect, really. A 3-lap penalty would demote them right outside of the points at this point. They are in I think they're actually in 11th place already, or are they in 10th? It's very close. I think they might be in 11th position anyway, but a 3-lap penalty will pretty much destroy their chances of actually getting any kind of points from their position. They're still going to get one at least for completing the race, but it's a bit of a consolation at that point, really. If you're not getting inside the top 10, then it's likely that you haven't had the greatest of races, and 1 point isn't going to be too much to actually console yourself with at the end of the day.
Yeah, I completely agree there, Ewan. I think it's just that would put them actually well outside, because they are 11th in LMP2 ahead of Mika Hakimi from Abstineo Force Bologna, and then the 766 with Kim Pedersen behind the wheel. That would, if that's a 3-lap penalty, that will give them an opportunity. That will not help them whatsoever. As I've just spotted that Matthias Blom is now in the pits, I believe, in the number 13 Danish Racing League car. The car is now off its air jacks, and very shortly will be coming out of the pits. And that is the case. Yeah, the number 13 looks like one of the Volante cars. That's the number 66 in from what is effectively looks to be that 6th position in GTE. And there is one of the other cars now coming into the pits. That is Patrick Lucas, that has now come into the pits after coming out of the garage. So, I'm just keeping an eye on whether there is... and that was a very quick stop there. And you can see... Well, I could see that... and now Roland Zux has now got back behind the wheel of that car. So there's been a bit of there's been a driver change. So I think... So Lukasz has turned to asking Roland Zux to step in and get that opportunity of getting back behind the wheel. Roland Zux actually took the start here for the number 95 of Diak Hackers, as the number 777 of DSR Nightmare now enters the pit lane. And quite a few other cars. The 67, that's got Paul Lan just behind Paul Aguslan just behind the wheel of it. So yeah, still 5 3/4 hours still to go here, Ewan. I just really can't imagine what's going to happen a bit further down the order, because there are still some monstrous battles, I think, still to be waged in the next hour or so, and as soon as that rain hits, that's going to turn everything around. And I've just seen from race control that Vargas Sim Racing did not give the true respect of racing room in comparison with the Teleforingen number 188 GT3 car on that particular occasion. So Vargas Sim Racing also being kept under the watchful eye of race control.
Yeah, they are. They're leading by a lap and about 30 seconds at the moment to Drillers Esports, who are in second, but that kind of drive-through penalty or whatever penalty they have received is probably going to wipe out the advantage that they have, or, well, some of the advantages that they have. I think they'll be about a lap in the lead, but that'll be about it. So their lead is going to be slashed out so slightly, but they're still comfortably in the lead of LMP2. In GTE at the moment, speaking about Volante a moment ago, but they're actually in in a little bit of a battle, or they were closing down massively on Pescara. They're not actually that far away from a pit stop, actually, Volante. The Aston Martin is not quite going as long on its stints as the Corvette and the BMW are, and we're getting towards that point where they're actually making the pit stop at the same point, and so they might end up a good pit stop behind Pescara and Musto, which would be terrible news for them. I'm just going to check when I think their next pit stop is due. They're doing about 30 lap stints, and we're coming up to lap 180, so that works out quite nicely. They've got to be in very shortly. The number 66 has already been in. The 67 is probably going to be in very, very soon, so expect to see that car coming down pit lane in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, so the LMP2 cars, Mika Hakimi from Austenau Force Bologna is in pit lane. So a lot of drive. So that's really effectively what's going to be a change of position for the 999. So and in many respects here, to still have 32 cars running after over 6.25 hours here at Silverstone for the FilmVolt 12 hours, Ewan. That's just shown. Oh, and I've just seen that the number 777 that's a nightmare for DSR Nightmare, if I must be completely honest. It's showing that they're a DNF, and that is in the LMP2 rankings. That is 8th position. So I think really the number 95, that has happened. There was a 3-lap penalty, I think, was applied to Roland Zux in that car. So the Deke Hackers now drops to about 14.5 seconds behind the number 766 of DSR Dream Team, and now the number 17, the current second place car in LMP2 of Pinsim Drillers Esports at Andonovski, has now come in after 197 laps, so another pit stop phase now starting to present itself here in LMP2.
Yeah, it is. Mugen Sim Racing have already been in as well. Zoltan Boda is into that car now for the number 22, and he'll be coming out around about where Andonovski is, a little bit, well, if it is Andonovski indeed who takes that car out again, but he might not get in front, but maybe even a little bit closer for Mugen there. The gap's kind of fluctuating between those guys and Fair Racing Team, who they're really having a fight with for that second place in LMP2. Max Scholten is the man who holds second place at the moment, but I believe there could be a pit stop due for them soon. Although, he's just dropped behind Andonovski there. Zoltan is... Scholten is in the pit lane at the moment, actually, that's why. I missed that slightly. As Boda should get out in front of Max Scholten, and he does indeed. That all sorts itself out nicely, as we were expecting, and as it has been for the last few laps, really. But it's a real shame, I think, for DSR Nightmare to have DNF from the race. I hope they do get back. I really hope they do, because they've not been having the greatest luck this season in LMP2. Moved up from GT3 last year into LMP2 this year, and struggled really in Indianapolis. Didn't have the race that they were really hoping for. They got 8th place in the end, and they were battling over 7th with ProSim here today, around about where they should be, but having a really good run, and I'm afraid this DNF has just halted that ever so slightly, and that is a real shame.
Yeah, I've just noticed that Max Scholten from Fair Racing Team still in the pits at this particular moment in time, and Rui Reis from the Ramada Motorsport crew in the 57 was also in the pits, I believe. I think I even saw a glimpse of Daniel Rishner coming into the pit lane as well from Vargas Sim Racing. That could have been to serve that drive-through for that no respect overtake on the 188 of Gert Nielsen in the Teleforing and GT3 car. So you can just sort of see, and now we are getting towards the halfway point of this hour. Ewan, let's just talk about this weather. It's still rather cloudy here at Silverstone. The sunshine's starting to break through the clouds. It's about 13 degrees Celsius. There's a northeasterly wind of around just over 4 meters per second. But then in a couple of hours or so, that could all change, because the wind could pick up again. It could double, according to predicted weather reports. in the next 3 hours, where it could hit as much as 8 meters per second from the northeast. We had at one point the possibility that there could be a 150% chance of rain. That's now dropped by 7% for 3 hours' time. We know about Silverstone having that opportunity of really, really providing a different dynamic. We could see that this afternoon, because at Indianapolis, we had the reverse, didn't we? We had a very, very slight, we had a damp qualifying session 2 in the nightfall, as the Teleforingen car now actually pits from what is 31st overall. We could see a very different dynamic in the last few moments of this race, and some drivers will look forward to it. Those other drivers that are absolutely rocketing around this circuit, like Henry Sinek in the overall lead, could find that the favour could come their way, and they could have a bit of lady luck shining on them, despite having no sunshine overhead at the minute.
Yeah, whatever sunshine that was at the circuit at any point here this afternoon is disappearing now, really. We are getting towards nightfall here at Silverstone. I'm surprised, if I'm honest, that the sun has, or the light has stayed with us for this long. I don't quite know what time of year the game is set into at the moment. I know the time of day is what it is in Europe, so it's midday to midnight in the game in terms of time, but obviously the time of year is going to affect things a little bit with regards to the sun setting, because obviously it already has here in real life in the UK, but not quite in the sim just for the moment. But nightfall is not too far from us, and neither do we think the rain is, which is interesting to say the least. We'll find out, of course, in the next few moments, but it's certainly seeming more and more likely that we are going to have a wet finish to this race, which is arguably even more difficult than a wet start to the race, because you're so tired by the time you get to these final few hours. You don't really want to be driving in the dark and in the rain at the same time when you're already really tired and pretty battered after what is going to be about 7 hours of racing, or 8 hours of racing by the time we actually do get that rainfall.
Well, I've just been informed, a big thank you to Nick Newcomb for keeping in touch. He's just informed me that the 777, the DSR Nightmare, now look at that, they've gone to stone dead last. They had a game crash and then had to rejoin the server, so now they've now inherited that last position out of 13. More cars in the pits. Looks like Paul Lane back in the pits again in the 67 Volante car. Marcus Berggren in the 177 ID SimSport car is showing in the pits, and also looks like I've got the Teleforingen car still in there. It's still parked in the pits. And obviously here, Ewan, we've talked a lot about this. We talk a lot about this in endurance racing, about the strategy that these teams are coming through. And if I'm honest with you, I haven't seen Teleforingen actually move that much in the last minute or so.
No, it's a little bit concerning, although I haven't been seeing them too much at all, actually, in this race at all. Yeah, it's a little bit concerning at the moment for those guys, but I think they'll be okay in the end. They're kind of in a battle between themselves and DISSL Lab. They're not really competing for anything more than that at this point, but still sat there in the pit box doing not a lot, really. I'm sure there is something going on down there, because this is not a normal pit stop at this stage. In LMP2, by the way, keeping with the theme of cars further down the order, Roland Zooks is trying to make his way back up the order again after a pretty poor race for Diak Hackers, excuse me. Yeah, they're on the back of Kim Pedersen now, who's been running there in the 766 for pretty much the entire race, but about to be overtaken, I'm afraid, by the 95, I would imagine. Given the way that Zooks is caught up to the 766, I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to pass just as easily.
Yeah, really, really close between them at the moment, and yeah, it's less than a second at the moment. Roland Zooks actually took nearly 2 seconds out of Kim Pedersen on that particular moment in time, and another
Another slap on the wrist for Glam Racing in the 404. And whilst the number 26 of One Move Esports tried to get past again, it was a lack of respect shown, probably not enough room, because obviously if you're the faster car, you're the one that's going to make the overtake safely. But if you're the car that's being lapped, you also need to show due deference and also have enough racing respect in terms of room being allocated to that other driver. And we've seen quite a few of that over the course of the race so far, but nothing to the point where there have been multiple infractions from one particular team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised by that. I would have to see that incident again, I think, to really know what I actually think about that particular incident, because, yeah, it was a bit 50-50 for me, really, to see you know, whether that penalty is deserved for Glam Racing or not. But it doesn't really matter. They've got to get on with it now and just move on with the race and put that behind them, really. Despite the fact they've got a penalty, they did lose a fair bit of time, actually, 10-20 seconds to one move in that little incident, but that doesn't mean you're going to be penalised, or that doesn't mean you're not going to be penalised for it, excuse me, because you're still halting the car that you had the incident with, of course. So, yeah, I have to say I'm a little bit surprised by that particular ruling, but obviously they've got to get on with it, and so have we. It was a 50-50 incident down to turn one, but Glam Racing have ended up with a penalty, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's always the way. These things do happen. That is part and parcel of racing here in the EEWC. And the good thing is that there's still plenty of that race still to go, as we are now approaching the half hour part of hour number 7 of the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone here on GTR24H. You can follow all the live timing on timing.gtr24h.org. You can also, if you are listening in your cars, there's also, if you head to the website on your browser, gtr24h.org, you can also click on the radio podcast that we've got live that is actually being streamed at the very same time. We're streaming in both sound and vision here across the globe. Also, once again, a big thank you to our new viewers on Amazon Fire, Roku, and then also on eSports TV. That's it for the first half hour. Myself and Ewan will be back in just a couple of moments' time after a brief commercial break from our sponsors.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
swap over to PC6 then. In that case, if I'm able to.
I mean, I'm on PC6.
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll just keep going. That's all we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of Hour 7 of the 2021 FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, brought to you by GTR24H.org. Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary back once again for the second half of this hour. And at the moment, Henry Sinnock still leading in the hypercar class for Pinsim Drillers Esports. Daniel Visner still leading in LMP2 in the 117 Varga Sim Racing car. And then down GTE, it is the Musto 54 BMW M8 of Fabio Liuzzi leading the way ahead of Giuseppe De Forcos. Is still a Musto dust-up, but they are still about 21.5 seconds away from each other respectively in terms of proximity. And then Alexei Maizin in the number 717 Unison Racing Aston Martin then is currently leading the GT3 class ahead of Martin Milotai in the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. And still, Ewan, we've got just over 25 minutes of this 7th hour of the race still to go. It's still rather interesting. And now Daniel Visner now pits from the LMP2 class lead from Vargas Sim Racing, having completed a total of 207 laps thus far.
Well, is this the pit stop or is it a penalty? Because we know he's got one, so I haven't seen him serve it, so he might be just not even stopping in his box. Oh, he is stopping in his box, so this is an actual pit stop this time. He's going again now, unless it was a short stop go, because that was not a very long time to be in the pit lane. He's exiting again now, so I wonder if that was the penalty actually. From what I could see, I didn't actually look at the penalty itself, but it looked penalty-like to me. In duty-free at the moment, we've had a few pit stops as well, and a few driver changes as well. All three of the main players we think could be winning this race have all changed their drivers, which is quite rare, but that's what's happened. Alexei Maizin has got in the Unison Racing at 717 GT3 leading car. Martin Milotai has got into the Mugen car, and then in the third place it's Morten Agsen in the Danish Racing League car. The Unison Racing just over a minute in front now, and they're really starting to stretch this out. Yeah, all driver changes and all changing in GT3 with Morten Agsen for Danish Racing League. I have to say, not quite as quick as the Mugen Sim Racing car as it stands right now.
Yeah, and also just had some confirmation from Race Control. Both the 777 of DSR Nightmare and the number 95 of Deke Hackers got a 3-lap penalty. The reason why, there was a lost connection for the 777 of DSR Nightmare, so they've rejoined the server. However, it's a little bit more strict on the 95 of Deke Hackers. You know that we've been talking about this. We've all been talking about this car. It's had a lost rear wing. It's had an issue. They had a rejoin for the car number 95. However, because they did not tell Race Control, they also get another big slap on the wrist, or is it a slap round the face, with a 60-second stop-go penalty. The Deke Hackers, that car's race is going from bad to worse, and I'm sure the team will be licking their wounds at the end of this race here, Ewan.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest race for them, it has to be said, but there's not a lot they can do about it at this point. I just wonder if that's the penalty that's given to everyone. I'm not entirely sure if they give 3 laps and 60 seconds to everyone, or if they just gave special treatment to Deke Hackers because they've been having a bad enough race already. You might as well make it worse. So no, I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure that is the same for everybody, because that's just kind of the way it is normally in these ones. That rule's been in place for quite a long time. I think it was due to back in the day. Well, I'll say back in the day. It was only a few years ago, I'd imagine, unless someone wants to make me feel a little bit older than I am. there was a problem when you driver swapped or when you got damaged, you'd lose top speed. But if you did a driver swap and kind of left the race and came back again, you'd get a new car and you'd go a lot faster. So that 3-lap penalty was brought in to kind of combat that kind of little issue. That issue's been fixed now, but we still have the rule in place because if you do ruin your car and you get a new one, it's not the most realistic thing. So we'll have to see about it really. But it certainly affected Jack Hackers today.
Yeah, very much the case. And just going on board at the moment with the number 13 from Danish Racing League, the Ferrari 488 GT3, and that has got Martin Egerson behind the wheel. And the Dane is actually not that far behind Martin Milotay in there as well. So in many respects, that is just one of those things where these drivers now have to really keep on pushing. They've got a McLaren just up ahead, I believe, and they've got the Teleforingen car just up in front as well, and that looks to be the 46 DIS SR Lab McLaren 720 in the GT3. So yeah, in many respects that could be the case that Egerson could actually use these cars, this backmarker traffic, to really give him the opportunity to get a move on and actually get some extra momentum through this as well, Ewan, because the slipstream is very ultra important here, going down the Wellington and the Hanger Straight here at Silverstone.
Yeah, it can be important, but I just don't think Anderson's got the pace at this point in the race. It's the first time we've seen him driving this car here today, I do believe. It's been Sebastian Hove and Matthias Blom for pretty much the entire race. This all-Danish team been rotating around, and now Anderson has got into that car, and so he's just not quite as quick as Milotay in front. He lost 5 tenths on the last particular lap. But they both gained on Alexei Maizin, the leader in Unison Racing, so maybe that gap was going to close down again. It's just toing and throwing at the moment though in GT3, not quite as close as it once was. Unison Racing have been stretching their legs in the last few hours, it has to be said, but I don't think they've quite got an unassailable lead just yet.
Yeah, I think there's still plenty of time still to go, Ewan, because we've got just under 20 minutes of this hour remaining. We're into hour 7 out of 12 for the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone. A big thank you to everyone for tuning in for what has been a rather interesting opportunity for a lot of these drivers, a lot of them looking for points, a lot of them for looking to build that momentum into the third round of the season at Sebring. And I think in some respects we could be getting an idea of what the weather is doing right about now here, Ewan.
Yeah, it looks like it. We're going to bring something up here to kind of give you a visual representation instead of us just describing it to you all the time. Give you a visual representation as to what's really happening in Silverstone first of all, but around it as well. Well, I'm no expert, but that green bit doesn't look good. So I think that's going to it may well trouble us in the next half an hour or so. It certainly doesn't look appetising for those who don't like rain, and then in a few hours time, as you can see or just saw, completely engulfed in rain, so that's not very promising for these guys, and obviously it's getting more accurate as we get closer to that point. When we were doing practice, I was talking to Neil on practice, on the very early points of practice on Thursday. The forecast at that point was pretty much a weekend washout, really. We haven't quite had that, but as we get closer to the point where rain's actually going to fall, it's getting more accurate, and as I mentioned earlier on, the point of which where rain was going to come was just getting pushed back and back all weekend, but now it's stopped, it's settled on a particular moment, and in the next hour, 2 hours, we're definitely going to see some rain, judging by that, but forecasts have been known to be wrong before, and they may well be again.
Yeah, you're completely right. It looks like on the YouTube chat at the moment, Nick Newcomb's getting more blame thrown his way at the minute, bless him. But yeah, that looks rather foreboding. It seems like the bringer of doom, which just so happens to be the weather, is what's going to really change things right now, because I've got absolutely no doubt at all that the rain will come, but it's not a case of if, it's always a case of when. And when we get to within that sort of like 10-minute mark of that rain due to hit here, Ewan, it can really then change the dynamics. It also changes in respect of how much rain does actually fall on the circuit. And I'm not a betting man, but I would imagine that if it comes down really heavily, there's going to be an absolute influx into pit lane for what could be really a major decisive factor in the race, but also in terms of the championship permutations leaving here at Silverstone and heading to Sebring in just a month's time.
Well, there will be an influx of drivers into the pit lane if the rainfall is very suddenly very hard. If it's not like that, like it sometimes is, well, everywhere really, where it just starts to sprinkle and drizzle a bit before it's psychological rain where you can see it, it's not actually affecting you very much, but you're always worrying about it because it's kind of there on your windscreen and you think that it is going to affect you, but it doesn't, so you drive slower than you meant to, but it's not actually affecting you at all. If it rains really hard very quickly, then it's going to be a very easy decision, but it doesn't often work like that, especially in the UK. At circuits like Sepang, for example, where in those kind of monsoon climates, it just suddenly drops about 3 buckets of rain on your head very, very easily. The pit lap is very, very clear, really, and you know straight away, but oftentimes it's not like that. It never quite works out right, and so we could see that today, and getting that crossover point absolutely bang on is very, very important. If you don't, then you're going to lose a lot of time.
I'm wondering if a lot of people might want to have Jenson Button, 2009 Formula One world champion, in their corner. Obviously, that real good race back in 2011 at Canada, where Sebastian Vettel literally tripped up on the final lap of the race, and Button, after what was it, a 4-hour plus race, he came into contact with his then teammate Lewis Hamilton, and still managed to win the race, having 5 pit stops, a nose wing, a nose change, and everything else, and he just literally rose to the challenge. And he showed that when he joined McLaren and actually won his race on debut, when everyone else decided, yeah, we're going to stay out for a bit longer. Jenson Button decided, when the rain had actually stopped and there was a dry definitive line, the leader, Henry Sinnock, getting stuck up with some traffic, and that does include the 766 of Bob Christiansen and the DSR Dream Team LMP2 car. As right behind, that was the Pro Sim car, I think, that was just having a massive off-track excursion. That was going through, I think, into Aintree, and then heading down, coming out of Aintree, going onto the Wellington Straight before they landed into Brooklands. And that was very, very lucky for the Pro Sim car, though, the 007. They're currently running P9 in the class. Is now, looks like Morten Egerson has just had one LMP2, the 766 up the inside, and the 007 around the outside, going through into Luffield, as now they hurtle their way through past the Teleforingen car, going through into Copse Corner. Oh, that's just like literally, you wait for something to happen, and then you see a GTE, a couple of GT3 cars stuck like piggy in the middle as an LMP2 goes around the outside and up the inside on one particular part of the circuit. This is just what we come to expect here at GTR 24H, don't we?
Well, when you've got more than 30 cars on the grid, or on the track at the moment, it's expected a little bit, but it still takes you by surprise somehow every time that it does indeed happen. Especially when you're driving, it's quite scary at some points. But Egerson is still losing time to Martin Miltai, who's absolutely flying in the GT3 category at the moment. Alexei Mazin lost about 1.3 seconds from that car behind. Well, I was kind of saying that the race for the lead in GT3 was almost over a few months ago. I've been proved wrong again, because Mazin is starting to lose a little bit of time to Miltai. I think the Danish Racing League are going to struggle to do much from here, though, because they really are starting to fall away a little bit at the moment. Lost another 6 or 7 tenths to Miltai on the last particular lap, and so things just not going particularly great for them. But Martin Miltai is really flying in GT3 right now.
Yeah, and I've just had a report from our producer Peter that rain is anticipated to hit at 6:47 p.m. That's in an hour's time here at the circuit. You know what? I'm really the thing is now. It just depends on the severity of it, Ewan. You know, there are some drivers that are really doing rather well, and they're just keeping their noses clean. And it will be a case of going for it and just hoping that you don't come unstuck when the minute the rain comes, because the drivers will then they'll think, okay, who's our fastest driver in the wet? Who's going to really be able to help us profit from these wet weather conditions?
We'll take a quick break right now because we're having a few technical problems with it's back up. Never mind, we won't do that because we've sorted it. So that was fine. We'll stay on a little bit longer before we have to take a next commercial break. But technical problem sorted. It's fine. Anyway, race continuing on, approaching that moment where we're getting 5 hours to go. About 15 minutes away from that or so. Are we about to get an announcement?
Yes, nu kan jeg se.
Yeah.
Not in a language I understand, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's definitely a language I don't understand what I've heard. But I think realistically, we've a lot of the teams. There's been a lot of really good precise driving. There's been a lot of good spatial awareness. There have been some drivers that have not respected the blue flags for other traffic, and that's where the problem lies, because if you keep on making mistakes like that, it's going to cost you in the long run, especially when you're trying to go for a championship push. And in GTE, it's been really good work from both the 53 and the 54 cars. They're both respectively second and first, so it's a 1-2 for GD Musto Esports at the moment. But I'm just trying to keep my eyes on Eros Mascioli in the number 7 Pescara ADG car. And, we look at where they respectively started. Musto GD Esports 54 is still leading the class, having started from pole position. Listen to this, Ewan. The 53 Musto GD Esports car, right, started 17 places behind in P29, and then behind them was the Pescara ADG car. So to see how both the 50, those two cars have risen to the challenge of trying to get on level pegging. And the good thing is that Liuzzi, Dufoco and Mascioli are all on the same lap thus far. So there's still plenty to play for. I think GTE, we're probably going to get to the last 90 minutes maybe before the end of the race, and then we're going to see that battle really intensify. But, you look at what Cynic in Hypercar's doing, Visner and the team at Varga in LMP2, those battles have really been... I think they've been stopped in their tracks before they even got started with the way that Martin Hemmingsen just decided to power past everybody, including Thomas Garcia, just after 45 minutes, starting literally all the way down towards the back of the field. They started in 25th position, so 24 positions gained, and they've now got a 2-lap lead over Omicron Sim Racing with Josef Friedrich Sulto behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all changed really. This race is unrecognisable from where it started. We say that qualifying is not that important, but to be honest, in GTE, that gap that we're seeing is mostly due to the fact that they started so far apart on the grid. It's not just the positions. You do start ever so slightly back in terms of meters. I guess you do have to cover a few more meters throughout the race, but that's not really the point. It's all the the traffic that the guys who started in the back will have had to deal with, that the 54 starting on pole will just not have had to deal with at all. And that's what's making up most of the margin at the moment. I don't think Pescara would have had the pace to quite challenge for the victory again this month, particularly from the way they've shown themselves in the last few moments. They're over a minute off the lead now. It's really between Musto, 54 and 53, depending on who's going to win this race, I think. But apart from that, Pescara, I don't think they've quite had the pace in that new Corvette, although a third place is not bad, to say everything that's gone on for them today, and I think they are going to get the championship lead from this either way. They came into the day with 19 points to their name. They are going to add another 16 to that. I think they're going to have 35 by the end of the day. They're going to leapfrog HM Engineering in this one because they're not here. DASSR Lab are behind them, so they're not going to jump up ahead of them, and they're only losing about 3 points to Musto, and given the fact they came in with a 6-point advantage over them, I think Pescara are just about going to take a slender championship lead into Sebring. But this far out, it's not really worth worrying about the championship standings at this particular point because we've just got so many hours of racing to go. 60 to be precise after this race. No more.
Yeah.
72. There you go.
Sorry, whilst you were saying that, I've just been keeping my eyes on the 53 Musto car that's just had a little bit of a door panel rub with the 717 Unison Racing car. Alexei Maizin still behind the wheel of that car. Maizin still leading, so Unison Racing having secure pole position, if memory serves me correctly, in GT3. They started in P16. Mugen Sim Racing, which currently has Martin Mulotai, is about a lap, or close to a lap behind. So the Russian crew in the 717 Unison Racing outfit and the Aston Martin doing the brand proud here on home soil. But yeah, I think that was a little bit of rubbings racing, but I don't think there was no harm, there was no foul by Giuseppe De Forco. I think he just maybe Maizin just turned in, realised that he was there and went, oh, well, I need to sort of quickly change direction, as Roland Zooks in the number 95 from DCACers now in the pits once again. And still very much a case of, now the sun is starting, it looks like the sun is starting to fade a little bit here. You can just sort of tell by the, for those watching at home, the sort of like the way that the shadows are starting to fall a little bit. It's still looking rather, yeah, you can see coming out onto the national pit straight from, what was it, from Luffield through to Copse. There are some shadows showing from the grandstands going onto the runoff areas on the circuit as the E-Team Brit car, the 68 Orica 07, is currently being piloted once again now by Bradley Brockies, who's taken over from Matt Webb, and currently at the moment in LMP2 E-Team Brit are 8th position at the moment. That will give them points, won't it, on the board if they continue and finish in 8th position, if my memory serves me correctly, Ewan?
Yeah, top 10 get points in each class, that is. It doesn't matter about your overall position at all, you don't need to worry about that at all in terms of totting up the points, but no, it's the complete FIA points system, which I'm not a great fan of the FIA point system, but I am, apart from the gap between first and second, I think it's a little bit too much, but the rest of them absolutely fine, and there's nothing wrong with using it, certainly. I'm sure it's not going to matter too much by the end. It's going to produce as a very close championship that's going to go all the way down to Le Mans, but picking up the points where you can is what these guys are aiming to do, especially those who are not even inside the top 10 at the moment, just trying to get that extra point for completing the race. That could prove crucial towards the end, as silly as it sounds, because it could really be that close towards the end of this championship, and so you do want to get every single point that is possible. We'll be doing the maths after after the race, of course, to try and figure out who's going to be in the championship lead at the end of this one. And if we don't get that to you by the end of the broadcast here tonight, then we'll certainly know by the time we head to Sebring the first weekend in March. But yeah, we'll be doing the maths after the stream to try and figure out who is where in terms of the championship. We've already established that if things were to stay as they are, Pescara would probably be leading the championship, and in LMP2, Varga would certainly be leading the championship, having taken the clean sweep of 27 points back in Indianapolis. They could be about to take a clean sweep here in Silverstone as well. I'm pretty sure they did get pole position in this one. In fact, I'm very sure that they did, starting second on the grid because of Driller's penalty in Hypercar, and so it looks like it's going to be a second full 27 points haul for Varga, although it is not over yet in any of these classes.
Yep, so we're about to hit the top of the hour from hour 7 into hour 8 here at the continuing coverage, live and uninterrupted for the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, and it is the second round of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Leaders coming into the top of the hour at the moment. Pinsim Drillers Esports continues to lead the hypercar class in the number 10 McLaren Senna GTR with Henry Cynic behind the wheel. Daniel Vishner in the number 117 from Varga Sim Racing continues to lead the front. The dominant display by this team once again after a stunning victory at Indianapolis a month ago in LMP2. GTE, it is a 1-2 for the numbers 54 and 53 of Musto GD Esports, with Fabio Liuzzi leading the class ahead of Giuseppe De Forco, and it is an Italian team 1-2-3 courtesy of Pescara ADG in the number 7 Chevrolet Corvette C8R with Eros Masciuli behind the wheel. GT3, it is the number 717 Aston Martin of Alexei Maizin from Unison Racing, who continues to lead the class ahead of the number 41 of Mugen Sim Racing's Martin Milotai, with Morten Egersen in the number 13 Danish Racing League Ferrari 488 GT3. Still 32 cars in their entirety, rounded out by the Teleforingen number 188 with Michael Slot behind the wheel of the 188 Aston Martin GT3 car. And obviously, Ewan, we're getting to within that 45-minute window, or possibly up to an hour, where the rain could fall here at Silverstone.
Yeah, getting closer to that point as the GTE leader comes into the pit lane, number 54, Musto GD Esports, who have led for a very, very long time now. In behind that LMP2 car that's also into the pit lane, that's from Marder Motorsport, Rui Race, Portuguese driver who's currently in the pit lane, but will be leaving before Liuzzi has to. And so Liuzzi's been in there for quite a while, actually, I'm starting to think at this point, so maybe there's going to be a driver change soon. Although it's an odd hour, isn't it? 7 hours complete. That might not be quite in their schedule. Primavera started the race. Giordano Valeriano was in there second, and now it's Fabio Liuzzi in there. So I just wonder if Liuzzi's going to stay in for maybe one more, or get out to swap for either of his other two drivers. But they've held up really, really well. Going into the day, I thought Liuzzi might struggle a little bit in this company. I thought he didn't quite have the pace of those around him, but he's shown me completely wrong. He's absolutely on the pace here this weekend, doing very, very well for himself and for his team, of course. And so 54 Musto team putting in a fantastic performance as he pulls away from his box right now. Didn't look like the longest stop ever, but it was still time for a driver change. Daniele Primavera gets back into that car, very accomplished Sprint Series driver here at GTR 24H, and started the car here today at the Silverstone 12 Hours. So he's back into that car now and makes his way through turns 3 and 4 to start his stint again.
Yeah, also a change at Ramada Motorsports. Felipe Barreto has now been handed the candle, so to speak, from Rui Reis. So really, we are now at 1900 Central European time here on GTR 24H. I think without further ado, let's go to a commercial break with some words from our sponsors, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, and of course, welcome to our viewers who are watching on the likes of Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube as per usual, but also to our viewers over on Amazon Fire, Roku, and newly added ESTV. I think the people listening in on GTR 24H radio have already been hearing us during the break. You know, if you want to get some backroom insight onto what we mumble about and what we complain about during breaks, you can head on over to the radio as well. But I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, and I am joined by Neil Heaty as we jump on in to the final 6 hours of racing. Wait, is it 6 hours or 5 hours of racing now? 5 hours of racing. The time really does fly, doesn't it, Neil?
I wasn't here at the halfway point, but I'm hoping either Alex or Ewan started singing Living on a Prayer. Halfway there, Living on a Prayer. I hope one of them did that, because if they didn't, I'm severely disappointed in them.
Do we have any, like, 1,000-mile races? Because then we can pull out, you know, I would drive... Well, I mean, I'm changing the lyrics here, but I would drive 500 miles. What are they called? The Remembrance, isn't it? It is a Remembrance, I believe.
But the Proclaimers?
The Proclaimers, that's it. I always think the Remembrance, but they're the ones who did the... No, that's Culture Club that did Palmer Chameleon with
yes,
Boy George. Okay. As you can tell, my knowledge of music isn't very good. I know a few songs, and then they stick into my head, and I see them from certain shows. And the Proclaimers was from How I Met Your Mother. I always remember that one. Stuck in the car, and it's stuck in my head.
Yeah, being from Scotland, I was contractually obliged from birth to know all of the Proclaimer songs by heart.
Oh, were you actually? I didn't realise. So, I mean, I only know that one Proclaimer song. How many Proclaimer songs are there?
They've got like 12 or 13 albums.
Oh, wait.
So 12 or 13 albums times how many? Like, at least a good 120 or 130. They're really...
And do you know them all off by heart then, Neil?
Not all of them, but I can recognise a good 80% of them.
Okay, I mean, I was going to say, we've got 5 hours remaining in the song. That equates to about 100 karaoke songs. I think we can get through all of the proclaimed.
Yeah, get all of them for the end of the race.
Oh, that was actually fantastic.
Some things are happening on track. Shall we talk about them?
Wait, there's a race going on?
I know! It's incredible, isn't it?
God. Well, let's allow ourselves to get distracted away from music and we can talk about some racing for a bit. I'm taking a look down the order. Jordi San Andres is currently 11 seconds behind the Viaducting car. That is a battle for P7 in the GTE class. Also noticing that Morten Argesen is 3.5 seconds behind Martin Milatai, and that is a battle for second place in the GT3 class.
Yes, that second place in the GT3 class looking kind of interesting as it stands. And of course, as Ewan and Alex were talking about just before the last commercial break, the rain looks like it may be coming in sometime soon, possibly within the next hour.
Yeah, the rain will be coming through at some point. Looking at the circuit at the moment, at least on my screen, it looks very nice. Doesn't look like there's going to be any rain coming, but we know better. We know that there is rain to fall on these poor souls, and that transition period is going to be a living hell for them.
Yes, especially during the changeable light conditions that we're undergoing at the moment as well, where it's going from day to night, adding in, so that's kind of difficult anyway due to just the angle of the sun. It goes straight into the cockpit in a couple of sections on the circuit. But if you also put rain into the mix, but not necessarily heavy rain, but just rain that's enough to make the track a little bit greasy, that's going to make the driving conditions so much harder.
And our production, they're casually whispering to us in a very beautiful voice that the rain is coming. And I am most certain that the rain will be coming. I'm scared to see it arrive, but it shall arrive at some point. Yeah. It's still raining outside my window, although I can't really see now because I have my curtains closed because it is nighttime. But not yet nighttime in Silverstone, where I feel like we've been in the kind of crossover point for the last 2-3 hours of racing, and apparently sunsets in the UK last a hell of a long time.
Yes, a surprisingly long time it appears. Yes, that the weather radar, you can see there, you can just see a little bit of blue in the you could see just a little bit of blue right in the very bottom right corner, and of course that means heavy rain, and it appears to be heading directly for the Silverstone circuit. Henry Sinek is still, of course, in the lead of the hypercar class in that number 10 Drillers eSport car, with the 2-lap lead over the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing car.
Where did you see that weather forecast? I want to see the weather forecast. I just noticed you were like, oh, can we bring up the weather forecast? Cool. Because I couldn't see it. I was like, oh, there's a weather forecast. Let me look. And then I didn't see anything. And I looked at the stream and I couldn't see anything. Okay. So I need to wait for like a 5-second delay so it appears. It's coming. It's coming up. Oh, beautiful. There are houses, and that is definitely UK. That is definitely the UK. I can confirm. It looks like the UK. And there's the rain. Oh no. I mean, to be fair, it's definitely gonna hit, isn't it? There is no way that misses. It's almost like that scene. I can't remember what film it is, but it's the one where it's like the end of the world, as all good films are. And I remember there's a scene where like they run away from the cold in a library. Also, I think you're muted, Neil.
There you go. What I should probably do is sellotape the input cable into my microphone because it keeps on falling out.
Okay.
So the film you're thinking of is The Day After Tomorrow.
Day After Tomorrow? Okay, yes. It reminds me of that. We're getting that kind of weather. It's coming, and we don't know when, but it's not a case of if.
Yes.
Peter, look, right, we're trying to put on a high-quality broadcast, and if you tell us when the rain's coming through, that means we can't act surprised when the rain comes in, which means that our viewers won't be surprised when the rain comes in, right? We need to build up the suspense. All right.
Engineer sport.
Speaking of being calculated, Jordi San Andres are 4 seconds behind Alexei Mizin, and Eros Masquili is 4.7 seconds behind Giuseppe Del Fuoco, currently seeing 30 seconds, half a minute separating the top three in the GTE class.
It's half a minute, but that half a minute is divided very lopsidedly towards the side of the second and third battle being much closer than the first and second.
Yeah, if we had a song about I would cut half a minute, well, Giuseppe Del Fuoco is well into that half a minute of time. And currently it is starting to stretch out. Daniele Primavera last time round going quicker than Giuseppe Del Fuoco, who was faster in turn than Eros Masquili. And right as I say that, Giuseppe Del Fuoco takes out 3/10 from Daniele Primavera, but not enough time for anything to happen in the near future. I just want to keep an eye really on Jordi San Andres, because he is not far behind, pardon me, he is not far behind Alexei Mizin at all, or sorry, I should say Viaductin.
Yes, the Viaductin team currently, well, they're in GTEs, of course. They used to be one of the stalwarts of the GT3 class, but they're in GTEs now, the number 63 car, which you can, well, if you split it out on track, you can tell the GTEs and GT3s kind of look vaguely similar most of the time. But the way that you can tell the difference between the GTEs and the GT3s is that the GTEs have the green side plate, GT3s have orange, and do my eyes deceive me, or are there some windscreen wipers on?
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the onboard from Henry Sinnick's car, and you can see rain is definitely dropping down. So we have rain. I'm just looking at the onboard. Yeah, and you can see the rain is falling. You can't really see it from the trackside view as much, but in the cockpit you can definitely see that there is a little bit of rain at the very least. And the biggest thing that we were talking about, and we brought this up in qualifying, is that if you get offline, it is going to be so slippery.
It's going to be incredibly slippery, but there's a tipping point for when that happens. And there, occasionally in real life, you've got something called psychological rain. I don't know if you've heard of this before, but a psychological rain is essentially just enough drizzle that you can see it on the windscreen, but it doesn't actually affect the track conditions at all because it's that light. And it just gets into your brain a little bit. That it has started raining. And you might start to subconsciously change your driving style, change your driving lines, even though at that particular moment there's no need to do so because the track conditions are essentially the same. We've just got to wait and see how acute this rain is and how quickly it comes down.
And it actually reminds me of another one, Neil. Have you heard of interior rain?
No, I haven't.
So it's when you spin and then you start crying and it causes it to rain inside the cockpit. Either that, or you just get so hot and flustered you turn all the air around you into steam, and then it starts condensing on the windshield.
I thought interior rain might have also had something to do with the fire extinguisher inside the car and accidentally sending it off.
We can go down that route as well, but I think that also depends on what kind of fire extinguisher, because then you get different ones like a CO2 and water fire extinguishers,
etc. The ones they have in racing cars are foam, aren't they? I think they're foam ones.
Actually, the foam ones. I guess you'd need that because it's you have electrical stuff as well.
And electrical, yeah.
And fuel, yeah.
Anyway, Henry Sinnick is still on board with it. As we're having a look at those windscreen wipers still going, and you can still see the rain falling here at Silverstone. Jeroen Kwekel is currently a lap behind the 1117 Ferguson racing car, currently driven by Daniel Wisner, but he's got a 50-second lead over the number 22 Mugen car, currently driven by Zoltan Bora.
Yeah, and you can actually see with Henry Sinnick, he's being much more careful when passing back markers. He's not just flying around the outside of them. He's waiting. He's being a little bit more cautious. Okay, through farm curve, yeah, he'll be more aggressive, but you can see when he gets offline and he tries to get on the power, he's just forced to let the car out wider than he would have originally liked, and you'll see if he catches anyone going into Maggots and Beckett's, he'll probably just sit behind rather than overtaking them around the outside, which is what we saw from the faster classes previously in the race.
Yes, again, it could just be the effect of the rain that you can see falling onto the windscreen. Now, of course, the windscreen wipers starting moving from left to right. When I say left to right, in the hypercars, it's right to upright to right again, and they never go left.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know, it always reminds me, like, what kind of wipers do you prefer? Do you prefer it when it kind of starts in the middle, or when it goes from one side all the way up so it perfectly clears your view but not like the passenger view?
I like the ones that you have in buses where it's just a single hinging point, but it's at the top in the centre of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aris Musculi is coming into the pits as well from P3 in the GTE class. And
is this for wets?
Stuff for wets already. That's
this could be huge. If it's not wets going on for Aris Musculi, he could be in a very, very bad situation because everyone else might be pitting for wets in 10 minutes time, and he's going to be forced to do a double pit stop as a result.
Yeah, I can just remember a race that I had in our Factor 2 once where I was sat there in the pit, actually in the pits, and the tyres were changing from a set of hards to a set of hards to another set of hards, I should say. And while I was sat there up in the jacks, it started raining. That was that was a horrific moment for me personally, because there's nothing you can do about it at that point. You cannot scream to your virtual engineers to take those tyres off and go find the wets in the back.
You should be able to, if only you could. You could just. There should be an option at the end of your bits to stay in the pit box and tell them to put a different set of tyres on. You get a similar issue when you play on the F1 games. When you pit, you can't have the option to just repair your front wing and keep your set of tyres. So sometimes you're in a situation where, for example, you're on hard tyres and those hard tyres are going to get to the end of the race, and then you have to pit one lap later because you have front wing damage. But it won't let you stay on that set of tyres, so then you have to pit onto a new set of tyres and then go back into the pits to put on those hards back on. So it just makes your day go from bad to worse.
Well, the 66 car has now got a 60-second stop go for contact with the 188 car at or near turn 15. Now, 67A, I believe that might well be stored. The club chicane actually turn 15. But yes, that 66 car being the Volante racing car, currently driven by Donat Proden, having contact somewhere with Michael Slot in the 188 Teleferening car. So that was a GTE versus on a GT3, and the GTE has got that penalty.
Yeah, I'm also just realising now it's Michael Francesconi out in the Pescara car, and he's actually come out of the pits 1.5 seconds behind Paul August Lardner. So we can see now if how much Michael Francesconi will close in, and I wonder if our producer has any info on whether those are slicks or wet tyres on the Pescara ADG car, because I would assume it's slicks.
I imagine.
Apparently.
I imagine they will only have wets and dries, because intermediates is something you only ever really get in formula racing.
Potentially so. Okay, apparently the hypercars do have intermediates, but we're now no longer allowed to ask our producer about tyres. So that's kind of gone on to the no-no list. You gradually get, don't you, Neil, a list of things that you are allowed to ask your producer for and not allowed to ask your producer for, and we're building up that no-no list.
Yeah, for example, I cannot ask the producers for a crate of beer to be delivered to my door every month. For example, I can't ask that. But
is that an indirect way of you asking for that?
No.
I would go by the high pitchedness that you brought to that to mean that was a yes.
Josef Frederick Sutter is now driving the number 80 car. That's the first time that I think I've seen him in that car all weekend, including Thursday and Friday.
I believe so, yes. I haven't seen him behind the wheel of the number 80 car since last week. And we saw Josef Suto out actually in Indianapolis when it was racing, as our producer reminds us that he is the wet weather specialist for the Omicron racing team.
He is the wet weather specialist indeed, but he's got to make up 2 laps, which is a tall order for anyone, but especially against a car like the Driller's car. And I say that and look at that, just getting stuck behind the GT3 car. I believe that was the number 46 car actually. And going around the outside of the GT3 at Luffield, up the inside of a second one at Woodcut, and then got some clear track ahead, at least for a few minutes or so.
Yeah. And Michael Francesconi now within a second of Paul Augustolana. And this is the battle for P3 in the GTE class. Of course, Michael Francesconi has just pitted for Pescara. So it's not a huge issue for Michael Francesconi. He can just sit behind, but of course, if this rain worsens in the very near future, then this will effectively become a battle for position.
Yes, it will essentially become a battle for position, which is quite nice once you get about 7.5 hours into a race, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, Suto is now coming onto the start-finish straight. The question is, what is his first flying lap time? Because he got into the car the previous lap. The previous lap before this one was a 2:49, so obviously that includes the pit stop. So you've got to see what the first flying lap is from that number 80 car. And having a quick look at timing.gtr24h.org, where you can also find all of the timing, is just reset. Let's have a look. What was it last time round? It didn't count it because it was an outlap.
Can I also just point out that Pinsam Drillers in the number 10, they've made a mistake. And a mistake that's actually going to cost them points.
No, what?
If you look at the fastest lap is currently set by the number 80 of Joseph Frederick Suto. And now that the rain's starting to come down, I don't think Henry Sinek is going to be able to improve on that lap time.
Which is actually fairly interesting, because the 10 car has been much faster than the 80 throughout the race.
Yeah, and that 44.3 was set on lap 2 of the race, if I recall correctly. It was set in one of the first 4 or so laps when Martin Hemmingson was still stuck in traffic trying to work his way through the field. But considering how far ahead how far ahead Pinsam Drillers were, I'm surprised that they didn't just put in a low tank of fuel and just let their driver set a push lap just to get a new fast lap of the race. And then, pit again, because they did have that kind of a buffer margin.
Well, it's something you never really want to risk anything, and that includes, for example, they may have a 2-lap lead, but if they have a hardware failure, for example, that 2-lap lead is gone, so I don't think they really want to push it as far, even if they do have such a lead.
That is true. Either way, it's a point that they will not be able to secure. And as I say, that last time around, Henry Sinek was 3.5 seconds quicker than Josef Suto. And at the same time, we're also seeing Michael Francesconi closing up further to Paul Augustolana. And now within half a second and right on the tail of the 67 Volante racing car.
Indeed, right on the tail of the fellow GT3 car. That 67, as you said, trying to defend from the 7 is Paul Augustolana versus Michael Francesconi as they are making the way out of
Paul Lana had a huge moment. He had a huge moment with the rear end. And now they're side by side into maggots. This is brave stuff. But off that racing line, it's always going to be super slippery. And Michael Francesconi forced to back out of the move.
Yes, just having a look, I'm not sure, it looks like it didn't actually have any oversteer at all, at least from what I saw through cops that time around. It just appeared to just understeer all the way through the corner and out onto the AstroTurf on the outside. And then, of course, the number 7 car had to lift off. Sorry, the number 67 car had to lift off to make sure that it did not ping any track limits or such. But indeed, coming down to the club chicane, and it's about 3.5-4 tenths between the two of them. I don't think Francesconi is close enough this time round.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think as well right now when...
Yeah, as I say that, just having a look at the timing, that is in fact the 67 car now in the pits.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think right now, Neil, what is the kind of crossover point? You know, how many seconds slower are we waiting to see drivers be before they think, okay, this is the time to pit? Because at the moment, drivers are being about 3-4 seconds off their fastest lap times, maybe 5 in some instances. And
if I remember correctly from what we roughly saw on Thursday during official practice when it was drying, the crossover point for the LMP2s tended to be about the 1 minute 50, 1 minute 51 mark.
Okay. But that would have been with low fuel loads, or were people...
It's practice on Thursday, so it might have been anything, to be honest.
Okay, well, we are seeing 150s. I mean, we've just seen Bo Christensen do a 153.0, but at the same time, Matthias Pedersen has done a 149.7. So who knows, really, at this point?
Yeah, some cars have decided to at least activate their request buttons, such as Jiri Toman in the not Jiri Toman, I thought it was Daniel Vista in the 117 car, for example, has decided to activate his pit request button. The same goes for the 15 Juices Motorsport car.
How do you know that they've activated their pit request button? That is cool.
On timing.gtr24h.org, if their name's flashing green, it's the pit request button.
Ah. See, I am currently using Simutils, so I don't see that. See, you are the man with more information than I, Neil. Much more information. You do hold the power.
That's a very dangerous thing to say.
With great power comes great responsibility, Neil. Use it wisely.
Oh no. As well, we were saying last time round, the 67 car decided to dive into the pits, that Volante car. And I'm wondering if that 67 car has decided that now is the point to swap over to the wets.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. I'm just trying to see. Paul Augustin is currently out behind DIS. He's 50 seconds behind them. And he's done a 2:03.4 on his previous lap, apparently. And that was a second nearly slower than what Andy Kurtzen or DISSR Lab were able to do.
Yes, and you're definitely starting to see the times start to rise, I should say, rather, a little bit now, as the track just gets a little...
I mean, looking at how much rain is falling, I would say it's probably wet enough for those... Well, I mean, for the hypercar class, for the intermediates to come through, but I guess it all just kind of comes down to how wet is the racing line itself.
Yeah, you can definitely see on the circuit there, and some of the wider shots that we've got, there really isn't a racing line at all anymore. There's definitely not a dry line. The entirety of the tarmac is pretty much the same uniform dark grey.
Yep. And whether that means it's all dry or all wet, I guess is anyone's guess. And kind of the thing that I always look for when searching for that kind of transition period is how much spray is there, because if there's no spray coming up, that means there's no real standing water, there's no water between the tarmac and the tires, and if your wheels aren't kicking up any water, then that tends to mean that you don't really need the wet tires. But we have had instances, I mean, my mind goes back to Formula 1 where you have tracks that when they get really cold and they get wet, but not wet enough for spray, it's just very damp, it makes it like ice, and you do need to get those wet tires out because they have a softer rubber, so it's easier for them to warm up and perform in the colder conditions.
Incident between car 66 and car 13 near turn 18 is now being investigated. Car 66, of course, being one of the Volante cars, the same one that got a 60-second stop-go not too long ago, and car 13 being the Danish Racing League car. But, and that's in or near turn 18, which makes me think that is actually the club chicane turn 18. But as that is being under investigation, hopefully we may be able to give you an answer to that investigation after the short commercial break from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. And greetings to everyone watching on the likes of YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Amazon Fire, Roku, and of course our new partners over at ESTV. And ladies and gents, it is raining. Not internal rain, not psychological rain, but real wet drops of water falling onto the circuit. And you can see the wipers are now more ferociously wiping than they have been all day long. We started to see drivers come into the pits, but nobody has headed on in to put on the wet tyres as of this point, Neil.
Yes, nobody appears to have done that as it stands. But you can see the rainfall counter along the top is now saying 3 millimeters per hour. Which is still, you know, an okay amount of rain.
Yeah, and we're still searching for Gabs B32 Racing, not too far back from Bradley Brockey's Team Ebrit, doing a good job so far in the top 10 and looking to pick up some points when they weren't able to do so last time out at Indianapolis. Got Giuseppe De Forco 18 seconds behind Daniela Primavera, waiting to see what his most recent time was. DISSR Lab 19 seconds behind Michael Francesconi. And right now the GTE drivers are doing mid-205s, so they're over 7 seconds a lap slower. I reckon right now this is the kind of time that we're going to start seeing people jumping on into the pits.
Yes, the pit cycle will be open soon. The question is, how close are we to the normal pit stops for each of these classes? Because if they find that they're maybe only 4-5 laps away from their normal pit stop cycle, they might just decide to tough it out until that point.
Yeah, precisely so. And this is one of the things that we talked about actually last time at Indianapolis when we compared this to the likes of racing at something like the Nordschleife or Le Mans. We were only talking a 2-minute lap time. right? Whereas when you're at Le Mans or the Nordschleife, you're talking about 3 minutes something or 6-7 minutes something. So pitting that 1 lap earlier doesn't usually cost you as much as a place like the Nordschleife or the Le Mans, where you're out for so much longer, losing time or losing a lap in terms of your strategy. So you can bite the bullet and pit that little bit earlier without it costing you too much, but of course you still would want to be pitting on the ideal lap time for your own strategy. And at the moment I can't really see if anyone is on intermediate tires, but as we mentioned, the times are really starting to increase.
Car number 7 on
yes,
lap
those times starting to increase as a new incident report between car 7 and car 7. I think that might be a mistype on behalf of the
To be fair, there are 2 car 7s. You've got the 007 and then you've got the car 7 of Pescara AD.
That's true. Perhaps the program hasn't recognised 00. That's a very good point.
Incident involving
about
car
that, but
number
yes,
7
perhaps
and
the
car number
007 and the 7, the Pro Sim and Pescara, as you said, have been involved in incidents somewhere. Incident under review now on near turn 1. That, of course, being Farm, the very first right-hander. And I found that first right-hander in New Silverstone a little bit tricky, because in some cars, again, it's one of these corners that's not quite flat out.
Can a representative from car 7 report to race control? Can a representative of car 7
if you take a look on
report
board with
to
Felipe
race
Barreto
control immediately?
in that 57 car, which is the Romano Motorsports car, you can see that there are some grooves in those tires, and that means wet tires are going or are being put onto the prototype LMP2.
I can't quite see that personally because the brightness on my screen isn't good enough yet, but I'll trust you on that. But yes, grooved tyres going on that number 57 car of Felipe Barreto. So at least one of the LMP2 cars deciding now is the time to put on the wets. And how far into the race are we now? That made about 7 hours and 40.
The other thing I want to bring up quickly, just to interject, just a final point, is that riding on board, you can see the spray being kicked up by one of the McLaren GT cars up ahead. And as I said before, when there's spray that's starting to be kicked up, that's the point where you want those intermediate tires, because that means that there's standing water between your rubber and the tarmac, and you need those cut tires to be able to dispel the water, just to increase the amount of contact you have between the rubber and the tarmac.
Yes, that contact between the rubber and the tarmac is very important, because that's what causes grip, and I find that grip is very helpful for driving a car fast. But yes, as I was saying before, they have 57 cars now deciding this is the time, this is the opportune time to swap over. And I was thinking we're about 7 hours and 40 minutes into the race, and at least that might actually line up with some of the normal LMP2 pit stops. Maybe that 57 car, the Ramada Motorsport car driven by Felipe Barreto, decided, what I was saying a few minutes ago, 3 or 4 laps away from the pit stops, just tough it out until you reach your scheduled pit stop. And just having a look at the timing as well. A couple of GTE cars are coming into the pits as well at the moment.
Yeah, and there are loads of drivers into the pits. The other thing to remember is some teams they share pit boxes with other teams from cars in other classes. So if they're that little bit late into the pits, they could find themselves being held up by an entire minute, and that's a lot of time that could be a loss. And I think Tone Lower at the moment, he's also on those wet tyres potentially, but we'll see what Felipe Barreto can pull out. He was a little bit slower than Turn Lower in Sector 2, and Turn Lower pretty much the fastest man on a circuit in that middle sector.
That middle sector is from the Wellington Street to the Hangar Straight, essentially. So again, I would say it's perhaps one of the more technical. I would say it's the most technical sector on the circuit, actually, because it involves Luffield and Brooklands, and it also involves the entirety of the Essex of Mangots, Beckett's and Chapel. So I'd say that's probably the most technical sector of this circuit.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think if any of the other sectors are more technical. I mean, Sector 3 is from the start of the hanger straight all the way to the start-finish line. And I mean, I guess you've got a long run, but otherwise it's fairly technical as well. I mean, there aren't any sectors that's literally just straight, to be honest. Sector 1, of course, you've got Abbey Farm and Village. That's all flat or near to flat in the dry, and in the wet probably will be seeing a bit of lifting, maybe a dab on the brakes as well.
Yes, turn 1 at Silverstone is one of these interesting turns, but it's not quite flat out. I would say in most cars it's maybe actually a lift and down gear. Is turn 1, but or maybe even down 2. But yes, it's a very difficult corner to get right, because you always want, because it's same with all fast corners, you want to drift out to the exit as far as possible. But the thing is, you've got turn 2 right there as well, so you can't really do that. You can't really approach it like you would a corner that is normally profiled like that.
Exactly. So I'm used to the F1 games where turn 1 is completely flat, and even Cop's corner becomes completely flat, and then I jump into a GT cave, take turn 1 flat, and end up in the barriers, and I just look very, very silly indeed. So just taking a look, Felipe Barreto last time round 46.3. And not actually the quickest, sorry, 57.1, and actually the fastest man on circuit by a considerable margin. We're talking 3 seconds quicker than Paul Holt. Same lap as Jiri Toman, who actually pitted not too long ago. Roland Sux also very quick, 55.9. So it is definitely time. You can definitely see from the timings alone who is on the intermediate tyres and who is on the dry tyres, as Paul August Larnett has dived on into the pits as well.
Yes, diving into the pits of the stand, and look how busy that pit lane is. I think we can pretty much say now that everyone is on those wet tyres now. Still haven't got Felipe Barreto, though Felipe Barreto, the first one of the LMP2s to jump onto the wet tyres, got about a 30-second lead over that number 15 Justice Motorsport car as it stands.
Yeah, Felipe Barreto has a nice 31-second advantage. He's over a minute behind Paul Holt, but if he's pulled off this strategy well, he could potentially jump Paul Holt in the pits. The other thing to also consider is in the GTE class, Michael Francesconi in the Pescara car, I believe, has pitted for those wet tyres, and currently going 3 seconds a lap quicker than Daniela Primavera, who's currently running second in the GTE class.
Steward's decision. Car 7 DQ for using unauthorized tools.
As car number 7.
Oh, car 7's been disqualified for using unauthorized tools. Now, is that the 7 of Pescara, or is it the 007 of ProSim? I think it's Pescara. And when unauthorized tools are mentioned, it usually refers to race engineering assistance programs. So by that I mean the likes of Race Labs and stuff, which tells you how much fuel you have and when you need to pit, etc., instead of using a race engineer. And yes, we've got confirmation it is the Pescara car.
ProSim car, according to you.
Oh,
007.
Well, John, who's in race control, has said Pescara, so I'm going to go with that for now. I don't know, maybe they vote to be...
No, it's the 7. The 7 is a yellow flag, which means it's stopped somewhere. The 007 ProSim car is back out in circuit as it stands, so at 81 kilometers an hour, currently 78. Yeah, so the 007 is out in circuit is the 7 Pescara ADG car, the GTE, that was driven by Michael Francesconi.
That is disastrous for them, because that means that 1, 2, 3, that all-Italian podium, the dream is gone. And they can still hope for the 1, 2 of Musto, but, well, it might actually be a Musto 1, 2 followed by a Volante 3, 4 at the moment. DIS currently sandwiched in the middle.
Yes, that DIS car, as you were saying, sandwiched in the middle. And of course, Musto still 1-2. It's going to be looking like a very, very good race for them. They've completed 221 laps of the Silverstone circuit at the moment, with each one being 3.66 miles. I think that's roughly somewhere in the region of 820.
820 miles. We've done 250 laps now, which means we won't be seeing 500 laps done, but I think we should be seeing a little bit over 400 laps completed in the race, as Jan Woznicka in the number 10 Pinson Driller's car is now over 2 laps ahead of Patrick Silvassi. Oh, Giuseppe De Forco has actually just dived on into the pits right now. He was only a couple of seconds, I think, ahead of Daniele Primavera, who had started to close into him. And Daniele Primavera is going to be out for one further lap, but I'm just seeing Felipe Barreto having a huge run with the rear end, and he's going to end up spinning on the exit of Brooklands Corner.
Yes, it's I just put in a calculator. Just 220, well, that's 810 miles. Close enough. But there we go. But as you said, we are at the 250 lap mark for the leaders for that number 10 Drillers E-Sport car. And well, how far is the race? Are we now? Almost 8 hours, which means they're probably on track for somewhere about 380 laps, I'd say, at the end of the race.
380. We'll see whether we can make it to the 400 mark. I'll trust your 380. I would like to see us get to the 400, the 4th century, but we'll have to see whether that is possible or not later on. Sebastian Hove has taken out almost 2 seconds out of Martin Muller-Thai. That's a battle for second place in the GT3 class. Currently 15 seconds separating the pair of them.
That 15 seconds, it's very easy to lose or make up. It depends what position of the two you're in. But if the car in front makes a mistake of some description, that 15 seconds is gone instantly.
Yeah, precisely. So, just waiting to see actually what this lap from Felipe Barreto is going to be. It's not going to be a quick lap, and it's probably going to be somewhere around a 2:10. But it refuses to update on my screen, so I will have to.
There we go, just quickly looking over to the stream. See, that says car 007 and car 22 is an instant under review. So it definitely does understand the difference between 7 and 007.
Okay.
So yes, the car 007 being the Pro Sim car, the car 22 being the Mugen LMP2 car. So those two have had an incident at turn 1 at some point in the not so distant past. So we'll find out eventually, perhaps in a couple of minutes, what the result of that investigation is going to be. But yes, as you were saying, Martin Muller-Thai in that number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car, that being the GT3 version of the car, 15 seconds ahead of the Danish Racing League number 13, currently driven by Sebastian Hove.
Giuseppe De Forco is into the pits, which will release Daniele Primavera back into the race lead. Giuseppe De Forco will come out about 35 seconds behind his teammate. Fastest man on track at the moment, Jerome Quickle in the number 17 car. He's taking a second out of Juri Toman, and I believe the pair of them are onto the wet tyres already. And Jerome Quickle now almost a lap ahead of the Fair Racing team. That's the 334, currently being driven by Paul Holt.
That 334 car indeed being driven by Paul Holt. That Fair Racing team car has done actually a very good job throughout the race so far. It appears to have just kept its nose clean the entire time.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do in these races, in endurance racing, just keep it clean. And it's not just about keeping it clean, but we talk about mechanical stress and mechanical forgiveness, not pushing your car all the way to the absolute limit, and just making sure that you can keep your car in a nice spot so that it actually lasts to the end of the race and you don't get any issues with damage, with engine issues, overheating, whatever it might be. And at the moment, turn lower is closing in onto Felipe Barreto from Ramada Motorsport. Felipe Barreto currently sitting in P5, nearly 1.5 minutes behind Zoltan Boda. I actually think Zoltan Boda might need to pit this lap. I don't think he has pitted yet for a new full wet tyres, but I might be wrong on that instance. I do know that last lap he did a 2:06, which kind of indicates to me that he's driving relatively slower than everyone else, losing about 6 seconds a lap. And he's done a 2:46 on the last lap, which either means he made a huge mistake or he has actually pitted. Neil, I think your mic's muted again.
It's not muted. The cable keeps on falling out. I should probably go find some tape at some point.
every time I hear you quiet, I go and look over Google Meet, and then I see you talking. I'm like, yes, there is an issue. He hasn't just ignored me. He's
I haven't just ignored you. I should probably find some tape somewhere. Meanwhile, I believe we have another interview. So, Yusuf, please take that away while I go and find some tape somewhere.
Oh, we do indeed. Oh, it's Tiziano Brioni as well. Tiziano, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello. You guys are having a pretty good time so far. 1-2 for Musto. Forza Italia, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we had 30 seconds stop and go for... so I can accept this kind of penalties, but I was so angry in that moment. I want to say sorry to the race direction because I was really angry, but by now I'm okay. I want to say sorry to them, and by now we are okay. We are trying to maintain our position, and so we have received a drive-through just 1 lap ago for cuttings. So all good here, and so we try to arrive on the finish line in that position.
At the moment, your 53 car is 35 seconds behind the 54 car. Do you think there is a bit of a pace discrepancy between the two teams, and do you think it's possible for the 53 car to catch back up and reclaim the lead?
We don't think so, because honestly we are not prepared as we want for this race. We had some problems of organization, and for example I can't race because I'm literally with 30 laps into my hands. So Giuseppe are doing really good work. Maybe Marco will return into the car later, and honestly gaining points for the championship even with the second position is good for us.
I don't know if this is legal or not. I would assume so, but I haven't checked the rules. Would there be a possibility of team orders coming through and you just saying, let the 53 car through, they're ahead in the championship?
We don't think so, because 54 have done really solid work, and by now I think that the winning is for them, and so by now at the second race we are not thinking to team orders, maybe later into the championship.
Another question I wanted to bring up is, we've seen the rain come down. How tricky was it to kind of judge the right moment to switch on over to the wet tires? Because I believe at this point everyone is now on the wets.
Yeah, we lose the gamble for 1 lap, we think, because we did 1 lap more that we need, and we lose I think 10 seconds, and so I think that understand which is the right tire, the right moment is critical, and especially adapt and fit every time at the changing of the condition of the lines, and to the changings of the weather, and Giuseppe is a specialist on that, and I believe in him. So we will see what we can do, and so that's it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining me, Tiziano.
Thank you too.
Shout-outs for any of your sponsors, etc.
Yeah, we want to thank Trustmaster for officially sponsoring us as a team, and the NBA as well, that provide us our t-shirts, And so the next level that sponsorized our center our simulation center in Loco Rotondo in Puglia. And I think that I have said all. Sorry if I forgot something, but I think that I say all. Yes. I'm stupid. Thanks, Roberto Musto.
Well, Tiziano, thank you very much for joining me, and in bocca al lupo.
Viva il lupo, grazie, ciao.
Lovely to hear from Tiziano. Musto currently 1 and 2 right now, Neil, and they're going to be looking to keep it that way to the very end of the race.
Yes, they'll be wanting to keep it that way to the very end. Of course, it's always a team's dream to have a 1-2, well, preferably every race, isn't it?
Yeah. We've also just got information as well that Mr. Felipe Barreto has been caught up because turn lower is right on his tail, and there's 3 tenths currently separating Ramada Motorsports and the Deuces Motorsport Club prototype cars.
Yes, only 3/10 of a second separating the two of them, nose to tail, as they're coming down Aintree and down the Wellington Straight.
Yep, nose to tail indeed. Here we go then. No, just too far back for Deuces, and turn lower to have a look into Brooklands. And I feel like we're still on this kind of point of the race where the track is wet, but it is still clearly drier on the racing line than it is offline, and we're still waiting for that moment for it to get wet enough so that you can look for moves by going offline, essentially.
Yes, going offline, especially in these very changeable conditions, and of course presuming that they've all got some variety of wet or some variety of grooves tyre on. But going offline is specifically in these conditions, if you're on slicks, it's almost suicidal. You will be going into the grass at a high rate of knots, and ergo into a very hard, very not movable concrete wall at an equally high rate of knots.
I think we're at a point where just being out on slick tyres itself is suicide, as Deuces Motorsport Club turn lower, goes down the inside into Stowe Corner, and he does get it stopped in time, so turn lower, absolutely flying and gains himself, an extra position. He's currently going 4 seconds a lap quicker than Felipe Barreto, who is in the 2-minute 5s Pro Sim, doing 2-minute 6s as well right now. So there's a huge pace gap, and another man who's going fairly slowly is Paul Holt, who is currently in P3 in LMP2, having done a 2-minute 3.2 on the last lap.
Yes, you can definitely see the effects of the rain now in those wet tyres, can't you? Because those times have gone way up. Indeed, Tony Loya last time round did a 2-minute 2.4, which is a good 10-11 seconds slower than their normal times.
Precisely so, and it might just get slower and slower. I mean, at the present point in time, you look at the amount of rainfall, we're only at the 3 millimeters per hour. We do get to see more than that at the points, and I think we're still at a stage where, this is light rain, and we're expecting heavier rain to come through in an hour or so.
Yes, an hour or so, as you said, and it's going to be very interesting how this rain continues to change, because we're not actually seeing that many rooster tails out on the circuit at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see if this rain gets any heavier, if the track gets any wetter, and see how that affects these teams' not only driving styles, but also what speeds they have relative to everyone else, depending on what type of setup they decided to put onto the car.
But on that note, we are now at the hour mark, so we're going to be heading into a short break, and we'll be back after a few messages from our sponsors. Stay tuned.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, where we're making our way into the final 4 hours of a race. And a warm welcome to everyone watching. Either if you're watching the highlights, well, this race has already happened. I won't give spoilers, not that I can, because at the point of which I'm saying this, I don't know who's won the race yet. But thank you very much for watching the highlights, and if you're watching live on Amazon Fire, Roku, or ESTV, or even GTR 24/8, thank you for staying tuned. For those of you watching in the radio, you would have heard about how Ewan O'Leary bailed previously. God, Ewan, bailing on us. Terrible. Either way, Neil, you wouldn't bail on me, would you?
No, I wouldn't. Although, no, I would not bail. But I have found out that obviously I have to fix the cable, keeping on falling out the back of the mic. So I found some tape on the wall. I don't know why it's there. I can't remember why the tape is on the wall. But I found some, and now the cable is sellotaped to the back of the microphone, so it should not fall out from now.
I've just seen in our production room you and O'Leary typing vicious, saying vicious lines.
Vicious
I mean,
things.
To be honest, I'm all for you joining, and we can have a bit of a tricast for a bit. But before that happens, before we talk about betrayals and Game of Thrones style things, let's talk about the battle for the GT3 class, because we're talking about just over 15 seconds separating the three drivers. Alexei Mizin leading the GT3 class field for the 717, Martin Militär in the 41, and Sebastian Hode in the 13 Danish Sim Racing League car.
Yes, and we've just got an instant decision from the incident that happened just before that last ad break. Car 22 has got a 60-second stop go, 22 being the LMP2 Mugen Sim Racing car after an incident with another LMP2, the 007 Pro Sim car at turn 1. So a 60-second stop go there for the 22 car, which was... Well, it technically still is, because it hasn't actually taken its penalty yet. That 22 car was doing very good. It was in fourth place in class.
It was fourth place, and it's been closing in by over 4 seconds a lap. Last time round, 2 seconds on to Paul Holt, and is currently 10 seconds behind the 334 Fair Racing team. But clearly, Mugen Sim Racing haven't been playing it fair enough, and they're going to be dropping down in a 60-second stop-go penalty. Turn lower is only 1.5 minutes behind them. I actually think they're going to come out of the pits only about 10-15 seconds ahead, and turn lower is absolutely flying right now.
Yes, it's absolutely flying in that LMP2 car. As you said, setting incredibly fast lap times, especially in these conditions. And it's like what we said. I think it might have actually been myself and Alex said it beforehand. Is that, you know, rain is like a great equaliser. That really sorts out who the best drivers in the field are.
It is a great equalizer unless one of you happens to be on a wet setup and the other one is on a dry setup, and in that case then while it does kind of level up the playing field, one of you will have an inherent advantage.
Incident involving car number 766 and car number 717 on lap 224 in or near turn 3.
Excuse me, looking at the number 13 Danish Racing League car, Sebastian Hogue is only 4 seconds behind the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car, as there's another incident under review between the 766 and the 717 in or near turn 3. The 717 being the Unison Racing car, and the 766 being, if I can just find it again, which one are you? Unless I can't see things, probably is the DSR Dream Team car. That's right, LMP2. So it's between the two of them at turn 3, which is the first hairpin of the loop.
Yeah. And just for more updates in the GT3 class battle, Alexei Mizin, his last lap doesn't exist. Martin Militai a 2:12.9 and Sebastian Hogue a 2:11.8. Sebastian Hogue now 3.6 seconds behind Martin Militai, who is at 10.6 behind Alexei Mizin. So the gap between first and second is remaining stable, or at least a lot more stable than the gap between Martin Militai and Sebastian Hogue.
Yes, and Sebastian Hogue, look at that gap just coming down and down. I said it was 4.5 seconds when they were coming, when essentially I was looking at the track map, they were about coming out of the, coming out to the hangar straight at that point. They're already coming down towards Brooklands and going through Luffield now, and that gap is already 3.5 seconds. Sebastian Hogue is absolutely flying at the moment in that 13 car.
Yeah, Martin Militai has brought the gap to Alexei Mizin down to under 9 seconds, so things are really closing up. And even, I was going to say even Marcus Ster, but Marcus Ster is in the GTE car. And one thing that we've kind of seen now, because of this rain, you talked about how it levels up the field. The GTE cars are only going about a second a lap quicker than the GT3 cars, and it's going to be very difficult for them to lap the GT3 cars when they do close in.
Yes, and as we said, lapping these GT3 cars, and you know, it's going offline, especially in these conditions, because normally when you're lapping another car, the general consensus is that the slower car stays on the racing line, and then the faster car needs to make its own way around it, essentially. But especially in these sorts of conditions where it's very wet off of the racing line, that just makes it all the more treacherous.
Yeah. You almost need a joker kind of lap that the guys can take to lap certain cars. But I'm still riding on board with Sebastian Hogue, and he's got about 4 or 5 cars up ahead. And one of those 4 or 5 cars up ahead is Martin Militai in that 41 car. And, well, currently for Mugen Sim Racing in that 41 car, they finished 3rd in the opening race. And Danish Racing League in that 13 finished 2nd. So if things finish as they are, Danish Racing League and Mugen Sim Racing would be tied if it was not for the pole that that pole position that Danish Racing League were able to secure back at Indianapolis.
Yes, 1 month ago-ish at Indianapolis, we didn't manage to achieve that position. As you said, and of course, looking forward to our next race in exactly 4 weeks' time. We'll be in the 12 hours of Sebring, so make sure you join us for that, when hopefully all these drive cars, plus the ones who didn't make it this weekend, will be there to make it a good, 35, 36 car field. I think it should be if it's a full grid.
Yeah, it'll be a bigger field. And now, speaking of big things, Sebastian Hogue will be looking for a big move on Martin Militai, because Martin Militai is the car right in front of Sebastian Hogue. His team would have told him he'll probably know the design of that rear end of the McLaren well enough by now. And he'll be searching for a way to pass the Mugen Sim Racing car. They've got the viaducting car not too much further up ahead, and I actually think that is, well, they're actually looking to lap the viaducting car as well, as the DIS SR Lab car gets a little bit wide through Beckett's, and sweeping past him will go Sebastian Hove.
Yes, the 717 has got a 30-second stop-go for an incident with its 766 at turn 3. Of course, that 717 car being the Unison Racing car that we were talking about in the GTs.
Yeah, and that could be big news for Alexei Mizin, because now he's going to have a penalty presumably applied, and he's going to have to serve that. And he's only 9.2 seconds ahead right now of Martin Militite, and he might be finding himself dropping it down to P3. So the top 3 from Indianapolis are your top 3 here at Silverstone, but whether they'll finish in that same order is something else entirely to be seen.
Yes, as I believe we are about to have another interview. There we go, and with us at the moment from the number 15 Jesus Motorsport car, currently P5 in the LMP2 class, we have João Barbosa.
Hello guys.
So currently P5 in class with just sort of like the combined team this weekend, shall we put it that way, because obviously you are a very accomplished GT racer, but moving into the LMP2s for this race.
Yes, this morning I wake up and I was planning to do some GT testing of practice for VEC, but we have a problem on our lineup, so Nick asked me if I can jump in the car, so I literally had 10 minutes of practice to know the track in the car and go ahead. So, but I really like this car. I mean, my experience is more on GTEs actually, but I really like the LMP2 car.
So, when you suddenly get this call up, if you like, to switch across to the LMP2 car, when you suddenly have to change what class of car you're driving, what sort of processes do you go through at that point to think, right, I need to, despite practicing GTs for the past couple of weeks, I now need to properly race an LMP2 in just a few hours? What are the thought process, and what is also your process for getting used to the change between the two very different types of car?
Well, I didn't actually have much time, because that was literally 30 minutes before I jumped in the car, so I only did 10 laps to know the track. The most difficult thing on this change is actually the multiple class lapping thing. I mean, the passing GTs and GT3s, because if I'm used to be lapped, I'm a GTE, so I'm used to that process. LMP2 is a little bit different, but the most difficult thing that I had in my first stint was understanding where was the points that I could pass the GTEs, because I literally don't know where I was much faster than the others. So that's first thing that I told me that was terrifying because of that, because I really didn't know where I could pass the other cars. So that was the most difficult process, because the setup is okay. I mean, the guys develop a setup that works on the dry and on the wet, probably better on the wet, and Tion is doing right now a fantastic job. But I believe that the most difficult part is that lapping cars.
And I suppose because you just suddenly jumped in the car, you've got to kind of trust the setup that your teammates have made over the past couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, the setup is pretty nice. I mean, the thing is, I had the first thing to get used to the lines, where was the lines, because it's very different from a GTEs, because in these LMP2s you can throw the car and it will turn, on the GTEs that doesn't happen, so it's a little bit different, but the setup was pretty good. I didn't have any problems with that. I didn't have any spin or crash on my first stints. So I think the guys did an amazing job to prepare the setup.
Will you be getting into the car again at some point in the near future, or is that you done for today since the rain and the darkness is coming?
Actually, I don't know. Right now, Tony is doing a great job, so in these mixed conditions, we probably might leave it in the car, because he just told me that it stopped raining, so it's better to get a driver to understand the car and the lines, but I might jump in the car until the end of the race, I think.
So you currently are P5 in class. Are you aiming for anything higher than that today, or do you think P5 is kind of, because of the gaps kind of around between the cars around you, so do you think P5 really is kind of maximum that you can get today?
Well, I will say P5 is a pretty nice result. The teams here are pretty strong, so I will believe P5 is really good. Right now we are fighting with the Ramada boys. I think they had some problems when they started raining, because they lost some time. And that 60 stop and go penalty to the 22 helped us to get a little bit close. And we are really behind that 22, so we weren't expecting to be close right now. But we have a still long ways to go. Stop raining, we should see if the rain coming again. So I will say between P4 and P6 will be our position if nothing happens badly for us.
Yusuf, do you have any other questions for Joe?
Not particularly that I would like to mention. I mean, Joao, any shout-outs regarding sponsors, etc.?
I will leave that to Nick. But I will pass that and congratulate you guys on the great work you did on streaming and commenting, because it's really difficult to be here long hours, and you guys do a great job, so congratulations for that.
Well, thank you, Joao, very much for joining us. Literally, right as we end this interview, we just see an incident happening in the battle for the GT3 class, as Sebastian Hove pulled off a move on Alexei Mizin, but ran a little bit wide going into Village Corner and got tapped on the rear end, spinning Sebastian Hove around. So Sebastian Hove now finds himself back down in third place. So he's not going to be happy with that one, and he's got all of that work to do all over again, Neil.
Yes, he has all that work to do again, and he got a little bit of a bump from behind by the looks of it. So yeah, Sebastian Hove has a lot of work to do. That's a... I was just having a quick look at the stream. I was looking at timing before having a quick look at the stream. There's an LP2 car having a very interesting excursion at Brooklyn, so let's put it that way. But yes, and there's been a couple of penalties handed out while we were speaking to Zhao. The first one is, just let me find the list actually first. The first one was, that's right, we talked about the 30-second stop go for car 717.
Let's just hold that thought for a second, Neil, because here comes Martin Militite, and he's going to go down the inside of Alexei Mizin up into Stowe Corner. This is for the lead of the GT3 class. Martin Militite has pulled it off. The 41 Mugen Sim Racing car takes the lead of the GT3 field.
Yes, taking the lead of the GT3 field, an extra 7 points for that number 41 car. And as you said, just passing the 717 Unison Racing car as they are coming across the start-finish line now to begin lap number... where's the timing list? I can't quite remember. To begin lap 237 for those two.
Yeah, our race leader, Jan Woznicka, in the number 10 Pinson Drillers esports car on to a lap at 268. And we have just over 3.5 hours remaining of the race. So, Martin Militaj now leads the way, but Sebastian Hove riding on board with him now. He can see in his view very clearly Martin Militaj and Alexei Mizin, and I'm sure he'll be able to get through fairly quickly. We know he was the quickest driver of this three-way battle. And Tone Lower as well at the moment, only 22 seconds behind Zoltan Boda, and closing in as well at a decent pace, at 3 seconds quicker that last time around.
Yes, a few seconds quicker that time around, as you said, but just by having a look at it, Hove really has not. Hove is keeping up with the cars ahead at least. You've got to remember there's only 1.4. Sorry, there's only 2 seconds pretty much separating the top three in the GT3s as it stands. They're all making their way down towards the S's.
Yeah, and you can see how much more confidence right now Sebastian Hove has than Alexei Mizin. He's going to get a much better run coming out of Beckett through Chapel Corner, and the closing speed is fairly visible. He's going to tuck in right behind the Unison Racing car, and LMP2 will come flying past. And here we go down the inside for Sebastian Hove into Stowe Corner. There's contact between the two of them as Sebastian Hove just understeers into the side of the Unison Racing car. But he gets the move done and he moves up into P2 of the GT3 class.
Yeah, just kind of understeered through them. There was really nothing he could do. It's almost like he was aquaplaning in a way. As just in our ears, and indeed having a look at the timing screens, the 717 of Alexei Mizin in that 717 Unison Racing car is coming to the pits, and I'm wondering if he's coming to the pits just now to serve that penalty that he received about 10 minutes ago.
It might very well be. I mean, he's tried his best and for his longest amount of time to keep the likes of Sebastian Hove and Martin Militaj behind, and now that they've eventually got through, there's nothing really to be gained by staying out in front of them. Might as well just now get your penalty served and dusted. Bradley Brockey's right now 17 seconds behind B32 Racing. Turn Lower on that last lap round, a second quicker than Zoltan Boda, now 18.8 seconds behind the man who currently resides in P4 in the LMP2 class.
Is in that LMP2 class, as you said, looking to do a very good job there. But something that I was going to say just before that series of battles broke out is that, of course, we did talk about the 717 Unison Racing car having a 30-second stop go for having the incident with the 766 DSR Dream Team. About 5 minutes later, the 766 DSR Dream Team car got a 30-second stop go for an incident with the 188 Teleferningen car, and that 188 car appears to have been at the receiving end of quite a few incidents that's caused penalties to other cars today.
Yep, I think it was the case actually last month as well, back at Indianapolis, but either way, they'll be hoping that they can keep things clean up for themselves for the rest of the race. Just keeping an eye on some other gaps. Via Ducton, I think it's currently Mikel Sigor at the wheel, 15 seconds behind Jose Berengawa. And actually at the moment lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap slower as Jose Berengawa trying to close in to Donat Prodan in the 66 Volante Racing car. Bradley Brockey's still 13 seconds behind B32 Racing, but he is bringing that gap down slowly but surely. So I think in maybe 10 minutes time he should have that gap to under 5 seconds roughly.
Well, that's a rather large claim, isn't it?
What was that change in voice? It was just like, you have angered the gods.
you have angered the gods. This means this does not happen anymore. You have mentioned it, therefore it will not happen. Sebastian Hove's about 3.5 seconds behind the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car now in P2. There's a yellow flag in sector 1 for somewhere, at least it was a few seconds ago, but that appears to have cleared up. But yes, Sebastian Hove looking to chase down Martin Militaj in that 41 Mugen car as the sun is setting here at Silverstone, and it's definitely now getting a lot more darker.
Yeah. Also, that thing about being under 5 seconds, you know how it was about 13 seconds from Bradley Brockie to B32 Racing like less than a minute ago?
Yes.
Yeah, it's under 10 seconds now.
Oh no. Yeah,
you look so smarter now.
But yes, that gap is coming down very quickly, as you are saying. And Sebastian Hove, that gap appears to be stabilising at the moment at roughly about 3.6 seconds as it stands.
You just had to commentate, because literally as soon as you said that, it dropped to 2.2 seconds.
No.
But on the plus side, that means that it's getting closer, which means we're going to have a battle on our hands for the GT3 race lead.
Yes, a battle on our hands for the GT3 race lead, as you said, coming down towards the club chicane. And I'd be incredibly impressed if you could lunge from 2 seconds into club chicane, but I have a feeling that even on the last lap of the race, that would not be a particularly viable strategy. All that number 13 car needs to do is just slowly, methodically close down that gap and eventually get straight onto the rear wing of the number 41.
Yeah. I remember a video that I think it was WTF1 did, where I think they got Matthew Gallagher to go in and do some F1 driver training, and one of the things that they did was how to focus your eyes when turning into corners and not to look at the apex, where not to look at the bit where your car is, as we just see one of the LMP2 cars spinning through the loop, but it was actually to make sure that you're always looking ahead. Just drive instinctively at the part that you're at and look ahead, and that way you're always aware of what's going on up the road. And I think it kind of ties into what you said, because you can dive from 2 seconds behind, but I think at that point your eye isn't on the corner or ahead, it's firmly on the car in front of you, and you're aiming to just smack into them.
Yes, and aiming to smack into them is not good. Generally in sim racing it's okay, because you don't have to pay for the damage.
Well, I wouldn't say it's okay because you don't have to pay for the damage. I mean, it is probably prefer to smack into someone in sim racing compared to real racing, where you may kill them, but I think it's frowned upon generally.
Yes, generally hitting people with driving into people is frowned upon. I think that is a general rule that we can all abide by.
Neil, save the smacking for Tekken, all right?
Yes, I've never been good at button mash. Well, no, I say button mashers. I'm sure there's probably a strategy to Tekken, but really what everyone does is just button mash.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got Street Fighter 2 in my house on the old Nintendo, and everyone plays it apart from me because I hate it. Because I press a button and nothing happens, and then it happens later. So it gives me an excuse. I can blame the game for the reason why I'm terrible, but also I hate the game as well. And sometimes my friends would bring Smash over, and I'm terrible at that as well. I'm just terrible at fighting games in general, because they're not racing games. So there we go.
There's an incredible free version of Bomberman on Steam now. It's absolutely fun to play with friends. Anyway.
Bomberman?
Yeah. I'll have to send this video to you. I'll have to... You, please don't ask if I've really got friends. Please don't do that in the production room chat. Friends,
I feel like this could be the next, GTR content, GTR 24H staff play. What was it called again? Bombers.
I can't remember what the version is called, but it's a version of Bomberman, yeah.
Bomberman. Okay. Do you just go around bombing things?
Oh, it's an incredibly fun party game that you play. It's absolutely fantastic. But anyway, we are reaching the half-hour mark. The minute hand is reaching the bottom of the clock. And as a result, we will now take a short break to have some words from our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone. We're making our way into the final 3.5 hours of the race. Once again, welcome to everyone watching from the likes of Roku, ESTV, Amazon Fire, or on the likes of YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Live. And so far, Neil, we've had a pretty entertaining race. Lots of battles coming through, and as the rain has come down, we saw that fantastic three-way battle for the lead of the GT3 class.
Yes, we did, and I believe as a result of that fantastic battle, the 13 car has got a penalty for that contact with the 66 that we saw coming into Stowe.
Yeah, so Sebastian Hove has a lot of work to do now. I'm going to have to see exactly how far behind Martin Militay he is. We saw Alexei Mizin having a stop-go penalty, so he's dropped even further down the order. But at the moment, things are looking good for Mugen Sim Racing.
Yes, things are looking very good for the Mugen Sim Racing Corporation. Their LMP2 car is currently 7th overall and 5th in class. And in terms of their GT efforts, their GT3 car is currently leading. So it's going very well at the moment for Mugen.
And apparently the number 15 of Turn Lower has just jumped ahead of Zoltan Boda, so I'm not sure if Zoltan Boda has made a mistake or whether he just got past a few laps ago, because he was, about 15 seconds behind. Also, Bradley Brockies has got past B32 Racing, who I believe has pitted, and B32 Racing now find themselves 8 seconds behind Marine Pfeiffer.
Yes, just a few seconds there, as you said, but having a look through the standings. In terms of LMP2, that battle, that 8.5 second gap between the B32 and Marine Pfeiffer in the treble 9 appears to be the closest battle in the LMP2s. In the GTEs at the moment, you've got 26 seconds separating two Musto cars at the very top of the timesheets. The 54 of Daniele Primavera leading the 53 of Giuseppe De Fuoco. And in terms of the GT3s, it's still that lead battle as well between the 41 and the 13, Mugen versus Danish Racing League, and that gap appears to have gone up a little bit more, up to 4 seconds now.
Yeah, last lap round, just waiting for the new times to come in, and apparently Sebastian Hove went 5 seconds slower than Martin Militay, which doesn't make any sense to me, because if you went 5 seconds slower than Martin Militay, it would mean that Martin Militay had overtaken him, as the gap between the two drivers is less than 5 seconds.
That's true.
So, there is something fishy going on here, and we will not get to the bottom of it, is going to be my assumption.
Something has happened, but we won't investigate. It's fine.
This is my new plot for Scooby-Doo. It's like Scooby-Doo comes around, the gang's there, and they're like, "Hey gang, look at this! This man has died. Well, too bad for him. We're off. On with our vacation."
Amazing. Love it. But yeah, that version of Super Bomberman that I was talking about is called Bomb Tag on Steam. It's a very fun game to play, and I think it's free as well, so I would highly recommend it with friends.
Okay.
Yes, but yes, that number 13 car is slowly making its way to the front of the GT3 pack, or at least so making its way to be able to fight for that first place in the GT3 pack. Still 4.7 seconds, that gap as it stands.
Yeah, 4.4 seconds, and it's fluctuating, and it has been steadily increasing. We'll have to see what it is at the end of this lap as the GT3 drivers make their way into Sector 3. There's a yellow flag, that's an LMP2 car rejoining, and Sebastian Hope will have to just lift out of it ever so slightly. There's a group of 4 or 5 cars up ahead, and I have a feeling that right at the front of that group is Martin Militai, who is being lapped, and maybe that'll cost him a tad of time, as it, I believe, cost Sebastian Hope, considering his lap was a 2:15.5. So across the line, let's see what Martin Militai and Sebastian Hove are able to set as we wait for our timings to update. Martin Militai a 2-minute 11.7 and Sebastian Hove a 2-minute 11.2.
Yeah, so half a second between them through that lap, and to be honest, that half a second could easily be attributed to just traffic.
Yeah.
You know,
and
half a second at this point is really not that different.
He's gained half a second, but the gap's gone from 5 seconds to 1.5 seconds.
I mean, I know I work with maths each day at work, but something doesn't add up to that to me. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, I think last lap round, Sebastian Hove didn't like how the maths worked. This time, he's quite a fan of maths, and he can see, I think, the McLaren up ahead, and the McLaren's actually on the back of, I want to say that's the Viaducten car, but I think it also might be the 188 of Gert Nielsen in the Teleforeningen, and that's an incident that's happened, and that is actually Martin Militai that's run wide, and now the pair of them are going to be side by side, and it means Sebastian Hove can slot past on the run down into Maggots. He's got Teleforeningen right up ahead, and he's going to be hoping that he can find a way through without any issues at all, because he's flashing the lights and trying to get the Teleforeningen car to move out of the way, because he knows that Martin Militai is hot on his heels.
Yes, he knows that that number 41 is right there. As they're making way down the Wellington Straight. Oh no, sorry, that's completely the wrong part of the circuit. That's the S's. It's the Hanger Straight. Oh God. But yes, flashing the lights, as you said, perhaps trying to psych out a little bit the cars ahead, but trying to use as much of the slipstream as possible as they come down towards Club.
And Martin Militai will dive on into the pits, so he's had enough. He'll pull it in the pits right now after that mistake, and well, they're pretty much nose to tail at the end of that lap. So when Sebastian Hove does eventually make his pit stop, you'd have to assume that'll be very close between the pair of them.
Yes, indeed, he screams no mass and comes into the pits. But yes, that was going to be very interesting to see once that number 13 car actually comes into the pits next time round. Well, at least their next pit stop, I should say, rather. It's going to be very interesting to see how the time gap is going to be between the 41 and the 13. But anyway, the 13 now has a relatively clear track ahead, does not have to worry about being attacked from behind, and also does not need to worry about attacking another car. So at this point, he can just think about setting some incredibly fast lap times.
I'm just looking further up the order as well, and turn lower, now only 19 seconds ahead of Saltenbode. That kind of gap is looking fairly stable. Jerome Quickel, I'm not sure what he's done last time round, but fastest man on track right now is not Pinsam Drillers Esports, is Varga Sim Racing, having set a 56.4, 1.5 seconds quicker than Jan Vosnica. We saw this at Indianapolis every now and then. Dewey Toman in that 117 Varga Sim Racing car would just put in some blistering laps and be at the top of the timing sheets.
Yes, being at the top of the timing sheets, and there you go, there's the 41 car now making their way down to turn 2 after their pit stop. But what I also very like about these LED boards, not only does it show you their class position number, but also when they're stationary, the pits, it counts up the seconds, the amount that they're stationary as well on the LED boards. I like those very, very much, I must say.
See, you and your LED boards, meanwhile I'm here with my basic timing sheets, although I think I might have to upgrade to your LED boards just so that I can see this awesome information that you are receiving. Also noticing that Paul August Lan is 17.2 seconds behind DIS, and this is actually the battle for P3 in the GTE class. Volante Racing trying to close into DIS.
Yes, that DIS car trying to run away as fast as possible as yes, now having a look, well, is that nice to see? Maybe it's now the 41 Mugen car essentially came out directly behind the Unison Racing car.
I was about to bring up that exact point because Zolt Trebek is right on the back of Alexei Mizin, and this is the battle for P2 in the GT3 class, and what could effectively be P1 depending on where Sebastian Hove feeds out of the pits.
Oh, he's going to feed out in the middle of these two. Watch this. As indeed Alexei Mizin trying to hold off the Mugen Sim Racing car. But what's interesting is that because that Mugen car just came out the pits, the tyres would have had an opportunity to cool down. You might not necessarily be at racing temperature anymore, so you'll be a little bit slower maybe for the first couple of laps.
Stewards decision.
Oh, that's a spin for the Pin Sim Drillers hypercar. No, they just catch it, but they got sideways. They went wide through the club chicane, but they managed to catch it. And well, that's Zolt Trebek still pushing 2.2 seconds behind Alexei Mizin. You can see him just ahead in the corner of your shot, making his way through from and down into village.
Yeah, so there was an incident report between the 13 and the 717, the Unity Racing car and the Unison Racing and the Danish Racing League car, and there's been no further action on the incident that was reported between the two of them. But yes, Alexei Mizin now 2.25 seconds ahead of that number 41 Mugen Racing car. And this traffic, well, is it a help or a hindrance at this point? Because look at all of the cars behind, as you can see on the track map as well. But now it appears that there's not that many cars between them now. I say that, just having a quick look at the stream, the number of headlights you can see streaming onto the Wellington Straight behind the 717 is actually almost disturbing.
Yeah, there's a lot of headlights indeed, and that contact between 13 and 717 is what we saw when Sebastian Hove took the lead very temporarily of the GT3 class before being spun around, and Stuart Zadine of the 717 couldn't really do anything in that situation to avoid the contact, and will be able to get away with that incident scot-free. And now Alexei Mizin, Zolt Trebek trying to close in on to Alexei Mizin in the 717. And you can see him right ahead, currently less than a second separating the pair of them.
Yes, less than a second separating the two of them as they're making their way down towards Stowe. A very difficult corner, Stowe, because no matter where you put on the throttle, it's always too early at Stowe. But as you said, less than a second separating the two of them now.
Oh, Unison Racing going to run a little bit wide into club corner. This should give Zolt Trebek a good chance to really close in. You can see him right on the tail of that Aston Martin as they make their way on the start-finish straight, and Zolt Trebek really just yeets the car over the final curb, throwing it onto the start-finish straight. Not going to be able to find a way through, but the more these two battle, the better this is for Sebastian Hove for when he makes his eventual pit stop.
Yes, that eventual pit stop, the more that these two cars battle, the more the lead for the 13 car extends as they're making their way through the loop now. Zolt Trebek and that number 717 Unison Racing car. But again, I don't think Trebek can really get the amount of attacks that he wants on the 717, just mainly because the traffic keeps on coming.
And Alexei Mizin ended up running wide. He had the hypercar, not the hypercar, the prototype car on his inside through Aintree, and as a result he was just on the greasier part of the circuit, and he just ran completely wide, which has just gifted the position over to Zolt Trebek. So just like that, the battle for P2 in the GT3 class has come to a conclusion.
Yes, with the help of traffic as well, and that's something you've always got to be careful of, especially when you're driving a GT car. It's the faster traffic coming through, and you always need to have one eye on the road ahead and one eye in your rear view mirror to make sure that you're not, to make sure you know at least where the traffic is. But that is indeed Alexei Mizin now into third place in the GT3 class. Unison Racing car is, the Mugen Racing car is now 1.4 seconds ahead. The question is, can Mizin stay attached to the rear wing of that 41?
And the answer is no. He has a moment through Beckett's and he's lost even more time and now finds himself 2.5 seconds behind Zsolt Prabek. And well, Zsolt is really flying. The last lap he did a 2-minute 10.5. That was actually a tenth quicker than what Sebastian Hove was able to do. So presumably, once Sebastian Hove does pit, he's going to come out a tenth or so off the back, or maybe a second off the back of Zsolt Prabek. Just an update further up the order. Jerome Quiekel, 2.5 seconds quicker than Jiri Toman last time round. This battle for the lead of the LMP2 class is not done yet.
Yeah, certainly not done yet there either, as you say. The GTAs though is still 1-2 for Musto, 34 seconds separating the two of them now, and Sebastian Hove is yet to make that pit stop. He's got a 36-second gap over the number 41 rookie car, and now that number 41 car can sort of relax from attacks from behind, because as you said, it does not appear at this moment in time that the 717 actually has the pace to keep up with the 41.
Yeah, it's the 717 just really struggling at the present point in time. We'll see if Unison Racing can find their feet in a few laps and close back in, because this GT3 class, I mean, we've seen it before, we've seen it time and time again, and we're seeing it more and more now. Sebastian Hove into the pits. Let's see where he feeds out.
Yes, he was going to feed out somewhere. I guessed that it was going to be in between the two cars. We've got to see if that comes to fruition soon. And indeed, we've got to just wait until that GT3 car continues to make its way down the pit lane. And of course, I was saying this earlier as well. Silverstone's got the time loss in the pit lane at Silverstone is actually quite small compared to other circuits, mainly because you completely miss out the club chicane in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm not actually too sure, because I know that the pit lane you're able to cut through the entirety of the club chicane, but it all depends on where that pit limiter is, because I know in the F1 game it's actually one of the longest deltas that you lose, just because of how early you have to go on the brakes and enable that pit limiter, because you're essentially enabling the pit limiter almost from the very start of the pit lane entry and only able to get onto the power right on the exit of the pit lane. So I'm not too sure how different it is between the F1 game and R Factor 2. But either way, Sebastian Hove out of the pits, and the question is, where is Zsolt Prabek?
That moving car, I think, has made its way past the number 13 in the pit lane. Indeed, there goes the number 13 out back onto the circuit, coming down towards the loop. I think he might have actually been able to extend that lead to about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the confirmation to come through on timing. 2.6 seconds. I'm riding on board with Zsolt Prabek now, and I think you can see the faint rear view lights of the number 13 of Sebastian Hove. So Sebastian Hove, he made those final few laps really count.
Yeah, about 3 seconds the gap once that gap is equalised from the Danish Racing League car coming out of the pits. We've got to remember the Racing League car will have slightly colder tyres, so they might lose a second or so in the next lap.
Yeah, let's see how the next lap or so goes, because as you kind of alluded to, Sebastian Hove on those slightly colder tyres. I mean, they will be slightly fresher, but Zsolt Prabek also on fresh tyres as well. And the gap currently at 2.8, just increased to 3.0 as they approach Maggots, and well, that's a moment for Zsolt Prabek. Loses the rear and forced just to cut through the rest of the complex.
Yes, going through the rest of that complex, as you said, and essentially coming through that complex, I'd say pretty much for the first right-hander, it's almost like a gear down. For the second left-hander, it's a gear down, and for the final right-hander, it's almost like another gear down. That's how I generally drive that. That's generally how I drive that section. It's just clicking down a gear for each of the turns.
Zsolt Prabek's back in the pits.
That is fairly interesting. Well, I did notice that he had a little bit of an off through the S's, so I'm wondering if he's been pinged for track cuts and has to make a drive-through.
I mean, that would be very sad if it was, because he definitely didn't gain any time. He really slowed down and he lost about half a second. but he's absolutely flown through the pits. And, well, going back to what I was saying about the pit lane of F1, the other thing is you have, for Silverstone, one of the lowest pit lane speeds of the entire calendar, but judging from how quickly we just saw Zsolt Pribek go through the pit lane, I don't think that's the case at all in our Factor 2.
It seems to be a very fast pit lane indeed, yeah, you are correct. But yes, Zsolt Pribek now back onto the Wellington Straight. The question is, what is the gap? We'll find out roughly once that gap is equalised. I think it might only be as much as 10 seconds now.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering now, Zsolt Pribek, where has he come out relative to Alexei Mizin? Because Alexei Mizin is making his way into Brooklands now. So Alexei Mizin is 8 seconds behind Zsolt Pribek, who... I don't know how is Zsolt Pribek 9.5 seconds behind Sebastian Hogue when he was about 5 seconds behind and had to serve a drive-through.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I said it was a very fast pit lane. I'm wondering if he went through that pit lane too quickly.
Sebastian Hogue must have had a spin, right? That's the only explanation.
Yeah, it just doesn't cost too much time. Yeah, I thought so. It's maybe only 6 seconds if you need to drive through. It's not that bad at all.
Yeah, 6 second drive through. I'll take that. I don't mind.
Yeah, it's almost worth punting out your competitors for 6 seconds, isn't it? Of course, that is not a suggestion to anyone on circuit, but.
I mean, if they can serve their drive-throughs in 6 seconds, well, I mean, if you can make any strategy work, as long as it's legal, then go for it. It's almost like, see, I used to talk with my friend about football. I know, but he always used to give me he'd always say that fouling people is illegal, and it would always blow my mind, because for me, I say, yes, but you're not allowed to foul. But he says, no, you are allowed to foul. That's why you get a yellow card for it.
Yes, that's only a warning. It's not a warning. It's only a warning to tell you not to do that again. That's a very good point.
It's like saying, okay, you're allowed to speed on the road because you don't get sent to jail. You just get a fine for it. So, I mean, technically you could translate that as you're allowed to take out your competitors because if you don't get disqualified, you just get a drive-through for it. So, you know, it's a tactical foul, right?
Tactical punt.
It's a tactical punt, yes. God,
as the
what
rain
we stumbled across.
Eased ever so slightly now. It's now only down to 2 millimeters an hour when it was a maximum of 5 or 6 earlier, if memory serves me correctly. But yes, what car was it again? Yes, the Mugen car has come out the pits and, as we've said, does not appear to have lost that much time to number 13 Danish Racing League.
Is it just me, or is the 717 in the pits again? It is. Okay. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure what's happened here, but maybe... I don't know. I'm really confused. I don't know why the 717's back into the pits. He only pitted like 5 laps ago. At least that's what it felt like to me. Okay, so scheduled stop. The last one was a penalty. Okay, so it's 2 stops that have come through together due to a penalty followed by a scheduled stop, but that was for Zsolt Pribek in the 41, unless I'm mistaken. Either way, okay, so how do things currently sit? Sebastian Hogue is leading the GT3 class. He is 12 seconds ahead of Zsolt Pribek. He has gained almost as much time in the last lap as he did when Zsolt Pribek had to serve a drive-through penalty. And then in third in the GT class, it is Max Bunovic in the 717, who is 43, make that over a minute behind Zsolt Pribek. So things haven't gone well for Unison Racing.
Yes, over 60 seconds behind that number 41 car. As I said, they just appear to have fallen back, as the number 17 car of Kriegel has lit up the middle sector in yellow due to an incident with that 17.
Oh no. Well, that's not good for Jeroen Kriegel. And was it caused by Jeroen Kweekel is the question, I guess. Because they've been making good progress climbing up the order. They're a lap behind Jiri Toman, a lap behind Pim van Ark, and if anything was to happen to Varga Sim Racing, Drillers Esports would find themselves in a great position to capitalise on it.
Yes, an absolutely fantastic position to capitalise, and really, that's all endurance racing. It's about just to stay close enough, capitalise on any mistakes that your opponents make.
I'm just actually going to look. So Jeroen Kweekel is making his way through Club Corner, and for up ahead Jiri Toman, he's actually heading into turn 1. So right now, Jeroen Kweekel in the number 17 Pinson Drillers Esports car is about a lap and 10 seconds from actually overtaking Jiri Toman, and that feels like they've done a decent job considering that they were a fair bit further behind. That's pretty good. And last time around, Jeroen Kweekel, never mind, he didn't gain time. He'd been gaining about 1 to 2 seconds a lap. This time he's actually lost 8 seconds due to the incident that you just mentioned. I think we have a battle a little bit further down the order because Marijn Pfeiffer is on the tail of the B32 racing car. And I think right as I went on board, he actually just pulled off the move on the exit of Kopp's Corner. So that's going to be Marijn Pfeiffer jumping up into, I believe, that is P9.
Yes, P9 for that car. As you said, still 3 points essentially at the end of this race. You got to remember, it's 2 points for the position and 1 for finishing the race at that point.
Yep. Everyone gets a bonus point for completing the race, and also bonus point if you have the fastest lap in your class. Or is it for pole, for being pole in your
pole?
Okay, fine. In that case, going back to the point that I mentioned about Drillers Esports pitting to be able to set the fastest lap, that was completely daft, and that's why I'm not in charge of their strategies.
Well, it doesn't matter because remember they didn't get pole position either yesterday.
Oh yeah,
so they didn't get that bonus point anyway.
No, they didn't. Because they had actually set a lap, but they weren't in the server at the end of the session, which you have to be for that lap to count. So. And it wasn't just for Pinsim Drillers number 10, but also for the Pinsim Drillers number 17 in the LMP2 class, which did cost them. They both worked their way up the order well. Martin Henningsen, of course, now leading not just his class, but the entire field. And Jeroen Kweekel running in P4 overall and P2 in the LMP2 class.
Well, it's now reached 9 o'clock here in Central Europe. I can hear the church outside ringing the bells, which means it's time for a few words from our sponsors. We'll be right back, and don't go away.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
It's across the room. Welcome back everybody to the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone. We still have 3 hours of racing remaining and still many things to be sorting out here in the final quarter of this race. Taking you through the next hour, it is me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Neil Heatley once again. And darkness is well and truly upon us right now, Neil. So is the rain. I can't see any sign of it really clearing off. I've noticed lap times getting a few seconds faster. But I'm also finding it quite hard to tell if it's drying up any really, because it's just so dark out there. It's kind of difficult to see what the conditions are like, and that can't be helping anybody.
Indeed, the darkness has come and it's playing I Believe in a Thing Called Love and Get Your Hands Off My Woman. Anyway, yes, it's, as you said, it is getting very dark, and it is kind of difficult to see what the weather is at the moment. I can't particularly see any rooster tails, although that is a complete lie. I can see the rooster tails coming off the back of a couple of cars. It's just very difficult to see. You can only ever really see the rooster tails though when essentially in the headlights of a car behind, as you're having a look at the weather in the bottom corner now. You can definitely see the rain is kind of passing over. It's kind of skimming to the north of the circuit as well.
And if you didn't understand what Neil said just then join the club, because I've got absolutely not a clue.
The dark. Oh, do you not know the darkness?
No.
Do I have to teach you young people about everything?
Yes.
Oh, terrible. But no, the weather is skirting just to the north of the circuit as it stands.
Yes, it is, and at the moment as well, I know that there is snow forecast for quite a lot of the next few days here, actually across the UK and at Silverstone. Actually, I'm seeing. Well, a few hours ago, it forecasted it was going to rain at midnight. Fortunately, we'll be done by that point. But from what I'm seeing, the rain is showing no signs of letting up, at least from the forecast, and it's actually showing it's going to get heavier before it gets lighter again here, as Viaductum just have to dart their way into the pit lane, from 6th place, I think they are in GTE. With the demise of Pescara, they're now everybody's moved up a place, including World of Sim Racing, who I have been monitoring over the race. I think we all have, after their issue very, very early on. I think in the first 2 hours of the race they'd had issues, but they never left the race. They've always been there just plodding along, and their efforts are going to be rewarded here. They are knocking on the door of a top 6, and at the end of the day, when they were dead last in class after about 2 or 3 hours, then they'll be very, very pleased to have picked up 8 or 9 points from this race.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with this race when they can.
Yeah, but you just not lost Neil there. You just cut him off mid-sentence. I think that was.
No, it's fine.
Oh no, sorry.
Back. Don't worry. My internet decided to not like things.
No, it didn't like the sound.
It's fine. But it's fine. Yes, there's going to be a very good point so if you can get those 8 or 9 points from the end of this race, considering where they were after a couple of hours. But I was just thinking, after seeing that Viaducton 63 car, surely all safety cars should be coloured like that. It's impossible to miss. It's day glow orange. It's so bright it shines in the night as well.
I really do quite like it, if I'm honest. I know that will split opinion at home with whether you like that livery or not, but I think it's quite nice. There's no cars behind it.
With a car that bright, that means any incidents are automatically the fault of the other car, because how can you miss that?
Well, I think quite easily because you're so blinded by it, actually. But there's no actual cars behind it at the moment to really show what we mean by there's a prototype coming in a minute, so you'll see what we mean in a second. It's extremely bright. They've actually just driven off the racetrack at turn number 4. The loop just come out of the pit lane there. One of their drivers, we don't know who it is because they're also in the same location and swapping in real life rather than with accounts on the game. Just cold tyres coming out the pit lane, I can't imagine is very helpful because you get these tyres up to kind of a working temperature and it just makes things a little bit easier to deal with, but then you go and sit in the pit lane for a minute or so and all of the temperature you just spent the last hour working into, it just all evaporates immediately, and so you can do things like that and just seemingly it just looks like the driver's driven off the track for no reason, but it's just the fact that they haven't got any heat in those tyres and they just can't turn at all.
They've got a full minute to make up to that 51 WOSR car in order to regain that 6th place. There's still 34 seconds between the top 2 in GTEs, between the 2 Musto cars. And in terms of GT3s, there's 15 seconds between the 13 Danish Racing League cars, currently driven by Sebastian Hove, and the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car of Zos Pribek. So 15 seconds separating the GT3 lead at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. In GTA, I was looking earlier on, the 54 actually had a lap lead at one point, but I believe they were just in the middle of a pit stop cycle when I saw that because it is back to normal now. But it's quite remarkable the way those 2 Musto cars have just kept the same pace as each other. That's clearly a team in great harmony, and they obviously practice together quite a lot, share a lot of knowledge with the setups and strategies and things like that. And the end result is they've got it's about 6 drivers driving today, roughly. I can't say for sure. We've seen Di Fuoco and Mercetti driving for the number 53. We've seen all 3 of the registered drivers for the number 54. But in the end, over a race distance, they've ended up remarkably similar on the pace. And it just shows a team really that works very, very well together. And I know that they're a quite a close-knit team. And they've clearly put the hours in away from the official practice sessions, away from the circuit, to really get their setups and their strategies nailed on, and that's really ringing loud in our ears at the moment because they're 1 and 2, and it's been a great performance from them today, but they've got to get through these final 3 hours first.
Yes, no doubt they'll also share setups as well between the 2 teams as well to make sure they have the best chance of winning the race as Musto GD Esports. And indeed, having a look behind Zos Pribek, there's 39 seconds, so back to the 717 Unison Racing car.
Absolutely at the moment. So with 9 hours gone in the race, the gaps are starting to elongate just a little bit. The hypercar gap is 3 laps at this point, actually approaching 4. Hemmingson's catching Skilvassi to put a 4th lap on him. Yuri Toman's leading for Varga. He's got 1 lap and a bit out there on Jeroen Kuikel. The gaps are a little bit smaller in GTE, but there's lap gaps now starting to form between some of these drivers, because that's the kind of thing that happens after 9 hours of racing. It just get that little bit more stretched out, and the closer battles we really have going on, from Pim van Ark down to Zoltan Boulder, about a minute separating those 3 cars in LMP2, but at this point in the race, as expected, things are starting to stretch out just a little bit.
Yes, things are starting to stretch out just a little bit, but no doubt it will rebound like a rubber band towards the end of the race. Yes, in terms of LMP2s, there's currently 4 seconds between Pim van Mark and Toyn Lauer, but that's mainly because Pim van Mark is currently in the pits. That number 15 Jesus Motorsport car. Of course, not that long ago, we had João Barbosa in the commentary booth for a little bit of an interview, and he said that they would be incredibly happy with a top 5, considering the team was almost thrown together this morning.
Yeah, it sounds like a very, very late call-up. What did he say? 30 minutes before he got in the car, he was told.
Yeah.
So that's late, or not very forward planning, it has to be said. But obviously, clearly, there's been some kind of issue there where they didn't foresee happening. and they've ended up having to just change their real thinking for this particular race, and that is fair enough. Things can crop up even today. Things can maybe even more likely in this day and age, but it's things can crop up now and again, and it just throw everything off, and that's exactly why the Juices Motorsport Club GTE car isn't here. They just haven't got the driver numbers to actually fill that actual car and make it to the end of the race. I mean, Nick Newcomb is here and he's registered in that car, but he's not doing any driving this weekend. He was in the official practice session, you may have noticed, but just helping those guys try to get the setup down, trying to figure out what was going on with the circuit and the traffic and everything, but no driving from Nick this weekend, and you can see already from the way that João Barbosa was having to be pulled from the GT team to the LMP2 team that Juices Motorsport Club were quite tight on numbers in the end, they've sorted it out eventually, but it would have been a headache for them.
Yes, there has been Nick Newcomb is, of course, essentially the team boss at Juices Motorsport Club, and is always there giving everyone always get very helpful with driving tips. Although with driving tips, he only really gives useful ones to your team. Whenever I'm driving and he's critiquing me, he's more like things of, oh, you missed that apex, and oh, did you think about driving faster? Those are the sort of driving tips that Nick gives me whenever I'm driving. But just having a look, it appears that the Viaducton had a massive moment through the S's and eventually ended up backwards through the grass.
That seems to be the case. Nick is confirming to me, by the way, that is the case.
Yes, that is
but he's actually just shed some more light on that decision to move Barbosa over. The registered driver apparently off the pace a little bit too much, so they decided to give it João a go in the car, and he did a good performance actually in there. So well done to João Barbosa for jumping in last minute and doing a very good job indeed. I believe we do have a battle as well going on. Oh, we did have a battle, but one of them's just gone spinning around. The 999, Martin Pfeiffer, was trying to hold off Matt Webb for 8th position in LMP2. E-Team Brit have just taken that place though, because Pfeiffer's just gone for a spin at Luffield. These conditions are clearly not getting that much easier, because Martin Pfeiffer has just gone for a spin, and I'm afraid he has lost a place to Matt Webb.
Yes, Luffield's a fairly difficult corner because it essentially is double apexed, Luffield. The very early apex there's one essentially as you're almost straightening up the car to go back onto the old start-finish straight. But yes, it's very easy just to get a little bit too eager on the throttle, have a little bit of a heavy right foot and spin that car around. But while you were speaking there, actually, Viaducton, when it was coming into the pits, it managed to spin at pit entry, just in the right-handed corner as you come into the pit, and was essentially broadside in someone's pit box, who knows, because obviously they weren't there, but they spun on entry to the pits, did Viaducton.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Not the best, not the best way to enter the pit lane, it has to be said, but hopefully that's all okay for them now. They did actually lose a place there in that cycle of stops to World of Sim Racing, who have jumped over them in that particular cycle, so that is changing, and that has changed around, just in the last few moments, and World of Sim Racing now have just got another couple of points from this one. Where did they finish? In Indianapolis. World of Sim Racing were 5th, another 6th today would increase their tally to 20 points on the season, and it's not the worst start of the season in the world. DISSR Lab are probably, they were probably going to take the lead of the title, but now I think they're going to be in an exact dead heat with the 53 after 2 rounds. Those two cars starting to rise to the fore as two of the real contenders for this one. You might be a bit discouraged by the fact that it's Musto 1 and 2 at the moment, with 2 laps on the rest of the field and 2.5 laps at this point. But let's not forget, World of Sim Racing can have problems today. Juices Motorsport Club have also had quite big problems today. Those are both cars I'm fully expecting to be right up towards where Musto are for the rest of the season. So the GT races are certainly not all signed and sealed as Musto's 1 and 2s for the rest of the season. It is going to be close.
Yes, it is going to be very close between them throughout the season. By the looks of it, those may well be your two early favourites for the championship this year here in the EEWC. But yes, having a look at GT3, though, Sebastian Hove still extending that gap to the 41. That's now to 23 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. It's still going out at the moment. That was very close for the 57, 6th place in LMP2. But I've just jumped up a little bit to Mugen Sim Racing, actually, trying to overtake Fair Racing Team at the moment. And Drillers Esports actually coming into the pit lane just in front. They're actually 2 laps in front at the moment. So they've really played this rain period very, very well indeed. And Mugen Sim Racing have actually made one more pit stop than Fair Racing Team at this point, which is why they have converged on each other. But it's the battle for the last podium slot between these two teams, and Juice's Motorsport Club are involved in it as well. João Barbosa is back in that car actually, and he's about 45 seconds roughly behind this battle for the final podium spot. So it's all going on in LMP2 at the moment, as it has been for pretty much the entire race. And here comes Zoltan Boulder on the back of Pim van Aert. This is about to kick off, I think, into Brooklands. He fakes to the inside, but he doesn't go for it just for the moment.
Yes, for the moment deciding to stay behind Ever, so he's letting decide to just bide his time a little bit more.
He does indeed. A couple of car lengths, a few car lengths just separating them right now. One of the hypercars in front of them as well. Don't know if that's the race leader. It is indeed the race leader. The little LED light in the top left-hand side of the windscreen there just informing us that he is indeed the leader of the class and indeed the leader of the race. But lots of headlights going through Maggots and Beckett's at the moment, and that's quite concerning if you are a prototype driver. Not what you want to see at any part of the racetrack really, especially not this one, as it all just stacks up through Chapel as they go out onto the straight now. One of the Porsches sticking it well to driver's left there to make sure they don't get in the way. Likewise, one of the GT3 McLarens doing the same, P6 in GT3 for that particular car. I believe that is DIS Sim Racing, who are in 6th at the moment. Yes, they are indeed, and just getting out of the way there. But that battle has slightly been ruined a little bit there, because Zoltan Boulder is indeed making a pit stop now. I believe it's Boulder anyway, or is it the Fair Racing Team car? No, it is Boulder. So they're pretty much aligned now, Fair Racing Team and Mugen Sim Racing. Mugen have been making a few more pit stops, or pitting a little bit more regularly. Yeah, they've pitted early again here, but they're equaling out on these strategies now, and we should have a good fight between Mugen and Fair Racing Team to the end of the race.
Yes, you'd have a very good fight between the two of them. Coming to the end of the race, of course, we're now into the final 25% of the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone, and indeed about 2 hours 40 to go. As Daniele Primavera is currently flashing yellow, so I think that he may be stopped out on circuit, that Musto car.
Yes, that is correct. So let's just look at this for a moment, because this is huge in the GTE race. He's in the garage at the moment. DNF, I believe, for Daniele Primavera. Now, he's got to be careful that he doesn't get a further 3-lap penalty if he doesn't inform race control that he's rejoining the race. So that is going to be deeply concerning for Musto GD Esports. And they're 1-2. Well, I might have jinxed it by what I said 10 minutes ago, to be honest. But now Primavera is in the garage at the moment, and he's going to want to get out as quickly as possible, but that's easier said than done. It depends what the issue was, and I didn't quite see whether it was an accident, a disconnection, or what's gone on there.
Yes, it's very unfortunate for that 54 car. Luckily, he's got a lap lead over the DIS Sim Racing car on Thursday.
Yes, indeed. That's going to help them greatly in this one. Yeah, big moment in GTE. So, yeah, massive moment in the end. While we are waiting to find out what's gone on there in GT, we'll have to get to ask Musto about that. We will quickly go to a bit of an interview here as I try and find them on the circuit while we interview them. But it's a little bit difficult to see who's who at this point. There we go, that's E-Team Brit, because we're going to bring in Bradley Brookies now from E-Team Brit, the LMP2 team. Welcome along, Bradley. Welcome to the booth. Good to have you along. How are things in the E-Team Brit camp right now? Are you guys satisfied with the race so far? And how are you guys? How's the morale going into the final 2.5 hours?
Hey, yeah, thank you for having me here. It's the race, since it's turned wet, has been coming to us quite nicely. Matt's out now doing a good job. The morale's quite high. We're looking forward to the last 2 hours.
Yeah, you mentioned the wet weather conditions. It's quite difficult out there, or at least it looks quite difficult out there, certainly. Fun to watch, but I can imagine difficult to drive in. Were you guys really prepared for wet weather driving? Obviously, it is the UK after all, so it's likely to rain at some point along the weekend. How did you guys prepare for that threat of rain that was looming all weekend?
So yeah, we did quite a lot of wet preparation compared to dry preparation because we were expecting these kind of weather conditions. So yeah, I think it kind of played in, considering where we were before the weather hit. I think it's played in our court a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, you're certainly making good use of the conditions right now. Running in P number 8 in the LMP2 category. Is that the most you can get out of this race, or can you maybe get something else? What are the targets for the final part of the race now?
Well, we're hoping we can push to P7, but we're happy with P8 considering where we started, or where we where we were before the wet weather hit. We were still P11, P12. So how we've come up 4 places since it started to rain, we're quite happy with that. But yeah.
And things are going a little bit better than they did in Indianapolis as well. One more thing as well, more on a personal level. Are you going to be getting back in the car for the final 2.5 hours of the race, or what's the plan in terms of the drivers? Is Matt Webb going to the end? Is there going to be another driver change, or what's going to happen?
I can tell you for sure Matt Webb most likely won't be going to the end, although it's kind of still in discussion with who's getting in, whether I'm getting back in or whether Max is getting in. It's still, yeah.
Still up for debate. Well, hope that goes smoothly and you don't argue too much about who's getting in the car. But either way, Bradley, thanks very much for coming to talk to us, and wish you luck with the rest of this race.
Thank you very much.
There we go, that was Bradley Brookies from the E-Team Brit LMP2 squad. Good to hear from the drivers, of course, especially at this point with the wet weather conditions impending. Well, not even impending anymore, they're here, and here to stay as well. So, yeah, it's good to hear from these teams, but the morale is still quite high, according to Bradley, from in that team at the moment, which is certainly good to hear, and certainly what you need. You don't want a very depressed and sad team going into final 2.5 hours of dark and wet driving. That can be a very almost daunting prospect, even though it doesn't seem that much racing to go.
Yes, it's always important to keep your morals up, especially in endurance races like we are at the moment. Matt Webb, indeed, saying that he wants a top 7, or at least aiming for one. Sorry,
they've just gone for a spin, which is I'm sorry about that, because that's probably our fault. So that's not great news. P8 number 8 in the class. I think they're going to hold on to that place for the moment, but they have just gone for a spin there, and Force Polonia are going to catch them up ever so slightly, but. Yeah, I'm sorry about that to everybody at E-Team Brit, because we may just have caused them to lose about 10 seconds in that little spin there.
We, I think, is a very strong word in that sentence.
Aye.
No, they have lost about 10 seconds in that spin, as you said, but they're still 70 seconds ahead, roughly, of the treble 9, as Matt Webb is just making his way down towards the loop.
I'm just going to look again. It was 3 wide going into Stowe corner, and then, it was tricky. A 3 wide moment, actually. Matt Webb trying to go down the inside of the Aston Martin, one of the Volante cars, but he already had a hypercar down his insides in 3 into 1. In these conditions at Stowe, multi-class traffic and all, it was not going to end well, and I'm afraid one of them had to be spat out the other side of it in an uncomfortable position, and I'm afraid it was Matt Webb in the end. But as we mentioned, he's held on to his place, lost about 15 seconds actually to most of those around him. But from what I've seen on the YouTube stream at the moment, and what you can see at home as well, it's not looking particularly wet out there, but the lap times that these guys are producing are saying otherwise. They're about 15 seconds nearly down on their best lap times, which shows quite considerable wet weather conditions, but that's not what it looks like, at least to my eyes. Maybe it's just me.
Yes, I'm not exactly sure. I can't, just having recent onboards, I can't exactly see any rooster tails being thrown up by cars ahead anymore, but that might just be because of the onboard. Might be able to see them slightly more clearly in the more external shots, if you like. But yes, I'm not exactly sure whether it's actually that wet anymore. Having a look at I say I'm not sure it's that wet anymore. Having a look at the weather radar forecast, it appears that it might be just light rain coming on and off, at least for the next 30 minutes or so.
Bit of a spin down at the club chicane for the last car in LMP2. I'm afraid Kim Pedersen in the number 7 660 TSR Dream Team car was actually closing on his teammate Carl Likegaard then, but that battle has been spoilt by the fact that Pedersen has just gone for a spin at the club chicane. One of those lazy spins where you know you're going to spin for, it seems like years, but there's absolutely nothing you can do about it at that point. You're just kind of along for the ride, and thankfully Pedersen was going at a slow enough speed at that chicane to have not hit anything because he slowed down anyway. And there's another car off there in the background as Pedersen is recovering. That's not his teammate, but a white car sort of in the background there recovering. So I'll have to try and see who that was in a moment's time, but I don't exactly know, or I don't think I know. Anyway, let's just try and find who that was. No, I don't know, and I can't find out for the moment. But yes, it's RRC. So Carl Likegaard actually got past Pedersen, and then Pedersen spun, I believe. That's how things went. Anyway, so unfortunately we just missed that battle, but we did catch the spin, at least, unfortunately for Pedersen.
Yes, and Pedersen unfortunately spinning there. The clock reaches the bottom of the hour and the church outside times twice to indicate that it is past. And while it does that, we'll take a short commercial break to have some word from our sponsors, but we'll be right back after that. Don't go away.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back. You are watching the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone with 2.5 hours remaining, and still leading. It is Drillers Esports at the moment. Luke Martin Henningsen is still behind the wheel of that car. He is indeed Patrick Gavassi, still in second place, 3 and a bit laps in arrears to the Drillers Esports car. We've had another notification through from Race Control, and number 63 apparently has rejoined the race after having issues earlier on. They must have DNF'd for something like that. That's Viaduction, of course. They've been given a free lap penalty for doing so, or they will be given a free lap penalty for doing so. So they're going to drop a little bit further down and might actually drop near ID SimSport, but Viaduction have had, or the 166 ID SimSport I should specify, but I don't think that's going to matter to them much at this point. I think the guys like Viaduction and ID SimSport are just looking to get to the end of this race first and foremost.
They're getting to the end of the race and banking those very crucial points for the end of the championship. And indeed, have the 777 car you were talking about earlier. I think Kim Pedersen was in that car not too long ago and had a spin. It's now Carl Likagol in that car as it's coming down towards Stowe.
Yes, indeed. Things are closing up, by the way, in LMP2. Number 334 has had a spin out there on the circuit, or that's at least what Nick Newcomb seems to think. He's obviously behind the Juicy's Motorsports effort, so they've had some kind of incident, Fair Racing team, Pim Van Ott, and so João Barbosa is starting to close in. That's the battle for third in LMP2, but Juicy's have just caught up in it, and very nicely negotiated, by the way. João Barbosa, two GTE cars going side by side into turn 3. They both went deep in their kind of battle to get to the corner first. That was World of Sim Racing and Musto GD Esports on different laps. Sorry, not Musto, ID SimSport. They're on different laps, but they were battling into turn 3. João Barbosa did a beautiful cutback there and got them both in one fell swoop, and for a GT driver, he's doing some very good lappery, I have to say.
Yes, some very good lappery, as you were saying. João Barbosa is doing a very good job in that number 15 Juicy's Motorsport LMP2, currently P4. And as you said, car 63 is going to be given a 3-lap penalty for the rejoin, as is car number 54 is also going to be given a 3-lap penalty.
Yeah, indeed. I'm trying to find out for you what actually happened there, so that the 54 was actually out of the session briefly. They've rejoined now, but the damage has been done, I'm afraid. They're probably not going to get on the podium in this race anymore. And speaking of battles for the podium, Fair Racing Team, as we were alluding to, lost 13 seconds on the last lap. So that's a huge loss. And they were doing GT pace because of the spin or incident or something that they had on that last particular lap. That's not their normal pace, I will add, for obvious reasons. Although João Barbosa did gain another 1.8 seconds on the very next lap. Well, he's not crossed the line yet, so let's just hang on that thought for a moment, because I've spoken a little bit too soon there, but he's just crossing the line and the time's coming through now. He's actually lost time, so I did speak way too soon, and that's not great. Oh, he's just gone off as well at Farm Curve. He's lucky that there's some tarmac on the outside of the Abbey and the inside of Farm Curve, because he just had to use some of it. Clearly the conditions are not quite staying the same each lap, it would seem. It's raining a little bit harder sometimes, and then stopping and then starting again. It's very, very tricky.
Yes, very, very tricky, as you said. That number 15 car, what is the gap between itself and the 334 ahead? It is 22 seconds, the gap. João Barbosa is an incredibly good driver, and I have no doubt that he'll be able to close down those 22 seconds.
Yeah, he is indeed a very good driver, so we're fully expecting him to at this point. It is the main battle that we've got going on, indeed, in the whole field. Mugen Sim Racing have lost a bit of time in the last few the last hour or so, I would say. They were in a battle with Fair Racing Team and Juice's Motorsport Club not that long ago, but they're now over a lap and a half behind both of those cars, so some kind of problem has befallen them on the way. Which is disappointing for them, but I'm sure they will try and at least consolidate this position that they find themselves in at the moment, which is 5th place, and a good haul of 11 points if they manage to complete the race in that particular position. Coming over the line again then, Pim van Ark, the Dutch driver for Fair Racing Team, sets a 2-minute 2.5, which is a good couple of seconds slower than his previous lap before that, but traffic can all play into the hands and otherwise to really change that lap time around. Over the line goes João Barbosa as well now, and we'll get a reading for his lap time is a 2-minute 2.5, so Barbosa gains a good 5 tenths on Pim van Ark.
Yes, indeed, closing down Pim van Ark in that 334 Dream Team car. Sorry, Fair Racing Team car. Sorry, it's the wrong one that I'm thinking of. It's the 766. It's the Dream Team car, currently in 13th place in LMP2. Still going for that point though you get for finishing a race.
Absolutely, it's worth something at the end, and we've actually got more LMP2 cars still running at this stage in the race than we did at Indianapolis. I know that is asking for trouble saying that, but I've just asked for it. Yeah, all of them still running very, very well indeed. We had 12 cars get to the end in LMP2 last time out, but no non-finishers, and if this carries on, then we will have had 24 hours of racing in the EEWC and no LMP2 retirements, and for such a car that can be I found quite fragile sometimes to incidents and accidents, these guys have been keeping it A, very clean, but also B, recovering very well from any incidents that they have had.
Yes, and that's one of the more important sides of endurance racing, is being able to recover from those incidents and then also being able to realise, right, we have a few hours to go. We have a number of hours to go to actually be able to fix this, or at least try and make up time from what just happened.
Yes, absolutely. Had a bit of an incident, I'm afraid, with the 777 hitting the pit wall at pit exit. That is a bit of a red-faced moment, I'm afraid, for Steven Salsgaard, who's just got into that car. That's not the way to start your stint, is it? You've released the pit limiter, and within seconds into the wall, I'm afraid. So he may well be coming into the pit lane again at the end of this one, Steven Salsgaard.
Yes, not particularly how you want to begin this stint. No, you're absolutely correct.
Stating the obvious, I am a bit there, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm here for. Yeah, they may lose a bit of time to, they may lose a position, to their sister DSR Dream Team car, which is Michael Ciccolini now driving, taken over from Kim Pedersen at the last pit stop, which wasn't too long ago. They may close up or not with the possible pit stop that Salzgard might have to make at the end of this particular stint. At the end of this lap. Depends how much damage he got really from that one. But it is a little bit of a tricky pit exit here at Silverstone. It's not like Daytona, for example, which really is quite nerve-wracking to get out of, but it's uphill, trying to get the traction down in the wet conditions with cold tyres, going uphill round a corner. It's not an ideal pit exit, to say the least.
Yes, and that treble 7-car Steven Solskjaer in that car, and indeed does not come into the pit stop. Just having a look on the circuit, he's actually coming down the start-finish straight. So the treble 7 decided to not come in the pits that time round. And we were talking about João Barbosa before. That gap's now down to 18 seconds.
It is closing indeed, and by the way, I have had word from race control about the issues for the number 54 Musto GT Sports. So once again, thank you to everybody in race control who's done a great job here once again this weekend. It's for informing us of all of the penalties, which literally no other series I've worked for anyway informs us of penalties in quite such an efficient manner as they do here at GTR 24H. So once again, thank you to everybody who's put in a great job at race control this weekend. First of all, the number 54 had a crash and had to rejoin once again, which is going to cost them quite a lot of time because DNF and rejoined. When returning, they were immediately put onto the slick tyres, which is not ideal in these particular conditions. They learnt that fairly quickly, crashed into car 999, which is the Force Polonia car, and they got a 60-second stop-and-go penalty for that. And then they were given a mysterious drive-through from the game that nobody really knows why. Could have been pit speed or a cut track penalty, but we're not 100% sure on that. Either way, possibly the worst 10 minutes of Musto GT Esports history, really, going from leading the race to 3 absolute disasters.
Yes, that absolute disaster, as you said, it just went from bad to worse to terrible. Is that worse than worse? I think it is. Went from bad to worse to terrible for that Musto Racing car, as you said, but it does give put the 45 car up into that provisional final podium position.
Yeah, absolutely, it gives some other people a chance to get onto the podium, and I just wonder, it's going to be a great fight now in GT for that second place, I think. Volante 67 currently in that second place. TISSR Lab are in third, just ahead of Volante Racing, and they're all separated by about 45 seconds overall, which is after nearly 10 hours of racing, not bad whatsoever. So I think that's going to be a great fight. Chivan Balau is currently driving that Volante Racing 67, and Volante have got a chance to get both cars onto the podium here. They'll be very motivated to do so, especially the 67 team, which didn't have a great outing last time out in Indianapolis, finishing 11th place, not where they deserve to finish if you look at their pace, and they're showing that to us right now with a good second place performance that they're looking to hold on to.
Yes, that second place that we are looking forward to hold on to. As you said, it's going to be 19 points for that second place, 18 points for the position, 1 point for finishing, and that's going to be a very, very good addition to the bank of their championship points eventually when it comes to the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely, as we've been talking about for a lot of this race about the championship points, but it is important. João Barbosa picks up another 2.1 seconds ahead of Pim van Ark on there. I haven't looked in the YouTube chat for a while. Normally the Fair Racing Team boys are quite active in there, and I'm sure that if there's a battle they'll be cheering Pim on very, very, very loudly in there, so yes. We'll see if that does indeed materialise, and I hope we do get to see these guys fight it out on the circuit. It's all well and good having that position or having the pace to get to that position, but I'd like to see who can really fight for it on the circuit, as João Barbosa has a quick off-track excursion at Magnussen Beckett's, which I nearly missed entirely. It's so dark out there at the moment that it's almost hard to spot the racetrack at times.
That's entirely true. It is very difficult at points to actually see the racetrack as it stands, with 2.25 hours to go though here at Silverstone. And yes, that GTE battle, at least for second, third and fourth, looks quite interesting. 21 seconds separates second and third, 20 seconds separates third and fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. If you thought that after 10 hours the field might be stretched out and there wouldn't be anything to talk about, then you've not seen a GTR 24H race before, clearly, because it's always like this, really. Oh, right, Nick Newcomb is just messaging me that the Fair Racing team have gone quiet in the YouTube chat because they're nervous about the impending danger that Juice's Motorsport Club are presenting to them. Don't know how true that is, and they might pipe up now that I've said that, but yes, it's certainly getting close, and it will be nerve-wracking for both of those teams when you're not driving in the car. Pim Van Ark and João Barbosa are probably going to be, weirdly, the least nervous people on those respective teams. When you're driving, you feel in control and the nerves can just settle a little bit, but when you're watching your car go towards the end of the race, an endurance race especially, my goodness, is it a nerve-wracking experience.
It's that very, very nerve-wracking experience, and we've now got radio. Well, we have radio at least on stream from the number 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab car as it's making its way down towards the club chicane and through said club chicane. Yes, trying to hold on to that third position, trying to make up those 25 seconds to the number 67 Volante Racing car ahead, and trying to keep those 20 seconds to the number 66 Volante Racing car behind.
They're doing a pretty good job at the moment, actually. At 2 minute 9.9 on not the lap they just did, but the lap before that, which was the fastest of anybody in the GTE category, with the exception of Jose Barangao, so second quickest on the previous lap. But this one was not quite so good, 13.3, which is a second slower than Volante. And then Paulie Ahonen behind has just put in 2 minutes 10.6, gaining in 2.7 seconds from the DASSR lab. So it's not over in that conversation for the podium. And what we learned from the last race in Indianapolis is I didn't actually catch much of Paulie Ahonen's driving, but I did catch his post-race interview afterwards, and he is the Raikkonen of GTR 24H, I think, because he doesn't talk that much, and is a Finnish driver as well, of course. So yeah, that's at least what Yusuf nicknamed him after the stream last month.
Yes, very, very... Oh, it's just having a good timing screen. Sebastian Hove is lighting up the timing screens yellow, so the 13 car might have had an incident somewhere in the circuit, the GT3 leader.
He's lost the lead as well. I think he's DNF'd from the race. I think he has DNF'd from this race, and he's had to go back to the garage, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to try and see what's gone on with that and to quickly whiz backwards to find him. But it doesn't look like that's good news at all. I've actually gone past him. But I think he's in the garage at the moment. Is he? Is that him? I'm not entirely sure. That's Prebeck pulling into his pit box. That's a scheduled stop because we're at that time again for GT3 pit stop, but Sebastian Hove has gone into the pit lane, gone into the garage, and I'm going to try and find out in a moment what's actually gone on there. Matthias Blom already in race control, probably informing them that he's going to have to rejoin, I think.
Yes, it's going to be, you are completely correct, they're in the garage and they're going to face that penalty as well. An absolute disaster for the 13 car.
I've just rewinded. Oh, I've rewinded the wrong car. That was sensible. Hang on. Let's just rewind on board with Danish Racing League here. Trying to rewind. I don't want to rewind 5 minutes because that's a long time. Maybe 2 minutes. This looks decidedly fuel related, actually. The car was slowing down, and we are on the cusp of GT3 pit stops. So I just wonder if there has been a running out of fuel here from the Danish Racing League. I believe I've just rewinded to the start of the lap that they could not complete because of particular issues. And I hope this is okay, by the way, producer, just for us to just rewind a little bit and try and figure out what's happened here for Danish Racing League. But I'll get back to you in a minute when we get to the points of disaster for for Sebastian Hove.
Yeah, so fuel related, where about in the circuit did they eventually seem to run out?
Well, I've not got to that point where they have run out yet, so we'll hold that thought.
Got to that point yet, that's fine.
Hold that thought. We'll find out in a few minutes, I suppose. I'm just kind of waiting for the point. Obviously, when we get so far into this race, the kind of scale for rewinding, if you see what I mean, the little bar that I've got is quite. One little move is quite a few minutes now, so I can't be very specific with the search bar trying to find where it is. But if it's in the final sector at some point, then that's even more heartbreaking. If they've just miscalculated, then I guess it's going to be very, very frustrating for them. I suppose, if someone just forgets to come into the pit lane, because it has happened in the past, and it will happen in the future, but if they've just not quite calculated it right and they've run out on the run up to Stowe, then they are going to be severely, severely gutted about that.
Yes, it is. It's absolute pain running out of fuel. Possibly one of the worst things that could happen as well, running out of fuel, because then you kind of know it's your fault. You've misread the fuel gauge. You can't really blame anyone or anything else.
It's just stopped going down towards Stowe. It just stops. Is the engine out, or is there still... I think it is fuel. I don't think the engine's blown, because there's still a gear in there. Oh, he can still rev the car. No, it's coughing. It's coughing badly. Oh, no. It is the run up towards Stowe, and that car was stopped in the middle of the circuit. Cars going either side. Oh, that is just absolutely heartbreaking for Danish Racing League. They were a mere corner away from the entry to the pit lane, and unfortunately, it's just conked out, coughing on the way up the hill, and then stopping on the entry to Stowe. And that is the possibly end of their charge for trying to win this race in GT3. What a heartbreaking way to lose it.
And the thing, of course, is they just made it round Stowe. They could just put the clutch in and use the downhill all the way to the pit entry.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got to feel for them. You really have got to feel for them. I do feel very, very sorry for them. I really do, because to run out that close to the line, and I guess there's nobody else they can blame about it, but it doesn't make it any less disappointing for them, the fact that they have run out of fuel, cost themselves this race, I'm afraid. Are they back out there on the circuit? I believe they are, but they're in third place, and now Unison Racing, because of that demise there, and Mugen Racing has made a pit stop as well, so Unison Racing are actually in the lead bizarrely, but I believe they do owe us a pit stop. Either way, Danish Racing League, provided, I think they have informed race control correctly, and I think they're going to keep their third place, but it could have been so much more for them this weekend.
Yeah, it could have been so much more for that number 13 car. As you said, one corner away from making it back to the pit lane. That is absolutely excruciating for Danish Racing League.
Yeah, and I've just had confirmed, by the way, from Matthias Blom that he's going to join us at the end of the race from a Danish Racing League. So, first of all, a thank you for an interview, that is. So, first of all, a thank you to him for that in advance, because I can't imagine that any of those drivers are in the best frame of mind at the moment. There'll be some very disappointed faces in that TeamSpeak channel at the moment. But they've got to pick themselves up, and I guess they've got to console themselves with the podium, which isn't too bad of a result in the end. So, all things considered, I think going into the race, if you'd have told them you're going to get third place in this race, they'd be like, quite happy with that. But considering the situation that this third place has come in, they're going to be very, very disappointed.
Yes, coming down towards the close of the hour and having a look at the standings as they are, and it is the number 10 Drillers esports car, still in the lead of the race and in the lead of the hypercar class by about 3 and a bit laps now. I'd say about 3.5 laps or so. In terms of LMP2, it's Marcel Chisnik, the 117 Vargas Sim Racing car, followed by James Juba in the 17 Drillers eSport, and then Pimba Mark in the 334 Fair Racing Team car. In terms of GTEs, it's Marco Massetti in the 53 Musto GD eSports car. Then it's I'm looking at the wrong one. It's then Shivan Baloo in the 67 Volante racing car, then DIS Sim Racing Lab 45, and then GTEs is Max Bunovic in the 717 Unison Racing car, followed by Zos Pribek in the 41 Mugen Racing, and then Cyril Malvolin in the 26 One Move.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got plenty of time to go. Just over 2 hours, in fact. 2 hours and 5 minutes, pretty much exactly. Danish Racing League have actually lost third place now. They're into fourth as we have the 999 Abstinio Force Polonia out. It was just a spin, I believe. When I see that flashing yellow light, I do worry about that car, whether it's been off into the wall or disconnected or something. But no, just a spin for Martin Piper on lap 300, and he's going to be looking to hold on to that place. He was battling with Matt Webb a little bit earlier on, but he's lost him about 45 seconds to a minute since, and so that's another team doing very, very well in the wet weather conditions, like Juicy's Motorsport Club, who've just moved up to third because Pim Van Aert for Fair Racing Team has just been into the pit lane at the end of that last lap.
Yes, that 334 Fair Racing Team car, as you said, coming into the pit lane at the end of the last lap, as you said, and therefore Pimba Mark falls down the order ever so slightly. In fact, he falls completely off the entry list because it's now Chris Gonzalez in that 334 car.
Yes, so at this point, because there's only 2 hours to go, I would add that maybe we're seeing the final driver swaps, and the drivers that are going to go to the end of the race now are going to get into the cars right about now, because 2 hours just over sounds like it's a bit of a better situation for those guys. I think that's I think that's a sensible length of stint. Race control, by the way, given a free lap car penalty. Because of joining with a new car. That's the kind of thing they have to do, and so they are going to drop off the podium, and they do get a 60-second time penalty as well for not informing race control, I'm afraid. So new cars giving them free laps and not informing race control another minute. So that's terrible news, just rubbing salt into the wound really of Danish Racing League. And if I did indeed hear correctly, the cause of the problem, not actually fuel, might have been a computer issue for Sebastian Hove, if indeed I did hear that correctly, but I guess we'll never really know. We've just been informed by, we believe, a family member of Sebastian Hove has informed us a little bit deeper into the issue on the Facebook chat. And hello to everybody who's watching on Facebook and all of the channels that we've got going on at the moment: YouTube, Roku, Amazon Fire, and ESTV. Probably forgot one, but no, a big thanks to everyone who's contributed in that kind of way. Either way, computer issue, whatever it is, fuel, computer issue, crash, it doesn't matter. You're going to be disappointed at losing a lead in a situation like that.
Indeed it is, and really there's nothing that you could have done, especially if it was a computer breakdown.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about those. You can take certain precautions, but even then, it's not a guarantee that it makes it to the end of the race, because technology, it just is like that sometimes. It's not always that cooperative. 2 hours to go in this race then. We're going to take another commercial break right now, and when we return, we'll have the final 2 hours of the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone. Don't go anywhere.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flicks, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last 2 hours of the 12 hours, the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone here on GTR 24H. And let's just have a look at a massive. We've just seen a massive incident on a replay, and this is where it all went nearly wrong for the leaders. Just having a look right now. Now the replay. Hemmingson was making his way through traffic. There was a couple of cars ahead, and that was an the Viaducton car and the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. That was the bright orange Corvette and the McLaren. Got tangled up. It took the LMP2 car, and then Martin Hemmingson had the foresight to navigate his way through that. Oh my goodness me, Ewan O'Leary, that was a crazy moment for Martin Hemmingson, wasn't it?
That was incredible, really. I mean, I can't quite believe the look that they've had. I mean, they've driven so well so far in this race. To have a 3.5 lap lead at this point, it's really quite incredible, the way they've been driving. But sometimes you've just got to have that little bit of luck to really get you through the particular race. I'm just trying to really piece together how it started, really. Was it Hemmingson's fault? Well, not really. Actually, Viaducton kind of spun on their own, really. I thought there was going to be contact at some point, but no, Viaducton just went for a little spin around Luffield. We've seen that corner causing problems actually in the wet weather conditions, and two very, very important cars were almost in the firing line there. Zolt Prebeck, who is the net race leader in GT3, although he might not be the actual race leader because Unison Racing are starting to save enough fuel to make this possible. And then second of all, the obviously overall race leader as well. There was an LMP2 involved as well. I don't know who it was though.
Yeah, I probably will have to have a look back through that, but it was... now, one of the things in the meantime, I think it is the car that is actually ahead of Zolt Prebeck at the moment. I'm just going to go on board with him in a minute. I definitely spot some orange on those side pods of that LMP2 car. But firstly, welcome back to all our viewers on Amazon Fire, Roku, and also on Esports TV. Currently at the moment, we're just going to go through who is leading in the classes with respectively just over an hour and 56 minutes on the clock remaining. Martin Hemmingsen still helps at the moment PinSim Drillers Esports to lead the current hypercar class 3 laps ahead of the Omicron Sim Racing crew, the number 80, who finished third last time out at Indianapolis. And also the fact that they are 3 laps ahead at the moment. Varga Sim Racing going for 2 for 2 as well. And that has got Marcel Sincic behind the wheel of that car. They're just making their way through Luffield and into Copse. In second position is the number 17. That is James Juba, who has just come into the pits. From second place, and in third is the 334 effect. Well, actually, Juba's just come out of the pits as I say that. Chris Gonzalez running in the Fair Racing Team 334 team is João Barbosa right on the back end of the car. Literally, as I scan through the field, João Barbosa is absolutely coming like a freight train behind Chris Gonzalez. They're now going to go through Maggots, Beckett's and Chappell. They've got Martin Hemmingsen right behind them, and I think they might have the 41 Mugen Sim Racing McLaren, Zolt Prebeck just up ahead. But that was very, very lucky indeed for Chris Gonzalez as the McLaren gets out of the way and Martin Hemmingsen looking to filter his way through. So that was very close there, wasn't it, Ewan?
Yeah, it is very, very close in LMP2 at the moment. It was actually a free car battle a moment ago, but Mugen Sim Racing have just had to come into the pit lane for their third last stop of this race, I do believe, or maybe second last. No, probably third, although one of those will have to be a shorter stop. So you really have to keep watching to the very final half an hour to find out really how that's going to play out. But no, this is a fantastic fight going on at the moment, and a fantastic performance from João Barbosa today. When he woke up this morning, he was not expecting to be driving this car at all. He was intending to do some GTE practice for some future races that he's got coming up in his schedule, but he's had to divert his attention here to the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone for the EEWC, and he'll be quite glad that he did now as well, because he's having a great race out here. He says he really likes driving the LMP2. He just struggles in traffic a little bit. Well, I've seen no evidence of that today. He's been sublime in the traffic for a GTE driver.
Yeah, very much the case. Talking of GT, nicely brought in there, Ewan. The number 53 of Musto GD Esports, Marco Mazzetti leads the class at the moment, obviously after dramas for the number 54, who had, I think, every single... They were like literally 3 strikes and you're out of the potential of getting a victory here this afternoon. Well, actually, all the way through the day. And so they got it was effectively that they had a crash, they then made a rejoin, then they returned and were on slicks, and then had a spin and crashed into the, of all cars, the Abstineo Force Polonia 999 LMP2 car, and then got a 60-second stop and go penalty. So they do say that bad things have come in 3s for that crew, and they're currently way down the order. And yeah, looks like really interesting. I've just been told that João Barbosa has actually flashed Martin Hemmingsen of all people in the outright race leader in the number 10 hypercar for Pins. You know, that's a bit of team. That's definitely not team communication there.
God, that was very, very close between Pim van Ark and Martin Hemmingsen. Pim was trying to look backwards and defend from the car behind there, and so he nearly hit the car in front in doing so. But disaster averted. João Barbosa really a man on a mission at the moment. And by the way, Martin Hemmingsen's just had a heart-stopping moment of his own very recently. And if you go to our Twitter account, then you can go and find that replay again, because it's certainly a very tense moment and well worth viewing again. again. So make sure you go to our Twitter account at GTR24H, I believe it is, and you can find that one very easily indeed. Meanwhile, going towards Brooklands, João Barbosa is on a mission. Going down the inside, he's on a very, very tight line on the wetter part of the racetrack. Has to brake a little bit early to compensate for that fact. And now he falls in behind from Chris Gonzalez there, who's survived the first little threatening moment there. João Barbosa just gave him a little bit of a show of the nose. No real move made, no throwing of down the inside, but he just made sure Chris Gonzalez was very aware of his presence.
Yeah, and he's looking to go towards the outside, heading into Copse Corner. And that really, I think, gave Chris Gonzalez a bit of a scare. But now they're going to go into Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. And João Barbosa goes towards the right-hand side of the number 334. Oh, smash panels. And that means that João Barbosa loses out a handful of time there. Barbosa went a bit risky going through into Maggots. He kept it pinned to the outside of Gonzalez, but Chris Gonzalez was definitely doing the thou shalt not pass move right there on the number 15 from Juice's Motorsport. That was a hairy moment for João Barbosa.
Yeah, certainly. He had to cut across the little grass section there on the Maggots' right-hander, and that's no mean feat in these wet weather conditions. The grass would be very, very slippery indeed, even more so than in the dry conditions, but disaster averted. There's just not a lot of space through there to go side by side. I know that Barbosa had a good run, but there were banging wheels going into that corner, and the way you have to change direction, the wet weather conditions, you're going to be sliding about in these prototypes. It's just not something you want to be doing when the track really narrows down, and as it does at that particular portion of the track. So Barbosa was never really going to get through there, but he's going to be a little bit lucky that he avoided a complete accident there between the two of them.
Right, in the last 10 or so minutes, you and I also noticed that the rain has started to intensify. That's why the drivers are being caught out. But I've just seen footage. You know, I was talking about the 54 Mustang GT Sports car. When the spin actually happened, it was when they came out of the garage. They went onto the slick tarmac in the pit lane, and literally the car spanned 180, and the left side of the BMW hit the left-hand side of the LMP2, which was where they got the 60-second time penalty. I mean, if that's just... I've never seen what's happened there, but Barbosa's still on the move. Look, he's trying to do the old Mansell dummy going into Copse Corner once again. Oh, Gonzalez gets the tail end a little bit happy towards the right-hand side, and Barbosa pounces towards the outside, going into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Barbosa has got the move done. Well timed, and it was only a case of putting that pressure on there, and that João Barbosa would be able to get it past Chris Gonzalez, and that was effortlessly done, despite his off-track excursion a lap ago.
Yeah, you may be wondering why, if it turned out so badly for him on the last lap, then why on earth would he try and move into Maggots again? But the difference this time was his exit off of Copse was better, and more importantly, his front wheels were in front of Chris Gonzalez's on the turn in for that left-hander. That was the real difference. It forced Chris Gonzalez to think twice about throwing his car in there, because he knew he was fighting a losing battle, and in the end he did the smart thing. He decided that he didn't want to end his race there, and that's how it could have ended in the end. So he just decided to back off for the moment and lose this battle to, hopefully for his sake, win the war, which is going to take place over the last 1 hour 45. He's already been given a bit of a break by the way that Barbosa caught that GT car, slowed the Portuguese driver up massively, and now Van Ark is right on the tail of Juice's Motorsport Club once again, but he's gone around at turn number 3, just pushing a little bit too hard, and he's gone for a bit of a half spin there. He's lost about 5 seconds, and that should be battle over for the moment. It may close up again later on, but Pim Van Ark is going to have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, that's now increased to the tune of about 6.7 seconds. That was the number 717 Unison racing car that has got Max Bunovic behind the wheel. So yeah, João Barbosa caught him up at a huge rate of knots. And it looks like we're going to actually go to the live stream for the B32 car, currently running just on its 300th lap at the moment. Look at
Look at that!
I know, the pit wall, that's just crazy. It's like, forget disco. Who needs disco when you got a pit wall like that? That's impressive. That just shows the commitment to that these teams make. As once again, I'm just keeping an eye on the 334 Fair Racing team car of Chris Gonzalez, but that is one hell of a setup there at B32 Racing. I think the only words I can say is bravo right about now.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that, of course, share the rig all together in one location. As you can see at the moment, they've got their very own pit wall as well, with B32 Racing branding and disco lights as well, apparently. That's their very own stream, by the way, you're seeing on the screen. That's quite incredible, that really. Bravo to those guys. That was a very interesting view into what the B32 Racing guys are doing. They're in 10th place at the moment in the LMP2 category, just over a lap behind the Abstinio Force Polonia 999 car, so they might not be able to get 9th from this race, but either way, bravo on the pit wall there.
Yeah, you can find them on B32 Racing on Facebook. You mentioned the 999 Abstineo Force Polonia. I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on between them and the number 68 of Matt Webb from E-Team Brit. The gap has started coming down, and Martin Pfeiffer was actually just about 0.6 of a second quicker on that previous tour, with the leaders now on lap number 316. So I think at the end of it all, when you spoke to Bradley Brockes from E-Team Brit earlier, they were hoping for a top 7 if possible, but looking at the lap times from Pro Sim at the moment, they're lapping about 1.3 seconds quicker than E-Team Brit in these conditions, which look to be even more degrading even more rapidly because the rainfall has intensified. There were absolutely huge rooster tails coming from the McLaren Senna of Martin Hemmingson in the number 10 Drillers Esports car just at the turn of the hour. So I think this rain is a little bit more intense than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it seems to be the case just because of the mistakes that we're starting to see from some of these guys. That is kind of expected in the wet weather conditions, really. You do often get the extra level of mistakes now and again, and that's what we see. The lap times haven't deteriorated too much, so it's not slowing them down that much, but I guess overall with the mistakes they're making, it is very wide for one of the Aston Martins going through the final corner there. I think that's Unison Racing again, as I'm watching what the Juices Motorsport Club car pull away from a Fair Racing team. Chris Gonzalez losing 7 seconds on the last lap due to that spin that they had. They might have even lost more. Yeah, 1.5 seconds more lost from Chris Gonzalez that time. Not particularly good news for them. But Juices Motorsport Club have not got this podium deal signed just for the moment, because Mugen Sim Racing might be able to play their way in terms of the strategy, unless João Barbosa can stretch this another 10 minutes. Then we know he's only making 2 more pit stops in this race, so are Mugen. But if they have to pit, let's say next lap, then they're going to be in trouble, and they'll have to make 3 pit stops more as well.
Right, well, before we go to actually an interview very shortly, I've just noticed, Ewan, that Steven Salsgaard in the 777 from DSR Nightmare, they've had another nightmare because the car's in the garage. It's showing it's a DNF, and that could be another 3-lap penalty for them right about now. I'm actually just looking. The car is sitting in the garage, the wipers going on that car. They are in stone dead last in LMP2. That's been a real shame for them because they were fighting in the top 10 earlier on. So as James Juba from the number 7 Pinsim Drillers Esports LMP2 car now pits from 2nd position, and I think he's just coming out of the pits. But we're now going to go to an interview, and I'm now going to bring in from Juices Motorsport, if I can. Don't know if that's going to. Let's just see. Let's have a chat with Juices Motorsport Turn Lower. Turn, good to have you with us. You guys must have been João made that move on Chris Gonzalez in the Fair Racing Team 334. That was an epic move, despite he tried on the first time going through maggots.
Yeah, it was really great. Everyone sharing in the TeamSpeak was insane.
And obviously, it was a difficult first race in Indianapolis for you guys, but obviously yourself, Joao, Luca as well. You guys have really come together. I've been hearing some whispers from Nick Newcomb that Luca's been quite instrumental with helping with the setup of the car, and Nick was also informing me that you guys were hoping it was going to rain, and now that started sort of playing to your favour, hasn't it?
Yeah, we made the setup like completely in the rain on this intermediate wet setup. Oh yeah, dry. So in the dry we were still on a pace, which we were quite surprised, and now it's coming back to us.
And obviously you guys are definitely in the hunt for a podium. I think P3 is not what you're wanting to go for. I think you guys are wanting for a little bit more than that. Of course we know that Vargas Sim Racing have sort of quite literally checked out, but do you think it's going to be an easy task or a difficult task in the next hour and 40 minutes to close up to the guys at Drillers Pinson Drillers Esports?
I don't think we get there. We're still a lap front, and James, I think, is in the car. He's super quick, so it will be difficult. We're going to try, but still.
That's what I like, a team that never gives up. You're going to try your hardest and give it 110%. Turn Lower from Juice's Motorsport Club, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for the podcast.
So a big thank you to Turn Lower there for joining us here in the broadcast room. Really interesting there, Ewan, that he said that effectively with regards to the fight for second position in LMP2 with Vargas Sim Racing and Marcel Sinchik out there by a clear county mile. He said that they're going to try, and that's what we like here at GTR 24. Is they want drivers that are going to try their absolute damnedest to try and get up as high the order as possible. And we still have 4 more rounds after this with Sebring in a month's time.
Yeah, absolutely. Still many more opportunities for them to try. So yeah, we look forward to seeing that. And their battles for today are not over by any stretch of the imagination. Now, while we were on that driver interview there, I was monitoring things up and down the field. Two huge things have actually taken place here. One of which has had a little bit of consequence, but not really. The second of which has had a massive consequence. First of all, and less importantly, Vargas Sim Racing were off briefly while we were at that interview. Didn't see what happened to Marcel Cinsic, but the yellow flag was attributed to his name for a little bit of time. His lead has been slashed now, but it's still 1 lap and a half, so he should be okay despite that spin. But more importantly, and even more dramatically, Unison Racing have been caught up in an incident with an LMP2 car, according to Alexander Zakirov in the YouTube chat. He said that one of the LMP2 cars came and interrupted their day, let's say, and so they have completely fallen quite a way behind Mugen Sim Racing, trying to get a view on that gap at the moment, and I would say it's about half a lap. So Unison Racing have lost quite a fair bit of time in a little incident they've had with an LMP2. Didn't see what happened. I'm afraid it's probably, maybe, put paid to their chances of winning this race.
And they've come in from Indianapolis after what had happened to, this opens up GT3 quite significantly. And the people that are going to profit from it, funny enough, is the team that had disaster in the last hour at Indianapolis. And that was the number 41 of Mugen Sim Racing, who now, at this particular moment in time, have Zolt Briebeck behind the wheel. And Zolt was one of their standout drivers. He's currently running in the 2-minute 12s. And just looking at the lap times here, Sebastian Hove from the Danish Racing League is showing in the pits apparently. From GT3, that is from the final step of the rostrum, and they're a lap ahead of Cyril Malbrun in the One Move Esports number 26. So still plenty to play for, but in that sort of respect, the 717 is now on the back foot. This is still going to help their championship run. And let's not forget that the number 41 still finished 3rd in GT3 after Indianapolis.
Yeah, I believe with the way it's going right now, they're going to reduce the championship margin that Unison Racing have to just 1 point heading into Sebring, and that really does whet the appetite for the final 4 races, staying very, very close in GT3. I'm afraid I have to bring more bad news because DSR Nightmare, I believe, has become an official retirement, with Steven Salsgaard having a number of issues towards the end of this race for that car. They have now dropped right to the bottom of our timing sheets, and I think they are out of this race alongside the Simulator Esports number 27 GT3 car and the number 7 Pescara ADG GTE car. So Hypercar are the only ones with now still 100% of those cars still in the race, but the other 3 categories have seen 1 casualty, bringing us down to 30 cars circulating out there on the circuit with about 90 minutes to go.
Yeah, so just over 1 hour and 36 minutes still remaining on the clock here as we fast approach the business end of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone here, live and uninterrupted on GTR 24H. The time is now approaching 10:25 p.m. Oh, now there's been a massive incident involving a LMP
Varga
spinning off.
It was Varga.
I think that was coming out of possibly Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And that car has started to get going again. So someone's had more than just a bit of an excursion. That was nigh on mowing the grass a la Valtteri Bottas, like he did what was it, Austria, I think, last year after securing the position. So, yeah, it's getting really tricky out there now, Ewan, isn't it?
It really is. So going into Maggots there, Marcel Czincik again, he's off for his second spin in the space of 10 minutes, and his lead is getting eaten into all the time. I know he's still got over a lap's lead, but he doesn't want to be doing that too often. Just went a little bit wide through the first part of Maggots, caught on the grass, and then went for a huge spin. So nearly collected the Danish Racing League car as well. He was very lucky to get away with that. But in the end, he's got no damage. He's just had a spin and he's got going again, but he's going to be puffing out his cheeks. That could have been so much worse.
That could have been a possibility that the car could have severed possible terminal damage. So I think Marcel Czincik is counting his lives right about now. But it's all about the important gap between James Juba and Marcel Czincik as to how quickly the number 17 from Pin Sim Drillers Esports is closing on the 117 of Varga Sim Racing. It is rather interesting, though, that these wet weather conditions, because of the greasiness of the track, as soon as rainfall hits the track, Ewan, the biggest thing from the team's perspectives is the case of how are we going to compensate for this? Are we going to lower the tyre pressures? Are we going to up the tyre pressures? What compound do we need of the wet tyres now that the rain has started coming back again? Or do we chance it and stay out on slicks, or if there are availability for intermediates? How they can really pay their strategy. But James Juba has just been an absolute machine, and the massive rooster tail I've just seen off the back of the 17, it's like literally no one can really sort of just by looking at it on screen as Juba comes around past the BLDC clubhouse through Woodcote and Luffield and then heading into Cops Corner. It's rather interesting on that respect, and I think that Czincik, just keeping an eye on his times, Juba probably hasn't made that much of a detriment into it, as Juba's actually gone off a little bit. He's had a moment through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. So James Juba, the rain is really trying to catch out the drivers, and even the top tier drivers so far are really struggling. The weather's getting worse. I can just see it by the visuals on my screen right now.
It does seem that the rain has just started to fall more heavily. Now, on live timing, as Matt Webb's gone for a little spin now, where on earth is that? I would add. He stopped actually out there on the circuit, but I don't know where. This is the exit. Oh, that's a scary place. It's the club chicane. That was James Zuber just going through on him. And so Matt Webb just rejoins the circuit. Now has his lead. Oh, yes, this gap has closed massively now. Martin Martin Pfeiffer has really closed, and that's not good news for Matt Webb at all. A spin for ProSim as well. They're in the wall at Luffield. This rain is coming down much heavier. You're absolutely right at this point. On the stream right now, you can see at the top of your screen, it says 2 millimeters an hour is falling. I don't really know how much rain that is, but I can see the maximum wetness of the track on my screen right now. It's 88%. That's nearly as bad as it gets, obviously.
Well, I've just been informed by James Hall, the sporting manager of Team Brit. They've just had contact. Someone's hit them. So this track, if you're saying that there's an 88% saturation point here right now at this circuit, that is going to cause absolute dramas. DIS SR Lab in the 45 have just pitted from P2 in GTE. The dramas are definitely coming thick and fast here at the FilmVolt 12 hours. Just also a bit of news before we go to a short commercial break that FilmVolt themselves will actually give a medal to every single team that wins P1 in each class in this race. A big thank you to FilmVolt for backing the 12 hours of Silverstone round 2 of 6. But it will also have an engraved team name on it. That just shows how welcome this kind of support is well needed here in the sim racing community, wouldn't you say, Ewan?
New incident report.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good that we do get those kind of things these days, because even a few years ago, this kind of thing wouldn't be possible. Obviously, the events of 2020 has kind of heightened sim racing's importance somewhat, but it's good to see that it's retained some of that importance as we moved forward past those times just a little bit. But just before we do go to ad breaks at car at the moment, and so they're slowly making their way back to the pit lane and just unlapping themselves from that car. Matt Webb and Martin Pfeiffer, they're almost nose to tail at the moment. The gap is closing. Likewise it is for the two Volante cars in that battle for the final step on the podium. It's all going on in this race at the moment.
Well, I mean, just trying to put 2 and 2 together, you said that ProSim have got front splitter damage. Is that right, Ewan?
They're going very slowly, and to me it doesn't look like they've got it, although it's difficult to see, I would add. It doesn't look like they, although that looks like they have. From some angles it looks like they have, some angles it doesn't, so I don't know, but they were driving very, very slowly back to the pit lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, so ProSim currently in the pits. James Hall again from E-Team Brit has just messaged me saying that it was another LMP2 car. So if ProSim are in there for a significant amount of time, they could have been battling for position. That would have been, well, yeah, Matt Webb is currently 35 seconds behind and closing on ProSim. So my biggest, we're going to keep with this for just a moment, because this could mean that E-Team Brit could end up in P7 in LMP2. The gap is absolutely dropping like a proverbial stone. And Matt Webb just coming up to try and put a move on the number 717 Unison racing car in GT3. Gets through, makes the move, and there still remains the ProSim car. And now here comes Matt Webb. That gap has now gone down, and E-Team Brit head into P7 as ProSim. That's an incredibly long time. That would explain the fact that they've had to effect repairs there, Ewan.
I'm pretty sure they have had to make some repairs there, I'm afraid. So terrible news for those guys at ProSim, who were having such a good run in P7 in this race, but now that has gone down to, and they're outside of the top 10 overall. They've got to worry about B32 racing as well before long, so hopefully for those guys they can get their car fixed before long, and they'll be back out there very, very shortly. Meanwhile, I think the Volante racing pass has actually happened further back, because the 66 is now in front again of the 67 as ProSim have gone into the garage.
Well, with that now being said, here at GTR 24H, we're going to go to a brief commercial break with some words from our sponsors. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV. Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the continuing coverage of the last hour and 24 minutes or so of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone here, live and uninterrupted on GTR 24H. My name is Alex Goldschmidt, joined once again by Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, a couple of developments happening, most notably with the Danish Racing League number 13 of Matthias Blom, who went for a bit of an off-track excursion, I understand.
It seems to be the case that more than one car has been off for an off-track excursion, really. The conditions are getting very, very tricky out there, and it doesn't show any signs of getting any less tricky. In fact, the opposite. I think it's raining harder than it has been for quite a few hours now, and this is exactly not what you need after 10.5 hours of racing. But yeah, multiple spins. I saw the one for DSR Dream Team 766 Michael Ciccolini, I think, has been for a big spin, I'm afraid, at Cops, that was. And that's not really a place you want to be having one of those spins, because you're not often going very slowly through there, and the wall's not all that far away, so you don't have small accidents around there. Fortunately, Ciccolini was able to actually avoid all forms of barriers that were in his way, but that's another car off I've just seen go off behind the fourth placed Chivan Balau car, but I don't know quite who that was. Either way, as we mentioned though, a lot of people struggling, lots of spins going out there, and it's hard to know where to point the cameras because there's just so much going on.
There is indeed, especially for our production and broadcast team. A big credit to them, also to Race Control so far. Now, we did mention about the what FilmVolt is going to be providing to the team. So let's see if we can actually give you an idea of exactly what these engraved medals will look like, courtesy of our sponsors here, FilmVolt. You can just see they will be engraved with the team names as well, and that's quite nice to see. We were mentioning it just before the commercial break, Ewan, but look at that, a good old steering wheel with the engraved name of the team finishing in the respective positions tonight here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone.
Yeah, very smart looking trophy there. So yeah, that's what's up for grabs for the winners of each class. We should reiterate. So Hypercar, LMP2, GT, and GT3 winners will all get one. I presume it's I don't actually know if it's individual drivers that get one or if it's one team gets one. But yeah, FilmVolt providing us with those, and title sponsor of this race as well, because it's the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. Instead of all the other races which are not titled, FilmVolt have attached their name to this one, and we thank them very much for supporting the organisation as a whole, and supporting all these teams and drivers as well, giving everyone that last little bit of incentive as if they needed it to perform even better than they already are at the moment.
Yes, they're definitely driving out of their skin, and yeah, it's just going to be rather interesting how these drivers really perform to the absolute limit. We know that's been happening over the last over 10.5 hours as such, and I think we could be in line. I think we may be having an interview very, very shortly with one of the drivers, but it's just been really interesting so far how the race is unfolding, and we saw that the rain was going to come. It has come. It's decided to throw a curveball from the picture to everybody, and everyone's had to react with split-second timing. But it looks like, I think we're going to be going to an interview now. I think you're going to be speaking to Abstineo Force Polonia's Jeff Closer, I think.
Yeah, I've just moved in, so yeah, we'll have a bit of a chat to Jeff Closer from the 999 car. Welcome along. How are things within the team at the moment? You're inside the top 10 overall, having a decent race in LMP2. So how are you guys feeling with the last 1 hour and 20 in front of you?
Hello, first of all. Actually, it's going pretty well for us after having one of the worst starts to a race someone could have. I don't know if anyone saw that.
Yeah, we did see, it has to be said.
I think we were like 2 or 3 laps down on the last guy ahead of us. But Mika and Marine did a crazy job and fight those laps back and be close to P7 now even is a miracle for us.
New incident report.
Yeah, you've had a fantastic recovery, I have to say. I did write you off even for a top 10 when those issues did before you, but obviously you've shown that's a good point. But I'm sure there were a lot of people writing you off at that point, but now you've recovered really, really well. Just if we can go back to that point now, what kind of thing, what went wrong for you guys in the first couple of hours of this race, which has set you back so much?
After my stints, our second driver, Callum Hamley, was supposed to drive. He did so, but he had a very high ping. And yeah, he got punted off by lag and had to pit again. We did in the pits, got a stop and go, went to pits again, got a drive for something else. Then we said, alright, better swap drivers again before we get disqualified for that high ping, because that was really dangerous. Yeah, until Mika got in, we were like 3 laps down already.
Yeah, it was not the best start of the race for you guys. Now, I want to go back even further, actually, to even before the race. How did you guys prepare for the wet weather driving that was widely predicted, or did you not actually prepare for it? Is it? Well, I guess it's not come as a shock to you, but how was your preparation for driving in the wet weather for this race?
I have to admit we knew it could possibly rain, but we didn't really practice it. But Marine did an amazing job nailing the pit stop for it and keeping the pace up.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys are in a battle at the moment with E-Team Brit. It's going on pretty fiercely between you guys. Who do you think is going to come out on top of that? Do you have a realistic chance of beating out E-Team Brit by the end of this race tonight?
If we are able to keep the car on the track, which is, from what I heard from our drivers, it's really hard right now. There's a chance of definitely, but it's hard. We were lucky with the System team having damage, so yeah.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be difficult for you, but I wish you the best of luck. And yeah, thanks for talking to us as well. Just one more thing that I nearly forgot to do. Have you got any sponsors that you'd like to shout out before you leave us?
I'm not sure really, because I'm the team owner. I'm just one of the drivers.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. Either way, Jeff Close, thanks very much for coming to talk to us. It's been a pleasure, and I wish you luck with the rest of the race.
Thank you.
There you go, Alex. Jeff Closer from the 999 team in LMP2, having a good recovery race at the moment. While that was going on, though, I was watching Vargas Sim Racing, and I've seen them have 2 spins on this lap. It's just not going well for the LMP2 leaders at the moment.
No, it seems to be going from bad to worse, to be completely honest with you. In the meantime, obviously, Abstineo Force Polonia battling away with Team Brit. Well, team manager Max Spooner has now made his entrance into the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, and Spooner apparently is around about 50 or so seconds behind at this particular moment in time. So having now made a mandatory pit stop. And now I've just had confirmation that Max Spooner is in for the next hour and a quarter. He is bringing the number 68 car home for the team. Established back in mid-2019, Max Spooner joined initially as a driver, and then in 2020 got promoted to the team manager position. So really good to hear from Bradley Brockies earlier on in the race itself. And yeah, I think just realistically, if Max Spooner's got to try and get up to speed rather quickly to see if he can catch Martin Pfeiffer from the 999 Abstineo Force Polonia car. However, they may have the 999 might still have to make another pit stop, couldn't they?
We're in the final hour and a half of this race now, so I think, yeah, 999 have got 2 stops remaining, and I think Team E Brit, have got 1. However, this last pit stop for 999 is going to be slightly shorter than it is for E-Team Brit. So while the 68 are going to come out ahead of the 999 when we see them next on the same, when we see them with both 1 stop remaining, then the Team Brit are going to be in front, but they have to be stationary for a little bit longer on their final stop, which is going to possibly jump them behind the 999. I think it's going to be quite close between them, if I'm honest, so it's going to be a fight right down to the flag. For what's going to be 7th place in LMP2, I do believe.
Yeah, E-Team Brit not having any points last time out at Indianapolis, apart from the bonus point for them still to make their way to the end of 12 hours of racing. They're looking to make it 2 for 2, so a 100% success rate of finishing races so far. We're coming up to an hour and 14 minutes on the clock, and the time now is it's just gone 22:47 Central European time, and then we go into the golden hour, the final 60 minutes. And so with that in mind, I'm just going to briefly run through the leaders in all 4 classes at the moment. Martin Hemmingsen and Pinsim Jolas Esports again in, and actually as I say that, we just had now I noticed that ProSim were in the garage earlier on. They DNF'd. They've now had to rejoin the server, and they have been pinged with a 3-lap penalty from race control as a result of that. So B32 Racing really have not, they've incurred the wrath. I think that makes it at least 2 or 3 teams that have had that, I think overall, at the very least, Ewan, that have had to rejoin. Obviously, the biggest moment that I think we saw was, the Musto car, the 54 car, which has still got Fabio Liuzzi behind the wheel, where they had a connection issue, rejoined, got put on slicks, lit the tyres up going out of the garage and spun around and hit Abstineo Force Polonia, and then got a 60-second stop and go penalty. There's quite a few drivers, but at the moment the hypercars have not had any of that issue that we saw last time out at Indianapolis.
they've both had very clean races, which is quite rare for a top category in an endurance race to see all of the cars having totally clean races. They're passing so many throughout the race. They will pass about, because of the 33 cars entry list we had for this one, there's 2 of them, so they've got to pass 31 cars. And in the stretch of a stint, I think they'd pass the GTs about 5 or 6 times. They pass the LMP2s once or twice, and that's very difficult maths for me to do right now, but it's certainly a lot of passing. And when you're doing that amount during a 12-hour race, you're bound to get tired, and you're bound to make mistakes as well. They can be very costly when you're in the top category of an endurance race. So for both of those teams to have a near perfect race is absolutely fantastic performances from both of them. Unfortunately for us, Drillers Esports have been a lot quicker than Omicron this particular race, and they're closing up on the number 80 to put the 5th lap on that team, which is a bit of a shame to see for those guys. But either way, it's been a good performance from both to have totally clean races pretty much.
Yeah, the current leaders, the number 10 Pinsim Drillers Esports, have completed over 1,150 miles in total race distance, and they're on their 316th lap. Leading LMP2, obviously, despite the off-track excursions, Marcel Sinzig now actually responding to the forever forward and moving forward in fact, James Juba in the 17 Pinsim Drillers Esport car. They lead the LMP2 class first and second respectively, ahead of Pim van Ark in the Fair Racing team, the 334. When we go to GT, Marco Massetti in the 53 Musto GD Esports car leads ahead of Shivan Balu in the number 67 Volante Racing Aston Martin in second place, with the number 45 DIS SR Lab GTE Porsche running at the top 3 in GTE. And it looks like, Max Bunovic in the 717 Unison Racing car still leading, has actually taken back the lead, is Zolt Pribek in second position, is about 11.7 seconds adrift in what is the battle for effective. Well, hang on, sorry, my apologies there. I think I've got myself a little bit mixed up. It is actually Pribek that leads in GT3, and 26.5 seconds behind is the Unison Racing 717 of Max Bunovic. Rounding out the top 3, it is Cyril Malbrun in the number 26 One Move Esports Ferrari. And still, this rain has not abated at all, Ewan. I think this is going to be here for the rest of the race.
Oh yeah, certainly. It's once again got heavier, 6 millimeters an hour, according to the graphic on the top of your screen, and 92% wetness at the maximum, and that'll be offline wetness. But on the line, it won't quite be as bad as that. But you think about it, the prototypes have to go on these wetter lines, the 92% wetness line, to overtake the GT cars. So if your GT car, it might not seem quite as wet, but they get pushed offline too as well. And when you do get pushed offline, whether it's by design because you're passing another car, or whether you're pushed there by another car, it can be a bit of a shock, and it can be very, very sketchy as well. So difficult moments for all of these guys out there, but it's a very, very wet racetrack, and it's really coming down almost as heavy as it has at any point in this race. As we have another race control notification. Car 117, the Vargas Sim Racing car, drove too fast into a corner and hit 2 cars, giving them another penalty. Well, I'll say another penalty, but it's another thing going wrong for them in the final few laps of this race. Now the leading gap that they have is below a lap for the first time I can remember since the start of since the first hour of the race, really. And I've just received a video. We've just received a video of it, Alex. So I'm just going to give this a quick watch.
I've just seen it, and what happened was that Vargas Sim Racing went in between the middle of one of the GTE Porsches. I think the other car that was involved was Max Bunovic in the 717 Unison Racing car. So that's why they're down in second position, 23.3 seconds off. Because literally, it was a move that I'm just looking at it again. I just cannot believe that has happened. That was definitely. I'm wondering if that was the possibly. Yeah, because effectively what's happened is that. Oh my goodness! I cannot believe that Marcel Cincy has just tried to split the cars. He's gone to the outside of the Porsche. He's then gone inside to try and cut across the Porsche, and then he's tagged Boomovic and span him around, I think. So that was quite a. That's definitely, and I don't think we'll not go without a reprimand. There will be a reprimand coming, I fear, for that kind of manoeuvre.
I think that's kind of what the message is about. It might be a drive-through penalty that they've been given for it, maybe. But yeah, I think Chinsick, and he's in the pit lane now. I'm just going to go and watch to see if that is indeed the drive-through, or he's stopping in his box actually. So this might be a normal pit stop. It might be a penalty stop. Wait and find out in the next few moments. But he went down the inside of two cars. It was 3 wide going into the chicane there, and just ever so slightly drifted it over towards the right-hand side where 2 cars were. The Porsche had nowhere to go, clipped the right rear of the Varga car, spun it around, and that spun the LMP2 car into another car, which was the Unison Racing GT3. So a bit of a dominoes effect, all caused by Varga in the end, as judged by the stewards. A bit of a squeeze to the right-hand side of the race circuit.
Yeah, I think that's not. I think that move wasn't on anyway. It was just it was just that kind of thing. But it looks like we've got another driver joining us in the interview booth, and I think Ewan, who's our next interviewee?
Now we are joined by Jeroen Kweekel, one of the drivers for Drillers Esports, I do believe. Yeah, and the LMP2 side of things as well from that 2-car effort. Jeroen, you're in a bit of a battle at the moment with the likes of Varga Sim Racing, who have just dropped down the order massively in the standings for some reason or another. I don't exactly know what that's about, but how are things down at Drillers at the moment? And yeah, how are the team feeling as you generally walk, as everybody goes towards the final hour of the race, which we're nearly at right now?
Yeah, hello. I think we're feeling pretty good. Obviously, it was known well before the race that at some point, we were gonna have some rain. It came later than I expected, to be fair, but it came in the end. But no issues there. Dealing with that nicely, and I was gone for 1.5 hours, leaving the job to James really to finish it off here. But coming back, I also heard that there are some issues with Varga, and they also had an incident with a GT car, if I'm not mistaken. So they seem to be dropping back a bit, but I don't think we can get too excited yet. It's going to take a little bit of a miracle perhaps to beat them, because they have been in a league of their own all day.
Yeah, they were in a league of their own in Indianapolis as well. They've been really strong so far, but you've finally been able to take it to them, really, and try and break their winning streak, which they've got going on in GTR 24H at the moment. Now, on the championship entry list, you're actually entered in for the hypercar on this particular entry list, but you've decided to, or your team has decided to put you in for the LMP2. Who's made that decision, and why are you driving the LMP2 at the moment, as opposed to driving the hypercar?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a weird one, because there were never talks that I was gonna do the hypercar. So
oh.
I have no idea how it got there, but I'm watching the live timing as well, and for some reason Varga has dropped to P6. I don't know if that's just a bug or whether something is going on there, so that seems to be a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out ourselves at the moment, actually, because they've still got 334 laps, which would put them in the lead, but apparently not. So we'll see about that. We'll get to the bottom of that in the next few moments for everybody, and update you on that. But yeah, we'll see about that one. If so, it means you're in the lead. If not, then you're in second place, and we'll find out. sooner rather than later. In the last hour, then, providing that Varga are in the lead right now, as we think they are, and with the gap you've got in front of you at the moment, do you think there's any kind of possibility that you can catch them at this point, or are you just consolidating the second place that you've got right now?
No, we are indeed consolidating. If the situation stays as I think it is, so them leading by quite a margin, then I don't see anything happening. Mainly because nothing against my teammate, of course, James, but Varga has just been in a league of their own. Not only this race, but also last race. So yeah, we just have to accept that. And if you want to do something about that, then especially in these conditions, you're gonna risk making mistakes. So it's better to just stay composed, stay calm, and accept that today is perhaps not the day.
Yeah, absolutely. But considering everything that's happened, you started well down the order. Let's not forget your team. So, are you considering P2 as a good result if that is indeed what it's going to be for you today?
Yeah, I do think so. I think it's the best possible, especially again, like you said, also after starting from near last. So we had to get through the GT field as well in the beginning. We were roughly 20 to 30 seconds behind P2 at one stage in the race, and now we are P2 ourselves. So yeah, that's the best. That's the best we can do today.
Yeah, certainly. And one more thing as well, before we let you go, have you got any sponsors you'd like to, or people you'd like to shout out before you leave us?
Good question. I just want to say hello to my teammates, of course, over at Drillers Esports, especially Jan Wosnica, who has been driving quite well, I think, in the hypercar, and it is his first race in the long while. So, props to him. Props, of course, as well to you guys here in the booth, and also to the organizers. Thanks for everything, and all the best, of course.
Yeah, thank you, and we wish you all the best as well. Thanks very much, Jeroen, for coming to talk to us, and I wish you luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, cheers. Have a good one.
There you go, Jeroen Kweekel from the Drillers Esports LMP2 team. They're coming to talk to us. I'm hearing reports, by the way, Nick Newcomb has just informed me that the lead lap of LMP2 is actually 336 laps right now, contrary to what it says on the live timing. Deuces are 1 lap behind on 335 laps. Varga are now 3 laps down, according to Nick, and so they are actually down. That is legitimate. They are actually in P6, and I believe that is actually true, that they have let this race just slip away just a little bit. He said after the stop, looks like there's just been issues for them, so maybe their laps are correct. I'm unsure as to what laps they're actually on at this point, but all you need to know is the laps on the timing are a little bit out, and Varga have had a few issues, which means they've lost a few.
Yeah, and with that bombshell being dropped here in LMP2, it's now time to go for a commercial break ahead of the golden hour, the final hour of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone here live on GTR 24H. Back in a moment.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the final hour of the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone here on GTR 24H. Alex Goldschmidt now being reunited with the man that I started this broadcast with. Can it really be over, what was it, the best part of over 11 hours ago? Yusuf bin Suhal. Yusuf, the rain has really caused a bit of pandemonium here. We've had quite a few changes. I've just noticed that just on the turn of the hour, Marco Massetti actually pitted from the lead in GTE in the number 53 Musto GD Esports car. Zolt Brivek now has relinquished that lead in the GT3 class back to Max Bunovic in the 717. I've also seen quite a few other changes as well, apart from Martin Hemmingsen still continuing to lead the hypercar class by now 4 laps over Omicron Sim Racing's number 80 of Josef Frederick Suto. And then in the LMP2 class, we've just seen that James Juba from Pinsim Jewelers Esports is in the lead. We're having, I think there's an investigation going on as to the amount of laps that have been completed by Vargas Sim Racing, because they came out of the pits, it showed them in P6, but if that is the case, that it is confirmed that there is an issue, it needs to be rectified, and then obviously we'll see a true reflection of how far Vargas Sim Racing are ahead of James Juba from Pinsim Jewelers Esports.
Yeah, that's the big news, the fact that Vargas Sim Racing are down so far. We remember that they did have a penalty which we think was a stop and go penalty, so it would have brought them into the clutches of the 17 of James Zuba. How close we don't know, because James Zuba was just over a lap behind, but we'll wait for race control to give a final verdict on what has happened to Jiri Toman and Vargas Sim Racing and what will be done potentially to rectify if there was an issue. But yeah, down in the GT3 classes, I'm getting feelings of deja vu, I'll be honest here, Alex, because it's 14 seconds separating Max Bunovic and Zolt Brivek, which feels like the same thing that we kind of saw at Indianapolis, and it'll all come down to how the strategy plays out at the very end.
Yes, very true there, and I've just heard that I think it's the 166, that is the ID SimSport car in GTE, that's the Porsche 911, has just been given a 3-lap penalty by race control for a rejoin back to the server, and currently in GTE that effectively puts them in 9th and last position. Obviously there was a disqualification for Pescara ADG in number 7, so 90% of the GTE field looking to complete the 12 hours. Also at the moment, the number 51 car, that is of Saul Sanchez, is currently in the pits at the moment. So that is the WOSR iZone performance car that had that trouble. A really good drive, very spirited drive from the Yusuf to get back to 5th place, even though they were in quite clearly contention for the top 3 at the very least here today at the FilmVolt 12 hours.
Yeah, it's been a great comeback drive. Another couple of drivers that I've been really impressed with has been Volante Racing. They've been in the hunt for that P3 spot. Of course, that was before the issues that transpired for the 54 Musto GD Esports car. But since Daniela Primavera has dropped down the field, Volante Racing find themselves in 3rd and 4th. And Pauli Ahonen only 17 seconds off the back of DIS, and with how strategies can go, we can definitely see him closing that gap over the final hour here for the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone.
Also have to give a shout out here to the sister ID SimSport 177. Michael Stair still is behind the wheel of that car. We spoke to him last night post qualifying 2. They were hoping for some rain. They've definitely got that in spades tonight. And they are currently 6th in GTE. So they're 5 laps down off of Marco Massetti. You know, it was looking. At one point, we had a top 3 Italian team lockout of the rostrum in the early stages, but that really fell south rather quickly. Obviously, after the lightning that strikes thrice, not twice, for the team with Primavera in the 54 Musto esports car. They've had a bad run of luck, and that's put them out of contention for a victory. That's put them P7, and they're 6 laps down off of the leaders. But GT3, I think, has given us once again quite a lot of bang for our buck over the last 11 or so hours, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, and Musto involved in what can only be described as a very unfortunate series of unfortunate events. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of the sprint series back at Nürburgring, and Ewan's probably hearing this and thinking, oh god, not that race again. But it was Nürburgring, it was raining, and Musto essentially had the win on P2. And then as the rain came down at literally the midway point, instead of waiting 3 minutes and pitting and putting on the wets, they ended up putting out Manuel Biancalila on slick tyres on a wet track for about 20 minutes before pitting him, putting out their initial driver of Tiziano Brioni back out on wet tyres, all the way down towards the back of the grid. Tiziano Brioni then, I can only say, absolutely nailed lap after lap after lap and climbed up the field like a madman, only to be involved in about 3 or 4 incidents with other drivers and being spun around numerous times. So yeah, it's not been a good day for the 54. For the 53, it's been good. I don't think they can complain that they're leading the GTE class right now.
Yeah, and that really has some further ramifications for the championship. Obviously, HM Engineering not here. DQ for Pescara ADG in the number 7. That puts them literally, they won't score any points at all because that's an instant disqualification. That's it. You don't get anything. And in many respects, that really has opened the door for the 53 Musto GD Esports crew. But at the moment, there's a lot of now it looks like the number 66, Pauli Ahonen from Valente Racing, now in for the final pit stop with just under 49.5 minutes remaining. It's been a great and I have to give credit where credit is due. Let's be honest here, Yusuf, that the 66 finished P5 at Indianapolis. The 67 was outside of the top 10, no points at all, and they're looking good as now Shivan Balu now takes 3rd place as a result. He's just gone past the pit lane, so Ahonen still sitting in there at the moment. Now gets underway, the wipers on full speed on that number 66 Aston Martin as he makes his way out of the pit lane.
And the 67 car did have a good race at Indianapolis. It was just a case of being involved in numerous incidents and having to serve numerous penalties. So good to see that the 67 not involved in any incidents. I think maybe involved in one incident, or potentially that was the 66. Either way, Valente Racing looking pretty much set for a P3 and P4. It's a shame for Pauli Ahonen that at the moment he's having to pit a couple of laps before DIS, which will mean that it'll be that little bit trickier for him to close down Andy Kurtzen in the final stint of the race.
Yeah, the gap between them is quite lengthy, I might add, because effectively you're looking at about the best part of 100, that's 2 minutes that Pauli Ahonen has got to find in the next 48 minutes, and that is pretty much a big stretch for any driver worth their salt. But we know that obviously the Kimi Raikkonen of GTR 24H is going to give it full gusto. He's just going to throw caution to the wind despite the wet weather conditions. And who knows what might happen as Michael Ciccolini in the 766 DSR Dream Team LMP2 car now pits, and that looks to possibly be It could involve a little bit of fuel saving there, I believe. Well, he's just come to the pit box at the end of pit lane here off of the Wing Complex at Silverstone. So that's going to mean at least he doesn't have to trundle all the way down that pit lane. Then what is it, about 80 kilometers an hour, because we've only had one code 80 in this race, and that was close to quarter. That was about 10 past 2 this afternoon. The only code 80 that we've had. So I think the driving standards have been a lot better than we saw at Indianapolis. I think it was just like everyone was getting the rust off out of their systems, and then we come to Silverstone. They knew it was going to be a different circuit altogether, Yusuf, and they have acclimatized nicely into the true spirit of endurance racing here at GTR 24H this year.
Yeah, precisely. So also in that LMP2 class, I just want to point out, we will be seeing a battle for second place, because Turnlower, who is currently second in LMP2, is running about 2 seconds a lap slower than Chris Gonzalez, who's 12 seconds behind. And Gabor Hevesi in the 22 is 57 seconds behind Turnlower, but he's running over 3 seconds a lap quicker. So those three are really going to be Constantinoing up, and I think we're going to be having an absolute cracker of a battle in the final 10 minutes or so. Don't forget as well, in the GTE class, DIS SR and the 67 of Volante Racing still have to pit, which should bring the 66 of Pauli Ahonen back into play.
Well, roll the dice and pick a number, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't think you're going to get the right one on the first roll of the dice. And that just shows how we had this at Indianapolis, Yusuf. We had all these different changes in situation. We had dramas towards the end of it. We had people going hell for leather. You know, they're now at that point where they can see they can hold that checkered flag with one hand before crossing the stripe after what's been, you know, a really, really interesting 12 hours here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. Big thank you to FilmVolt. The FilmVolt, based out of Derby actually, have come on board with us for this round. So a big thank you to them for their fantastic support. Also, a big thank you to our viewers on Amazon Fire, Roku, and also Esports TV, and also on Facebook Live, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you all for watching and getting involved on the respective chats on those particular channels. It's been a pleasure having you all along with us for the ride, and good to see so much interaction on so many different channels. So, Yusuf, coming up to it, 45 minutes to go. As much as this race has gone really, really quickly, when a few of us got together, I think it was about half an hour or so before we started the broadcast.
Yep.
This time's gone, hasn't it? It was just like Indianapolis. You just think, where has that time gone? It's literally vanished into thin air.
Yeah, you always get that, and it's the same in the 24-hour races as well. You just think, where has it gone? And I mean, in the 24-hour races, you tend to have a little sleep in the middle, and no matter which part you're sleeping through, you tend to think, what on earth has happened in those 8 hours that I was asleep? How has the whole field changed? How has these three, race runners had their incidents? And, we've seen it happen now to Vargo Sim Racing, and it's just a reminder to every team out there, to never give up, because that final 20% of the races, when the issues, the incidents, that's when everything starts coming into play, and that's when those who have been a little bit more careful on their engine and just been a bit nicer to their car will be able to reap the rewards, every now and then. And, sure, it might not happen 100% of the time, but, a few times out of 10, you will reap the rewards and you'll be able to gain those extra points.
Well, the 67 Volante, the sister Aston Martin, has actually exited out of the pits, and that means that they have had their final stop. Shivan Balu now still behind the wheel of the car, so that promotes Pauli Ahonen in the 66 sister Aston Martin. And it looks like also that,
DIS pitted.
Sorry?
I think DIS have pitted. Well, at least that's what it says on my screen.
Well, Drillers Esports in LMP2 have pitted, and also so has Carlos Bastor in the number 57. DIS has also pitted as well. You were right about that. So that is second in GTE. I'm going to keep an eye on Pauli Ahonen, because this could give...
It's coming into club now.
Yeah. coming into club now, and that gap now is dropping like the proverbial stone. It just depends on how quickly.
And Andy Kurtzen's out. He's heading down into Village Corner now, so I think the gap is just under 10 seconds between the two of them.
Yeah, well, Pauli Ahonen now firing it through like he meant it, through into Abbey, and that is really making sure he now can. Well, the gap I think is about 15 seconds between the pair at the moment. So, and also Juices looks like they have made. I think Turn Low is getting in for the final stint, I believe. He's currently in the pits. So that has really, and also, Carlos Basto is now back out on, and it looks like that one of the biggest things here is, Yusuf, is that keep your eyes on 334, Fair Racing Team. This could have a shorter pit stop for Chris Gonzalez as we head into the last 42 minutes.
Yeah, and the big question is going to be how much later can Chris Gonzalez pit? How much less fuel is he going to have to put in the car? Because that all plays a big impact. Don't forget Gabo Hevesi as well. You know, he's currently 26 seconds behind Turn Lower, or I mean, he is at the moment. Turn Lower still in the pits, but I still think he's going to have a part to play. You know, he was 50 seconds behind, but he's lapping more than a second a lap quicker. And I think there is a chance that he could be finding himself on the podium come the end of the race.
I think you very well could be right there, Yusuf. I think anything's game roundabout now. So this is where it really does completely turn things on its head, so to speak. Now, I did see. I'm just sort of trying to keep an eye on what's happening in GT at the moment. So I've just got on board with Pauli Ahonen in the number 66. Looks to have a Porsche just up ahead. Now, for those wondering, what those blue lights that are flashing, the digital flags, those are for back markers. You can see that now. It's actually happening is certain cars being told, well, there is a faster car heading towards your back bumper. There's a couple of cars ahead. I think I counted 3, which included 4, included one of the LMP2 cars, as now they fire their way through into Abbey. Now someone went off big time, and that was one of the Musto cars. I'm just going to have a look and see who that was, if I can scout an eye on that particular number. And that is the 53. That is Marco Massetti, just up ahead of Pauli Ahonen in the number 66, and looks like Yusuf, I don't know if you want to we'll go to an interview in just a second, because Marco Massetti is all over the place. Massetti went wide. Pauli Ahonen could put himself onto the lead lap very, very shortly if Massetti's not careful.
Yeah, and I'm just going to try and see what happened to the 53 of Marco Massetti, because that is something that might just cost Musto a win. And what on earth has happened to them? I mean, I think there was an incident going into turn 1 where they almost ran into the back of a GT car, but that only costed them about 5 seconds. So I wonder if there was something else before that, or if that wasn't really the only actual incident.
Yeah, it definitely looked like a Porsche to me, and it was the one with the cream white and sort of like magenta purple stripe all the way down the middle, and that was the car that I think got in Massetti's way.
I've got it up here now. So he comes through the final part of Club Corner, and I mean, to be honest, it's almost like he just forgot to brake, and I mean, he aborts the corner, he rejoins the track, almost collects the white Porsche in the process, but it doesn't look like there was any damage to Marco Massetti. So hopefully for Marco Massetti, it's just a case of some last hour jitters.
Ooh, he got a tag there to Massetti from Pauli Ahonen there, going into Vale. Oh, the Fed is chancing his luck at the moment. I think I'll keep an eye on this battle, because this is for Pauli Ahonen to get himself back onto the lead lap. To be honest with you, I didn't expect fireworks. We've got 38 minutes and 53 seconds still to go. but I'll keep my eyes on that one well and truly, Yusuf, because this is for unlapping himself, and the Porsche. I'm just going to go with Mazzetti at the moment. Who's the now? I'm trying to keep my eyes on who that is in front. I can't tell whether that's a GTE or a GT3 car. I'm just going to try and have a look. That is Markus Stern, the 1677 ID Sim Sport car that is in front, and he's currently P6 in class. So Mazzetti's trying to put a lap down on him, as Pauli Ahonen has actually got past onto the lead lap, past Marco Mazzetti with just over 38 minutes to go. The Finn was not giving up on that one at all.
That is absolutely huge for Pauli Ahonen to get back on to the lead lap, and he's only 15 seconds behind DIS right now, so he's in a good situation. I think Marco Mazzetti still has to pit as well, still has to do his final pit stop. I don't think he's pitted in the last 15 or so minutes, so we'll have to see when the muster come in. It is likely just to be splash and dash, and right now they just have to nurse the car home, as they're currently a lap ahead of DIS. And I think Pauli Ahonen was just unlapping himself. I think he's still a lap down on Marco Mazzetti though.
Yeah, okay, we're now, with that being said, we're going to go to a interview, and I'm just going to drag them in now. This is the number 45 DIS SR Lab crew in the 45 Porsche. Good evening, and thank you very much for joining us. Running P2 at the moment in the class, a lap behind Marco Mazzetti, but you guys have had a really good run here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours. Just tell us about your race so far from your perspective.
Yeah, hello gents, Janik here from the SR Lab car. It's turning out a bit of a nail biter for us, I feel like. Yeah, I think the Musto cars, they're just in a class of their own. I think it's quite evident. I feel a bit sorry for the 54 guys. They had a great pace all weekend long. So, but yeah, it's turning out quite well. I think it's been a pretty hectic 12 hours, and it's turned out quite nice.
Now, I do have one big question to ask here, and this is the one that I think everyone wants to know from a lot of drivers. When the rain started intensifying with an hour to go, what was the team's initial reaction? Is it sort of like, we've got an opportunity to move forward a little bit, or is it a case that we could be safe here in P2?
I think we got a S up our sleeves, and his name is Andy Kurtzen. He's driving like a maniac right now, and he saw the wets intensified. He was. It didn't faze him at all. He's a machine like always. So I was It's always a pleasure having him on. I think right now Volante, especially in the 66, they're caught up in a bit of the traffic, which is helping us out quite a bit. What is it? 15 seconds or so?
It's about 18 seconds now, to be honest with you, Yannick. So Pauli was, he managed to put unlap himself one lap to put him on the same lap as you guys, but then obviously you both are still a lap behind Marco Mazzetti in the 53. But did you all DIS SR Lab actually think that a podium might have been possible had it not been for the misfortune of the guys at 54?
No, I don't think it would be a realistic. Pescara was driving very well as well, so our goal was top 5, which is we would have been happy getting a 5th place. So this P2 is beyond expectations. But let's see. The fat lady haven't sung yet, so everything can happen.
Well, before I forget, Yannick, are there any sponsors that you guys at DIS SR Lab would like to thank for their continued support?
Yeah, sure. Especially our main sponsor, name sponsor, DIS. They're supplying us quite well here with us being able to sit here in our offices and driving. So a huge shout out to Michael and Soren for making this possible. It's great, and the delivery, of course, hopefully paying out for the stream as well.
Well, Yannick, we wish you all at this SR Lab the very best of luck over the next 34 minutes.
Thank you.
Great job so far, guys.
And great cast, guys.
Thank you. So really good to hear there from Yannick from this Sim Racing Lab there, Yusuf. Very, very insightful about the fact that they knew that the podium wasn't on the cards, but when the team of Brioni Primavera came into strife with that lightning strikes thrice situation that they are really, really not going to be happy about, but it is racing. They had no idea about being on the podium, and now they've got this opportunity in the second round of the season. That's a great confidence boost for them.
Yeah, and I really like the attitude that DIS have brought into this season. They won GT3, they came into the GTE class, and I think they were very honest about it. They knew that there were a lot of quick drivers, a lot of quick teams around, and they said, look, you know, we're just going to do the best that we can do. We spoke to them after Indianapolis, and, you know, they were just delighted with that P3. They said they weren't expecting it. They were just getting their heads on, and the P3 kind of came to them. And now here at Silverstone, it's been that same situation again. They've kept it clean. They've not made any mistakes, and now they're looking to go one better with a P2. Pauli Ahonen at the moment, 14.5 seconds behind, but, you know, he's running at the same, and if not a little bit slower than Andy Kurtzen in the 45 car. So as long as they keep it nice and tidy, which is what they've been doing so far this season for the next 30 minutes, they have it in the bag.
Well, there is a bit of a fight brewing on the darkness horizon here at Silverstone. Chris Gonzalez, P2 for Fair Racing Team, has actually come out in front, the number 15 of Juices Motorsports. Turn lower in the number 15, who I spoke with a bit earlier on. The gap between them is around about the 3-second mark. Now, for those lacking a little bit of memory, let me just give you a bit of a memory jolt at the moment, because João Barbosa in that same car he definitely put the send on Chris Gonzalez after a failed attempt through maggots, and the way that turn lower, let's just put it this way. Turn lower, his last lap was a 2-minute 2.348. Now, Gonzalez's lap time was a 2:37.3, and that would effectively have been a 39-second gap. That's now gone down to 3.4 seconds. Yeah. And so, turn lower. If he can pick up the pace, I'm sure that Nick Newcomb, if he gets an opportunity, will be sending messages to the rest of the team. Luca Gray, amongst others, will be looking to, and João Barbosa, to sort of help spur turn on and to try, you know, they're in third position. They want that second place after that massive disaster for both the LMP2 car and the GTE car. Let's not forget Yusuf back at Indy 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, and you bring up that there'll be those supportive messages being sent, but I actually wonder if you'll be getting the complete opposite end, whether everyone in the Deuces Motorsport Garage will just go dead silent. It'll be complete radio silence, and it'll be like, guys, shut up. Turn low is focusing. He needs to close down Chris here, right? Nobody talk and nobody move.
Well, I just had a bit of info. Thank you, Nick Newcomb, as always, timely as ever. Guess who's on fresher tyres? It's not the 334. Turn lower is closing gap now down to 2.2 seconds. And I think just before we get to this really, really intense battle, we're going to go to a brief commercial break. We're under half an hour to go here at the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. We'll be back in a moment, and it looks like the explosions are ready to kick off for P2 in LMP2. Back in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, 25 minutes still to go. It is kicking off big style in LMP2. Some of those on the radio podcast that's happening live at this particular moment in time are listening. Now, here, Yusuf, I'm riding on board with Turn Lower. He is behind Chris Gonzalez from... Oh! Now, that was a bit of a... Now, that was an unexpected block there from the 177 ID SimSport car ahead of Turn Lower, and now Lower's being compromised, trying to get on level peggings with Chris Gonzalez, and he's flashing like crazy, saying, come on man, get out of the way, I've got work to do. And his mission is to get P2 in the class.
Oh yes, it is. He's going to be absolutely flying. I mean, he closed up to Chris Gonzalez so quickly, and he's running probably more than a second a lap quicker, but now the issue is that there's a gap between them. Every time Chris Gonzalez laps the car, there's then a corner that Turn Lower has to wait before he can get past that same car. Also got a few other battles starting to develop across the field. Zoltan Privek 19 seconds behind Max Bunovic, and he's currently lapping, well, I wanted to say a second a lap quicker last time around. He went just a little bit slower. Other battles, DIS currently 12 seconds ahead of Pauli Ahonen, and that is going to go down to the wire. So 3 battles going on in 3 separate classes.
I'm just going to say something. Amidst obviously what's going on between Chris Gonzalez and Turn Lower, I've just noticed the back of Matthias Blom's Ferrari. If anyone might have seen that on the back when I was actually on board with Turn Lower a bit, it's got the hand in the way, and so like, stop, don't be that guy. That's brilliant livery inspiration there on the back of the number 13 from Danish Racing League. That's brilliantly done. But nevertheless, Turn Lower is again closing back. He's got one of the Volante cars just between himself and Chris Gonzalez. So they're now coming through Woodcote and Luffield and heading into Copse Corner. Turn Lower has got the run on the Aston Martin and has got past. Now he's got some clear air between himself and Chris Gonzalez, but this battle far from over yet, I fear.
Yeah, I also got word in from Bart Slobodzian from that 66 Volante racing car, and he's told me that if they get P2 in this race, they promise that they're going to give us an interview during the next race.
Okay, we're holding them to that.
Exactly. That's exactly what I wanted to
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get my notepad right now and I'm going to write that down.
I can screenshot it if you want.
No. I'm going to... screenshot it and I'll write it down. Oh my God. So, what's going on with the stream, Yusuf? Inform me.
I'm looking. Bart Slobodzian said give him a cookie for second. And apparently Paul Holt told Turn Lower that he earns a milk if he earns a milk if he gets the podium spot. Okay.
Oh, now hang on a minute. We've just had a 3-car spin just a moment ago, and that was DI. Oh, DIS.
Down the inside. That's a move. That's Turn Lower going down the inside of Chris Gonzalez. Gonzalez has the inside now, going into the loop. They're side by side, and can Turn Lower find the traction as they make their way through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight? They're nose to tail right now.
Yeah, and I've just heard that there's been a 3-car spin, one of which was Zolt Pribek from DIS is up the inside, tries to go Turn Lower through the next left-hander into Brooklands, and he's got the job done on Chris Gonzalez. Great move by the number 15, as now Martin Hemmingson closes on their back bumper, the overall leader. Wow, absolutely spectacular action with just over 21 and a half minutes remaining in the FilmVolt 12 Hours at Silverstone. And what's more, Yusuf, Chris Gonzalez is not going away. He's right on the back bumper, and you can see, for those watching, I'm looking on the onboard right now, Gonzalez is trying to chase down Turn Lower, and if I'm completely honest here, this fight is far from over by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, This fight is not going to be over. Also looking further down the field as well, Pauli Ahonen now 2 seconds behind DIS, and that is the battle for second place in the GTE class. So battle for second in LMP2 and battle for second in GTE, but it seems that in the LMP2 class, now that Turnlower has found a way through on Chris Gonzalez, he is really starting to pull the pin.
He definitely has, and what's more, Martin Hemmingson is actually the car that's Piggy in the middle, and you can just see that Chris Gonzalez. Now, Nick Newcomb was very, very matter of fact when he said that they only took on fuel. That's a clear indication. As Tom Christensen once said back in 2011, Truth in 24-2, every second's count. Every second counts. You want your weapons sharp. He had that. Lotterer came in. They had a slow puncture. They changed all 4 tyres, and Lotterer went out and won it. And that was the sole surviving Audi in that Le Mans 24 hours. That's what, and that was a great call by the team at Deuces. But now Hemmingson has got past. Turnlower looking, I hope for his. I'm going to do something here, not something I normally do, but just in case, touch wood, for Turnlower, because that's a fantastic performance. They're still a lap down from PinSim Drillers Esports, who look to also not just take the overall victory in LMP2, but also it still be 2 for 2 in Hypercar for the number 10 McLaren Senna GTR, and they've done a fantastic job. Obviously, we are still waiting on what, and now they've got Marcel Sinsik behind the wheel, back behind the wheel of the number 117 Vargas Sim Racing car, which is still showing in P6 at the moment. But Chris Gonzalez, I think he's trying to close, and that gap is looking to extend. It's now 2.2 seconds between Gonzalez and Lower, and I think now Fair Racing team have to resign themselves to the fact they should have put tyres on. They could have been so much quicker, and that could have meant that Chris Gonzalez could have fought tooth and nail with Turnlower for second in LMP2.
I'm really surprised that they didn't put tyres on the car, because Chris Gonzalez looked quicker than Turnlower at the end of the previous stint. He was closing in. So I thought they had the pace, even if they were 10 seconds behind, to be able to close that gap at the rate that they were closing prior to the pit stop. But clearly they thought, okay, if we've got this much pace, then on old tyres we should be able to defend the position. But Turnlower said, not a fat chance. I got the fresh tyres, I'll pull up the move, and now he's up pulling by around a second a lap. Battle for P2 in LMP2 may be completed, but the battle for P2 in GTE is not, because Pauli Ahonen is now 1.4 seconds behind the DIS Porsche of Andy Kurtzen. He can see him through the mist of the rain that is pouring here at Silverstone in Northamptonshire as we reach the final 20 minutes of the EEWC round 2, the 12 hours of Silverstone presented by FilmVolt.
Right, just riding on board with Pauli Ahonen, and he is now a second and a half behind Andy Kurtzen in the DIS SR Lab 45 Porsche 911 GTE. And just looking at the different lines that the drivers are taking, they're trying to put the power down as late as possible to prevent that rear wheel spool up, because if you boot the power too early, you can actually cause the car, if you're going over wet curbing on the outside of the circuit or on the apex, you can spin the car around, and that was very, very treacherous going through Cops Corner. Pauli Ahonen still trying to close on Andy Kirsten in that car, and the gap now is around 1.4 seconds. They're going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. This is not where you want to make a mistake, and Pauli Ahonen is doing his absolute level best to keep that 66 car in the prime seat for P2 in the GTE class with just over 16 and a half minutes to go. I don't think Andy Kirsten feels that he's quite safe just yet.
And we were talking to the Danish Nico Rosberg himself, more commonly known as Yannick Gotthardsson, and he was talking about, they've got Andy Kurtzen at the wheel, they feel confident. Well, We hope that Andy Kurtzen himself is feeling confident, because right now it is looking like it is this man right here, Pauli Ahonen, who is absolutely flying right now. His last lap as he comes across the line, 2 minute 12.3 on the previous lap. He's going 2 seconds quicker than Marco Mazzetti, who is practically limping it around, just making sure that nothing bad can happen and just making sure that he finishes the final 15 minutes incident free. This last time round, Pauli Ahonen, a 2 minute 10.9, the fastest man in the GTE class, period.
Yeah, but also just been informed by race control. The second place car in GT3, the 41 Mugen sim racing car, piloted by Zolt Pribek, not showing the amount of respect required to the 188, that is of Teleforingen, with Michael Slot behind the wheel, and that issue caused Michael Slot to spin off of the track as a result of it. But Pauli Ahonen now has that motivational point in front of him, and that is the 45 Porsche 911 GTE of DIS SR Labs Andy Kirsten. We're going into the dying moments. We have less than 15 minutes on the clock. Leaders in the respective classes are as follows: Hypercar Pin Sim Drillers Esports in the number 10. The number 17 Pin Sim Drillers Esports, piloted by James Juba, leads LMP2. Marco Mazzetti in the 53 Musto GD Esports BMW M8 GT3 leads by a lap ahead of what this battle is showing round about now. It looks like the fireworks have come, courtesy of Pauli Ahonen to Andy Kirsten. They've got the... is that the 41 up ahead of Mugen Sim Racing? That's compromised Andy Kirsten. They're coming through Stowe. Pauli Ahonen now sees the opportunity he needs, as that looks like the 41 has gone into the pit lane, but that is going through Vale and now into Club, and Pauli Ahonen right on the back bumper of Andy Kirsten, trying to go through Club corner. He's going to get a real good corner traction coming out of Vale. They're now going to head into Abbey. I'm now going to ride on board with Pauli Ahonen into Abbey. He lifts off. He just sees what Andy Kirsten does. Kirsten just a little bit to the left hand side, going through Farm, now into the tight right hander at Village before they go into the left out the loop. Deep on the brakes go both drivers, but Pauli Ahonen for the moment, Yusuf, is keeping his nose clean. He's just waiting for that moment to strike at a moment's notice.
And Pauli Ahonen is at the moment searching for any piece of tarmac that's not being covered by Andy Kurtzen. He's looking, right, can I go wide into this corner? Can I try to find the exit here? He had a little bit of a think about going down the inside into a Village, but was unable to do so, slotting in behind it now down into Brooklands. Also good news as well if you're a Musto fan, because Daniela Primavera is at 10 seconds behind Marcus Steyer. He's brought that gap down from what was about 50 seconds half an hour ago, and he might be within a shout of gaining one more position. But for now, our eyes are focused on this battle for P2 in the GTE class, because DIS SR Lab and Andy Kurtzen still ahead of Pauli Ahonen in the 66 Volanta racing car.
So GT3 still being currently led by the 717 Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT3 of Unison Racing, and it still has at the moment Max Bunovic behind the wheel of that the steed from Gaydon. But Pauli Ahonen doing everything that he can. Both he and Kirsten, they're literally Kirsten has a bit of a wobble coming through the corner, and they're going down. I think this is the Hanger Straight heading down towards Stowe Corner. Kirsten had a bit of a moment. The back end stepped out to the right-hand side, going through Chapel, as now they go into the right at Stowe Corner. Ahonen really lays on the brakes, closing up to the Porsche. And now they've got the run through Vale, and Kirsten very, very close to exceeding track limits on the left-hand side as they go in towards Club and then Vale. Ahonen still waiting, still biding his time. And also, we just had the number 22 was not showing any respect by the number 68 car, and that was of E-Team Brit as an LMP2. Fires its way up the inside of Andy Kirsten through Cops Corner. Kirsten runs wide. Pauli Ahonen to the outside of the corner. He's going to get the inside run for the very next right-hander. And has Pauli Ahonen done the move?
He's outbraked himself.
He hasn't. Kirsten's got the switchback. Kirsten got him back on the switchback there. And right behind them, they've got the LMP2 class leader of James Stuber. This is not over yet. We're going into the